Chapter 1. The Tribal Life and Death Battle. In the vast expanse of the Great Qian Dynasty, which stretches across millions of miles, lies the Blackpool Mountain. On the 9th day of the 7th month, amidst the turmoil of its 10 tribes, the Jiang clan finds itself at the brink of annihilation. In the training grounds of their earthen fortress, 15-year-old Jiang Xian stands protectively beside his 14-year-old sister, Jiang Yao, gazing intently at the arena. Are there any men left in the Jiang clan brave enough to fight me to the death? Today marks the end of your Jiang clan. Ha ha ha. In the arena, the innate powerhouse of the Shinta tribe, Shinta Yong, brandishes his bloody blade, a sinister grin spreading across his face. At his feet lies the lifeless body of a Jiang clan innate warrior. According to the laws of the Great Qian Dynasty, tribal conflicts, when escalated to such extremes, cannot lead to the complete annihilation of an opposing clan without a formal contract, witnessed by an inspector from the main city, allowing for a life-and-death battle on the platform. Only adult males of the tribe are permitted to fight. The second elder has fallen. It's been 3 years, and even the second elder has lost. The women gathered in the training grounds lamented in sorrow. The life-and-death battle of the tribe is the ultimate contest determining the fate of a clan. The vanquished will lose everything, their possessions will be claimed by the victors. The children will adopt the surname of the opposing tribe, and the women will be relegated to the status of slaves, mere playthings, to be sold at will. Brother, look! Sister Qing Hong is holding a knife. What is she planning to do? Jiang Yao, timidly hiding behind Jiang Xian, cautiously peeks out and whispers anxiously. In the crowd to their left stands a strikingly beautiful girl in a red dress, her skin as white as snow. With her right hand gripping a dagger behind her back, she gazes coldly at the arena. Jiang Qinghong, for years older than Jiang Xian, is the object of his secret affections. She intends to take her own life. Jiang Xian replies in a low, somber tone, his fingers instinctively clenching into a fist. It is not only Jiang Qinghong who contemplates suicide among the hundreds of women present. Many have resigned themselves to the same fate. The more beautiful they are, the stronger their resolve, for they know defeat is imminent. The life-and-death battle between the Jiang and Shinta tribes has raged for 3 long years. By the established rules, these battles occur only 3 days each month from the 7th to the 9th, with 10 matches held each day, presided over by an inspector from the main city. Over these 3 years, the Jiang clan has lost hundreds of elite warriors. Now, the Jiang clan's male lineage is nearly extinct. Today, nearly 700 direct descendants of the Jiang clan have come to witness the battle, with over 600 being women ranging from elderly matriarchs to young girls, with the majority being beautiful women in their 20s and 30s. While there are some males present, they are mostly children or adolescents. Is it true that the Jiang clan has no men left? Ha ha! The Jiang clan is devoid of courage. I've heard that many of your men fled in recent years, too afraid to confront the Shinta tribe. I shall ask once more. In today's final battle, who dares to fight? Shinta Yong steps upon the corpse of the second elder, grinning malevolently. Some girls, terrified by Shinta Yong's brutish demeanor, stifled their sobs, covering their mouths in fear. For any tribe that loses a life-and-death battle, the consequences are dire, particularly for the women of the defeated clan. After the tribal life-and-death battle determines the final victor, the triumphant tribe will commence a 3-day revelry. During this period, all women of the defeated tribe shall endure indignities, and the majority of those who survive will become concubines for the victorious tribe, while only a fortunate few may be taken as prized possessions by the champions of the winning tribe or purchased by the lords of Flying Snow City. Are you Jiang Qinghong? Shinta Yong scanned the surroundings of the arena, his gaze suddenly fixating on Jiang Qinghong's visage, licking his lips. Indeed, you're the most beautiful woman of the Jiang tribe. Your beauty is unmistakable. I have heard that the young master of the Huyan tribe is willing to offer 5 mountain peaks and 5 tribes as a bride price to marry you. Yet you have declined, insisting that you would rather perish within the Jiang clan. What a pity it would be for such beauty to perish. I shall ensure my uncle treats you well later. Ha ha ha. Shinta Yong mocked with a boisterous laugh. Ha ha ha. Yes, let's all treat her well. On the southern side of the arena, dozens of Shinta tribe warriors joined in the raucous laughter. You should not lay a finger on me, Jiang Qinghong declared, her beautiful eyes widening as she gritted her teeth, a frigid determination evident in her demeanor. her hand gripping the knife, behind her trembling uncontrollably. "Brother, do you not harbor feelings for Sister Qinghong?" Jiang Yao whispered from behind Jiang Xian. "Why not ask Mother to take Sister Qinghong with us?" The Jiang tribe is renowned for its strikingly handsome men and beautiful women, with Jiang Qinghong being the epitome of beauty. Jiang Xian is but one of the many youths secretly enamored with her, aware that Sister Qinghong has watched him grow up and has always regarded him as a younger brother in her eyes. He remains merely a boy. "Mother will not agree," Jiang Xian replied softly. But Jiang Yao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Father is no longer with us," Jiang Xian murmured. "Mother has fought tirelessly to protect us. She will not let this complicate matters." Jiang Xian's father, Vice Chief Jiang Hanfeng, was the strongest warrior of the Jiang tribe and the only one to grasp the heavenly mortal might. Over 3 years ago, he vanished in the treacherous depths of Blackpool Mountain. 3 months after Jiang Hanfeng's disappearance, the Shinda tribe declared him dead and instigated conflict, prompting the life-and-death battle. The Shinda clan was far more powerful than the Jiang clan, and it was widely accepted that the Jiang tribe would eventually succumb. Many had fled the Jiang tribe over the past 3 years, but only those with sufficient prowess could escape the perilous wilderness teeming with monstrous beasts would claim the lives of the weak. Jiang Xian's mother, Wei Baiyun, had been waiting for her husband's return. Now, she had resolved to flee with her children. Although this would violate the life-and-death battle contract and result in a bounty from the dynasty, it was preferable to their entire family being enslaved. "Where is Elder Five? Where has he gone?" Elder Five made another breakthrough half a month ago. Shindayong has fought 9 battles today, and though he emerged victorious, it was a Pyrrhic victory. He coughed up blood during his encounter with Elder Two and now pretends to be unscathed, but he is gravely injured and surely not a match for Elder Five. If Elder Five intervenes, we can endure this month's life-and-death battle if we can hold on until next month. Perhaps Uncle Hanfeng will return if he still lives. Elder Five will surely prevail. In the hopeful anticipation of the women of the Jiang clan, the venerable 5th elder, Jiang Jingxing, arrived late, despite being over 50 years old with strikingly dark hair and a robust physique. Simultaneously, a mysterious figure clad in a long robe and had pushed through the crowd, approaching the siblings Jiang Xian and Jiang Yao. "Mother," they both called out in unison. Wei Baiyun removed her hood, revealing a dignified and exquisite visage. Her noble bearing was strikingly different from the other women of the tribe. Her skin shimmered like that of a youthful maiden, and though she was nearly 40, the passage of time had left few traces upon her features, making her appear as if she were still in her 20s. The Wei family was one of the 4 prominent clans in the capital, Feishua City. Once a miss of the Wei family, Wei Baiyun had made headlines when she married Jiang Hanfeng, thus being disowned by her family. "Mother, can we take Sister Qinghong with us?" Jiang Yao tugged at her mother's sleeve. Wei Baiyun gazed at her daughter, gently stroking her hair, but remained silent. "Mother, you are a congenital powerhouse. Is it truly impossible?" Jiang Yao, sensing her mother's reluctance, blinked back tears. "If I can take Qinghong, must I also take your sister Yue?" Wei Baiyun replied, her eyes sweeping across the crowd. "And what are your sisters Fenglan, Pan Xue, Qianhe, Qiaolian, and the others, Ru Xiang, Zhiyun, Nianqing, Inglian? With so many, who do I leave behind, and who do I take with me?" As she spoke, her gaze lingered on the beautiful figures within the throng, a flicker of pain passing through her eyes. These lovely girls of the tribe had grown up under her watch. When she had first arrived, they had been mere children. Now they were blossoming young women. Wei Baiyun understood the harsh fate that awaited them. Yet, for her, her own children were of utmost importance. Even as a congenital powerhouse, managing to escape with 1 son and 1 daughter from the clutches of the Shinda clan was already a formidable challenge. Taking anyone else was simply unfeasible. Jiang Xian, listening to his mother's lament, surveyed the crowd alongside her. In his gaze, something seemed to pulse with life. These elder sisters had always treated him with kindness. Sister Pangshu's steamed buns were exquisite. Qianhe was vivacious and loved to tell risque jokes. Ru Xiang and Jiun were skilled seamstresses. His mother, having married into the city's elite, possessed remarkable talent in cultivation but had no knowledge of needlework over the years. It was they who had sewn the clothes for him and his sister. Sister Inglian managed the tribe's medicinal garden, and every time he sustained an injury during training, he sought her for remedies, who had discreetly helped him conceal his training-related injuries from their mother. Jiang Xian cast his gaze upon each one. These sisters, younger siblings, and aunts within the tribe each evoked a cherished memory. Regarding the notion of escape, Jiang Xian had harbored his own thoughts. He yearned to cease hiding his strength, even if it meant contravening the pact he had made with the venerable Qi Shi. "Mother," Jiang Xian suddenly spoke, "you once said that if father were still here, would he wish for me to flee like a coward or to confront the world like a man?" "You are not a coward." Wei Baiyun abruptly turned, interrupting her son. "You are still just a child. This is not your burden to bear." She wished to prevent her son from recklessly throwing away his life. His talents were mediocre, and he was merely at the channeling realm. Any innate powerhouse could easily take his life. Meanwhile, the fifth elder, Jiang Jingsheng, who had already ascended the arena, removed an ancient black jade ring from the right hand of the deceased second elder. This ring, a symbol of the chieftain's status, had been a treasured heirloom of the Jiang clan for millennia. Since the old chieftain had perished in battle 2 years prior, the second elder had been acting as the chieftain, and now, this ring rightfully passed to the last man of the Jiang clan, the fifth elder, Jiang Jingsheng. With grave solemnity, the fifth elder adorned himself with the ring, casting a cold gaze towards Shun Tujuan. "Fifth elder, kill him. Fifth elder, avenge the second elder." The women cried out fervently for Jiang Jingsheng. Filled with spirit, many were warriors of the clan, yet bound by the laws of the great Qian dynasty, they were deemed unqualified to participate in battles of life and death. The rules for such battles were decreed by the Qian emperor himself, having been upheld for millennia across this land. As one of the oldest beings in a realm spanning billions of miles, the Qian emperor transcended even deities and demons. No one could alter the rules he established. "Jiang Jingsheng, do you even qualify as a man?" Shun Tujuan sneered. Despite being inferior in strength, his gaze towards Jiang Jingsheng was rife with disdain. Indeed, I am no man." A shocking turn of events unfolded. The cold demeanor on Jiang Jingsheng's face vanished, replaced by a sycophantic smile. "You are right, Lord Yong. Compared to you, I, Jiang Jingsheng, do not merit the title of man. I now represent the entire Jiang clan in pledging allegiance to your Shun Tu clan." As he spoke, Jiang Jingsheng turned to face the northern observation platform. The platform was exquisitely constructed, featuring only a single chair upon which sat a black-armored general in his 40s, observing the arena with an air of indifference. "Lord Inspector, for today's 10th life and death battle, I shall not fight. I concede," Jiang Jingsheng said with utmost respect. The inspector was a special envoy of the dynasty overseeing tribal matters, typically comprised of terrifying beings transcending the innate realm. A single one possessed the power to annihilate an entire clan. The inspector, Lei Hong, responded with a nonchalant grunt. He was not surprised by this outcome. The Jiang clan had no chance of victory. Having presided over numerous life and death battles among clans, Lei Hong was accustomed to such betrayals. A profound silence enveloped the training grounds. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All members of the Jiang clan stared in disbelief at Jiang Jingsheng. He had actually conceded. He had been bought off. "Ha ha ha. What did I say? You Jiang clan lack courage. Ha ha ha." Shun Tujuan laughed uncontrollably upon seeing Jiang Jingsheng concede as agreed, feeling utterly relieved. "This is bad." Wei Baiyun's expression changed dramatically amidst the crowd. Jiang Jingsheng's betrayal and immediate concession in the 10th life and death battle meant that no one from the Jiang clan would fight, directly leading to their defeat. Today, the Jiang clan would be annexed by the Shun Tu clan. The entire clan would be enslaved. This disrupted Wei Baiyun's plan to escape with her children. What once could have been delayed for a month was now rendered impossible. Her original plan was to seek an opportunity to flee with her children in half a month. Now, that opportunity had vanished. "Let us depart at once. Quickly." Wei Baiyun urged her son and daughter in a hushed tone. "Wei Baiyun, do you think you can escape?" Jiang Jingsheng suddenly turned, his gaze fixed intently on Wei Baiyun amidst the crowd. "I have been watching you for quite some time." His betrayal was utterly complete, and as he spoke, he glanced at Shinda Yong, a smile spreading across his face. "My Lord Yong, that woman is none other than the wife of Jiang Hanfeng, hailing from the prestigious Wei family. However, she has been disowned by them. so you need not hesitate to enjoy. A daughter of a prominent family? Shin Tae-yong scrutinized Wei Baiyun with an insidious gaze, his eyes glinting with desire. I've heard you possess innate abilities. I have yet to savor the delights of a lady from a noble family, let alone one who is a rare, innate female cultivator. Ha ha ha. Wei Baiyun gritted her teeth, her face as pale as death, her eyes ablaze with fury. Ah, those must be your son and daughter beside you. They bear a striking resemblance. Shin Tae-yong's gaze swept over them, his eyes brightening further. Especially your daughter, she is indeed a beauty, a true gem molded in your likeness. TSK, TSK, TSK. It has been a while since I've had the pleasure of such, you wretched scoundrel. A sharp reprimand interrupted Shin Tae-yong's vile words. A figure erupted from the crowd with ferocity, leaping several feet directly onto the arena, exuding an impressive and fierce presence. The sudden turn of events startled both Shin Tae-yong and Jiang Jingsheng, causing them to instinctively retreat a few steps. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, both men chuckled. It was merely a half-grown boy, enraged and powerless at the sight of his mother and sister being verbally assaulted. It's Jiang Hanfeng's worthless son. Chapter 2. Desire to be a hero? Fulfill yourself, brave sir. He is Jiang Xian, the son of Jiang Hanfeng, and he is 15 years old this year. Jiang Jingsheng promptly introduced him to Shin Tae-yong. I am aware, Shin Tae-yong nodded. As the only son of the Jiang clan's foremost warrior, Jiang Xian has been under scrutiny since birth, his reputation preceding him. In his early years, he was celebrated as a prodigy, but such acclaim was short-lived, lasting merely 3 years. At the age of 5, he successfully harnessed qi, earning the praise, a tiger's son does not produce a dog. By 6, he was lauded for lifting a 300-pound bronze cauldron, heralded as possessing innate divine strength. At 7, he mastered the first 3 forms of the chasing wind blade, deemed a once-in-a-century talent of the Jiang clan, with abilities even surpassing those of his father, Jiang Hanfeng. The chasing wind blade is the premier swordsmanship of the Jiang clan, ranking among the top 3 martial arts of the 10 tribes of Blackpool Mountain, with a lineage spanning over a millennium. This technique comprises 9 forms, each completed form exponentially augmenting its power, rendering it formidable. Jiang Hanfeng, the clan's foremost warrior, mastered the first form at 6, the third by 8, and reached the 6th form by the age of 20. By the time he mysteriously vanished over 3 years ago, he had perfected 8 forms, standing as an almost invincible presence within the innate realm. In contrast, Jiang Xian mastered the first 3 forms at 7, surpassing his father by a year, his remarkable talent even reaching the ears of Feishua City. Consequently, the Shinta clan had deliberated with the Jiang clan regarding a betrothal between Jiang Xian and Shin Tae-yu, the daughter of the Shinta clan leader, with intermarriage briefly considered. However, it was utterly unforeseen that Jiang Xian's cultivation speed would plummet thereafter, transforming the once promising genius into mediocrity, a trajectory that persisted until today. Your father, Jiang Hanfeng, is a warrior worthy of admiration. He is the sole man of your Jiang clan, boomed Shin Tae-yong, his robust frame towering over the diminutive Jiang Xian, grinning as he continued. As for you, I am at a loss as to how your father could produce such a worthless offspring. I have heard that your early pursuit of rapid cultivation damaged your foundation, reducing you to this mediocrity. I suspect it is merely an excuse. Your father is a paragon of your clan, and your mother hails from a prominent family in the city, blessed with exceptional talent. How could you emerge devoid of merit? Could it be? Shin Tae-yong's eyes glimmered mischievously as he chuckled. You are not your father's true progeny, are you? Perhaps you are the illegitimate child of your mother and another man? Ha ha. Brothers, what say you? With a triumphant air, Shin Tae-yong declared, so that is the case. The laughter erupted from the dozens of Shinta warriors gathered below the arena, all echoing his derision. Shin Tae-yong ranked among the top 10 innate warriors of the Shinto clan, wielding considerable influence. His companions, mostly of the acquired realm, with a few innate warriors among them, were his sworn brothers. Amidst the crowd, Wei Baiyun's complexion paled and then flushed crimson, her rage teetering on the brink of eruption. Such humiliation felt more grievous than murder. The crux of her torment was the inability to clear her name, as her son indeed exhibited mediocrity in talent. Wei Baiyun was on the verge of drawing her sword, yet a middle-aged woman beside her restrained her, reminding her that personal duels were forbidden during the tribe's life and death battle. Should she act impulsively, the imperial law dictated a death sentence. The inspector of the main city was perched on a northern platform, coldly observing the unfolding events. Ha ha. Shin Tu-yong continued to laugh heartily. Damn it! Jiang Xian glared at Shin Tu-yong, then turned his gaze to the northern platform, cupping his fists and bowing respectfully. Inspector, I, Jiang Xian of the Jiang clan, request to enter the battle. Enter the battle? Is he mad? At 15, he was still underage, not yet 16. The warriors of the Shintu clan murmured among themselves, while the women of the Jiang clan gasped in disbelief. Thinking Jiang Xian had rushed to the arena in a moment of impulsive wrath after witnessing the humiliation of his mother and sister. Was he truly intending to fight? Was he not merely 15? To the south of the arena, Shintu Yin, a fellow innate expert, wore an amused expression. Jiang Hafeng had been stunning, suppressing us all before his disappearance, and no tribe dared to challenge his brilliance. How could his only son be so reckless, with mediocre talent and an impulsive nature? It was truly laughable. Could it be that a Yang's words held truth? That Wei Baiyun had indeed borne a son with another man? Shintu Maosher, also an innate expert, chuckled ominously. Who knows? Shintu Yin shrugged, his tone casual, as the fate of the tribe's life and death battle was already sealed. Jiang Xian, are you not going to get down? What chaos are you attempting to stir? You, a mere boy still lacking maturity, dare to represent the Jiang clan in battle? The fifth elder, Jiang Jingsheng, scolded Jiang Xian, anxiety creeping into his heart. Though Jiang Xian was too young, he feared that the inspector might grant special permission, jeopardizing his promise to the Shintu clan. The authority of the main city inspector was immense, a figure whose word was akin to a binding oath for the tribes. Not worthy? And you, a traitor, are? Jiang Xian shot a piercing glance at Jiang Jingsheng, whose surprise was palpable. How could a mere post-heaven practitioner possess such an imposing demeanor? The post-heaven realms included Qi induction, body tempering, meridian opening, and Dan Yuan. Jiang Xian had yet to fully cultivate even the post-heaven realm, while Jiang Jingsheng was an innate expert. Do you comprehend the consequences of disrupting the tribe's life and death battle? Shintu Yong admonished Jiang Xian, a waste like you. If I were to strike, others would accuse me of bullying the weak. Killing you would only tarnish my hands. Now get down. Shintu Yong was evidently also concerned that the inspector might grant special permission. This was not merely a matter of winning or losing. In this 10th match, if no one fought, the Jiang clan would be declared the loser by the inspector due to lack of representation. The entire clan would be at the mercy of the Shintu clan, losing all their assets and populace. However, if the 10th match were to proceed today, regardless of the outcome, it would be fulfilled. Today was the 9th of July, the last day of a 3-day series of life and death battles held each month. The next life and death battle would not occur until the morning of August 7th, a month later. Thus, if the inspector consented to Jiang Xian fighting in the 10th match, even if he were to suffer greatly, the entire Jiang clan would gain an extension of 1 month. This past month has been of utmost significance. It is not only Wei Baiyun who harbors plans to flee with her children. Many female warriors of the clan share similar intentions. However, these plans were abruptly disrupted by the sudden betrayal of the fifth elder. Xiaoxian. Wei Baiyun clutched her daughter with one hand while covering her mouth with the other, tears cascading down her cheeks. She recalled her son's earlier words, and in that moment, she understood. Her son was willing to sacrifice his life to buy time for himself and his sister to escape. He was also fighting for the survival of all the women in their clan. As the son of Jiang Hanfeng, the mightiest warrior of the Jiang tribe, he would rather perish in the arena than be branded a coward. Wei Baiyun felt an immense pain in her heart, yet she also swelled with pride for her son. His choice was beyond her power to alter. He was a warrior, a true man. Xian Didi, Jiang Qihong, gripping her concealed dagger behind her back, gazed blankly at the arena, tears silently sliding down her exquisite cheeks. For her younger brother, whom she had always perceived as merely more composed than his peers, she now recognized his profound bravery. Jiang Qinghong was not only stunningly beautiful, but also possessed extraordinary talent and cultivation. Despite being a girl and receiving scant resources, she had already become a formidable master at the postnatal Dan Yuan stage. Xiaoxian was indeed a real man. He could have survived. If only he had endured a little longer. He was still under 16. Even in the worst-case scenario, he would merely have to adopt the surname Shintu, yet he chose. He was a hero. If only he could survive. The women understood what Jiang Xian intended to do, many shedding tears for him. Who would have imagined that? At the brink of survival for the Jiang tribe, it would be a mere child who stood up to prolong the clan's existence? Is Brother Xian going to die? A 5-year-old girl asked innocently, observing her mother, aunt, and cousins weeping around her. Her mother quickly covered her daughter's mouth, urging her to remain silent. You 15? The inspector Lei Hong finally spoke, his expression grave and commanding. Yes, my lord, Jiang Xian replied, bowing respectfully. My lord, Shen Tuyong hurriedly interjected. This boy has come to cause chaos. He is still underage and unqualified to participate in the clan's life and death battle. The Jiang tribe has no one left to fight. We have utterly defeated them. Please, my lord, render a fair judgment. My lord, inspector. Jiang Xian continued addressing the northern high platform. To my knowledge, the age of adulthood as per the laws of the Great Xia dynasty is 15. The notion of 16 being the age of maturity is merely a tradition of our heightened mountain region, is it not? Lei Hong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that amidst such a primitive and backward tribe, there would be someone who meticulously studied the legal statutes of the Great Qian dynasty. The territory of the Great Qian dynasty spanned billions of miles. While this figure may be an exaggeration, the actual size was beyond the comprehension of someone at Lei Hong's level. It would be a challenge for even the most exalted deities to traverse the entirety of the Great Qian territory within a lifetime. Heightened Mountain, being remote, could indeed be said to be billions of miles away from the Great Qian capital without exaggeration. Such an expansive territory, like the grand city of Feishua, boasts at least over 1 million cities. Beneath Feishua, there exist numerous prefectures, counties, and a vast multitude of autonomous tribal domains and noble estates. The realm governed is so immense that achieving uniformity in certain matters becomes exceedingly difficult. For instance, what age constitutes adulthood? The tribes and clans across the land are as numerous as the stars, with dialects differing even within 10 miles, let alone over vast distances. Each region possesses its own customs, traditions, and beliefs. Some tribes consider individuals to be adults at 16 years of age, while others may arrange marriages at 14. There are tribes that require one to slay a beast at 18 to be deemed an adult. In the vicinity of Heightened Mountain, the consensus is that adulthood is reached at 16, a standard upheld even within Feishue. The imperial laws, in this regard, choose to respect local traditions and customs without imposition. However, if one were to be precise, the official age of adulthood established by the Deqian dynasty is indeed 15. Some matters are better left unspoken. But if brought to light, the conflict between tribal traditions and imperial law necessitates adherence to the latter for Lei Hong. You are permitted to engage in battle. Lei Hong spoke succinctly. A moment later, the arena was cleared, the body of the second elder removed, and the fifth elder leaped down to stand alongside the warriors of the Shinta tribe. On the stage, Shen Tuyong wore a grim expression as he gazed at Jiang Xian. He had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. The concept of adulthood at 15 was foreign to him. Yet he dared not question the words of the inspector Lei Hong. Boy, since you earnestly seek death, do not blame me for taking advantage of your youth. Rest assured, after your demise, I will take great care of your mother and sister, Shen Tuyong declared, lifting his blade and licking his lips, ready to execute Jiang Xian swiftly. Since you aspire to be a hero, I shall grant you that. Below, Shen Tuyin and Shen Tumaoshi were both incensed, as Jiang Xian's interference had prolonged this affair by a month. Kill him quickly, no more nonsense, Shen Tuyin urged impatiently. Wei Baiyun covered her daughter's eyes and turned her own head away, tears streaming down her face as she could not bear to witness the impending scene. Chapter 3. Half Step to Innate. A fierce kill, though I have steadfastly adhered to the agreement with the elder Qishur, never revealing my true strength in public. It is essential to acknowledge that I am not a genuine innate, while Shen Tuyong ranks among the top 10 formidable warriors of the Shinta clan. With my blade in hand, I fix my gaze upon Shen Tuyong, fortunate that his injuries render him considerably slower than usual. If I can exacerbate his condition, an opportunity to vanquish him may arise. I must catch him off guard. Let it begin, intoned the indifferent voice of the inspector, Lei Hong. Boom. I surge forward, dragging my blade. The first form of the chasing wind blade is the dragging blade technique. Too slow, far too slow. With such meager skills, you dare to flaunt your heroics? Shen Tuyong's foot trembled, propelling him forward with a speed that belied his injuries. He abandoned any intricate footwork, leaping at me like a fierce beast, his blade descending toward me with tremendous force. The momentum was overwhelming, fierce, and unyielding. Though gravely wounded, Shen Tuyong remained an innate warrior, and in the stillness and motion of a single moment, he summoned immense power, akin to a roaring tide. In the blink of an eye, the blade's radiance threatened to engulf me. At that instant, however, Shen Tuyong suddenly startled, eyes widening in alarm as he hastily withdrew his blade. Yet, his injuries hindered a smooth retreat, causing him to stumble in his haste. Be cautious. Shinta Yin and Shinta Mao sure sensed the shift. This aura. Innate? No, that cannot be. He possesses no innate body. Yet the presence is undeniably innate. A half-step to innate? Oh, Inspector Lei Hong's interest peaked. Previously bored by the unfolding events, the tribal conflict appeared primitive and regressive to him. The brutality between clans, the lamentable fates of tribal women, the cycle of life and death, had failed to stir any emotion within him. The 3 years of life and death battles between the tribes seemed to him utterly trivial and mundane. Yet, the situation now seemed to take a fascinating turn. A 15-year-old half-step to innate, even I could not perceive it. How could a mere clan possess such remarkable skill in concealing their aura? Lei Hong scrutinized me with a newfound intensity. The half-step to innate represents a unique realm. The innate level is characterized by the innate body and innate spiritual power. The half-step to innate indicates that a cultivator's primordial energy has entirely transformed into innate spiritual power. Yet their body remains in the postnatal realm, not having attained the innate body. Such a phenomenon only arises from the cultivation of special techniques. My blade's ferocity surged. With relentless vigor, I struck repeatedly at Shinta Yang, advancing step by step. Unforeseen, Shinta Yang, taken aback by the sudden emergence of my innate aura, began to retreat. His steps faltering, unable to regain his footing. He could only meet my strikes head-on, as I pressed my advantage with overwhelming speed, leaving him no opportunity to adjust his defense. The innate spiritual power surged within me like a tempest, straining my meridians to the point of damage. This lad's blade technique is ferociously potent. A half-step to innate shouldn't he possess such might. He is recklessly expending innate spiritual power. Shinta Mao sure discerned the peril. This is bad. The young man sought to seize the opportunity presented by A Young's grievous injuries to strike him down. Shinta Yan's countenance shifted dramatically. Clang, 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 clang. The blades clashed. Sparks flew. Jiang Xian executed another diagonal slash, eschewing any formal techniques. Instead, he pursued unparalleled swiftness, channeling the utmost innate spiritual energy in every fleeting moment, delivering this strike with maximum force. Clang, clang. Shinta Yang retreated 6 steps in succession, parrying Jiang Xian's 6 strikes. Despite surpassing Jiang Xian in realm, agility, and blade techniques, the sudden ferocity of the assault left him unable to adjust, and his already grievous injuries worsened with each blow. The 7th strike. Clang, buzz, Shinta Yang's weapon slipped from his grasp, the blade's light gliding across his body. With a sickening squelch, a sizable head, bearing an expression of disbelief, soared into the air. Jiang Xian leapt, grasping the hair of the severed head, landing while facing north. Thud. Shinta Yang's headless corpse collapsed upon the arena. On the 9th day of the 7th month, during the final battle of life and death between the Jiang clan and the Shinta clan, 15-year-old Jiang Xian had slain one of the Shinta clan's 10 strongest, Shinta Yang. My lord, I have triumphed, Jiang Xian declared, raising the severed head towards Lei Hong, clad in black armor atop the northern platform. Lei Hong nodded, rising to announce. Today as 10 life and death battles conclude, your clan shall compete again next month. The training ground fell into a profound silence. Moments later, a chorus of discussions erupted, with the women of the Jiang clan overjoyed, weeping tears of exhilaration, some embracing each other in celebration. Wei Baiyun gazed at her son in disbelief, then broke into laughter, wiping away tears. Brother has won. Brother has won. Jiang Yao exclaimed, clapping her hands, her palms reddened from the fervor. He has slain Shinta Yang. A beautiful, robust, middle-aged female warrior exclaimed in delight, while her 8 or 9-year-old son looked up at Xin Gu on the platform with wide, adoring eyes. 15 years old. Truly the son of Han Feng, cried the venerable matriarch, tears streaming down her aged face, her cane striking the ground with vigor. My heavens! He has won. A half-step innate, at just 15. The women of the Jiang clan buzzed excitedly, fully aware of the significance of a half-step innate at such a tender age. This rare threshold indicated that Jiang Xian's ascension to innate prowess was merely a matter of time. His father, Jiang Hanfeng, had broken through to innate at 18, without ever experiencing the half-step innate stage. According to legend, half-step innate cultivators naturally cultivate their bodies with spiritual energy, and within 2 years, their bodies will transform into true innate beings. Jiang Xian might become innate by 17, or even 16. This would shatter the record set by his father. A prodigy of the Jiang clan, born once a century, he was truly deserving of the title. Meanwhile, over 50 warriors of the Shinta clan stood in stunned silence. Half-step innate. This boy cannot be allowed to live. He has truly killed A Yong. Shin Tian gazed at the stage in astonishment, unable to recover from the shock. At merely 34 years of age, A Yong had already ascended to one of the top 10 warriors within the clan. As the youngest brother of the clan leader, he was being groomed for the next clan chief, having fought valiantly in 9 matches, positioning him as the pivotal figure in the impending life and death battle. Yet, he had been slain. Elder Jiang Jingsheng had been corrupted a fortnight prior, and the 10th match, which he should not have been part of, was evidently a setup. We must change the participants. Shin Tu-yin suddenly cried out in anguish and fury. At 44, he was the leader among the Shinta clan present, his strength surpassing that of Shin Tu-yong, ranking within the top 3 of the clan. Wretched scoundrel, concealing your true abilities, taking advantage of our warrior's grave injuries to launch a surprise attack. What kind of skill is that? Shin Tu Maoshi thundered. In a month's time, our warriors shall rend your flesh to pieces. You, mere half-step innate fighters, are no match for our numerous innate warriors. Any one of them could easily dispatch you. I shall see what you wield then to defend yourself. Indeed, we shall see you torn to shreds. Prepare for your demise, for our clan leader, Shinta Lai, will personally seek vengeance. The warriors of the Shintu clan echoed in fervent agreement. With the death of Shinta Yong, his elder brother, Shinta Lai, was likely to take action next month. Renowned as a rare gun practitioner of Heighten Mountain, Shinta Lai had mastered his marksmanship in his youth, challenging peers across various clans without encountering defeat until Jiang Hanfeng returned from his travels, narrowly besting him. With Jiang Xian turning to face the Shinta clan, he bestowed upon them a disdainful smirk. He then raised a hand and kicked. Here is your dog's head back. Thud. Jiang Xian sent Shinta Yong's severed head flying towards the Shinta clan, where Shinta Yin caught it, blood splattering across his face. With his eyes wide in rage, Shinta Yin glared at Jiang Xian, veins bulging on his forehead, throbbing ominously. Though seething with fury, Shinta Yin felt powerless. During the clan's life and death battle, personal combat was strictly forbidden. Previously, Shinta Yong had insulted Wei Baiyun, who, despite being stronger than Shinta Yong, could not retaliate. Now, Jiang Xian's humiliating display left the Shinta clan members with no recourse but to grimace in silence. Shinta Yin recognized the urgency of the matter at hand. It was not the time for verbal sparring. You must go find the clan leader immediately. Ride my beast. He instructed a clan member rapidly. Inform him of the situation. It has changed. Urge him to delay any actions until I have notified him before sunset, or there will be dire consequences. Shinta Yin turned to a young clansman named Shinta Min, who received the order and departed swiftly. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian settled his tumultuous spiritual energy in the arena. At the tender age of 12, I stepped into the realm of semi-primal instinct. By virtue of a pact with the venerable elder Qi Shi, I have concealed my true capabilities. My body has been nourished by primordial spiritual energy for 3 years, although I have not yet attained the status of true primal. The totality of my spiritual energy has increased by no less than 20-fold. Jiang Xian mused that should I break through, even if I were merely at the inception of the primal stage, I could contend with Shinta Yong, who is in the later stages of primal and in his prime. He may not even be my match. The techniques imparted by Elder Qi Shi are indeed formidable, incomparable to those of my clan. Once I resolve matters here, I shall seek the Elder's guidance on the path to break through. With my breath steady, Jiang Xian leaped down from the northern side of the arena, striding directly towards the Shinta clan members. Yet, his gaze was not upon the faces of the Shintu but fixed intently on the 5th elder, Jiang Jingsheng, who stood among them. Suddenly, several figures sprang forth from the periphery of the arena, all women of the Jiang clan, each possessing primal prowess. They represented the last vestiges of primal combatants from the Jiang lineage, but were ineligible to partake in the clan's life and death contest. The mightiest among them, Wei Baiyun, also leaped to Jiang Xian's side, sword drawn, her eyes locked on Jiang Jingsheng. Panic flickered across Jiang Jingsheng's face as he cast a pleading glance toward the few primal strongholds of the Shinta present. Shin Tu-yin stepped forward, positioning himself protectively before Jiang Jingsheng. Other primal members of the Shintu quickly surrounded him, shielding him in their midst. To the Jiang clan, Jiang Jingsheng was a traitor. To the Shintu, he was a pragmatist, one who understood the tides of allegiance and could not be disheartened. He has voluntarily surrendered. He is now a member of our Shintu clan. Do you dare to strike? Shinta Yin declared. While his allegiance was his own affair, he could not take anything from the Jiang clan, especially the ring that signified the chieftain's status, an heirloom of over 1,000 years. emblematic of the chieftain's authority and a token to command the 47 tribes of the 100 Ridge lands. Jiang Xian extended his hand, demanding the black jade ring be surrendered. An increasing number of Jiang clan members encircled them, brandishing their weapons. The inspector, Lei Hong, who was about to depart, turned, his brow furrowed at the unfolding scene. Sensing the growing tension, Shen Tuyen quickly signaled Jiang Jingsheng to comply. I will yield, I never said I wouldn't. Jiang Jingsheng hastily removed the black jade ring and handed it over. Meanwhile, Shen Tumen rode forth on a beast of burden, departing the Jiang clan's earthen stronghold, heading southwest. The beast, with its blood-red fur and striking appearance, possessed 6 eyes and a single horn upon its forehead. This creature, a third-tier demon beast known as the Scarlet-Maned Shadow Beast, could traverse 3,000 miles a day. In the bustling metropolis of Feishua City, such a creature could command a fortune, equivalent to a grand estate. Even within the powerful Shinta clan, such beasts were scarce, and not even the chieftain's own brother, Shinta Yong, was deemed worthy of one. Faster! Faster! Shinta Min urged, cracking the whip repeatedly. We must arrive before nightfall. Otherwise, grave consequences await. Shinta Min once again cracked the whip with force, his heart growing increasingly anxious. He understood the gravity of his mission to deliver news. Jiang Xian's victory in the final battle today seemed merely to extend the Jiang clan's survival by a month, but its implications stretched far beyond that, as it jeopardized the grand plans originally set by the Shinta clan. As a core member of the Shinta tribe, he was acutely aware of the true reasons behind the Jiang clan's sudden declaration of war. It was imperative that he urged the chieftain to cease hostilities at once. Time swiftly passed, and soon dusk fell. 300 miles southwest of the Jiang clan's earthen city lay the old Bullhead Ridge, still within the Jiang clan's territory, where the loyal Jimmu tribe resided. Riding his steed, Shen Tumen entered Old Bullhead Ridge, skillfully evading the patrols of the Jimmu tribe, and after a brief while, he approached a secluded valley. This valley was desolate, with scant vegetation and barren landscapes, devoid of wildlife, and the Jimmu tribe would not venture here, rendering it nearly deserted. Look, someone is approaching. A long-faced man, stationed beside a boulder on the cliff, noticed the newcomer and quickly readied his bow, aiming it with vigilance. The chieftain had issued a decree. Any strangers approaching would be met with lethal force. It's a Min, one of our own, the scar-faced man reminded him. Isn't he riding Uncle Yan's mount? Why the haste? Has something happened? The long-faced man questioned, lowering his bow in confusion. What could have happened? He must be bringing news of victory, the scar-faced man replied with a light-hearted chuckle. In the valley, which should have been deserted, a bustling scene unfolded. Within the valley, a cavern entrance, several yards in diameter, was situated against a towering rock wall, where debris was continuously being extracted. The Shinto clansmen appeared to be excavating something on the Jiang clan's territory. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as Shen Tumen burst into the valley. Quick! Take me to see the chieftain, he exclaimed eagerly upon seeing the others. The busy Shinto tribesmen all halted at once. A Min, one of the scar-faced men, who had been directing the efforts, rejoiced at Shen Tumen's arrival. A Yong has taken action personally. The Jiang clan has been utterly defeated, hasn't it? Ha. The Jiang clan, obstinate as ever, squandered their chance to submit and resisted for 3 years, only to be annihilated by us before they grasped the might of the Shinto tribe. It has been 3 years, mused a tall, lean man clad in animal skins. Our tribe has lost many brave warriors in battle, but at last, we have triumphed. Let us celebrate for 3 days and nights. The Jiang clan is renowned for its beauty, exclaimed a sharp-faced man, setting down a stone with a lewd grin, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Every young woman is a beauty. We must enjoy ourselves thoroughly. Humph. The Jiang clan has repeatedly tarnished our Shinto tribe's reputation over the past 3 years, accusing us of betrayal. They dare to mention the marriage between Jiang Hanfeng's son and our Missio? Ha. Their patriarch is missing, yet the Jiang clan thinks that Jiang Xian, that useless one, can marry our Missio? Wishing to conclude this life and death struggle, does Jiang Xian even deserve such a consideration? Not to mention him. He has already become a slave of our Shinto clan. It was only at the age of 15 that he managed to open his meridians, and he can barely serve as a sparring partner for the youth of our tribe. The tall, lean man called out to Shen Tumen, a Min, do hasten to speak. How did a Yong achieve such formidable prowess in battle? Chapter 4, Jiang Xian? How could that be possible? Within the cavern, the elongated passage was bustling with activity. Figures scurried about, excavating holes and stuffing them with explosive firebombs. Crates upon crates of these firebombs were continuously transported into the cavern, their sheer quantity sufficient to obliterate the entire valley. At the deepest part of the cavern, before a luminous green stone wall radiating a potent aura, stood a man and a woman. "My daughter, do you know what this is?" Shinto Lai inquired, his grip firm on his black spear, while gesturing towards the stone wall with a hint of excitement in his voice. The green stone wall, glistening like jade and transparent as crystal, was interspersed with small red crystals, each roughly the size of a fingernail. Within every cubic zhang of the green crystal, there were approximately 20 or so red crystals. This is a melting crystal mine. The red ones are melting crystals, a highly prized material for crafting. Each tiny fragment within holds a value exceeding 1,000 taels of gold. 15-year-old Shinto Yu, with her fair skin and extensive knowledge acquired from a lifetime of reading, understood that the green crystals enveloping the melting crystals were a companion mineral known as iron jade crystal, equally valuable as silver. "And do you comprehend what it signifies for our clan if we were to acquire these?" Shinto Lai pressed on. "If our clan were to obtain these, it would signify." Shinto Yu hesitated, her elegant face flushing with excitement. The majority of the melting crystal mines lay buried deep underground, with only a fraction exposed at the surface. The other visible melting crystal mine was located over 10 miles away at Jinji Ridge. If these two deposits were interconnected, it would imply that this melting crystal mine extended underground for over 10 miles. The value of this mine would surpass the combined assets of the 10 clans of Highton Mountain, including territories, trade caravans, vassal tribes, and mines, multiplied tenfold and beyond. Instinctively clenching her fists, Shinto Yu felt her breath quicken with exhilaration. "Once this mine belongs to our tribe, Father, you will not only restore the glory of our ancestors from 1,000 years ago, but also advance further to secure the rights to establish a city, creating a true stronghold within our territory. You shall become the city lord. We, the Shinto clan, will rise from a tribe to nobility." "Indeed, to build a city and ascend to nobility." Shinto Lai nodded emphatically. "At that time, the Shinto clan will no longer be threatened by other tribes but will be protected by the city's patrol forces. Noble territories will have the privilege to form their own armies, establish noble offices, and formulate tax laws. Moreover, tens of thousands of commoners and merchants will flock to the new city, and organizations like Skyward Pavilion and First Class Chamber established by deities will set up branches there." Both father and daughter were filled with enthusiasm. The survival conditions of tribal clans had always been harsh, plagued not only by intertribal conflicts but also by the threat of beast attacks. Powerful beasts possessed intelligence rivaling that of humans. They understood the concepts of benefit and harm, refraining from assaulting imperial cities or well-defended noble territories. Instead, they targeted the lands of tribal clans for their prey. Throughout history, every tribe among the 10 clans of Highton Mountain had experienced incursions by beasts that led to massacres within their earthen walls, with some instances resulting in casualties exceeding 50%. The wilderness was fraught with even more perilous encounters with these formidable creatures. The elevation of our city to nobility has long been the greatest aspiration of all the chieftains of the Highton Mountain tribes. It is indeed our destined fate as the Shinto clan. Shinto Lai reflected, 3.5 years ago, your second uncle pursued bandits into the territory of the Jiang clan and inadvertently discovered this crystal melting mine. The aura of the mine grows stronger with the passage of time. I initially thought the Jiang clan would eventually uncover it. Yet who would have imagined that Jiang Hafeng would suddenly vanish? Truly, the heavens are aiding our Shinto clan. Furthermore, that Jiang Xian, who was meant to be the one to revive the Jiang clan, lost his talent due to his impatience and cultivation. This is divine will. Upon hearing Jiang Xian's name, Shinto Yu's eyes flashed. The two clans had previously discussed her potential marriage to Jiang Xian, but now, a defeated clan's waste, he is clearly unworthy of her. Shinto Yu promptly cast Jiang Xian from her mind. Alas, her second uncle is no longer with us, Shinto Yu sighed. Indeed, he is gone, along with your third uncle. Your Li uncle, Qing uncle, and Wan Jun uncle. In these 3 years, half of our Shinto warriors have perished. Shinto Lai's eyes reddened as he spoke. Yet his voice rose in fervor. But all of this is worth it. We have triumphed in our war against the Jiang clan. Today, we shall claim everything, including this crystal melting mine. With this mine, the fate of our Shinto clan shall be irrevocably transformed. To construct a true city and ascend to nobility, what generations of Shinto leaders could not achieve, I, Shinto Lai, have accomplished. Shinto Lai declared, his hand caressing the verdant stone wall. The iron jade crystal felt warm to the touch. Unlike the icy coldness of rock, yet it was far more resilient. "Father, I have a suggestion." Shintu spoke. "Speak." "My daughter." Shintu Lai glanced at his daughter. "The newly constructed city shall be named Lai City. What do you think?" Shintu proposed. "Lai City?" Shintu Lai's eyes brightened, and he could not help but laugh heartily. "Ha ha ha. Splendid. Let it be named Lai City." His body trembled with excitement. At this moment, Shintu Lai was already regarded by some as the foremost warrior of Highton Mountain, invincible by nature. Should he achieve the great feat of leading the clan to nobility, he would undoubtedly be immortalized in history, celebrated through the ages. To name the soon-to-be-established noble city after himself would be a far greater legacy than inscribing his name on a stone tablet. Buzz. The verdant stone wall suddenly emitted a tremor of energy. It was already radiating a powerful aura, and after this tremor, the energy intensified further, even detectable by those outside the cave. "The aura has grown stronger," Shintu observed. "Within half a month, the aura of this crystal melting mine will be felt by people from miles away, and it can no longer be concealed." "It matters not." Shintu Lai chuckled in reflection. "We have already won, having seized all the territory of the Jiang clan. Everything within that land belongs to our Shintu clan. There is no need to wait another half-month. Today, at sunset, we shall blast this valley open. The iron jade crystal is incredibly hard and requires days of intense fire to extract. We need not hide it any longer." Shintu nodded. Once the first batch of crystals is extracted and their quality confirmed, the Tongtian Pavilion will likely send someone to discuss cooperation immediately. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. "Chieftain, chieftain." At the entrance of the cave, Shintu Min had inquired and confirmed that Shintu Lai was present, prompting him to rush over in a frenzy. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed as Shintu Lai, his skeletal fingers white-knuckled around a long spear, forcefully drove it into the ground. His countenance was ashen, and he barked. "What did you say? Repeat that." "Jiang Xian won the final match. Uncle Yong has been beheaded," the young Shintu Min replied, steeling himself. "The inspector said we shall fight again in a month." "Jiang Xian? How could that be?" "The son of Jiang Hanfeng. He killed my last brother. I intended to treat him with kindness. Yet he dares to rise against me. 15 years old. 15 years old." Shintu Lai's face contorted with fury. He suddenly whirled around, his black spear swiftly raised, and struck fiercely against the green stone wall. Yet, iron jade crystal was many times harder than rock, requiring special methods for extraction. Shintu Lai's furious strike merely chipped away a few small fragments from the green wall. Terrified, Shintu Min remained frozen, his head bowed. "You go inform the outside. The mining plan is cancelled," Shintu instructed Shintu Min calmly. "It cannot be detonated. This territory still belongs to the Jiang clan. If they discover such a mine exists within their domain, the Jiang clan would acquire unimaginable wealth, bringing catastrophic ruin upon the Shintu tribe." Shintu Min left, as if granted a reprieve. "Father, what shall we do now?" Shintu looked to his father. "I will kill him myself." Shintu Lai declared through gritted teeth, resolved to take matters into his own hands as the strongest of Highton Mountain, in the Jiang clan's earthen city. At the rear mountain, the sky darkened. In the depths of the dense forest, Jiang Xian leaned against a large stone, seated cross-legged on the ground, his heart directed skyward. Blood pooled at his feet. Jiang Xian coughed up blood once more. No matter how formidable a half-step innate warrior may be, slaying a true innate warrior is an arduous task. I was able to forcefully kill Shintu Yong due to the martial arts passed down by the Elder of the Wondrous Stone, and my reckless use of innate spiritual power. However, I am not yet an innate body. My meridians are severely damaged. Jiang Xian opened his eyes, wiped his mouth, and rose to his feet. His complexion had improved significantly since arriving at the rear mountain. His injuries were stabilizing. After the tribe's life and death battle concluded today, Jiang Xian had retreated to the rear mountain to heal in solitude, insisting that no one disturb him. He was the last man of the Jiang clan and had triumphed in the life and death contest, his reputation soaring from obscurity to the pinnacle within the clan. Even the clan leader's emblem, the black jade ring, which he had sought from Jiang Jingsheng, was now worn upon his hand. When he declared no disturbances, none dared to intrude. Wei Bai Jun had countless questions for her son, but could only suppress her concerns for the moment. Healing was paramount. "Elder of the Wondrous Stone, are you present?" Jiang Xian turned to the moss-covered boulder, which stood about half a man tall, tapering at the top and widening at the base, resembling a miniature mountain scaled down countless times. Such naturally shaped wondrous stones were not exceedingly rare in the tribal territory. After all, the mountains were littered with stones, and a few uniquely shaped ones could always be found. Yet, This particular stone was unlike the rest. This stone has stood for countless ages in the hills behind the earthen city of the Jiang clan. Grandfather Jiang Xian once recounted that this stone had been there since his childhood, its unique shape prompting inquiries. 8 years ago, at the tender age of 7, Jiang Xian endeavored to strengthen himself by lifting various heavy objects. One fateful day, he attempted to move this remarkable stone, only to have his palm lacerated, blood dripping onto the stone's surface. From that moment, an extraordinary bond was forged between him and the stone, one that only he could perceive. Initially, he was unaware of the nature of this connection, and the stone itself exhibited no change. Shortly thereafter, after practicing before the stone and speaking aloud, he was astonished to hear a response, a voice, ethereal and indecipherable as to gender. Now, 8 years later, Jiang Xian comprehends that this mountain's remarkable stone is, in fact, an ancient transmission stone, capable of facilitating communication with individuals far beyond the horizon. Elder Stone, are you there? Have you not yet returned? Jiang Xian continuously conversed with the stone, yearning for a reply. Meanwhile, billions of miles away in the heart of the Dacian dynasty lies Xinjing City, this grand metropolis. Sprawling over 100,000 miles with walls soaring to unimaginable heights, stands like a celestial palace, home to over 100 million souls. 8 mighty giant puppets guard the 4 city gates, each golden figure towering over the walls, resembling mountains, clad in heavy armor and wielding colossal axes. They could effortlessly vanquish any divine or demonic entity that dared approach. To these towering sentinels, the figures passing through the gates appear as mere specks of dust, akin to how mortals might gaze upon ants. Within Xinjing City, in the royal palace atop the clouds, lies the Xianlu Hall. The fish in the celestial pond are exotic breeds captured from the rifts of the world, while the slumbering brown lion dog at the window is the last of its kind, a world-ending divine beast. The hall is adorned with numerous exquisite artifacts, a screen carved from time crystals, the scepter of an otherworldly demon emperor, the crystalline skull of a world-ending beast, a small tree bearing star-like fruits, and a heavy, ancient broken blade resting upon shelves. In the corner stands a peculiar stone, as towering as a peak. Elder Stone, are you there? Have you not yet returned? The youthful voice echoed from within the stone, yet the violet-clad maid stationed by the hall's entrance appeared oblivious, remaining motionless. Suddenly, a figure materialized within the hall. How long has this little one been calling? The figure, adorned with a phoenix crown, seemed to transcend gender, her visage elusive, as if gazing into a distorted time. The more one attempted to discern her features, the more obscured they became. Your Majesty, he has been seeking you for an hour. The violet-clad maid respectfully reported, not daring to lift her gaze, for she is one of the oldest living beings on this earth, the supreme sovereign of this realm. She has become a symbolic representation, akin to the divine, reigning over the vast Qin dynasty for millennia. Her prolonged existence has rendered her visage, her name, and even her gender forgotten by the world. The populace merely refers to her as the Qian Emperor. An hour has passed, yet she remains steadfast. It seems the young one has encountered grave troubles. The Qian Emperor mused. By the way, did he mention how their tribe fared in today's life and death battle? No mention was made. The purple-clad maidservant lowered her head and spoke. Although she has been in the Qian Emperor's company for several millennia and is considered one of her closest confidants, she still dares not meet the Qian Emperor's gaze. The Emperor's authority is imbued with the fortune of the entire dynasty. It is likely that yet another 10 battles have ended in defeat. Her son and daughter must be preparing to flee together. The Qian Emperor approached the communication stone. Chapter 5. The Empress of Dongqian. This ancient voice transmission stone was unwittingly acquired by the Qian Emperor during a relic expedition 17,000 years ago. The term ancient refers to the period spanning 100,000 to 300,000 years ago. During that era, voice transmission stones were classified into grades, the highest grade. The seamless voice transmission stone was a treasure possessed solely by the most prestigious sects of antiquity. However, in contemporary times, such stones are not deemed particularly advanced, as the most elite voice transmission artifacts can now be rendered to minuscule sizes, such as a paper talisman or a jade tablet, capable of achieving effects comparable to those of the ancient seamless voice transmission stone. This artifact is part of the Qian Emperor's antique collection. Though the crafting techniques of the time were rudimentary, rarity bestows value, due to its unique form. The Qian Emperor displayed this ancient voice transmission stone in his palace as a decorative piece, akin to a miniature rockery. Typically, voice transmission stones are crafted in pairs, enabling mutual communication. The Qian Emperor possessed one, but finding its corresponding counterpart was nearly impossible. Such stones were intended for long-distance communication. With the other likely situated billions of miles away, its whereabouts uncertain, and given its ancient origin, it had probably long since perished. Thus, it remained merely a decorative item of some historical significance, unworthy of the Qian emperor's pursuit. He had never anticipated that one day this object would resonate. The third form of the wind-chasing blade is exceedingly difficult. I mastered the first form, the dragging blade style, in a month, perfected it in 3, and attained flawless execution in 6. The second form, the intercepting blade style, took me a year to master perfectly, yet the third form, the shattering blade style, has eluded my grasp for 7 months. 8 years ago, on that fateful day, the Qian emperor heard a youthful voice emanating from the ancient voice transmission stone. A little boy's voice, filled with innocence, became fainter as if he were about to depart. The Qian emperor called out to him through the stone. It was quite easy to draw words from the child, and soon he learned that the boy was named Jiang Xian, merely 7 years of age. A tribesman from the region of Blackpool Mountain, who idolized his father and admired a girl named Jiang Qinghong in the tribe, believing her to be the most beautiful. He was practicing a tribal blade technique known as the wind-chasing blade, among other matters. From that day forth, the Qian emperor frequently used the voice transmission stone to glean insights into the daily lives of distant tribes under his governance, occasionally offering casual guidance in the boy's training, merely to pass the time and find someone willing to converse with him normally. Even to this day, it remains so. Esteemed stone of wonder, have you not returned yet? Jiang Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, this time facing the voice transmission stone, appearing rather listless. I have returned, a calm voice resonated from the stone. Senior. Jiang Xian perked up, rising to his feet. Senior, I must first confess my error. I did not uphold our agreement. You acted? The Qian emperor surmised, though he was taken aback. Were there not the second elder, fifth elder, and others? Was that not enough to constitute 10 individuals? How did it come to be your turn to act? The fifth elder betrayed us, leaving one less, Jiang Xian replied. And thus, you took action? Did you challenge the innate? If I do not act now, no one will escape. Moreover, that's Shen Yong. Jiang Xian recounted the situation in detail and added, I am grateful to you, senior, for informing me a few days ago that the imperial law considers one an adult at the age of 15. Otherwise, I would not have qualified to ascend the arena. I simply wish to ascertain whether this young lad possesses the courage to strike, and you have indeed surprised me, said the Qian Wang. You are truly peculiar, senior. You were the one who imparted the technique to me, yet you also advised me against displaying it publicly. Now, you wish to see if I dare to make a move? Jiang Xian replied with a tone of resignation. The senior known as Qi Shi has always been enigmatic. For instance, Jiang Xian still does not know the elder's name, as the latter has steadfastly refused to disclose it, leaving Jiang Xian no choice but to refer to him as Qi Shi. As for the Heishuan Gong, the very technique that Qi Shi transmitted to him, if Jiang Xian's conjecture is correct, the name likely derives from the term black associated with heightened mountain, combined with Xian from his own name. This suggests that Qi Shi even refrains from revealing the true name of the technique he is taught. Jiang Xian keenly senses that Senior Qi Shi wishes to keep his true identity concealed, hence his reluctance. Senior, as a junior who has not yet attained innate abilities, I have regretfully employed the technique you bestowed upon me in public, but it was a necessity concerning the survival of my clan. I must humbly seek your forgiveness. Jiang Xian earnestly confessed. Although he knows nothing of Qi Shi's physical appearance or character, having only communicated through voice, Jiang Xian firmly believes that Qi Shi is an extraordinarily powerful and unparalleled master. This conviction stems from the casual guidance Qi Shi provided him initially. After their acquaintance 8 years ago, they often engaged in casual conversations. While Jiang Xian struggled to comprehend the third form of the chasing wind blade, one day during their discussion, Qi Shi offered a few casual pointers upon hearing Jiang Xian's musings about the sword technique. That very day, Jiang Xian grasped the third form. Subsequently, under Qi Shi's guidance, he mastered it in merely half a month, an accomplishment that took his father 2 years to achieve. From that moment onward, Jiang Xian harbored no doubts regarding Qi Shi's prowess. He began to seek Qi Shi's counsel on various cultivation challenges. Sometimes, Qi Shi would patiently guide him. Other times, he would encourage Jiang Xian to discover the answers on his own. Saying little, when Jiang Xian shared his own Jianclan technique with Qi Shi, he received a rather disheartening appraisal, as Qi Shi deemed it exceedingly poor, so much so that he expressed no interest in offering any further guidance. Thus, Jiang Xian implored Qi Shi to teach him a technique. At that moment, he merely approached it with a sense of trial, considering that they were not related by blood. To his surprise, Qi Shi acquiesced, albeit with certain conditions. These included frequent visits to the communication stone to converse with him, the necessity of secretive cultivation, temporarily setting aside other techniques, and refraining from publicly using the imparted technique until he reached innate proficiency. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Xian agreed. Despite his youth, he understood clearly that this was a significant opportunity he must seize. Thus, Jiang Xian relinquished the cultivation of the Jiang clan's techniques, as well as the wind-chasing blade, channeling all his focus into mastering the black mysterious art. This art did not disappoint him. Despite the scarcity of resources, he achieved the threshold of innate mastery by the age of 12. Were this information to circulate, it would certainly stir great excitement, potentially attracting divine beings who might seek him as a disciple. However, due to his pact with the Elder of the Rare Stone, Jiang Xian was compelled to feign mediocrity, employing the breath-controlling method imparted by the Elder to disguise his true level. Since you are acting for your kin, for the survival of your clan, such behavior is understandable, spoke the mysterious sovereign, his voice ethereal. Yet, have you contemplated your fate a month hence? With your current prowess, slaying an early innate master is already at the limits of your capability. To injure a late innate master is sheer luck, fueled by your inner fury. In a month, any late innate master from the Shinta clan could easily eliminate you. What if I were to break through to the innate stage within a month? Jiang Xian inquired. You clever little rascal, are you attempting to extract information from me? The mysterious sovereign replied candidly. You have no such opportunity. The black mysterious art demands a substantial amount of resources for a complete breakthrough to the innate realm. It is not merely my guidance that will allow you to ascend. This technique is an ancient foundational method that I have slightly refined. It can either consume vast resources for a swift breakthrough or rely on the absorption of the world's spiritual energy, taking a longer time. Currently, you are on the latter path. If you remain diligent, you will inevitably reach that pinnacle by the age of 18. 18? That is still 3 years away. Does that not imply that I am doomed to die in a month? Jiang Xian lamented. You could also choose to forfeit before the arena, the mysterious sovereign tempted. Forfeit? Impossible, Jiang Xian vehemently declared. My father taught me that a true man stands and dies, never kneels to live. I am the last man of the Jiang clan. Even if the Shinta clan enslaves us, they must first step over my corpse. Such spirit, the mysterious sovereign remarked. Elder, speak plainly. After I am gone, will you think of me? After a moment of silence, the ethereal voice responded, Do not play the victim with me. I never said you would definitely perish. Huh, I knew you could not bear to see me die. Please, teach me what I should do. Practice your blade. Practice the blade? Jiang Xian's spirit surged, though confusion lingered. Elder, can you convey the blade technique through the transmission stone? The stone cannot impart skills and techniques, such as swordplay. It can only transmit the verbal formulas, as the diagrams of techniques cannot be conveyed to the other end of the stone. Of course, I cannot transmit your blade techniques, the mysterious sovereign replied. Then does that mean you should cultivate your clan's wind-chasing blade? While this technique may be somewhat rudimentary, it will suffice. Additionally, I shall impart to you a breathing technique. Should you comprehend it, your artistry will significantly enhance. Perhaps even by several folds, the mysterious sovereign stated casually. A breathing technique? Jiang Xian pondered, bewildered. What is this breathing technique? Can it truly enhance one's comprehension? Comprehension is a form of talent. Can talent itself be augmented? Within the ethereal confines of the celestial pavilion, the violet-clad maid quivered violently, her gaze firmly fixed upon the ground, too fearful to meet the eyes of the sovereign, whose presence loomed above her. Her eyes widened in astonishment, grappling with the shocking revelation. Has His Majesty finally resolved to disseminate the breathing technique? Yet, why did Jiang Xian? Jiang Xian has never encountered such a technique before. Throughout the annals of history, from ancient times to the present, there has been no such method as the breathing technique. It is a creation solely of the sovereign. Over 12 millennia ago, the sovereign conceived the idea of this technique, initiating preliminary calculations a millennium prior. And it was only in the recent decade that it began to take form. There exists but a single breathing technique in this realm, perfected by the sovereign in recent years. His Majesty once proclaimed that after millennia of deliberation, the genuine technique capable of enhancing one's comprehension of cultivation was birthed. Should it spread, the overall prowess of this world would elevate exponentially. Not only would the ascension of mortals to divinity become less arduous, but even deities could harness the breathing technique to augment their understanding of divine powers. This represents an unparalleled achievement surpassing the merits of ancient sages and serves as the pivotal key to elevating this realm into a grander domain. How could His Majesty? Pondered the violet-clad maid, engulfed in confusion. Chapter 6: The Unique Rui Breathing Technique. Breathing techniques, in essence, serve as a pathway to maintain one's optimal state of cultivation while further unlocking latent potential. One might perceive these techniques as enhancements to innate talents, however. They merely awaken the hidden gifts that one already possesses but has yet to utilize. The Emperor Qian provided a succinct explanation. Is there truly such a technique? To awaken hidden talents? To amplify comprehension severfold? Jiang Xian was astounded. Each individual is distinct, and the extent of enhancement varies from person to person. Some may experience only a modest increase in understanding, while others could witness a remarkable surge. The Emperor noted that her deductions suggested even the possibility of a 100-fold increase. Though such occurrences are exceedingly rare, she did not harbor expectations for Jiang Xian in this regard, and therefore omitted it from her discourse. Even a modest enhancement would be astonishing. Jiang Xian's eyes widened. Sometimes, the grasp of martial techniques hinges on that slight edge. An increment in comprehension could bridge the gap between mediocrity and genius, and the notion of achieving several times that? How could this be possible? I have never heard of a breathing technique. Senior, you have never mentioned such a method before. Over these 8 years, the Emperor had imparted numerous cultivation principles to Jiang Xian. As a result, despite being a youth from a tribe, Jiang Xian possessed considerable insight. Must you probe so deeply? The ethereal voice revealed a hint of irritation. It's not that. Will you teach me? I will teach you, but let us first establish some ground rules. As you wish, Senior. You must not speak of the breathing technique to anyone. It must remain confidential. You must practice diligently. And should you encounter any issues during your training, you must inform me immediately. An hour later, the Emperor had fully imparted the Rui breathing technique to Jiang Xian. The two concluded their communication. Rong'er, I understand your confusion. Feel free to ask any questions. The Emperor said, casting a glance at the maid in the purple dress before gracefully approaching the long table to the north. She had long endured the chill of isolation, with no one daring to converse with her, not even her closest attendant, unless she initiated the dialogue. Your Majesty, the maid Rong'er followed the Emperor's steps. Since you hold this young one in such high regard, why not bring him to the royal capital? Bring him? For what purpose? To have another who dares not lift his gaze after a single glance at me? The Emperor replied, and given his innate talent, he is utterly unqualified to be my disciple. He falls far short. Not even a 15-year-old half-step innate could suffice, let alone a 15-year-old divine being, who would barely qualify as my registered disciple. The maid Rong'er was well aware of Jiang Xian's limited abilities. In the confines of a small tribe, he might be considered talented, yet in the grand expanse of the great Qin dynasty, spanning billions of miles, he could only be deemed utterly mediocre. Then, Your Majesty, why bestow upon him the breathing technique you have painstakingly developed? The maid inquired. There must be a first individual to practice the breathing technique. Why should it not be him? The Emperor of Qin settled down behind the long table. Contemplating the breathing technique he intended to pass on to the masses with the utmost caution, despite my calculations revealing no inherent flaws in the method, which could be directly transmitted. The outcomes of such predictions are never absolute. A select group must first practice it to uncover any potential issues. This young lad shares a connection with me, though I am unable to guide him physically. As long as he truthfully updates me on his progress, I can promptly rectify any problems that may arise with the breathing technique. The Emperor paused, then continued, Your Majesty, are you concerned that he may practice the breathing technique and still fail to ascend to the realm of gods and demons? Replied the maid, Rong'er. Indeed, the Emperor nodded. For mortals to transcend into gods or demons is akin to crossing a chasm. It represents an elevation in the essence of life itself. If he cannot transform, he will be unable to observe the cultivation of gods and demons practicing the breathing technique. Why not seek a group of exceptionally gifted mortals? Suggested the maid. The higher the talent, the less impactful the breathing technique will be. The Emperor explained, in this world, the cultivation potential of individuals has a ceiling, and I represent that limit. No one possesses a gift that surpasses mine. Those close to my level possess only minuscule hidden talents, and even with those, they cannot compare to me. Conversely, those of lesser talent may have more concealed gifts. Jiang Xian's talent is rather mediocre, thus, he may possess a greater reservoir of hidden potential, possibly manifesting several times over. Yet, even with a few-fold enhancement, it remains a challenge for him to become a god or demon. In truth, the emperor did not harbor any pressing expectations. Her decision to impart the breathing technique to Jiang Xian stemmed more from his current circumstances. It was a mere act of convenience for her. She had already devised a plan regarding the evaluation of the breathing technique, and Jiang Xian was an unexpected addition to that plan. The emperor had never been particularly concerned with the lives and deaths of mortals. She now viewed the world from a perspective of detachment, as if surveying the entirety of existence. Nevertheless, Jiang Xian was somewhat different. They had known each other for 8 years. He was her sole friend. Indeed, even if his talent were to increase several times, it would still be arduous for him to ascend to the realm of gods and demons. The maid, Rong'er, contemplated, yet, if his talent could enhance by dozens or even hundreds of times, even in the absence of abundant cultivation resources, becoming a god or demon would not be insurmountable. If he could truly achieve such an elevation, it would indicate that he is a prodigious talent, a once-in-a-millennium genius, hindered only by the inherent flaws in the cultivation methods of this world. The emperor shook her head. With billions of subjects in the Great Qian, it is already extraordinary that he can communicate with me through the ancient sound stone. Is it plausible that he is also that once-in-a-millennium genius who could assist me in refining the breathing technique? Such a coincidence seems improbable. Indeed, it is highly unlikely. The maid agreed. It is utterly impossible, the emperor declared. On the 12th of July, at noon, in the mountains behind the Earth City of the Jiang clan, Wei Baiyun set down the food box and collected the empty one. She cast a glance at her son, who was seated with his eyes closed, performing his healing techniques, before turning to leave without disturbing him. 2 hours later, this breathing technique not only clears my mind and sharpens my intellect, but it has also accelerated the healing of my meridian injuries. Now, my wounds have largely mended, and its benefits extend far beyond mere enlightenment. Jiang Xian opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. In no more than half a day, I shall have mastered the fundamentals of this breathing method. A pang of hunger struck him. Rubbing his belly, Jiang Xian rose and approached the replenished food box, settling back into a cross-legged position as he opened it. The sight of the sumptuous dishes within elicited a smile from him, for he knew they were all lovingly prepared by his mother. Jiang Xian had been in seclusion for 3 days. 2 mornings prior, Wei Baiyun had brought him food for the first time, during which the mother and son exchanged a few words. Jiang Xian concocted a tale about meeting a mysterious old man who imparted his skills when he was 7. Deftly glossing over his concealed state of being half a step into the innate realm. He then continued his training under the pretext of healing. Wei Baiyun did not pry further, understanding that her son's recovery was paramount. He first grabbed a piece of pastry from the box and popped it into his mouth, then discovered a note inside. "My son, I have taken Yao into the city to visit your grandfather." After reading the note attentively, Jiang Xian frowned slightly. Seeking out his grandfather? The Wei family in Feishiwei City had long since disowned Wei Baiyun, and Jiang Xian realized that her visit would likely yield no fruitful outcome. It was futile to expect the Wei family to leverage their connections to intervene in the tribal life and death battle, let alone to simply request some cultivation resources. Years ago, the Wei family had arranged a marriage for his mother with the son of a noble lord, yet she chose his father instead. Becoming pregnant with him even before the wedding, Jiang Xian had often heard the love story of his parents recounted by the uncles and aunts within the clan. Thus, he was acutely aware that the Wei family regarded this incident as a profound humiliation in the eyes of the affluent families of the Grand City. The so-called tribes were merely groups of savages, and even the mightiest warrior of a tribe was no exception. Nevertheless, Jiang Xian's frown gradually eased. Though his mother might encounter rejection, at least she had taken his little sister with her. If he did not emerge alive from the arena in a month's time, his mother and sister would be spared from misfortune. He understood that his mother's decision to bring his sister along was undoubtedly made with this thought in mind. By ensuring Jiang Yao's safety outside, no matter the outcome a month hence, she would at least be secure. As for Jiang Xian himself, he had already resolved not to leave, a decision he had discussed with his mother 2 days prior. Moreover, even if he wished to depart now, the opportunity had slipped away. He had already taken action and killed the younger brother of the Shinta clan's chieftain. Both the inspector and the Shinta clan would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on him, preventing any sudden disappearance. After eating, Jiang Xian resumed his cultivation. As the night deepened, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a glint of brilliance flashing within them. He had successfully mastered the fundamentals of the Rui breathing method. There were no outward signs or unique fluctuations in aura. The only change lay in the rhythm of Jiang Xian's breathing, which had undergone a permanent transformation, one that was imperceptible to others. Indeed, variations in breathing rhythms exist among different individuals, with a unique rhythm of breathing. The innate spiritual energy within Jiang Xian flowed in a wondrous manner. After several consecutive days and nights without sleep, he felt an unprecedented clarity of mind, even experiencing a direct enhancement in his perceptual abilities. The elder of the peculiar stones had once stated that upon mastering the breathing technique, one's comprehension would undergo a significant elevation. As time progressed, more latent talents would be awakened until all hidden gifts were fully realized. It was uncertain how much his initial understanding had improved. Eagerly, Jiang Xian retrieved a tome crafted from beast hide from his bosom. It was none other than the esteemed martial arts manual, Wind Chasing Blade, ranked among the top 3 techniques of Heightened Mountain. In terms of sheer power, it was undoubtedly the foremost blade technique of Heightened Mountain. Yet, the difficulty of its cultivation was daunting, even with Jiang Hanfeng's exceptional talent. He had only mastered the first 8 forms, struggling to grasp the 9th. His father had wielded invincibility in the vicinity of Heightened Mountain with just the first 8 forms of Wind Chasing Blade. He wondered how long it would take him to master even a single form now. Jiang Xian opened the Beast Hide book and diligently studied the illustrations of the 4th form, Circular Blade Technique. He was ready to commence his practice. Noon. Outside the earthen city of the Jiang clan, a cavalry unit galloped, stirring up clouds of yellow dust with an impressive aura. Shintalai led over 100 tall and robust warriors from the Shinto clan, swiftly approaching the gates of the earthen city. The patrolling guards of the Jiang clan atop the city walls displayed expressions of alarm. With the men of the Jiang clan having perished, these guards were women, each beautiful, clad in beast hide armor and wielding sharp blades, yet their stature and presence paled in comparison to the formidable men of the Shinto clan. What did the Shinto clan intend during this life and death battle? The overseer was still within the city. Did they dare to massacre it? A towering crimson steed charged forward. And suddenly, Shintalai's aura surged. He leapt into the air, fiercely brandishing his spear, which bent under the force of his throw, transforming into a terrifying shadow of destruction. Boom! A section of the city wall crumbled with a single blow, creating a gap several yards wide, the deafening roar echoing throughout the earthen city. Jiang Xian, for the sake of your father, I intended to show you mercy, yet you dare to defy death and slay my brother. You emerge to flaunt your heroism before you've even fully matured. In the next life and death battle, I, Shintalai, shall personally take action. Prepare to meet your demise. Shintalai's voice thundered, resonating throughout the city. Everyone within the earthen city heard his declaration, panic rippling through the populace. It's over. Shintalai has set his sights on Jiang Xian. It will be difficult for him to escape now. What should we do? Jiang Xian cannot defend the clan. Should we flee as well? Shintalai, renowned for years, was the foremost innate warrior of Heightened Mountain. How shameless to issue such a challenge to a mere 15-year-old boy. Unless Uncle Hanfeng returns suddenly, the clan is doomed. Quick, notify Jiang Xian. Chapter 7. A surge of talent not long after, Jiang Xian, who had been practicing in the mountains, received the news that Shintalai had personally issued a challenge. This event was bound to stir the entire Heightened Mountain, echoing through not only the 10 major tribes, but also the hundreds of smaller clans. Jiang Xian merely listened to the report and dismissed the messenger. Immersing himself in his sword training. Shintalai aims to kill me? I have less than a month left, even if the hope seems slim. I cannot afford to give up. If I manage to slay him, I shall become the foremost warrior of Heightened Mountain. Jiang Xian contemplated, dedicating himself even more fervently to his practice. On the afternoon of July 13th, along the official road just over 10 miles from Feishiwe City, a crimson beast galloped, carrying a mother and her daughter. Mother, how much longer? Jiang Yao inquired, nestled in her mother's embrace. Not long, just half an hour at most, Wei Baiyan replied. They had departed the previous afternoon, and with Wei Baiyan's late-stage innate realm, it was effortless for her to navigate past the surveillance of the Shinto tribe. The mother and daughter first reached the nearest county to the Jiang clan, where they exchanged for a better steed and then hastened towards Feishiwe City. They traveled through the night, running from dusk until dawn without rest. Ahead on the official road, a procession of riders atop expensive mounts approached them, moving leisurely as if they were in no hurry. At the forefront of the group rode a middle-aged man in a brocade robe. Second Master, our demands towards the Wei family have been quite exorbitant this time, yet they have acquiesced. It seems the Wei family is indeed facing difficulties, remarked a one-armed man riding a blue steed. Difficulties are hardly the term, the middle-aged man in the black steed replied nonchalantly. However, in recent years, the Wei family has struggled, with several of their protective experts either perishing or aging significantly. It is uncertain whether they will produce younger experts within the next decade. While they still possess some strength, they must forge alliances with various factions to maintain their status among the four great families. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's expression darkened. The matter of Wei Baiyun's broken engagement is entirely the Wei family's fault. They cannot even manage their own daughter, allowing her to become pregnant out of wedlock with a wild man from a tribe, showing utter disregard for the Dong family. The Jin Hedong family, originally a tribal faction, rose to noble status 3 centuries ago, establishing Jinha City. Our families have had a cordial relationship for over a century. To say we are family friends would not be an exaggeration. Yet, the broken engagement has created a rift, making us the laughingstock of Feishiwei City. Although there have been subsequent interactions, our collaboration has diminished significantly. Now, the Wei family's willingness to accept my terms for an alliance includes some compensation for the events of the past. The middle-aged man spoke with a hint of pride. My father is now a formidable contender for the lordship of Jinha City, wielding considerable power. The Wei family must curry favor with the Dong family if they wish to ally with us. Not only must they accept my demand for 65% of the profits, but they will likely have to concede even more. Indeed, second master, you are no longer the same as you once were. The Wei family must now heed your wishes in their bid for an alliance. Your restraint in not demanding more is a testament to your benevolence, the one-armed man flattered. Ha! The middle-aged man in the brocade robe laughed heartily, brimming with vigor. From a distance, Wei Baiyun spotted a procession of over 20 individuals. Although each member of the entourage rode on magnificent steeds, they bore no banners, leaving their affiliations unknown. Wei Baiyun paid little heed to them, instinctively lowering his hat and snapping the reins to hasten his journey. The official road stretched wide, measuring over 10 zhang. The Dong family's entourage ambled leisurely along one side of the highway. A crimson steed galloped past from the opposite side, its rider, donning a hat, cradled a girl in her arms, exuding an air of gallantry. As their paths crossed, the middle-aged man in the brocade robe casually cast a glance over his shoulder. The wind lifted the white veil adorning his hat, revealing the side profile of the mounted woman, whose focus was entirely on her ride. At that moment, the breeze also raised the half-covering veil from the girl's face, and she gazed curiously at the group of 20 riders. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. The middle-aged man immediately recognized that profile, although it had been 16 years since their last encounter. He would never forget the woman who had ensnared his heart for a decade. Strangely, his gaze lingered not on her visage, but was abruptly captivated by the girl's face, revealing an overwhelming shock. It was as if, 26 years prior, he had first laid eyes on her. The resemblance between them was uncanny, as if they were molded from the same form. The crimson steed bore the two away towards Flying Snow City. The noble Dong family's procession continued to move forward, oblivious, until the astonished man in the brocade robe suddenly raised his hand, signaling for a halt. Wei Baiyun and her daughter? Wei Baiyun was returning to Flying Snow City? With a firm pull on the reins, the middle-aged man turned his horse around, gazing intently at the receding figures now 100 zhang away. He had long heard rumors of that wretched woman bearing a son with a wild man, followed by a daughter, yet he had not anticipated their striking resemblance. The girl was nearly identical to Wei Baiyun in her teenage years. Second master? What troubles you? Do you recognize those two? Called the one-armed man, snapping the brocade-clad gentleman back to reality. Let us go, he commanded, his gaze ablaze, gesturing for a return to Flying Snow City. In the mountainous terrain behind the earthen city of the Jiang clan, the sound of wind howled incessantly as Jiang Xian practiced his sword techniques in the clearing before an unusual rock formation. He had not taken a moment's rest. His form was spectral, with the blade's light flickering and swirling around him, despite wielding but a single sword. Each swing seemed to conjure dozens of blades in a protective dance, creating a defensive stance with countless sword shadows intertwining. Though there were still vulnerabilities in his defense, with each practice session, they diminished steadily over time. The chasing wind sword comprised only 9 forms, yet each form encompassed numerous foundational movements, no fewer than 10. And sometimes exceeding 100. Each variation required instantaneous execution to truly master the essence of the technique. The fourth style, known as the circular blade technique, serves a defensive purpose and encompasses 36 variations. I must, in an instant, execute all 36 variations flawlessly, the glimmer of the blade merging into a singular brilliance. Only then can I consider myself initiated into this technique. My father, in his time, devoted over 2 years to master this style, while I must hasten. Faster, more swiftly, break through. Suddenly, a resonating hum reverberated, and the light of Jiang Xian's blade coalesced into a unified form, encircling him and creating a flawless ring composed of 36 layers of blade shadows, enveloping him in protection. It is accomplished. Jiang Xian abruptly halted, a dazed expression on his face. He looked up at the sky, gauging the position of the sun. And I accomplished it in just 10 hours. Jiang Xian murmured, excitement flickering in his eyes. Predecessor, are you there? I have succeeded. I mastered a technique in merely 10 hours. Jiang Xian leaped before the ancient communication stone, exhilarated. This remarkable speed of cultivation is undoubtedly attributed to the breathing technique, which has seemingly amplified his innate talent several-fold. I wonder how such a profound enhancement, achieved so swiftly, would rank in the presence of the venerable stone ancestor? Chapter 8. The ancestral home of the Wei family. The communication stone remained silent, indicating its temporary absence. Jiang Xian glanced at the blade in his hand, casually wielding it a few times as he sought to recapture the sensation from earlier. With a sudden focus, he forcefully calmed his emotions and concentrated intensely before swinging the blade once more. A resonant hum echoed through the air as the flawless circular formation composed of 36 blade shadows manifested anew. Success. It truly succeeded. Jiang Xian was overwhelmed with excitement and swung the blade again. However, this time, although the 36 beams of light were unleashed instantaneously, the resulting formation was imperfect, revealing several vulnerabilities within the defensive ring. Jiang Xian was not surprised by this, as he had only just begun to grasp this technique. His earlier excitement had distracted him from being fully focused. The 9 fundamental techniques of the wind-catching blade, while varying in mastery, did not differ in power. Each could be executed with equal force. The distinction lay in the mastery itself. Mastery meant the ability to perform the technique effortlessly, integrating it into one's instincts. Even in a state of deep slumber, one could execute it flawlessly upon awakening to an attack. Conversely, a novice required undivided concentration to achieve a perfect execution. Though the power remained unchanged, the implications in actual combat were vastly different. Indeed, they were worlds apart. Jiang Xian was acutely aware of this disparity. In practice, with no imminent danger surrounding him, he could focus solely on his blade. Once a technique was mastered, executing it again was not overly challenging, provided one maintained sufficient concentration. Yet, in the chaos of battle, where threats lurked at every turn and the risk of ambush loomed large, the mental strain was immense. Under such circumstances, the ability to execute techniques perfectly required true mastery. His father had taken 2 years to learn the ring blade technique from initiation to mastery, achieving the latter in less than a year due to the practical experience gained while hunting with the team, where he faced life-and-death struggles against beasts and monsters. This exposure had accelerated his proficiency, but Jiang Xian pondered his own situation. He was certainly unable to leave the tribal Earth City at present. Although a few innate female warriors within the tribe could serve as practice partners, their sparring lacked the essence of life-and-death combat, rendering it insufficiently challenging and potentially counterproductive. Should he ever face a genuine battle for survival, he would be caught off guard. Moreover, he could not afford to engage in such perilous encounters, as sustaining injuries would hinder his recovery in time for the arena competition a month hence. Without engaging in life-and-death struggles, even with diligent practice, the time required for mastery would be twice that of initiation. But what of this doubling? Jiang Xian felt a surge of determination. He had managed to master this technique in just 10 hours, and with a day and a half, he could surely achieve mastery. The difficulty of practicing the 5th technique had increased, yet he believed he could master it within a day or 2, and attain proficiency in 2 or 3 days. His father, before his disappearance, had surpassed 40 years of age and had only mastered the first 8 techniques, never even reaching initiation in the 9th. Besides himself, his father was regarded as the greatest talent of the Jiang clan in a century, having successfully subdued all innate beings around the Black Ebony Mountain before his mysterious vanishing. Jiang Xian mused that this century's foremost genius paled in comparison when viewed against the 1,000-year history of the Jiang clan. For millennia, the Jiang clan has given rise to 4 transcendent beings. All 4 mastered the 9 styles of the pursuing wind blade before the age of 20. Among them, the legendary ancestor Jiang Zhengwu, who lived over 500 years ago, stands out. He entered the innate realm at a mere 13, perfected the 9 styles by 15, and transcended the innate realm by 21, earning the title of the Blackpool Blade Ancestor, a figure who reached towards the realm of gods and demons. Alas, even he could not lead his clan to establish a city or ascend to nobility. Jiang Zhengwu, the first prodigy of the Jiang clan in 1,000 years, is also regarded as the foremost genius of Blackpool Mountain. For a millennium, he was the unrivaled master of blade techniques and the only member of the Jiang clan to have touched the threshold of divinity and demonhood. 500 years ago, the Jiang clan flourished under Jiang Zhengwu's influence, prompting noble leaders and affluent families to seek alliances with him. It was once foretold by ancient seers that Jiang Zhengwu possessed the aura of the divine. He was almost certain to elevate the Jiang clan to nobility. It seemed a foregone conclusion. However, all predictions, accolades, and his own endeavors came to an abrupt halt when he perished at the age of 31 in the depths of the 10 directions of Blackpool Mountain, consumed by the ancient demon beast known as Qizheng. Unlike humans, demon beasts possess vastly different lifespans. To this day, the millennium-old demon Qizheng still resides in the depths of Blackpool Mountain. The last calamity it wrought upon humanity occurred 130 years ago, and it is regarded as one of the 3 nightmares of Blackpool Mountain. Jiang Xian reflected. Though Jiang Zhengwu has fallen for over 500 years, the tales of the Blackpool Blade ancestor continue to echo throughout the region, including in Feishiwe City and its surrounding counties. Tribal leaders and nobles still recount his legendary exploits. Anyone who studies blade techniques or is acquainted with the history of blade arts in this region cannot overlook the genius of that millennium. It is said that even the prestigious academies in Feishiwe City contain extensive records of Jiang Zhengwu's life. Not only those who study the blade, but also practitioners of other weaponry have heard of him. He is truly a household name. Jiang Xian felt a sense of pride. While the 10 clans of Blackpool Mountain have, to some extent, produced several remarkable figures surpassing the innate realm, Jiang Zhengwu undoubtedly shines the brightest among them. Even though he did not lead the Jiang clan to nobility, it was merely due to his untimely demise, which prevented him from accumulating the wealth necessary for city building. The ancestor Jiang Zhengwu comprehended the 9 styles at the age of 15. I am also 15 this year. I have the opportunity to achieve the same feat and become the second person in a millennium to master the 9 styles. Jiang Xian understood that he had begun to chase after the footsteps of his ancestor, the greatest among them, yet he remained acutely aware of the reality. With the guidance of the elder with the miraculous stone, my progress has been extraordinary. The ancestor lacked such fortunate encounters and relied solely on his innate talent and diligent practice to reach such heights. Had he not fallen so early, he might have even aspired to become a deity or demon. Jiang Xian mused, recognizing that he was still only at the threshold of the innate realm, significantly trailing behind his ancestor. Even if he were to catch up in blade techniques, he must exert even greater effort. Perhaps, I too have the chance to ascend to the realm of gods and demons, becoming a god or demon. In the realm ruled by the city lord of Feishiwe, there exists but one supreme deity, the Lord of Feishiwe himself. He is the ultimate sovereign here. For Jiang Xian, the aspiration to ascend to such divinity was once an unattainable luxury, a dream he dared not entertain, for his innate talents rendered him devoid of any opportunity. Yet now, having cultivated the breath technique, Jiang Xian finally glimpses a sliver of hope. Senior Qisher, are you there? Jiang Xian called out to the communication stone several times, eager to share his good news with Senior Qisher, but received no response, a scenario he had grown accustomed to. He ceased calling and resumed his practice with the blade. Having just mastered the 4th form of the wind-chasing blade, Jiang Xian felt the need to solidify his skills. In Feishiwe City, at the Wei family's ancestral residence, in the front hall where guests are received. What did you say, 4th uncle? Wei Baiyun suddenly rose, her eyes reddening. My father. He has passed? The journey home had been smoother than Wei Baiyun anticipated, but she was unprepared for the first news she received upon returning. Her father had died 2 years prior. A calamity that struck the realm of Feishiwe, yet she had heard not a whisper of it. Standing behind the chair, Jiang Yo blinked in confusion. She had never met her grandfather, so the news of his death bore no impact on her. By comparison, the opulence of the hall, the exquisite decorations she had never seen before, and even the elegantly dressed maid standing nearby captured her attention far more. Third brother returned to Feishiwe City, gravely injured. The elder, in his 60s, seated at the main position, held a teacup with an imposing demeanor as he gazed at Wei Baiyun. Before his passing, he specifically instructed that you should not be informed of this matter. There was no need for you to attend the mourning. I understand. My father never forgave me. I was the one who let him down all those years ago. Wei Baiyun bit her lip, her complexion paling as she slowly took her seat. Humph. Hearing Wei Baiyun mention the past, Wei Hongqua let out an irritated snort and rebuked her. If third brother were still alive, do you think you would have ever crossed the threshold of the Wei family? With your father's temperament, even if you knelt and died at the door. You would never set foot in the Wei family again. The internal reaction within the Wei family to Wei Baiyun's elopement with a wild man and her subsequent pregnancy was strongest from her father, Wei Hongqiang, who had disowned her from the family, a decision he had advocated for. However, Wei Baiyun understood. Though her obstinate father refused to forgive her, he was, in a way, protecting her. The harsher he appeared towards her, the less likely others in the clan would intervene. Disowning her allowed matters to reach a conclusion, preventing the family from pursuing further inquiries. After all, a mere Jiang clan in the face of the dominant families of Feishua City could easily be obliterated by a single military expedition. Many of the hidden machinations and threats from years past were quelled by her father's covert interventions. "Thank you for agreeing to see me, fourth uncle," Wei Baiyun said. Though her relationship with Wei Hongqiang had never been particularly close, she recognized that his willingness to meet her now likely stemmed from a desire to watch the unfolding drama. The Jiang clan had been embroiled in a life-and-death struggle for 3 years, a fact that was no secret, and Wei Hongqiang had surely heard of it. One must bow their heads when under a roof. Wei Baiyun approached with a humble demeanor, for she was there to seek assistance. Yet she held firm in her belief that her son's extraordinary talent would surely garner the family's attention. "The mere fact that we are meeting reflects your concern for the possibility of you and your daughter kneeling outside for an extended period," Wei Hongqiang remarked. With a sharp sound, he set his teacup down on the table and coldly declared, "Speak your mind. After more than a decade away, I doubt your visit is merely a gesture of greeting. Uncle, you must be aware that the Jiang clan has been embroiled in a life-and-death struggle with the Shinto clan for the past 3 years. Our warriors have perished or fled, bringing us to the brink of extinction," Wei Baiyun stated, steeling herself to deliver the grim news. Wei Hongqiang responded with a curt sound, then added, "And what of it? You have been disowned by the family. The insignificant Jiang clan is not our kin. Do you wish for us to covertly eliminate the Shinto clan on your behalf?" Chapter 9. A sudden change. No, absolutely not. Wei Baiyun insisted repeatedly. "I am well aware that during the tribe's life-and-death battle, an overseer is appointed to supervise. Even the Wei family would not take such a risk. Is that what you call helping us escape?" Wei Hongqiang lifted his eyelids, a cold smile creeping across his face. "When you sever ties with our family, you made your intentions very clear. Henceforth, your life and death are no longer connected to the clan. I have heard the Jiang tribe is on the verge of defeat. As a woman of the Jiang tribe, you shall become a slave to the Shinto tribe. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice when that moment arrives. It would be best for you to take your own life, departing with dignity to spare the family from disgrace. After all, the blood that courses through your veins is ultimately that of the Wei family. As for your desire for the family to assist you in fleeing, or even absolving you of your wanted status, let me dispel any illusions you may have. Do not harbor such foolish thoughts." Having said his piece, Wei Hongqiang felt a significant sense of relief. He had never held any fondness for this niece who had overshadowed his own children, and now it was rather fortuitous that Wei Baiyun, having eloped after breaking off her engagement with the noble Dong family of Jinhe, had caused a chill in the relations between the Wei and Dong families for years, a rift that had only recently begun to mend. Earlier that morning, Wei Hongqiang had concluded negotiations with the Dong family, and by afternoon, Wei Baiyun had unexpectedly returned. During the morning discussions, Wei Hongqiang, now a significant figure in the Wei family, had endured considerable vexation, making numerous concessions due to past grievances, and had been forced to smile and appease a mere junior from the Dong family. Wei Baiyun was essentially offering herself up as a target for his frustrations. "Fourth uncle, we are not seeking to escape. My son possesses extraordinary talent." "Your son? The illegitimate child you bore?" Wei Hongqiang remarked, casting a glance at Jiang Yao, who stood behind Wei Baiyun. Wei Baiyun's heart raced. The term illegitimate pierced her deeply, yet she could only endure it for the moment. Although she had severed ties with her family, she had never believed she was truly at fault, even regarding her premarital pregnancy. Her romance with Jiang Hanfeng had blossomed during her travels. They had nurtured mutual affection, and he had saved her life on several occasions. Their union ought to have been a beautiful tale, but due to their disparate social standings, it had sparked considerable turmoil. "Fourth uncle, his name is Jiang Xian. Just a few days ago, during the tribe's life-and-death battle," Wei Baiyun began to recount the events, not allowing Wei Hongqiang a moment to interject. She needed to convey the brilliance of her son to her family. She had never intended to persuade them through mere emotional appeal. This matter required the lure of benefits. After detailing Jiang Xian's encounter with Shin Taoyong, she proceeded to share Jiang Xian's account of meeting a mysterious elder who had imparted martial arts teachings when he was merely 7 years old. "Fourth uncle, My son stepped into the threshold of innate ability at the tender age of 12. It has now been 3 years. If he is provided with ample resources for cultivation, it is entirely possible for him to attain innate status within a month. The cost of nurturing an innate talent is negligible for the Wei family. I firmly believe that with my son's gift, surpassing the innate level is not beyond the realm of possibility. Even achieving godly prowess is within reach. As long as the family is willing to offer some resources for his training, he will undoubtedly repay the Wei family in the future, becoming its protector and fiercely defending it. Wei Baiyun concluded her impassioned plea, her voice filled with fervor. My son is a genius. A genius holds immense value. In Feishiwei City, many prominent families engage in the cultivation of prodigious talents, be they orphans or children of lesser households. As long as they exhibit sufficient aptitude, they are often taken under the wing of these affluent clans, who provide financial support and resources for their development, in instances where extraordinary talents emerge from smaller families. The larger clans may even be inclined to form marital alliances with them, thereby forging an unbreakable bond. Jiang Xian is not merely a genius. He also bears the blood of the Wei family. Wei Baiyun is confident that she can persuade her fourth uncle. The great hall fell into a profound silence that lasted for several moments. Suddenly, with a burst of laughter, Wei Honghua, who had been staring at Wei Baiyun in disbelief, could no longer contain himself. He erupted into boisterous laughter, slapping his thighs as his face flushed with mirth. Ha ha, what did you just say? A 12-year-old on the brink of innate enlightenment? Surpassing the innate realm? With hopes of becoming a deity or demon? You expect him to protect the Wei family in the future? Ha 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 ha. You truly dare to say such things. A mere bastard thinking he can enter the Wei household? To help your son secure some training resources, you spin such grand tales? Do you even comprehend what it means to be on the verge of innate enlightenment at 12? Once he attains that, with proper resources, he will surely become innate within 6 months. Such talent, once word gets out, is bound to attract deities and demons to take him as a disciple. Does your son possess such talent? Do you believe your own words? A bastard like him. What right does he have? And what of this mysterious elder who supposedly taught him martial arts at the age of 7? You truly believe such a transparent lie? How foolish of you. Ha 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 ha. Wei Honghua, now in his 60s, could not contain his laughter. It was not just him, the maids in the corners of the hall, who had been silently bowing their heads, and the young servant in the blue robe standing outside were all struggling to suppress their laughter, exchanging glances among themselves. It was simply too amusing. At that moment, a middle-aged figure, appearing to be in charge, hurriedly entered the hall. Yuan Zhong, you arrived just in time. Do you remember Wei Baiyun? My third brother's daughter. Let me tell you, she just... At this moment, Wei Honghua was overwhelmed with a desire to share, intentionally wishing for the entire family to be aware of the outrageous claims made by Wei Baiyun. He wanted to relish the ridicule of her fall from grace. Fourth Master. The Dong family has returned and inquired if Miss Wei Baiyun has brought her daughter back. You might need to go see them. However, the steward, Wei Yuanzhong, did not respond to this. Instead, he swiftly approached Wei Honghua, leaning in to whisper, occasionally glancing at Wei Baiyun and Jiang Yao with a peculiar expression. They have returned? Wei Honghua's smile vanished, and his brow furrowed. He cast a glance at Wei Baiyun, gave no further instructions, and rose to leave with the steward. The hall fell silent for a moment. Wei Baiyun seemed to have come to a realization, suddenly rising to leave with her daughter. However, Wei Honghua was quick to return. Ha ha ha, my dear niece, what joyous news. A momentous occasion indeed. Wei Honghua's demeanor had transformed. He greeted his niece with warmth and a broad smile, leaving Wei Baiyun momentarily bewildered. Could there be a twist in events? Just as Wei Baiyun was about to speak, she saw Wei Honghua approach Jiang Yao with a benevolent expression, gently inquiring, "What is your name, young one? How old are you this year?" Earlier, Wei Baiyun had refrained from allowing her daughter to pay respects to Wei Honghua, deeming it self-deprecating. Now, with Wei Honghua's initiative, there was no escaping a response. "Jiang Yao, I am 14 years old today," Jiang Yao replied, casting a glance at her mother before answering obediently. 14. Splendid. In just 2 years, you shall be of marrying age. Wei Honghua stroked his beard, nodding with a smile. From today onward, you shall be known as Wei Yao, and will be inscribed in the Wei family lineage. Do you understand? Jiang Yao, however, was utterly perplexed. Fourth uncle, what do you intend to do? Wei Baiyun's expression changed dramatically. What do you mean? Ha! I must congratulate you. Wei Honghua laughed in a mocking tone. You were unable to marry Dong Junchu, yet your daughter may now become his concubine. You shall be the mother-in-law of Dong Junchu. Your status has certainly elevated. Wei Baiyun felt a chill run down her spine, her mind buzzing with confusion. She could surmise why Dong Junqiu would take an interest in her daughter, for they bore an uncanny resemblance. Yet she could not fathom how Dong Junqiu had learned of this. She had only just returned to Feishiwei City. Let us go. Without further thought, Wei Baiyun grasped her daughter's shoulder and fled like a shadow. Wei Hongqua, unfazed, turned around. By the time he stepped outside, Wei Baiyun had already been intercepted by a group of people, unable to resist their collective strength. After a brief struggle, Wei Baiyun and Jiang Yao found themselves encircled in the courtyard. Fourth uncle, you cannot do this, Wei Baiyun exclaimed, glaring at Wei Hongqua. And why not? Wei Hongqua replied with a grin. I can now officially announce on behalf of the family that the decision to expel you from the lineage is hereby revoked. You and your daughter shall, from this day forth, be recognized as members of the Wei family. You are to abide by the family's arrangements. However, this applies solely to the two of you. Your illegitimate son and that wild man from the Jiang clan remain utterly unconnected to the Wei family. In the Jiang clan's territory behind the mountain, Jiang Xian had now thoroughly internalized the sensation. As long as he focused intently, he could undoubtedly execute the circular blade technique. This was both a process of consolidation and a step towards mastery. After practicing for over an hour and solidifying the fourth form, Jiang Xian finally paused. Elder Qishir, have you returned? He called out to the communication stone. Merely testing the waters. I have returned, an ethereal voice suddenly responded. Elder, I have succeeded. Jiang Xian eagerly conveyed the good news to Elder Qishir. Succeeded? Is it the breathing technique? The voice replied, calm and collected. There is little to be excited about. The practice of breathing techniques is inherently devoid of difficulty. Chapter 10. The ninth technique unattained for a century. No. I have successfully mastered the breathing technique last night, Jiang Xian exclaimed with joy. I have perfected the fourth form of the chasing wind blade. I had never practiced it before. After mastering the breathing technique last night, I eagerly began to train with the blade. The breathing method imparted by my senior can only be described as miraculous. From my first attempt to flawlessly executing the ring blade technique, I accomplished it in merely 10 hours. 10 hours? A hint of astonishment laced the ethereal voice. Indeed, I am uncertain of the precise extent of my talent's enhancement, but it has certainly improved significantly. Jiang Xian continued with excitement. Furthermore, you mentioned that once the breathing technique is mastered, the enhancement of talent will persist beyond the initial improvement, which means my abilities will only grow stronger. This is merely the beginning. Calm yourself, the Emperor Qin cautioned. While your talent will indeed continue to develop with the ongoing application of the breathing technique, the duration and extent of this growth remain uncertain. It is not merely a matter of your initial enhancement, but rather relates to the hidden potential you possess. Therefore, do not celebrate too early. I understand, Jiang Xian replied, gazing at the communication stone. Senior, do you think I am now qualified to be your disciple? To be my disciple? Emperor Qin was taken aback, then responded, you still have a long way to go. First, you must have the opportunity to become a deity or demon. Only then can we discuss the matter of you becoming my disciple. At present, your talent and realm do not even qualify you to be a registered disciple. Jiang Xian had previously broached the subject of apprenticeship with Senior Qishir years ago, only to be met with disdain regarding his talent. He had not anticipated that despite his newfound abilities, he would still be refused. However, he did not take it to heart. After years of camaraderie, he understood Senior Qishir's temperament well. Senior, based on your judgment, if I were to master all 9 forms of the chasing wind blade within a month, could I defeat someone at the perfect innate stage with the power of the black mysterious technique at the half-step innate realm? Jiang Xian inquired. The half-step innate realm is a peculiar stage, as it possesses innate spiritual energy within, allowing the practitioner to cultivate blade techniques typically reserved for the innate realm. Thus, despite the final 3 forms of the chasing wind blade being suited for innate practitioners, Jiang Xian could still train in them. If you truly master them all, you would indeed be capable of defeating someone at the perfect innate stage, the ethereal voice affirmed. However, you cannot possibly accomplish that within a month. Why not? I mastered the 4th form in just 10 hours. Calculate it yourself. Very well, I will master the 4th form by tomorrow, the 5th within a day or 2, and perfect it in 2 to 3 days. The 6th form will take 3 days to master and 6 days to perfect. The 7th form requires 6 days to master and 12 days to perfect. The 8th form. Jiang Xian's voice trailed off as he widened his eyes in silence for a moment. Finally, he added, it seems, time truly is insufficient. The first arena battle of the following month is scheduled for the 7th of August. In reality, only 24 days remain until today, leaving him with less than a month's time. Under the most favorable circumstances, Jiang Xian could at best master the 7th stance of the wind-chasing blade. But he would scarcely have enough time to attain proficiency in it, let alone practice the 8th stance, even if his innate talent continues to flourish. Revealing more hidden gifts through the continual practice of breathing techniques, he would likely only have time to cultivate the 8th stance. My father, wielding the 8 stances of the wind-chasing blade and having comprehended the essence of the celestial, can suppress all innate beings of Blackpool Mountain, including the formidable Shintolai. Yet, my father has attained complete mastery of the innate realm, while I am merely half a step into it. To surpass Shintolai, the 8 stances alone are surely insufficient. Jiang Xian pondered this clearly, yet found himself perplexed. Senior, you clearly stated that as long as I practice the blade, there would be a chance. He gazed at the communication stone, but given this calculation, it seemed he had no opportunity at all. Had he miscalculated? You have not miscalculated. In fact, your assessment is rather optimistic, came the ethereal voice. Then, Senior, you also mentioned. Jiang Xian was perplexed. I did not instruct you to start practicing from the 4th stance, the Qian Huang replied tersely. After you mastered the breathing technique, you should have informed me. Who urged you to be so hasty? Not starting from the 4th stance? Jiang Xian blinked. Senior, do you mean? Many years ago. You vaguely described the wind-chasing blade to me, even without your explanation. I could deduce that the sword techniques practiced in the postnatal and innate realms are merely foundational for future cultivation. The 9 stances of the wind-chasing blade do not relate as a staircase, but rather as pieces of a puzzle, all part of the foundation. As Qian Huang spoke, he held back slightly. So, Jiang Xian pressed. If you wish to win in a life and death battle, you should practice the 9th stance directly. The ethereal voice declared. There is no need for mastery. Mere initiation suffices. In the arena of life and death, where space is limited, should you truly employ the 9th stance, no matter who from the Shinta clan stands before you, you could cleave them with a single strike. To practice the 9th stance directly, Jiang Xian contemplated deeply. Each stance of the wind-chasing blade can indeed be cultivated independently. Practicing the 9th stance directly does not necessitate a foundation in the first 8 stances. However, given the renowned difficulty of the wind-chasing blade, if one does not progressively increase the difficulty of their training, directly attempting high-difficulty techniques could lead to an immediate bottleneck, unless the practitioner possesses extraordinary talent. Jiang Xian's eyes sparkled. His talent had just surged dramatically. To practice the 9th stance directly might not be unfeasible. Although no one had succeeded in mastering the 9th stance for a century, the esteemed elder had indicated that it was possible, so it should indeed be achievable. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Jiang Xian bowed towards the communication stone. Due to the swiftness with which he mastered the 4th stance, he had no doubt he could also learn the 9th stance. It was merely a matter of time, with no bottleneck to contend with. In merely 10 hours, I have mastered the circular blade technique, and with over 20 days remaining, it should suffice for me to directly attain the 9th form. Furthermore, given the uniqueness of the black mysterious art, I have already been half a step into the innate realm for 3 years. The innate spiritual energy within me surpasses that of an average fully innate individual, yet I am not a complete innate body, in comparison to a fully innate being. I am weaker by at least tenfold, rendering me incapable of engaging in prolonged battles. As I depart from the back mountain and tread the forest path, I, Jiang Xian, reflect on my current state. However, once I perfect the 9th form, I shall obliterate my opponent in a single strike on the arena, leaving them no chance to retaliate. Even if they unleash their most formidable technique, it will not surpass the might of the 9th form. Not even Shintolai could withstand its power. With the 9th form mastered, I cannot afford to lose in the life and death battles of the tribe. Yet, should conflict arise beyond the arena, be it skirmishes or assassination attempts, my half-step innate status renders me significantly weaker. Injuries that are not fatal to those at the innate level could prove lethal to me. In the event of being besieged, my ability to escape would be severely compromised, and my lack of mastery over techniques may hinder my ability to employ them effectively. Jiang Xian is confident in his ability to triumph in next month's life and death battle of the tribe. Yet, he understands that this is merely the beginning. Next month, even if he wins 30 consecutive battles, defeating 30 members of the Shinta tribe, it does not equate to an unequivocal victory in the life and death contest. Although mastering the 9th form guarantees success in the arena, outside of it, during the life and death battles of the tribes, both factions are safeguarded, permitted only to engage in combat on the arena, such as the law. However, in practice, the means employed outside the arena never cease: hiring assassins, poisoning, kidnapping, coercion, and inducement. All are commonplace when the survival of two tribes is at stake. No tribe would naively restrict their efforts to the arena alone, provided they avoid being caught by the overseers. These extraneous tactics, unless excessively blatant, such as causing a scene before the overseers, often go unnoticed. With my half-step innate status, facing assassination from those at the innate level poses significant danger. Jiang Xin contemplates the potential threats of assassination that lie ahead. If only I could break through to the innate realm, utilizing the black mysterious art to achieve this. Even if merely at the initial stage of the innate realm, I would possess the strength of a top-tier innate being, liberating me from the fear of assassination. As this thought surfaces, I swiftly cast it aside. The esteemed Elder Qishir has explicitly stated that, barring an abundance of resources, a breakthrough in the black mysterious art within a short time frame is utterly implausible. I surmise that the abundance referred to by Elder Qishir would require resources far exceeding the entire Jiang clan's worth. Thus, I shall not dwell on this matter. I must diligently focus on perfecting my blade technique. In the hidden chamber of the Wei family's old residence in Feishua City, Dong Junshu mentioned that as long as that girl is married off, the Dong family is willing to cede half of the profits from the collaboration. Furthermore, he is eager to facilitate cooperation between our families in other aspects as well. Wei Hongqi bowed respectfully. Sitting cross-legged on the mat was the venerable elder, Wei Qingshan, the current head of the Wei family. Where are they now? Wei Qingshan inquired. Wei Baiyun has already had her confined to prevent any disturbances. Wei Hongqi replied. That girl, Wei Yao, is ultimately a wild child raised in a savage land, lacking the grace befitting a scion of a prominent family. I have arranged for 2 of the most experienced matrons to instruct her. Wei Hongqi continued with deference. 2 years will suffice. Once she comes of age, we shall marry her off to Jina City. With her presence, Dong Junshu will likely find himself needing to curry favor with our Wei family. He assured us that although it is a concubinage, the event will be even more grand than a formal wedding, ensuring our family's reputation remains untarnished and that we are not branded with the stigma of selling our daughter. Wei Qingshan nodded, his expression inscrutable. Wei Hongqi kept his head bowed. Though he had surpassed 60 years, he remained anxious in front of his father, the family patriarch. What are your plans regarding the third branch's son? Wei Qingshan asked. The 15-year-old is merely a half-step into the innate realm. He possesses some talent, but it pales in comparison to our younger generation's prodigies. I do not believe he holds significant value for cultivation, Wei Hongqi responded. Currently, the Jiang clan is embroiled in a life-and-death struggle, nearing its conclusion. I have already arranged for someone to monitor the situation. Once news arrives of that wild child perishing in the arena, I will inform Wei Baiyun. Jiang Hanfeng has been missing for several years. He should have perished long ago in the Shifang Abyss. Wei Baiyun's last connection to the Jiang clan is that wild child. Once she learns of her son's demise, her thoughts of the Jiang clan will dissipate, and she will surely return to our family. If she can personally send Wei Yao off in public, the Dong family will certainly sense our sincerity and our regret for past events. Good. Your considerations are quite thorough. Wei Qingshan finally displayed a hint of satisfaction. It is all thanks to your teachings, father, Wei Hongqi promptly replied. Wei Qingshan had 5 sons and 2 daughters, with the 4th son, Wei Hongqi, being the least favored due to his limited talent. From a young age, he was deemed incapable of surpassing the innate level, a truth that held firm. 30 years ago, aided by family resources, Wei Qingshan achieved perfection in the innate realm. Yet he remained unable to grasp the heavenly man's might, making no progress in 3 decades. His martial prowess was lacking, and his business acumen was mediocre. Had his 3rd brother, Wei Hongchang, not met with a grievous injury 2 years prior, his authority within the family would not be as substantial as it is now. Since you have devised a plan, I entrust you with full responsibility for this matter, including the girl's marriage and all dealings with the Dong family. Do not disappoint me, Wei Qingshan said, gazing at his son, who had always been rather unremarkable. Thank you, father. Wei Hongqi, overwhelmed with joy, fell to his knees and bowed several times, proclaiming that his child would never let you down. Just wait and see. Chapter 11. Xiaoyu. It is time for your devotion. Stepping out from the dim chamber, Wei Hongqi straightened his back, his spirits soaring, imbued with newfound vigor. His father had increasingly placed importance upon him, and he silently vowed not only to execute his tasks well but to do so with panache. 4th Master, the steward, Wei Yuanzhong, who had been waiting under the eaves not far away, hastened forward upon seeing Wei Honghua emerge. The two conversed as they made their way outside. Fourth Master, the head of the family, Wei Yuanzhong inquired, has entrusted everything to me. Wei Honghua replied, lifting his chin slightly. Congratulations, Fourth Master. Heartfelt wishes, Wei Yuanzhong exclaimed. The head of the family has finally recognized your talents. I estimate that in a few years, the position of chief steward, or even the vice head of the family, will be yours. Ha ha ha, do refrain from excessive flattery. I am well aware of my limited talents and do not aspire to the vice head position. I would be content to become the chief steward. Wei Honghua laughed heartily, exuding an air of self-awareness, though his eyes sparkled with ambition. By the way, Wei Honghua continued, make arrangements to keep a close watch on the Jiang clan. As soon as that wildling named Jiang Xian meets his demise, report to me without delay. Understood, Wei Yuanzhong acknowledged. As they conversed, they exited the courtyard. Wei Honghua spotted a proud figure in white approaching from a distance and quickened his pace, greeting the figure with a warm smile. Shaoan, have you completed your seclusion? Wei Honghua inquired with a beaming face. Fourth uncle, the young man, Wei Shaoan, in white, bowed in respect. No need for such formality, Wei Honghua responded, his hand gesturing amicably. Although Wei Shaoyan was not his biological grandson, he was one of the three great talents of the Wei family. In recent years, the Wei clan had suffered considerable losses, creating an atmosphere of rising tension among the top talents, who were now receiving the family's unwavering support and cultivation. Despite being the fourth master of the Wei clan, with only a handful of individuals ranking above him, Wei Honghua was acutely aware of the need to nurture and respect the younger generation of talents. None could be disregarded or offended. Shaoyan, are you on your way to see the head of the family? Wei Honghua asked with a smile. Indeed, Wei Shaoan nodded. I had previously arranged with my great-grandfather that upon completing my seclusion, I would meet him. He intends to provide me with personal guidance. The Jiang clan, clan leader. Clan leader. At the entrance of the back mountain of the Jiang clan's earthen city, two vigilant female clan members greeted Jiang Xian with a mix of excitement and concern. Both in their 20s, strikingly beautiful, and clad in relatively fine armor, one wielding a sword, the other carrying a bow, they exuded an air of gallantry. After vanquishing the formidable Shin Tuyang, Jiang Xian had secluded himself for several days. This was his first emergence. Kaidai, Huanzhu. Jiang Xian greeted them, adding, you need not call me clan leader. It feels rather odd. Just refer to me as Xiao Xian, as before. Jiang Kaidai and Jiang Huanzhu exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. As the last male of the Jiang clan, 15-year-old Jiang Xian had indeed assumed the role of clan leader. However, he refrained from asserting his authority over the elder sisters of the clan, who had nurtured him since childhood and shared a close bond with him. How's your injury, little Xian? Inquired Kaidai, clutching a dagger. It is no longer serious, Jiang Xian replied. That is wonderful news, Kaidai and Huanzhu exclaimed. Their cheeks flushed with excitement, genuinely pleased for Jiang Xian, who represented the final hope of their entire clan. The heavy clanking of armor accompanied by synchronized footsteps echoed nearby. A squad of black armored guards was patrolling the vicinity. Black armored guards? Jiang Xian wondered aloud. When did the inspector arrive? The black armored guards were the personal protectors of the city's inspector, each a formidable warrior of innate strength. The inspector was responsible for managing and overseeing various clan affairs, and despite their individual prowess, they were but one person, often requiring the assistance of the black armored guards. The more powerful the inspector, the greater the number of their personal guards. Inspector Lei Hong, for instance, commanded as many as 300 guards. The presence of the black armored guards indicated that Lei Hong was still within the Jiang clan's territory. It seems Lord Lei has not departed, Kaidai remarked. I heard he is searching for someone in the Blackpool Mountains and has dispatched several batches of black armored guards to conduct searches these past few days. Jiang Xian nodded, choosing not to inquire further. The inspector's responsibilities were numerous, and clan affairs were but a fraction of them. Other matters were irrelevant to the Jiang clan and warranted no concern. Upon returning to the clan's stronghold, Jiang Xian first visited the remaining elderly women of the clan, the last generation of his grandmother's peers, who were now responsible for the clan's internal management. As Jiang Xian had temporarily emerged from his seclusion, it was only proper that he greet them and discuss pertinent matters, for he was now the nominal clan leader. In the courtyard, specifically constructed to host the inspector, situated near the center of the stronghold, two figures sat beneath the shade of trees, sipping tea. If Brother Lei successfully captures the top-ranked fiend on the wanted list, he may very well become the most esteemed inspector in all of Feishui City. remarked the elder with the goat beard, setting down his teacup with a glint of envy in his eyes. With such an achievement, the city lord may summon him and bestow favors. The bounty of divine grace from the gods and demons is coveted by any who possess strength at the level of calamity. However, the fiend remains hidden in the Blackpool Mountains, and it remains uncertain if he can be found, Lei Hong replied, shaking his head with uncertainty. There is no need for modesty, Brother Lei, as long as the fiend does not dare to step into the 10 directions of absolute despair. With your strength and the 300 black armored guards at your command, success is certainly assured, the goat-bearded elder said with a smile. Let us hope for the best. Lei Hong replied. The two continued their leisurely conversation over tea when a black armored guard entered the courtyard, swiftly approaching Lei Hong to whisper a few words. Understood. Lei Hong nodded, and the guard departed. It is surprising how deeply you are invested in the clan's life and death struggle, the elder remarked. The elder with the goat beard did not conceal the fact that he had overheard the whispers of the black armored guards, which spoke of Jiang Xian concluding his seclusion and emerging from the back mountain. This elder had sought out Lei Hong at noon today, and with his formidable strength, he infiltrated the Jiang clan's earthen city to appear directly before Lei Hong. If he did not wish to be seen, he would not be. Regarding the current life and death struggle of the clan, the elder had casually inquired about it in previous conversations, to which Lei Hong had provided a brief response. Thus, he was aware that the Jiang clan was left with but one last man, a mere 15-year-old on the cusp of innate mastery, who was essentially awaiting his demise, merely biding time until the first life and death battle on the 7th of next month. For those of extraordinary strength, the slaughter among clans resembled the barbaric wars of primitive tribes, scarcely warranting attention. The elder could not fathom why Lei Hong would deliberately arrange for someone to monitor when Jiang Xian concluded his seclusion. That young man possesses a certain uniqueness. It merely warrants a modicum of vigilance, Lei Hong remarked. Uniqueness? The elder raised an eyebrow. What can a backward, uncivilized tribe's lad possess that is so remarkable? How does he compare to Jiang Jingwu? Jiang Jingwu, renowned as the sword ancestor of the Black Pool, was indeed incomparable. Jiang Xian fell far short of such greatness. Then what is there to concern ourselves with? The elder questioned. It is not concern. It is merely a request for heightened awareness. As I mentioned previously, Lei Hong replied with a slight sense of resignation, understanding that his old friend simply wished to prevent him from being distracted. Although Jiang Jingwu had once emerged as an extraordinary talent from the Jiang clan, that was over 5 centuries ago. Moreover, Jiang Jingwu had not left behind a direct bloodline. It seemed that the Jiang clan was destined for extinction, with no one able to save them. The inevitable outcome, the foreordained demise. Why should you let it trouble you, Lei Hong? Lei Hong, you should devote more of your energies to capturing that demon, the elder insisted. That is indeed the priority, Lei Hong nodded, resting his hand on his teacup. Lei Hong, I have an unseemly request. The elder observed that the moment was ripe. Please, speak freely. Lei Hong already anticipated what was to be said. Should you acquire any leads regarding that demon's whereabouts, would you be so kind as to inform me? I would be willing to assist you in apprehending him, lending you my strength. Rest assured, all rewards and merits would belong to you. I merely seek the satisfaction of slaying him myself. The elder's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hatred. Before Lei Hong could respond, the elder hurriedly added, if you could capture him alive, that would be even better. Just allow me the chance to take him back to Feishiwei City, where I can personally ensure his torment. Name your price when the time comes. I shall not haggle. Whatever the cost, I am willing to bear. Sighing, Lei Hong waved his hand. There is no need for recompense. It is well known that you harbor a deep-seated grudge against that demon. He reassured, do not worry. Should any information arise, I will certainly inform you. The elder displayed a look of gratitude, raising his teacup in a toast. To you, Lei Hong. As night fell, not far from the Jiang clan's earthen city, within a temporary encampment of the Shinta clan, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. As the instigator of the tribal life and death battle, the Shinto tribe is permitted to establish a temporary encampment near the earthen city of the Jiang clan, and they may impose a certain degree of blockade upon it, all under the protection of the Great Qian laws. The clan leader, Jiang Jingsheng, who has pledged allegiance to the Shinto tribe, enters the tent, his brow furrowed. What troubles you? Shinto Lai, polishing his spear, looks up. Jiang Xian has emerged from seclusion, Jiang Jingsheng replies. Oh, Shinto Lai's spirit jolts. He rises abruptly. How is his condition? How long before he meets his end? Jiang Jingsheng hesitates. Do not stammer. Speak quickly, Shinto Lai urges. According to the latest news, It appears he has fully recovered from his injuries. He will be able to fight in next month's life and death battle. Jiang Jingxing states. What? Xintolai's expression shifts drastically. How could he possibly have healed from such severe injuries? Does your Jiang clan possess some miraculous elixir? This Jiang Jingxing is at a loss for words. Xintolai had been anticipating news of Jiang Xian's demise due to his grievous wounds. Logically, it would be astounding for a half-step innate to successfully slay an injured innate late-stage warrior. The toll on himself would be immense. And he could very well have sustained shattered meridians. Such severe injuries, not only did he not perish, but he has also recovered. Xintolai, with a darkened expression, contemplates for a moment. Clan leader, even if he is healed, he remains merely a half-step innate. Next month, when you personally engage, you could crush him with one hand. Would it not be more satisfying to take his life yourself? It would also serve as revenge for Lord Yong. Why the rush? Jiang Jingxing interjects. You know nothing. Xintolai retorts sharply, then impatiently gestures for Jiang Jingxing to leave. Having just pledged allegiance, Jiang Jingxing is yet to fully earn his trust. The Xintolai cannot reveal the matter of the molten crystal mine to him. The aura of the mine will continue to strengthen, within 10 days at most. Its presence will expand to a radius detectable for miles, making it impossible to conceal. The Jiang clan must be subdued before that time. After Jiang Jingxing departs, Xintolai commands, summon Xiaoyu. Shortly thereafter, Xintiyu, aged 15, parts the curtain and enters the grand tent. Xiaoyu, it is time for you to make your contribution. Xintolai gazes at his burgeoning daughter with solemnity. Chapter 12. Your mother wants me to share a bed with you, father. What did you just say? Within the grand tent, Xintiyu momentarily sat before abruptly rising, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at her father, who had always shown her affection. She could hardly fathom that his sudden summons was to propose that she persuade Jiang Xian to join the Xinta clan through marriage. Xiaoyu, you are well aware of the situation regarding the melting crystal mine, Xintolai stated gravely, his gaze fixed upon his daughter. In no more than 10 days, the mine will be exposed. The most effective solution is to convince Jiang Xian to forego battle. He is the last male of the Jiang clan. Without him, we can swiftly complete the annexation of the Jiang tribe. But father, he has killed Uncle Wu. What about avenging him? Xintiyu exclaimed, her emotions aflame. In the grand scheme of ascending to noble leadership, the life or death of a clan member pales in comparison, Xintolai replied, his eyes stern. As his elder brother, I mourn for Yong's death more than you do as his niece. But this has been the way of the tribes for millennia. Which clan among the Blackpool Mountains is free from deep-seated blood feuds? Xintolai had personally issued the challenge, primarily to exert pressure. So you intend to sacrifice me? Xintiyu retorted angrily. You promised me that you would not arrange a marriage for me. At least not until I turn 16 and have the chance to explore the world and choose for myself. What do you mean by sacrifice? You and Jiang Xian are not strangers, Xintolai insisted. Before Jiang Hanfeng went missing, I was both his adversary and ally. We fought countless duels. You and Jiang Xian have known each other since childhood. We have only met 4 times. Xintiyu bit her lip defiantly. The two clans had previously discussed her potential marriage to Jiang Xian, but they had been too young to participate in such decisions. And besides what? Her father pressed. Do you think he is worthy of me? Xintiyu raised her chin, an expression of pride adorning her features. Even if he possesses some fortuitous encounters and has concealed his strength, what of it? He is merely half a step into the innate realm. Do you truly believe he deserves to wed me? He does not. Xintolai's countenance darkened, but he added, however, if we present the melting crystal mine as a betrothal gift, then he is indeed worthy. Father, Xintiyu exclaimed, exasperated. Since her youth, she had regarded herself as exceptional, intellectually gifted, having read extensively and exhibiting remarkable wisdom. At merely 15 years of age, she had assumed the role of strategist within the clan during the 3 years of life and death battles. Many within the tribe believed her to be an incarnation of a wise being, for such brilliance could hardly be attributed to mere mortals. Yet, despite her exceptional qualities, she remained unable to escape the fate of becoming a sacrificial pawn for the clan's expansion. My daughter, you are being foolish. Seeing her genuine distress, Xintolai shifted his approach. If you engage Jiang Xian in conversation, charm him with your words and promises, then, as long as he joins our Xinta clan as your husband, you will have the freedom to dictate the terms. He will be at your mercy. You could even bind him with chains, making him crawl like a dog, and he would have no power to resist. Why can't you see this? The tent fell silent for a moment. Father, I understand now. Xintiyu's eyes flashed with determination. After visiting several elderly women responsible for the affairs of various tribes, Jiang Xian decided to return home, although he was aware that his mother and sister had gone to their grandfather's house in the city. And even if his mother returned alone after settling his sister, it would not be so soon. He still wished to wander around his home before retreating to the mountains once more. To his surprise, there was someone at home, and a sumptuous meal had been prepared. Qing Hongjie, did you make all this? Jiang Xian gazed at the enchanting Jiang Qing Hong, illuminated by candlelight, scratching the back of his head. Please eat. The food will get cold soon. Jiang Qing Hong handed him a pair of chopsticks, explaining that her master had instructed her to take care of him before leaving. Kaidai informed me that you had completed your retreat. I even visited Grandma Jean Lan, but didn't go inside. I just knew, after your discussions with them, you would surely want to come home, and your timing is perfect. Jiang Hanfeng, the most formidable warrior of the Jiang clan, had taught many tribesmen. Though he had not formally accepted disciples, some of the younger members still referred to him as master and Wei Baijun as mistress. Qing Hongjie, your culinary skills are exceptional, Jiang Xian praised as he ate. Eat more if you find it delicious, Jiang Qing Hong said, tearing off a piece of beast leg and placing it into his bowl. The atmosphere at the table was delicate. Jiang Xian had harbored feelings for Jiang Qing Hong for many years. He knew she was aware of this, yet it seemed inconsequential. Jiang Qing Hong was renowned for her beauty, standing out even in the Jiang clan, known for its stunning women. Her fame was so immense that many men from surrounding tribes, including the prosperous Huyan clan, had fallen for her, some even to the point of obsession. For years prior, the young master of the Huyan clan had sought her hand, offering 5 mountain peaks and 5 tribes as a bride price, only to be turned down. Jiang Qing Hong had grown accustomed to being the object of unrequited love and did not exhibit any unusual emotions due to it. However, Jiang Xian sensed something peculiar about her today. She occasionally avoided his gaze, her eyes betraying a subtle shyness as if lost in thought. He understood that Jiang Qing Hong had always regarded him as a younger brother. Could it be that after he saved the tribe and assumed the role of leader, she began to see him in a different light? No, that did not seem right. Jiang Xian quickly dismissed this notion. He knew Jiang Qing Hong's character well enough to realize that if her feelings for him had indeed changed, she would not act shyly about it. Qing Hongjie, what is the matter with you? Jiang Xian asked, pushing his food aside and glancing at her. Nothing much, Jiang Qing Hong replied softly, offering him some vegetables. You're acting strangely. Jiang Xian squinted, a sudden realization striking him. Did my mother say something before she left? Jiang Qing Hong paused, her chopsticks hesitating before she withdrew them, neither confirming nor denying his suspicion. Indeed, I truly admire my own cleverness, Jiang Xian exclaimed, eager to know more. What did my mother say? Do you genuinely wish to know? Jiang Qing Hong cast a peculiar glance at Jiang Xian, her expression a blend of amusement and mystery. Of course, Jiang Xian replied with certainty. Are you not afraid that you might lose sleep over it? Jiang Qing Hong inquired further. Jiang Xian was perplexed by her words, yet his curiosity compelled him to respond. Not at all. As he spoke, he feigned an air of inner strength, casually taking a few bites of his meal. Your mother has instructed me to share a chamber with you, Jiang Qing Hong remarked, fixing her gaze upon Jiang Xian. Chapter 13. The Unforeseen Proposal. All right, Sister Qing Hong. What did my mother say? Did she pressure you? Jiang Xian inquired, wiping his mouth with the handkerchief handed over by Jiang Qing Hong, his gaze fixed on her. Mother did not pressure me, Jiang Qing Hong replied, taking a seat and continuing. She mentioned that you have feelings for me and suggested that I should consider whether I could accept you. Then she proposed that if I agreed, we should expedite the marriage arrangements this month, ensuring that we consummate the union before next month's life and death battle. The sooner, the better. If you were to perish in the arena, perhaps, by some stroke of luck, I might conceive your child. If I consent. She promised to take me away from the tribe before the battle commences. Jiang Xian's mouth fell slightly agape, astonished by his mother's unexpected actions. He had never anticipated such a proposition. Yet, considering the tribe was teetering on the brink of annihilation, it was not entirely surprising that Wei Baiyun, as a mother, sought to preserve her son's legacy, even if it meant ensuring his bloodline would continue. Jiang Qing Hong articulated her thoughts with remarkable composure, embodying the demeanor of a mature elder sister. In contrast, Jiang Xian found himself momentarily speechless. So, Sister Qing Hong, he finally managed to utter. I am still contemplating, Jiang Qing Hong stated forthrightly, aware of his meaning. I assured Mother that I would provide her with an answer upon her return. I see. Jiang Xin blinked in response. Can you still sleep? Jiang Qinghong appeared far more at ease than Jiang Xin, even jesting with him. I cannot sleep. Jiang Xin replied, after dinner, I shall return to the back mountain and engage in closed-door cultivation. Then you must eat more. Only by nourishing yourself can you gather the strength to practice, Jiang Qinghong urged, serving him more food. She refrained from broaching the subject of their engagement. And Jiang Xin dared not mention it again, settling instead for discussing the current state of affairs within the tribe. Jiang Xin could sense the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on Jiang Qinghong. To refuse? She was acutely aware of the fate that awaited her if the tribe were to lose the life and death battle. To accept? To what, only to become a widow? Living as a fugitive with a child, perpetually fleeing and struggling for survival. No one believed Jiang Xin could triumph in the impending battle, and he was unable to prove otherwise. However, unlike the other women of the Jiang clan, Jiang Qinghong possessed a third option. Renowned as the most beautiful woman of Heighten Mountain, she had numerous admirers from influential backgrounds who were willing to redeem her prematurely. Thus, should she choose to signal her intentions, even if the Jiang clan were to lose, the Shinta clan would not pursue her. Rather, they would likely offer her a handsome price. Nevertheless, Jiang Xin understood the depth of Jiang Qinghong's loyalty to her tribe. I am full. After finishing his meal, Jiang Xin departed from home and made his way back to the mountain. As he walked along the forest path, he pondered the difficult choice that must weigh on Jiang Qinghong's heart. He could not fathom how she would decide. Her thoughts were inscrutable to him. He had always held a profound reverence for her, not only because she was older than him and the object of his affections, but also due to her extraordinary talent. Who among the Jiang clan could rival her as the most gifted individual in a century? In truth, this individual is not Jiang Xin, but rather Jiang Qinghong. It is essential to understand that within tribal societies, women are seldom afforded any cultivation resources. The laws governing life and death battles within the tribe necessitate the training of men, resulting in a lowly status for women, regardless of their innate talents. During the zenith of the Jiang clan, there were hundreds of innate warriors, yet among them, only a scant few were women, excluding those who married into the tribe. The native women of the Jiang clan who possessed innate abilities were each solely reliant on their gifts to cultivate, achieving breakthroughs into the innate realm around the age of 30 or 40 without utilizing the tribe's resources. Jiang Qinghong, however, achieved the pinnacle of postnatal perfection at the tender age of 17 without any access to cultivation resources and, at 20, remains at that level. Wei Baiyun lamented for Jiang Qinghong years ago, stating that had she been born into a prominent family in the city rather than in a tribe, her talents could have enabled her to attain innate status by the age of 15. Sister Qinghong is not only beautiful, but also possesses a kind disposition and a talent surpassing that of my former self before mastering the breathing technique. Such a person faces a cruel fate simply by virtue of being born into the tribe. This must not be allowed. Under the moonlight, Jiang Xian approached the sound stone, withdrawing the long blade embedded in the ground. For my mother, my younger sister, and Sister Qinghong, I must hasten to master the ninth form. With a swift motion, the blade glimmered. Hours later, in the latter part of the night, Jiang Xian paused to rest. His body drenched in sweat, he ventured into the woods, heading southwest. After a considerable distance, he suddenly found himself in a clearing, a small lake surrounded by woods, its waters shimmering under the moonlight. Jiang Xian, clad in his garments, leaped into the lake for a brief wash. Once on shore, he utilized his innate spiritual power to dry his clothes expeditiously. He had frequently visited this spot during his recent days of seclusion whenever he needed to cleanse himself. This place, however, was no longer entirely safe, situated on the outskirts of the tribal Earth City's rear mountains. Jiang Jingsheng was indeed correct. You have come here, and I had thought I would be waiting in vain tonight. A gentle voice suddenly rang out. What brings you here? Are you not afraid I might kill you? Jiang Xian was not taken aback by the sudden voice. He had sensed the concealed presence as he approached the lake. The individual's cultivation was inferior to his own. Kill me. Shintiu emerged from the woods, smiling at Jiang Xian from a distance. You are the last man of the Jiang clan. During the tribe's life and death battles, do you dare to slay your fellow tribesmen outside the arena? Are you concerned that your tribe might lose too swiftly? Jiang Xian glanced at Shintiu. Although their encounters had been few, she was not an unfamiliar figure to him. In contrast to Jiang Qinghong, Shintiu was equally renowned, often celebrated for her intelligence and referred to as a talented woman. At a young age, she had even earned the recognized moniker, Jade Fox. Are you alone? Jiang Xian inquired casually, surveying the surroundings. Fear not, I am by myself, Shintu replied with a soft smile, taking a few steps closer to Jiang Xian. Without further ado, I wish to propose a transaction with you. What is it? Jiang Xian asked. We shall unite in matrimony, and you will join the Shintu clan, merging our two families into one, thus putting an end to the chaos of war and bloodshed. Shintu gazed at Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow, his expression momentarily perplexed. In just a few short hours, this marked the second woman to broach the subject of marriage with him. Could the cultivation of breathing techniques truly usher in romantic fortune? It was merely a fleeting jest in his mind. For Jiang Xian was fully aware that what Shintu spoke of was far from mere romantic luck. Do you wish for me to concede defeat? To submit to the Shintu clan? Jiang Xian regarded Shintu intently. You may interpret it that way. Shintu did not refute this but continued, however. By joining the Shintu clan as my husband, you will have the opportunity to inherit the position of clan leader in the future. All you need to do is change your surname to Shintu. Our two clans, both steeped in 1,000 years of tradition, have frequently intermarried throughout history. Our bloodlines are already intertwined. You need not worry about your identity being unrecognized. Although you have slain my uncle, my father still holds your talent in high regard. As long as you are willing to call him father, he will devote himself to nurturing you and elevate you to the position of clan leader. Your Jiang clan stands on the brink of annihilation, and the Shintu clan has also suffered greatly. If you agree, we can immediately bring an end to this war, sparing further loss of life. I promise you, once the inspector announces the outcome of the life and death battle, the Shintu clan will forego the 3 days of revelry and treat the women of your Jiang clan with kindness. Your smile has become stiff. Jiang Xian suddenly interrupted Shintu's words. What? Shintu still did not comprehend. I said your forced smile has become frozen. Jiang Xian observed her, stating, if you wish to entice me, at least practice a bit more sincerity, would you? From the moment she appeared, Shintu had feigned delicacy, but now her smile faded, and her gaze darkened. No more pretense? Jiang Xian remarked. In truth, you are all aware that the veracity of what I just said holds little significance. Shintu, who was already somewhat resistant to this matter, decided to speak candidly. What truly matters is this. If you agree, you shall live. Moreover, you will live well. I cannot guarantee that all the women of your Jiang clan will remain unharmed, but at the very least, your mother and sister, for both emotional and logical reasons, shall not be touched. As long as you marry me, remove your clothing. Jiang Xian suddenly declared. What? Shintu was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. Why should I believe you? Jiang Xian's gaze scrutinized Shintu with a playful intensity. You should at least demonstrate some sincerity, right? Remove your clothing, right now. Let me see. Chapter 14. To kill the heart as well as the body, Shintu's face flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes glaring at Jiang Xian. Undress. Why are you dawdling? Jiang Xian raised his eyebrows, a deliberately frivolous smile playing on his lips. Shintu clenched her fists, her gaze fiercely fixed on Jiang Xian, her eyelids twitching violently. Huh. Such sweet words you speak. Jiang Xian scoffed. You speak of believing in my talents of marriage. If you truly intend to wed me, we should meet with honesty sooner or later. Yet here you are, unwilling to even disrobe. What sincerity is that? I am prepared to fight to the death for my tribe, and you have no spirit of sacrifice whatsoever. How dare you negotiate with me? As he spoke, Jiang Xian stepped closer to Shintu. She instinctively took a step back. TSK. Jiang Xian smirked, shaking his head, and grinned widely. You lack even this minimal courage. Perhaps it's best to give up. He turned to leave. Wait, I will undress. With gritted teeth, Shintu sweetly inquired, if I do, will you agree to pledge allegiance to the Shintu tribe? Of course. Jiang Xian suddenly pivoted, his gaze fixed intently upon her. As long as you follow my instructions, our two tribes shall embrace peace. Jiang Xian began to scrutinize Shintu once more, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Shintu met his gaze, raising her hand to grasp the tie at her waist, but then halted. She offered Jiang Xian a seductive smile. Undress, he urged once more. Do you think me foolish? Shintu's expression shifted suddenly. She coldly laughed and lowered her hand, speaking with a biting tone. You do not trust me, so why should I trust you? If you were to turn against me, I would become the laughingstock. With a sudden stride, Jiang Xian closed the distance between them, standing uncomfortably close. Shintu's eyelids fluttered, yet she stood her ground. Their faces nearly touched. Then do not blame me for not granting your Shintu tribe an opportunity. Jiang Xian leaned slightly, whispering in her ear, I will personally slay your father. I will annihilate every man of the Shintu tribe, and all of this will be a result of your precious pride, Lady Shintu, which you refuse to relinquish. You shall bear full responsibility for the demise of every Shinto man to come, to kill and to torment the heart. Jiang Xian had never contemplated betraying his own tribe. From the moment he made his demands, he knew Shinto would never acquiesce. This proud girl, renowned for her wisdom, arrived with the demeanor of a victor, far too proud to allow her dignity to be trampled in negotiation. Jiang Xian found the Shinto tribe utterly laughable, as they underestimated him profoundly. Kill my father? You. Shinto slightly turned her head, her icy gaze locked onto Jiang Xian's. My father will tear you to pieces in the arena. Don't say I didn't warn you. Are you truly unafraid of death? Your father is as good as dead. Jiang Xian replied. I shall give you one last chance. If you agree to lead your entire tribe to submit, I shall claim you as my own. You can live. Kill your father. And you will still belong to me. Jiang Xian delivered a gaze imbued with the primal ferocity unique to the men of his tribe. His words bore no ambiguity. In winning a battle to the death, the women of the Shinto tribe would be at his mercy, including Shinto. How utterly insane. Shinto suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. She felt that Jiang Xian had succumbed to immense pressure and had lost his sanity. Otherwise, how could he utter such lunacy? Jiang Xian was merely a half-step into the innate realm, while the Shinto clan boasted dozens of innate warriors and hundreds of those in the acquired realm. With Jiang Xian's meager strength, any innate warrior from the Shinto clan could effortlessly crush him. Then await your demise. Shinto declared, no longer wishing to engage in further discourse, and turned to leave. Jiang Xian gazed at Shinto's figure as she vanished into the woods, muttering, there will come a day when you willingly strip bare and kneel before me, begging for mercy. A derisive laugh from Shinto echoed back, and she disappeared among the trees. Upon returning to the temporary camp of the Shinto clan, Shinto reported to her father about the negotiations with Jiang Xian, omitting the part where Jiang Xian had commanded her to undress. She only mentioned that Jiang Xian had declined and threatened to annihilate every man in the Shinto clan. Shinto, upon hearing this, was filled with fury yet could not help but laugh. 3 days later, the news of Shinto personally seeking to eliminate Jiang Xian sent ripples throughout the entire Highton Mountain region. Dozens of tribes, both large and small, received this information. With the top 10 tribes, including the Nalan, Hu, Sha, and He clans, learning of it even sooner. Shinto intended to engage in a life-and-death battle himself. Jiang Xian was merely 15 years old. Even if he had previously concealed his strength, he was still only half a step into the innate realm. It would be sheer luck for him to have killed Shinto Yong, and the Shinto clan still possessed at least 100 innate warriors, any one of whom could easily take his life. Shinto, the foremost warrior of Highton Mountain, bore no sentiment for the past. In earlier days, when Jiang Hanfeng was still alive, he had considered marrying his daughter to Jiang Xian, yet now he sought to end the boy's life personally. No matter how Jiang Xian concealed his strength, he could never contend with an opponent of complete innate perfection. The outcome of this battle was already a foregone conclusion. The leaders of the major tribes discussed and lamented, as if they had already foreseen the demise of the Jiang clan. In the back mountains of Highton, Jiang Xian practiced the 9th style of the chasing wind blade, aptly named the chasing wind technique. What does it mean to chase the wind? Only like the wind can one pursue the wind. And what does it mean to be like the wind? When the wind rises, it is omnipresent, sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce, caressing the face or raging with ferocity. Chasing wind is akin to the wind. The blade's shadow becomes elusive. Before the communication stone, Jiang Xian wielded his blade, the light of his strikes pouring down like a torrential rain, achieving a level of density that rendered it impenetrable, accompanied by sharp, thunderous roars, as if 1,000 whips lashed out simultaneously in a violent display. Boom, 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 crack. A gust of wind swept through, resonating deeply, seemingly draining the surrounding spiritual energy in an instant. Jiang Xian, propelled by the wind, transformed into a fleeting shadow, surpassing his original speed by more than double, instantly shifting over Tianzhong. At last, a semblance of mastery. The shadow solidified into his form, and Jiang Xian stood there, invigorated. After 3 days of relentless training without rest, he had finally grasped the rudiments of the 9th style. Though it was merely a superficial understanding, even this nascent grasp allowed him to execute his offensive maneuvers with a transformative quality. In comparison to the full manifestation of the chasing wind technique, the difference was 100-fold. That last strike was barely at the level of a full-force attack from an early innate warrior. Jiang Xian gazed at the knife in his hand. The consumed innate spiritual energy was minimal. The true wind chase technique transcended sound and became imperceptible. The blade's radiance faded into invisibility. Within a radius of several meters, it swept through like the wind, severing all in its path. Even someone with superior swordsmanship, such as my father who comprehended the momentum of heaven and man, would find it exceedingly difficult to perceive the blade's shadow, let alone discern the source of an attack. How then could one defend against it? The complexity of the wind chase technique ultimately returns to the essence of the Tao. If I could master it and refine my understanding, grasping the momentum of heaven and man would not pose a challenge for me. Xiao Xian. A crisp call interrupted Jiang Xian's contemplation. Jiang Qinghong, carrying a meal box, stood at the edge of the thicket. She had been bringing him meals for the past few days. Sister Qinghong, what delights await us today? Jiang Xian approached her. Only your favorites, Jiang Qinghong replied. She spread a beast skin mat on the grass, and they sat together. Opening the meal box, not only had she prepared and delivered meals, but she had also been sharing them with Jiang Xian daily. He sensed that Sister Qinghong was attempting to cultivate their relationship, though he remained uncertain. Halfway through the meal, a sudden thought struck Jiang Xian, and he turned to her. Inquiring, Sister Qinghong, has my mother not returned yet? Not yet. Jiang Qinghong shook her head. A flicker of concern crossed Jiang Xian's eyes. Regardless of what transpired at his maternal grandfather's home, after settling his sister Jiang Yao, their mother should have returned to the Jiang clan first. It had been 4 or 5 days without any news. How could that be? He needed to find someone to inquire. Half an hour later, at the tribal earthen fortress, a black armored guard hurried into a well-appointed courtyard, approaching Lei Hong, who was sipping tea, to report, "My lord, Jiang Xian. The chief of the Jiang clan requests an audience." Lei Hong pondered for a moment, then said, "Let him in." The inspector and tribal leaders typically did not intersect. The inspector's overwhelming power rendered the tribal wealth insufficient to win his favor, allowing tribes to maintain a distance from him. For centuries, this had been the norm, resulting in no private exchanges between tribes and inspectors during life and death battles. Thus, Lei Hong found it perplexing that Jiang Xian sought him out. Upon entering the meticulously tended garden, Jiang Xian bowed respectfully, saying, "I pay my respects to the inspector." "Rise," Lei Hong replied, observing Jiang Xian's frail figure. "What brings you here?" "My lord, I seek your assistance," Jiang Xian implored earnestly. "For days ago, my mother, Wei Baiyan, took my sister to Feishui City to visit relatives, claiming she was going to my grandfather's home. According to our agreement, she should have returned by now, yet there has been no word. Our Jiang clan has no connections in Feishui City, so I wish to request your help. Whether it was a visit or an escape depended on the interpretation." The inspector was disinclined to intervene. Lei Hong, however, had not anticipated that Jiang Xian's mother and sister had violated the rules of the life and death battle by leaving without permission. After losing contact, Jiang Xian dared to seek his assistance. "You possess quite the audacity," Lei Hong remarked in a low tone. Jiang Xian's spirit was momentarily shaken, yet he quickly regained composure through his breathing technique, which astonished Lei Hong, who silently acknowledged the strength of his resolve. "Please forgive me, my lord." Jiang Xian did not offer a defense. This attitude, rather than being disconcerting, brought comfort to Lei Hong. "Why should I assist you?" Lei Hong replied coolly. "You are well aware of my position. If I were to aid you in locating someone, it would be said that I favor the Jiang clan, which would compromise my impartiality. Your clan's life and death struggle with the Shinta tribe has reached a critical juncture. As an inspector, I cannot and should not assist you." Jiang Xian sensed that Lei Hong was merely adhering to bureaucratic formalities. No inspector truly feared accusations of partiality. In fact, few would dare to voice such claims. They were far too powerful enough to disregard many rules. "My lord, your impartiality is known far and wide. I believe that even if you were to assist me, there would be no objections. It is merely a matter of investigating the whereabouts of 2 individuals," Jiang Xian urged. "I have heard from my clansmen that you seem to be searching for someone recently, who is hidden within Blackpool Mountain. My lord, I propose a transaction. I am now the chief of the Jiang clan, and with this ancient ring in my possession, I can command the 47 tribes under the Jiang clan's dominion. We have lived for generations at the foot of Blackpool Mountain. No one knows it better than us. We possess the finest guides and hunters. My lord, should you assist me in locating my mother and sister, I can command them to aid you in your search for the person concealed within Blackpool Mountain, even in the outskirts of the 10 Directions Abyss, where our people can venture, as long as it is not too deep." Jiang Xian was uncertain of the significance of the individual Lei Hong sought, but he was willing to take a gamble. Lei Hong pondered for a moment, scrutinizing Jiang Xian from head to toe, before finally responding, "Very well. It is agreed. Thank you, my lord." Jiang Xian felt a surge of joy. The speed at which Lei Hong conducted his investigation surpassed Jiang Xian's expectations. Merely a day later, Jiang Xian returned to see Lei Hong, whose expression remained as impassive as ever. In a tone devoid of inflection, he conveyed the findings of his inquiries. What? Jiang Xian felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning. My mother and younger sister have been captured by the Wei family. His 14-year-old sister, Jiang Yao, had been forcibly renamed Wei Yao by the Wei family and was betrothed to Dong Junqiu of the noble Dong clan, a marriage that would be delayed for 2 years. Dong Junqiu was the very man his mother had once rejected. He was now over 40 years of age. Your mother is imprisoned in the Old Wei residence. Since her confinement, she has begun a hunger strike, Lei Hong stated calmly. Though Jiang Xian remained more composed than Lei Hong anticipated, he lowered his head, concealing his expression from Lei Hong. Thank you, my lord, for your assistance in the investigation, Jiang Xian said, his voice somewhat dry. I will dispatch someone to notify the 47 tribes shortly. Indeed, Lei Hong nodded. My lord, how can I rescue my mother and sister? Jiang Xian suddenly raised his head, bloodshot eyes betraying his distress. You should focus on how to win the life and death battle next month, Lei Hong advised. My lord, is the Wei family very powerful? Jiang Xian inquired. As Lei Hong observed Jiang Xian's unwavering determination, he succinctly remarked, the Wei family, one of the 4 prominent clans of Feishuo City, once flourished with over 10 individuals at the tribulation stage and thousands of innate guests. Although the Wei family has significantly declined, even a frail camel is larger than a horse. With 3 tribulation experts stationed, they remain a formidable force. Crushing you is akin to squashing an ant. I understand, Jiang Xian nodded. Despite his acknowledgement, Lei Hong discerned no hint of despair in the young man's demeanor. The resolve in Jiang Xian's eyes was even more profound than he had anticipated. In truth, this may not be entirely detrimental for your mother and younger sister. At least they are alive. Compared to the women of tribes who have lost their lives in battles, they are fortunate. Perhaps you should take solace in knowing that your beloved family is under protection before you shed blood in the arena. Lei Hong harbored admiration for Jiang Xian, a 15-year-old tribal warrior who bravely stepped onto the inevitable battleground to safeguard his kin. Such courage was indeed commendable. However, Jiang Xian did not appreciate the consolation. Thank you for sharing this information, my lord, he interjected boldly, but I already know what I must do. Very well, Lei Hong replied, then you may proceed. With that, Jiang Xian turned and strode away. Lei Hong watched him depart, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his gaze. This young man exuded an overabundance of confidence, seemingly indifferent to the impending life and death battle next month, never once displaying a sense of powerlessness. Such steadfastness was beyond Lei Hong's comprehension. How could one who knew he was destined to perish in the arena maintain such composure? Brother Liao, have you not emerged yet, now that he has left? Lei Hong suddenly inquired. With a whoosh, the elder with a goatee appeared beside the stone table under the shade of the trees, his brow slightly furrowed. You do not truly intend to interfere in the tribal death match, do you? You have never acted this way before. The elder had returned to the city but, upon receiving news of Lei Hong's inquiry into the Wei family, hastened back to the tribal territory. Having just arrived, he refrained from revealing himself while observing Lei Hong converse with Jiang Xian. It is merely a transaction. Lei Hong gestured for the elder to take a seat. I will assist him in locating his mother and sister. He will send tribesmen to collaborate with the black armor guards in the mountains. With local support, the likelihood of finding that fiend will certainly be higher. I see, the elder relaxed, pouring tea for both Lei Hong and himself. After sipping from his cup, he set it down and remarked, yesterday, when I heard you were investigating the Wei family, I thought something significant had occurred. I had my people look into it as well, and lo and behold, the Wei family situation is quite the spectacle. Wei Qingshan at his age has completely lost his dignity. He has long since relinquished control. It is his 4th son who orchestrates matters now. Lei Hong adjusted his grip on the teacup. The Wei family had indeed fallen from grace. Resorting to the marriage of a teenage girl to a middle-aged man destabilized their family's power, a strategy that would undoubtedly invite ridicule. Even in their decline, they remained beyond the reach of a mere tribal youth. The elder shook his head. I just observed that boy discreetly. One can only say he possesses some talent. Indeed, though his talent is somewhat lacking, Lei Hong concurred. Lei Hong nodded and lifted his teacup to sip. Damn it, the Wei family deserves to perish. In the dense forest behind the mountain, Jiang Xian wielded his sword with the ferocity of a tempest, striking wildly in all directions. His mind was inundated with visions of his mother and younger sister. He understood the resolute nature of his mother. She was a fiercely independent woman, strong and steadfast. Years ago, She had willingly relinquished her status as a direct descendant of one of the 4 prominent families to marry into a tribal community. Enduring the scorn and pressure that accompanied such a choice, an unimaginable burden for any woman. Yet, she persevered. If she embarked on a hunger strike, she would undoubtedly persist until death, though her innate constitution would not succumb easily to starvation. Nevertheless, her health would inevitably deteriorate, and in a few months, even the most resilient would find themselves exhausted. And then there was his little sister. They were merely a year apart, having grown up side by side. Jiang Xian held a deep affection for his timid, clingy sister, who often put on a brave front. Damn it! The sword light fell like rain. What troubles you? The transmission stone suddenly emitted a vague, concerned voice. Jiang Xian abruptly halted. Senior, you have arrived, he replied with a hint of desolation. Who are you cursing? The ethereal voice inquired. The Wei family. Jiang Xian did not conceal his feelings. The Wei family? Your maternal family, Wei family? Xian Huang asked, alarmed. What has transpired? They have taken my mother and sister. Jiang Xian sat cross-legged before the transmission stone, detailing the situation, as the senior had always been a confidant for him. I see. Xian Huang's reaction was remarkably subdued. Jiang Xian was accustomed to this calm demeanor. He had never anticipated that the senior would express indignation or condemn the Wei family on his behalf. However, he was taken aback when the senior seemed particularly concerned for him this time. Very well, I shall impart to you another technique, the ethereal voice announced. Chapter 15. The Art of Secrets. The term secret art caught Jiang Xian off guard, prompting him to rise abruptly. What is it? He had heard of secret arts before. Unlike martial techniques, secret arts are abilities that practitioners can master additionally without affecting their realm of strength. There are numerous types of secret arts, such as the Jiang clan's own tribal secret art known as Beast Return. This art is utilized for taming wild beasts with demonic bloodlines. Although its rank is not high and its effectiveness is moderate, it remains a valuable skill, practiced by seasoned hunters within the tribe. What I wish to impart to you is a searching secret art. The ethereal voice continued. Did you not mention that Inspector Lei Hong is searching for something in Heighten Mountain? You stated he was looking for a person, and he did not deny it. Regardless of what he seeks, this secret art will prove beneficial. The inspector is a formidable existence, second only to deities and demons, possessing not only great personal strength but also vast authority. Establishing a good rapport with Lei Hong could greatly aid your future endeavors to rescue your mother and sister. Predecessor. Are you suggesting that I master this secret art to assist the inspector in his search and to build a connection with him? Jiang Xian understood. Not entirely. The ethereal voice replied. The power of this secret art will surpass your imagination. It allows you to search not only for living beings but also to penetrate the Earth's barriers, sensing treasures and mineral deposits buried deep below. It is a divine skill for searching, tracking, exploring, and anticipating dangers, especially in the realm of discovery. In this world, every piece of land has once been graced by powerful beings. It is an ancient realm filled with relics, and undiscovered treasures abound, such as those hidden within Heighten Mountain, where your tribe resides. This need not be stated by the elder. Jiang Xian was already aware. After all, deep within Heighten Mountain lies a perilous place known as the 10 Directions Absolute Land, renowned for its dangers and opportunities. What is the essence of cultivation? Beyond talent and techniques, it is the competition for resources. Yet your tribe is impoverished. Now, if you master this searching secret art, while it may not guarantee the discovery of great treasures, simply venturing out more frequently will yield rewards. It will greatly benefit your cultivation journey, providing lifelong advantages. Is it truly that powerful? Jiang Xian inquired. Trust me, it is far more potent and useful than you can imagine. The ethereal voice assured him. In truth, I have long contemplated bestowing this secret art upon you, knowing it would significantly assist you. This moment presents the perfect opportunity, hence my decision to share it with you. Xian Huang displayed an unpretentious demeanor, revealing his thoughts candidly. I sense your contentment, despite your voice betraying no emotion, yet today you seem particularly joyful, Jiang Xian remarked. Astute. Xian Huang acknowledged with calm confidence. Indeed, I am in good spirits, which is why I have chosen to impart an extraordinary secret art to you. This reflects the mindset of a true powerhouse, one who is enlightened and free-spirited. Jiang Xian admired the elder's strength, powerful enough to act according to his will, and even boast of a remarkable secret art simply because he was in a good mood. Naturally, Jiang Xian felt immense gratitude. Thank you, elder. Jiang Xian bowed towards the communication stone. Do not rush to thank me. First, let us establish 3 rules, ethereal voice intoned. In addition to the familiar conditions, I must remind you that this secret technique must remain undisclosed to anyone, at least until you ascend to the realm of gods and demons. Otherwise, it may invite peril upon your life. Exercise caution when utilizing it. The younger generation comprehended fully. Jiang Xian etched the elder's words into his memory, unwilling to treat them lightly. All right, pay attention. This secret technique is called Thousand Thread Secret Technique. The following morning, within a temporary encampment of the Shinto tribe, inside a tent, this cannot continue. Jiang Jingsheng paced restlessly before a long table, muttering anxiously. He had heard just days prior about Shinto Yu's attempt to discuss a marriage alliance with Jiang Xian, and though it had ultimately failed, it had left him in a cold sweat. What if it had succeeded? Others may remain oblivious, but Jiang Jingsheng was acutely aware of his fate. Jiang Xian would undoubtedly order the Shinto tribe to eliminate him. He had no doubt whatsoever. The very act of eliminating him, a traitor, could very well be one of the conditions for Jiang Xian's marriage into the tribe. Though the matter had not come to fruition, it had instilled in him a profound sense of crisis. Despite being a formidable innate practitioner of the late stage, and having faced no persecution after aligning with the Shinto tribe, Jiang Jingsheng understood that individuals like him were inherently looked down upon. The Shinto tribe would neither trust him nor dare to, and their apparent kindness was merely a facade to attract others. If they could exchange his life for some advantage, however trivial, they would not hesitate to discard him. This looming dread rendered Jiang Jingsheng sleepless through the night. It was all Jiang Xian's doing. Had he not intervened that day, the life and death battle would have concluded. The entirety of the Jiang clan would have merged into the Shinto tribe, and he would no longer stand out as the sole traitor. For the sake of stability after the merger, the Shinto tribe would surely have valued him highly. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Damn that bastard. Jiang Jingsheng cursed under his breath. Jiang Xian had not only thwarted his plans but had also become a significant threat. The Shinto tribe was intent on hastening the annexation of the Jiang clan, refusing to wait for the life and death battle next month. Anything could transpire. If Jiang Xian suddenly had a change of heart, came to terms, and agreed to the marriage, Jiang Jingsheng felt as though his head would be on the chopping block that very day. My lord, a voice from outside interrupted his thoughts. What is it? Jiang Jingsheng inquired, maintaining a semblance of authority, despite his precarious situation. The Shinto tribe's practitioners of the acquired realm still referred to him as my lord. My lord. Someone seeks you at the back gate of the encampment. You must come out, the guard outside informed him. A moment later, at the rear gate of the temporary encampment, a figure draped in a gray robe, wrapped in tattered cloth and wearing a conical hat, stood beneath a tree, gazing towards the gate where tribal guards stood watch. You seek me? Jiang Jingsheng emerged, accompanied by 2 guards, and upon seeing the visitor, felt a sense of familiarity, though the identity eluded him. Who are you? What brings you here? 5th Elder. It is I. I have come to seek refuge with you. The visitor removed his tattered cloth mask, revealing a rugged man in his 30s, marked by a faint scar at the corner of his eye. Obeo? Jiang Jingsheng exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and suspicion as he scrutinized Jiang Bao from head to toe. The tribal contest of life and death was in itself a high-stakes gamble, where the assets and lives of both tribes served as wagers. During such dire contests, it was not uncommon for members of the weaker tribe to flee in advance. Those at the post-heaven stage who escaped would find it difficult to survive, but those at the pre-heaven stage still had a chance. Jiang Bao had once been a pre-heaven warrior of the Jiang clan, but a year and a half prior, he had mysteriously vanished the day before the life and death contest. 5th Elder, I have heard of your profound wisdom and adherence to the will of heaven, that you have pledged allegiance to the Shinto tribe ahead of time. Jiang Bao's voice trembled slightly. I have come to seek your protection. I too wish to. At that moment, Jiang Jingsheng understood. The sudden arrival to seek refuge, while intending to submit to the Shinto tribe, clearly indicated a desire to avoid becoming a fugitive. After all, once the life and death contest commenced next month, should Jiang Xian fall, those from the Jiang clan who fled would be branded as outlaws, while those who remained would face enslavement. Only by pledging allegiance in advance could one hope to retain a semblance of normalcy, albeit at the cost of being looked down upon and distrusted. Come, follow me. Jiang Jingsheng regarded the anxious Jiang Bao, and, as if struck by a sudden revelation, his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Excellent. I shall take you to meet Chief Shintalai at once. A sinister plan had already begun to form in Jiang Jingsheng's mind. On their way to meet Shintalai, Jiang Jingsheng inquired about Jiang Bao's recent circumstances before sharing his scheme. Upon entering the main tent, where both Shintalai and his daughter, Shintayu, were present, Jiang Jingsheng promptly introduced them. Obeo, You have yet to meet Chief Shintalai. This is Miss Shintiyu. Greetings, Chief Lai. Greetings, Miss Yu. Jiang Bao quickly knelt, bowing deeply. His timely awareness of the situation was commendable. Seeing Jiang Bao as a new ally, Shintalai adopted a gracious demeanor, helping him to rise. Welcome. It is fortuitous to have another warrior from the Jiang clan join us, bolstering our tribe's strength. Shintiyu turned to her father. Father, I shall send word immediately to publicize this matter so that all may know. No, that is unwise. Jiang Jingsheng interjected urgently, glancing at Shintalai. Chief, this matter should remain discreet for now. I have a plan that could secure the Jiang clan's allegiance ahead of time. Speak. Shintalai commanded succinctly. Jiang Jingsheng laid out his plan, which was straightforward. Jiang Bao would feign a return to the Jiang clan, waiting for the opportune moment to assassinate Jiang Xian. Once Jiang Xian was eliminated, Jiang Bao would be the last remaining male, capable of leading the Jiang clan to surrender and pledge loyalty. Chief, Jiang Xian is merely at the half-step pre-heaven stage, while Abeo attained the early pre-heaven stage years ago, though he has not yet broken through. He remains a formidable presence among those at the early pre-heaven stage, uninjured. In a direct confrontation, he could easily eliminate Jiang Xian, not to mention the advantage of a stealthy strike. A half-step pre-heaven warrior is not a true pre-heaven warrior. There is no possibility of failure at this juncture. Chapter 16. Prepare to celebrate. Shintalai and Shintiyu exchanged glances, both filled with immense joy. The secret of the molten crystal mine could not be concealed for long. After Shintiyu's failed negotiations with Jiang Xian, the leadership of the Shinto clan, led by Shintalai, had convened several clandestine meetings to devise a solution. Currently, two strategies were under consideration, either to find a way to delay the discovery of the molten crystal mine until next month and eliminate Jiang Xian in the arena, or to deal with Jiang Xian beforehand. However, the matter of assassinating Jiang Xian was approached with utmost caution, as the Inspector Lei Hong had inexplicably lingered in the territory of the Jiang tribe. While hiring someone to kill a half-step innate warrior was not particularly difficult, executing such a deed under the watchful eye of the inspector could provoke his wrath, potentially leading to the clan's annihilation. Thus, after several discussions, no one dared to make a decision. As for delaying the discovery of the molten crystal mine, some arrangements had already been made and were in progress. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon them, as Jiang Bao intended to kill Jiang Xian, which would be regarded as an internal conflict within the Jiang tribe. This would not even violate imperial law. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Shintalai exclaimed in delight, grasping Jiang Bao's shoulder. You are a true warrior. Go forth. Upon your triumphant return with Jiang Xian's head, I shall represent the clan in acknowledging you as our tribe's Zanda warrior. No, you shall not merely be a Zanda warrior. You may adopt the Shinta surname, and I will grant you a position among the elders. Jiang Bao was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, esteemed clan leader. Rest assured, I shall bring back Jiang Xian's head. He was exhilarated, shedding his earlier subservience to Shintalai, now displaying a haughty demeanor. Confident in his ability to slay Jiang Xian as easily as one might butcher sheep or cattle, I shall await the victorious tidings of our tribe's Zanda warrior. Shintalai laughed heartily, patting Jiang Bao's shoulder once more. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingsheng was left in bewilderment. He was unaware of Shintalai's motives for hastening matters and was astonished to learn that not only was the honor of becoming a Zanda warrior promised, but also a tangible position among the elders. Killing Jiang Xian was deemed such a significant achievement. Jiang Jingsheng felt a surge of urgency. He sought to make a name for himself, but it appeared that Shintalai valued the actionable Jiang Bao far more. His own status within the Shinta clan seemed precarious, perhaps even inferior to the newcomer Jiang Bao. This could not stand. Clan leader, I possess something that will ensure success, Jiang Jingsheng suddenly declared, pulling a small jade vial from his robe. This is the Blood Fury pill, which I have treasured for a decade. It is my life-saving elixir. The mention of the Blood Fury pill caused Shintalai, Shintiyu, and Jiang Bao to sit up attentively, clearly familiar with the pill's esteemed reputation. It was a forbidden drug, said to amplify one's strength several-fold for half an hour, albeit at the cost of several years of one's lifespan. The reduction in lifespan is a consequence of excessive use, Shintiyu noted. Jiang Jingsheng explained, turning to Jiang Bao and handing him the vial. Bao, take this for your survival. It may be easy to kill Jiang Xian, but if things do not go as planned, this item could prove invaluable in a critical moment. Acknowledging the worth of the Blood Fury pill, Jiang Bao did not hesitate to accept it. Very well. Together, we shall achieve great things. Shintalai glanced at Jiang Jingsheng, assuring him, do not worry, my brother Jingsheng. Once Jiang Xian is dead, your contributions will not go unnoticed. The address of Brother Jingsheng struck a chord within Jiang Jingsheng, making him feel that all was worthwhile. Yet he feigned modesty, saying, "What contributions? Now that I have pledged allegiance to the Shinta clan, it is only natural that I serve." "Ha ha, well said." Shinta Lai laughed heartily. Subsequently, Jiang Bao vowed to Shinta Lai that he would kill Jiang Xian within a day, and then they departed together. "Father, it seems the heavens truly favor our clan's prosperity, that ignorant fool's end is nigh," Shinta Yu remarked. "Previously, when I proposed a marriage alliance, he refused and mocked me. What a pity he will not witness the regret on his face before he dies." "Ha ha. My dear daughter, are you still vexed?" Shinta Lai chuckled lightly. Proud individuals can often find themselves in contradiction. She does not wish to be a mere tool for profit, yet feels aggrieved when her intentions are disregarded. From certain perspectives, this could be viewed as a form of humiliation. It is nothing to be angry about. "I simply find his conditions laughable," Shinta Yu replied, shaking her head. "Let us prepare for a celebration," Shinta Lai remarked, looking at his daughter. "This matter is entrusted to you." "Very well, father. I shall arrange the festivities at once," Shinta Yu nodded. At noon, behind the earthen city of the Jiang clan. Is this the thousand-thread secret technique? Even in its rudimentary grasp, it has expanded my perception tenfold. With my practice of the wishful breathing method, my senses are already keen. Now, having mastered the thousand-thread secret technique, I believe I surpass even the typical innate perfection in perceptual ability. Moreover, the thousand-thread secret technique possesses a terrifying penetrating power, capable of extending underground. Jiang Xian sat cross-legged before the transmission stone, his eyes closed and heart directed towards the heavens. He perceived everything around him with an awareness that transcended conventional methods. At this moment, his consciousness was filamentous. Whereas ordinary practitioners perceive their surroundings as a continuously expanding mass of cotton, dense and seamless, after cultivating the thousand-thread secret technique, he could transform his thoughts into threads. It was akin to spinning a mass of cotton into fibers, using these threads to connect with his surroundings, thereby extending the limits of his perception to a magnitude of 1,000 or even 10,000 times greater than before. Having just begun to master it, he could not yet reach such distances. His thought threads were merely in their initial stages, yet they represented a qualitative change. If a divine being were present at this moment, they would be astonished to find that Jiang Xian's thoughts had transformed into hundreds of pure white threads, extending from his body like tentacles into the surroundings, some even burrowing underground. Although they encountered the Earth's resistance and did not delve deeply, their reach far exceeded that of other practitioners at the same realm. Additionally, a portion of the threads was weaving a net around Jiang Xian. This is evidently a means of self-defense of the mind. Any sudden and erratic movement must first encounter the web of consciousness, which would alert Jiang Xian. Setting aside other matters, the predictive capability of the thousand-thread secret technique is indeed formidable. Why has Sister Qing arrived so early? Jiang Xian sensed an approaching presence and opened his eyes. He had been in seclusion, currently subsisting on merely 2 meals a day, divided into morning and afternoon. It was now noon, and typically, Jiang Qinghong would not bring him food until an hour and a half later. Yet today, for some unknown reason, she had come at midday. Jiang Qinghong rushed in, exclaiming, "Xiao Xian, Leopard from the hunting team, Uncle Leopard, he has returned." "Uncle Leopard?" Jiang Xian sprang to his feet, instantly recognizing whom Jiang Qinghong referred to, Uncle Leopard of the hunting team, whose true name is Jiang Bao, a congenital warrior of the tribe. Over a year ago, he had fled the Jiang clan out of fear of battle, disappearing without a trace. "Where is he?" Jiang Xian inquired. "He is at Granny Jinhua's place. The others have already gone there. Granny Jinhua asked me to inform you to come," Jiang Qinghong replied. Moments later, in a courtyard of the earthen city of the Jiang clan, the remaining few congenital female warriors had gathered, along with members of the tribe's patrol team, hunting team, herbal garden, plantation, and various merchants from the mines, all of whom were women, predominantly in their 30s or 40s. The 3-year struggle for survival had nearly decimated the male population of the Jiang clan, leaving the women to uphold the functioning of the entire tribe. Abao has returned. It is good that he is back. Abao, you have lost weight. Just being able to return is commendable. Xiao Xian is no longer alone. Women acquainted with Jiang Bao were engaging him in casual conversation. Most held a silent attitude towards this man who had once fled, while a few, unperturbed, exchanged pleasantries without casting blame. In truth, it was difficult to reproach anyone regarding this matter. The life and death struggle had long established a lopsided scenario leading to certain demise. Jiang Bao was not the only man to escape the Jiang clan. Many fleeing congenital warriors had taken their families with them, escaping with wives and daughters. They were not inherently cowardly. Some even returned to the tribe after ensuring their daughter's safety outside, to the arena for a deadly fight. Thus, although Jiang Bao had been absent for over a year, he managed to return before the conclusion of the life and death battle. Once he showed himself, departing again would not be easy. Next month, he would have to step into the arena. That would be commendable, even heroic. Amidst the crowd, an elderly woman clad in leather armor and bearing a knife was encircled by several congenital female warriors. She bore a serious countenance, her spirit undiminished despite having surpassed 60 years, standing tall with an extraordinary demeanor. She is the current de facto leader of the entire Jiang clan, Granny Jinhua. Her husband had perished in the arena, being the third elder of the Jiang clan. In the face of Jiang Bao's return, Granny Jinhua displayed no signs of joy. Jiang Xian and Jiang Qihong entered the courtyard simultaneously, their footsteps drawing the gaze of the assembled crowd. Xiao Xian. Jiang Bao approached Jiang Xian, and before Jiang Xian could utter a word, enveloped him in a hearty embrace, vigorously patting his back. After stepping back to appraise him from head to toe, he burst into a hearty laugh and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, it has been over a year since we last met, and you have grown taller, looking more like a man. You are increasingly resembling your father." Chapter 17. Establishing authority through elimination. The fervor exhibited by Jiang Bao left Jiang Xian feeling somewhat uncomfortable, as their familiarity was superficial at best. Prior to the life and death battle, the Jiang clan boasted nearly 2,000 direct descendants, and before dismissing their servants, the 47 tribes stationed in the clan's earthen city numbered in the thousands. This city served as a pivotal trade hub in the region, with a resident population amounting to 4,000 or 5,000. Thus, even among kin, the differences in intimacy were vast. Jiang Bao, you must not be disrespectful to the clan leader. You have yet to pay your respects, Grandma Jinhua interjected sternly. This caused Jiang Bao, who had been enthusiastically embracing Jiang Xian, to feel momentarily embarrassed. Suppressing his irritation, he quickly released his hold and stepped back, kneeling on one knee. Jiang Bao pays his respects to the clan leader. Uncle Bao, please rise, Jiang Xian said, assisting him to his feet. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Bao stood up, his expression filled with shame. I am a coward. I was timid at that time, too afraid to step onto the arena, only wishing to survive, thus I fled. I am unworthy. I do not deserve the title of a warrior of the clan. It is good that you have returned, Jiang Xian replied, recognizing the formalities at play. Given their lack of familiarity, Jiang Bao's return did not evoke a sense of gratitude or disdain in him. After all, Jiang Xian himself had once contemplated fleeing with his mother. Jiang Bao, Grandma Jinhua suddenly exclaimed, why have you returned? Jiang Bao turned to face her. During my year-long escape, I have been plagued by unease day and night. Each time I heard of a warrior from our tribe falling in battle, I felt a pang of guilt. Recently, I learned of the deeds of young Xian. I could no longer bear it. A mere 15-year-old child, willing to stand in the arena and fight to the death for our tribe. How could I, a grown man, choose to live in cowardice? That is why I have returned. I wish to atone for my past mistakes. Even if it means death, I would rather die on the arena. A man of the Jiang clan can only die standing, not kneeling. His heartfelt declaration culminated in a fervent shout, stirring the hearts of those present. Bao is commendable. He is a true warrior. Why must this be? Why must it be? It is all coming to an end. Some of the softer-hearted women among the tribe were on the verge of tears. Well then, Grandma Jinhua maintained her stoic demeanor. You shall fight in the first match next month. I will. Jiang Bao readily agreed. After some pleasantries and idle chatter, Jiang Bao decided to revisit his old residence. Grandma Jinhua instructed everyone to disperse and attend to their own matters. Jiang Xian, intending to retreat to the back mountain for training, was halted by Grandma Jinhua, who, with a loving expression, said, Xian, do not leave just yet. I have prepared glutinous rice cakes for you to eat while you practice shortly thereafter. Only the two of them remained in the room. Xian, be cautious of Jiang Bao. Grandma Jinhua warned seriously. Cautious of him? Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow, pondering her implication. A man who had fled for over a year suddenly returning to face death was indeed rare, yet not entirely incomprehensible. Grandma Jinhua expressed her doubts, questioning how he could possibly command your respect. I fail to comprehend. He is older than you and possesses a higher cultivation level. Initially, you were the last man of your clan, but with his return, that is no longer the case. When I inquired about his reasons for coming back, his response was eloquent and perfect, perhaps a genuine expression of heartfelt sentiment. Yet, in Grandma's memory, he was never one to articulate himself so well. In any case, something feels amiss. Jiang Xian understood that Grandma Jinhua was merely suspicious. Since there exists doubt regarding him, why not? Jiang Xian decisively gestured. We could first detain him, imprison him. He must not be allowed to act. Grandma Jinhua shook her head, stating that your authority is insufficient. Furthermore, he's a man who is even stronger than you. You witnessed the women's attitudes towards him upon his return. You previously saved the tribe. Thus you are now the chieftain, and no one dares to oppose you. However, if Jiang Bao were to return and you seized him, he is a congenital master. This could lead to direct division within the clan. With your mother absent, those few congenital female warriors may not necessarily support you. Jiang Xian pondered this thoughtfully. Admittedly, he lacked experience in tribal management. Yet, he understood the significance of men to the tribe. Only men are permitted to participate in life and death battles, which have determined for millennia that men are paramount to the tribe's survival. This notion has been ingrained for countless ages. Although Jiang Bao had departed, he never committed any acts that endangered the tribe. His previous absence was acceptable. Thus, upon his return, he would quickly regain a high status, particularly due to the tribe's dire need for men. Grandma Jinhua, esteemed and respected, would have to step back if not for Jiang Bao's blemished past of fleeing. Otherwise, he would command the entire clan. Exercise caution. As long as you do not find yourself alone with Jiang Bao, there should be no issue. Grandma Jinhua assured Jiang Xian that she would assign someone to keep watch over Jiang Bao. I understand, Jiang Xian nodded. Upon returning to the stone of communication on the back mountain, Jiang Xian began practicing with his sword. An hour later, Jiang Qinghong arrived to bring him his meal. While accompanying Jiang Xian during lunch, Jiang Qinghong mentioned that Jiang Bao had sought her out. Little Xian, Uncle Bao asked me to tell you that he wishes to dine and drink with you tonight. He also wants to invite a few others to gather and celebrate. It seems he has also invited Grandma Jinhua. All invited? Jiang Xian looked at Jiang Qinghong, paused, and said, we shall discuss it tonight. If I do not attend, I will inform Sister Huanju. All right, Jiang Qinghong nodded. Suddenly, she reached out and touched the corner of Jiang Xian's mouth, where a grain of rice had lodged itself. She intentionally showed him what she had done, ensuring he understood, just as he intended to brush it away. Jiang Xian lowered his head and ate the rice grain from her fingertip. Do not waste, he said, then took a bite of the beast's leg. Indeed, do not waste, Jiang Qinghong echoed, appearing unfazed. After finishing their meal, Jiang Qinghong tidied up the lunchbox and departed. Jiang Xian continued his sword practice. Just half an hour later, the stone of communication unexpectedly emitted an ethereal voice. Little one, have you mastered the 1,000-thread secret technique? I have. Jiang Xian paused and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for imparting your wisdom. This 1,000-thread secret technique is indeed formidable. Even in my preliminary grasp, it is already remarkable. That's good to hear, Qian Huang replied. Now, continue your practice with the blade. I have matters to attend to as well. It seemed like a casual conversation, yet she had her own obligations. Elder. Wait a moment. I have something to discuss, Jiang Xian said. What is it? Speak. The ethereal voice urged. It concerns a member of our tribe named Jiang Bao. Over a year ago, Jiang Xian began to explain. I recall, you mentioned he fled from the tribe that day, correct? The ethereal voice interjected. Yes. Your memory is impressive, Jiang Xian replied. Today he returned and said. He proceeded to narrate the entire situation, including the subsequent suspicions raised by grandmother Jinhua regarding Jiang Bao, and the dinner invitation he extended that evening. Therefore, I am uncertain about Jiang Bao's true intentions. Jiang Xian concluded. He intends to kill you, the ethereal voice stated plainly. What? Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback. He must have been bribed by the Shinto tribe. This. Jiang Xian appeared somewhat bewildered. Do you not believe me? The ethereal voice inquired. It's not that I don't believe you, but how do you know this with such certainty? Is it a deduction you made? Jiang Xian asked. If you have encountered such matters frequently, you would easily discern his flaws. From the moment he laid eyes on you, he was intent on gaining your trust and shedding his suspicion. For him, returning is akin to courting death. There are those who face death calmly, but he is not among them. He is overly eager to meet with you, yet he dares not do so alone. Fearing your suspicion, I estimate he will attempt to arrange a private meeting with you by tomorrow morning at the latest, seeking to ambush you. Do you understand? The ethereal voice elaborated. Understand? How could I possibly comprehend that? Jiang Xian felt that the elder's assertions were too ambiguous to draw such conclusions. Elder, You aren't deceiving me, are you? With your immense strength, do you possess some method of divination? Did you directly foresee his intent to harm me? Though such methods seem absurd and should not exist, your own depth is unfathomable. Jiang Xian inquired. Such methods do not exist, the ethereal voice denied. Yet, for some reason, Jiang Xian sensed a subtle dissonance in the elder's words. He could not ascertain how the elder knew of Jiang Bao's intentions. But he believed that since she dared to speak such things, they must hold truth. Elder, what do you think I should do? Jiang Xian humbly sought guidance. Fully aware that learning how to navigate various situations from the esteemed elder was a stroke of fortune. What is Jiang Bao's cultivation level? The ethereal voice asked. Early innate stage. He has likely not yet reached the mid-innate stage, Jiang Xian replied. Then he cannot surpass you, the ethereal voice affirmed. Although you were merely at the threshold of the innate stage before practicing the breathing technique. Your mastery of the Black Xian art grants you the capability to contend with someone in the early innate stage. Recently, you have diligently practiced the Rui breathing technique and commenced your training on the 9th form of the Chasing Wind Blade, even delving into the mysterious thousand-thread secret art. In your mid-innate stage, you are more than capable of engaging in battle. Dealing with someone as trivial as Jiang Bao would be child's play. Thus, Jiang Xian hesitated for a moment and inquired, should I go and kill him now? Directly eliminate him? No, came the ethereal response. Did he not invite you and the others to a feast? Moreover, your esteemed matriarch, Grandma Jean Hua, has remarked upon your insufficient prestige. Therefore, you shall strike him down tonight, in public. The more witnesses, the better. Expose him. Make the act resounding. Slay him to establish your authority. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. Jiang Xian nodded, grasping the essence of the words. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Chapter 18. The Deadly Banquet About Come. Let me toast to you, sister-in-law. Come, drink. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Xian displayed an impressive drinking capacity. Today he was filled with joy, for he was no longer alone, although next month. Sigh. Nevertheless, the return of a warrior to our Jiang clan is indeed a joyous occasion. Once the news spreads, perhaps more warriors will follow suit. Let us drink together. The banquet organized by Jiang Bao took place in the square in front of the Jiang clan's ancestral hall, with 5 tables set up. Almost all the officials of the Jiang clan had gathered, including Grandma Jean Hua. Despite the near extinction of the clan's men over the past 3 years and a significant decline in financial resources, the clan still retained some wealth. At least there were no issues with food and drink, besides the clan's own mines and merchant caravans. The 47 tribes that had loyally served the Jiang clan for generations would contribute tributes every 6 months. As the banquet progressed, under the bright moon and sparse stars, Jiang Bao approached Jiang Xian, slinging an arm around his shoulder and shaking his cup. Come, let us drink. Uncle, another toast to you. Jiang Xian did not refuse, clinking his cup with Jiang Bao's and downing the drink in one go. At the same table, Grandma Jean Hua furrowed her brow, her gaze shifting between Jiang Xian and Jiang Bao. She found Jiang Bao suspicious, though lacking concrete evidence. She felt a need to be cautious. With Jiang Xian now intoxicated and seated so close to Jiang Bao, if Jiang Bao were to launch a sudden attack on Jiang Xian, no one would be able to intervene. Xiao Xian, you've had too much to drink, Grandma Jean Hua cautioned, casting a knowing glance at Jiang Qinghong, who sat beside Jiang Xian. Xiao Xian, stop drinking, Jiang Qinghong urged, tugging at Jiang Xian's arm. You haven't eaten much tonight, no matter how happy you are. You shouldn't overdo it. Don't jeopardize your training for tomorrow. Jiang Xian dismissed her concern, shaking off Jiang Qinghong's grip. Mind your own business regarding men. He seemed quite intoxicated. Jiang Qinghong's expression changed instantly, her brows knitting together in anger as she pinched Jiang Xian's waist. Where had the brother she once knew gone? He had just taken on the role of clan leader, and already he was behaving like this after a few drinks. Was he to become a brute who struck his partner? Jiang Bao observed everything quietly, feeling a sense of disdain for Jiang Xian. A man with poor drinking etiquette is seldom held in high regard. Jiang Qinghong chose to ignore Jiang Xian, sulking silently. Jiang Bao moved away to toast Grandma Jean Hua and several innate female warriors. Jiang Xian turned back to Jiang Qinghong, still grasping her hand beneath the table, drunkenly asking, Qinghong, what's wrong? Who upset you? Dog. Jiang Qinghong retorted sharply. Who? Jiang Xian appeared oblivious, gazing at Jiang Qinghong's stunning profile. Suddenly, he pulled her hand closer and kissed the back of it with a smacking sound. Many witnesses, predominantly women, beheld the scene. Oh, Xiao Xian just kissed Qinghong's hand. Is she not destined to become the clan leader's wife? He really did it. Xiao Xian has truly grown up. the sister of my deskmate, along with my aunt and other relatives, was creating quite a ruckus, causing Jiang Qinghong's face to flush with embarrassment and her heart to swell with anger. It was not the fact that Jiang Xian had suddenly kissed her hand that irked her, but rather the inebriated display of affection in public. They say that a person's true character is revealed when under the influence. She certainly did not wish for Jiang Xian to be someone who could not control himself after a drink. Thus, Jiang Qinghong chose to ignore him. Jiang Xian appeared genuinely intoxicated, joking with the other sisters at the table, which only fueled her irritation further. Before she realized it, the meal was nearing its conclusion. "Uncle Bao, let us have a private conversation. I have something to discuss with you," Jiang Xian said, standing up and beckoning Jiang Bao to follow him. "Come, let us go over there." Jiang Bao was momentarily taken aback but felt a surge of elation within. He had intended to swiftly build trust and arrange to meet Jiang Xian alone on the back mountain the next day to seize an opportunity for a surprise attack. However, he never anticipated that the opportunity would present itself so soon, with Jiang Xian wanting to speak with him privately, especially in his inebriated state. This was akin to a simple task of dispatching a chicken. Fortune favored him. Jiang Bao felt exceedingly lucky, and Jinhua had been wary of him since his return. And even Jiang Qinghong understood Jiang Xian's significance, fearing any mishap. Little did they know how foolish Jiang Xian truly was. With a tipsy grin, Jiang Bao approached Jiang Xian, draping an arm over his shoulder. "Uncle Bao, let us go." "Absolutely. You all stay seated. None of you are to follow me," I commanded. The two innate female warriors, under Aunt Jinhua's directive, had already risen but were now ordered back to their seats by Jiang Xian. They exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to do. "Qinghongjie," Jiang Xian turned back, playfully tapping the palm of Jiang Qinghong's hand, laughing drunkenly. "We're leaving now." It seemed as though he was merely teasing her before their departure. Jiang Qinghong's expression shifted slightly, indicating that Jiang Xian's actions had caused her some discomfort. "Let us go. Move out." The only two men of the Jiang clan, both inebriated, sauntered out of the square, their figures quickly vanishing from sight. Jiang Qinghong watched them leave, suddenly retracting her hand, turning away to cautiously examine the note Jiang Xian had given her under the guise of teasing. Upon opening the note and reading its contents, her expression changed dramatically, and she shot up from her seat. "Aunt Jinhua, look at this." She hurried to Aunt Jinhua's side, handing over the note. Aunt Jinhua stood up, her emotions surging as she read the note. This young man, how could he? If something were to go awry. The lively atmosphere around the tables fell silent at Aunt Jinhua's exclamation, all eyes now on her. Little Xian suspects that Jiang Bao has been bribed by the Shinta clan and has returned to attempt an assassination. Aunt Jinhua waved the note in her hand. It can't be true. A middle-aged female warrior from the hunting team spoke up. Jiang Bao has a deep-seated vendetta against the Shinta clan. Both of his older brothers and his nephew perished at their hands. Although he may have lost his courage, I refuse to believe he would betray us like Jiang Jingsheng. Indeed, that makes perfect sense. Many around her nodded in agreement. His sudden return is indeed unsettling. The patrol captain, the innate mid-stage warrior Jiang Xiun, remarked. "I am 10 years older than Abeo. I have watched him grow up. Though he does not speak ill of himself, I have never witnessed him display extraordinary courage. He claims his return is to engage in a life-and-death battle, which is akin to courting death. I cannot believe he possesses such audacity. People can change. Obeo has been away for over a year, and one cannot be certain of what he has experienced." Another innate female warrior opposed this view, stating, "We cannot label him a traitor without evidence." At this critical juncture, someone interjected, "Enough." Grandmother Jinhua interrupted the debate. "Xian knows you would be uncertain, which is why he has decided to take this risk. He has already left with Jiang Bao alone. Jiang Bao has been an innate warrior for many years. He is not someone Xian can compare himself to. If Jiang Bao is indeed an assassin, he will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to eliminate Xian." "What? How could Xian do this?" With a clamor, everyone rose from their seats. Whether they suspected Jiang Bao or opposed the idea, all were alarmed. Xian is putting his life on the line here. Even if he has made preparations, one misstep could lead to disaster. This would be catastrophic for the entire Jiang clan. "Arm yourselves, follow me," Grandmother Jinhua commanded. "Bao, Uncle Bao, let me tell you." Jiang Xian rambled on with Jiang Bao, discussing matters within the clan. The pressures he faced and his hatred for the Shinta clan, all while swaying unsteadily, occasionally belching from the drink. Jiang Bao was in a similar state. The two leaned on each other, wandering aimlessly, wherever their feet took them. Unbeknownst to them, they traversed through the woods beside the square, meandering up the hillside near the back mountain, and, after winding along a narrow path, arrived at a cliff. This was a renowned spot within the Jiang clan's earthen city, known as Eagle Beak Cliff, named for its protruding formation that curiously curves below. Standing at the edge of this precipice offers a panoramic view of much of the earthen city, making it an ideal place for private conversation. This place. Haha. Eagle Beak Cliff. Truly a death wish, Jiang Bao thought, nearly laughing himself into madness. He released Jiang Xian, no longer leaning on him, and pushed him slightly to the side, resting his hand on the hilt of his knife. Jiang Xian, still gazing down at the vast earthen city, continued to speak nonsensically. Wait, why is everything going so smoothly? It feels as though this was orchestrated specifically for me. As he silently drew his knife just a fraction, Jiang Bao halted, suspicion creeping in. It was indeed too smooth. He found it hard to believe. Yet, he quickly dismissed all his doubts. He could not conceive a reason for Jiang Xian to survive such a trial. A mere half-step innate warrior attempting to test me in this manner would be tantamount to seeking death. Grandmother Jinhua and the others would never consent to such a plan. It was far too perilous for Jiang Xian. I must be overthinking. This lad is simply foolish. Foolish to the point of recklessness. Jiang Bao's apparent folly was a result of Jiang Xian's sudden outburst of fervor. This is my tribe. I am the king of the tribe, Jiang Xian proclaimed, his fists clenched and arms flailing as he shouted in drunken exuberance. In that moment, Jiang Bao's gaze sharpened instantaneously. The long knife was drawn. Jiang Bao transformed into a fleeting shadow, lunging towards Jiang Xian. The distance between them was barely a yard for a congenital warrior. Traversing such space was but a fleeting instant, and the blade's light sliced through Jiang Xian's form. Success. So effortlessly, huh? I am now the elder of the Shintu tribe. Jiang Bao rejoiced. Chapter 19. The patriarch's command. Jiang Bao's moment of elation was fleeting, for he soon realized that he was merely striking at an illusion. True to his innate prowess, Jiang Bao reacted swiftly, altering his blade's trajectory to pursue the fleeting shadow with even greater speed. The clash of weapons echoed with a resounding clang as Jiang Xian met Jiang Bao's strike head-on, using the force to propel himself backward, landing several paces away. Jiang Bao found himself at the precipice of a cliff, while Jiang Xian stood nearer to the narrow path. I thought you could contain yourself. I overestimated you, Jiang Xian declared, landing gracefully and gazing at Jiang Bao. His previous drunken demeanor vanished. You feigned intoxication. Jiang Bao's expression darkened, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. But you've miscalculated. Luring me here to strike was a grave mistake. Prepare to meet your end. His eagerness to eliminate Jiang Xian was palpable. Jiang Bao, surrender at once. Came a sharp command from behind Jiang Xian. A throng of individuals erupted from the thickets flanking the narrow path. A group of clan members with whom Jiang Xian had dined earlier. Over 20 of them leaped to Jiang Xian's side, with the elderly Granny Jinhua brandishing her blade, glaring fiercely at Jiang Bao. The clan's folk behind her had ignited several torches. Jiang Bao, you treacherous scoundrel. You have betrayed us, they cried. You deserve death. I shall slay this beast. The crowd was incensed, and the patrol leader, Jiang Xiun, was poised to strike down Jiang Bao herself. Jiang Bao, taken aback and desperate, retreated a step only to find himself at the edge of the cliff, at a height of over 20 paces, even with his innate abilities. A leap would likely result in a fatal fall. The unique structure of Eagle's Beak Cliff offered no footholds for escape, and the path away from the cliff was entirely obstructed by the crowd. Trapped, an escape was utterly impossible. The bloodburst pill would be of no use. Though it could temporarily amplify his strength several-fold, it would not rival a true practitioner of mid-stage innate power, and there was more than one present. I did not betray you. I simply refused to submit. Jiang Bao cried out in despair, a mere boy at heart. Why should he stand above me? Why should he be the patriarch? Any reasonable mind could see Jiang Bao's desperate rationalizations, and all present possessed such clarity. Still defiant at death's door? How foolish of me to have once defended you. They scoffed. Assaulting the patriarch is a capital offense. Kill him. Kill him. The female managers of the clan, despite lacking the strength to personally slay Jiang Bao, rallied the crowd, while several innate female warriors present could easily dispatch him. No one believed Jiang Bao's claims. Yet at that moment, Jiang Xian felt a stirring in his heart, for he had intended to take Jiang Bao's life himself. He stepped forward and declared, You refuse to submit? Then challenge me openly, rather than resorting to ambush. A challenge? Jiang Bao was momentarily taken aback. Granny Jinhua, Jiang Qihong, and others were also stunned, their expressions reflecting confusion. Jiang Xian's words, if Jiang Bao had uttered them, they would have seemed a desperate plea for survival, easily dismissed. Yet Jiang Xian had voluntarily offered Jiang Bao the opportunity to challenge him. Well said. I was indeed foolish earlier. Jiang Xian, I now extend a challenge to you. Let us engage in a duel, one-on-one, to determine who shall be the clan leader. Do you dare to accept? Jiang Bao brandished his blade at Jiang Xian, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Should Jiang Xian acquiesce, he would seize the opportunity to capture him and make his escape. I am aware that you may possess hidden cards, but a mere half-step into the innate realm is still just that, a half-step. You lack the true innate body and are frail in constitution. Do you truly believe you can contend with a genuine innate being? If you possess such prowess, surely even deities and demons would seek to take you as a disciple. Merely having lucked into slaying the gravely injured Shen Tuyong, you now fancy yourself invincible? This is precisely the reason I wish to engage you directly. For I know that you would not dare to accept my challenge. You are not but a coward, driven by impulsiveness. Fearing that Jiang Xian might not accept, Jiang Bao resorted to provocation. How noisy! What a dreamer! Grandmother Jinhua shook her head with a sigh. She was resolute and had no desire to listen to Jiang Bao's ramblings any longer. She raised her hand and commanded, Sui Yin, you and your comrades, seize him. Yes. Several innate female warriors were about to act when Jiang Xian raised his right hand, adorned with a black jade ring, and gazed at Jiang Bao, stating, as you wish. I shall engage in a one-on-one battle. Let us determine victory and defeat, life and death. Xiao Xian? Xiao Xian. The crowd turned abruptly to Jiang Xian, their faces etched with disbelief. I now command, in my capacity as the current leader of the Jiang clan, that you all observe the duel. Those who disobey shall face the consequences of clan law. Step back. Jiang Xian raised his hand, his demeanor grave, establishing authority. To showcase formidable strength can indeed instill respect. However, to cultivate genuine credibility and ensure that the clan members heed one's commands, sheer power is insufficient. It necessitates taming. Grandmother Jinhua may not be the strongest in the clan today, yet she is, in truth, the highest authority. Before Jiang Hanfeng's disappearance, he was universally recognized as the mightiest amongst the Jiang clan, indeed, the foremost innate warrior of Highton Mountain, yet he was merely the vice leader, not the leader. Prestige and the hearts of the people are of paramount importance. Previously, Grandmother Jinhua had remarked on Jiang Xian's lack of prestige within the clan, serving as a reminder for him. The return of a half-step innate Jiang Bao elicited her doubts, making her hesitant to act, and she pondered what would happen should other, stronger male clan members return. Jiang Xian understood that he had once played the hero, garnering considerable respect, yet he remained youthful and inexperienced. The accolades from his kin did not equate to their obedience to his commands. Thus, he knew he must take action. He began with a firm command. The 20 or so present were momentarily frozen. Withdraw? Allow Jiang Xian to gamble with his life? Not withdraw? Defy clan law and refuse to acknowledge this leader? They found themselves in a quandary, uncertain of how to proceed, their eyes darting towards Grandmother Jinhua. She frowned slightly. All present were members of the Jiang clan's various levels of management, and Grandmother Jinhua understood that if she opposed Jiang Xian this time, he would indeed become a leader in name only, rendering the clan's regulations a laughingstock and potentially leading to dire consequences. Moreover, she surmised that Jiang Bao would not dare to kill Jiang Xian. Such an act would undoubtedly spell his own doom. Obey the leader's command. Step back. Grandmother Jinhua proclaimed loudly. Though the crowd hesitated, they ultimately retreated a considerable distance, granting Jiang Xian and Jiang Bao ample space for their confrontation. Once they halted, Grandmother Jinhua quietly instructed her companions, Cui Yun, remain vigilant. Should anything seem amiss, act immediately. Third aunt, why are you? Jiang Chuiyin questioned, her anxiety palpable as she feared for Jiang Xian's safety. After all, he was merely half a step into the innate realm. And while Jiang Bao's previous taunts were harsh, they held a semblance of truth. It was improbable for someone at half-step innate to best a true innate warrior. Furthermore, to her knowledge, Jiang Bao had secluded himself over a year prior to successfully mastering the 6th form of the Chasing Wind Blade. He has mastered the 6th form? The shadow transformation, the 6th form, is indeed a formidable lethal technique. Yet, Cui Yun, you have also mastered the 6th form. And you are a rank higher than Jiang Bao. Indeed, presently, within our Jiang clan, those who practice our ancestral blade technique have predominantly attained the 6th form. Even among those in the late innate stage, few have reached the 7th form, while the 8th form has been mastered solely by Brother Han Feng, who is now either missing or has perished in battle. Jiang Cui Yun's expression momentarily dimmed. Once the shadow transformation is unleashed, there is no return. How could Xiao Xian possibly withstand it? Jiang Qinghong, positioned slightly behind, was exceedingly anxious. The crowd struggled to comprehend why Grandmother Jin Hua had commanded their obedience. Jiang Bao would not dare to kill Xiao Xian. He would not employ the complete sixth form, rest assured, Jin Hua asserted. However, should Xiao Xian show any signs of faltering, act without hesitation. As Jiang Bao gazed at Jiang Xin approaching him, he found himself questioning the reality of the situation. Is there truly someone so foolishly impulsive? Without the luxury of mocking Jiang Xin for his folly, Jiang Bao grinned maliciously. Well, young man, since you dare to accept, I shall not take advantage of you. I will stand right here, allowing you to make the first move. Come forth. Chapter 20. A shattering kill the elders. Including Grandmother Jin Hua, found it difficult to comprehend why Jiang Xin chose such a reckless course of action. This challenge seemed foolish, and although they recognized it as misguided, they felt powerless to intervene. The onlookers speculated that Jiang Xian aimed to gauge the distance between himself and the realm of true innate mastery, a disparity that could only be discerned through the crucible of life and death. As they stood by, all Jiang Xian needed to do was to remain vigilant in the fray, keeping a safe distance from the others to avoid mortal peril. Xiao Xian, beware of traps. Do not act recklessly, Grandmother Jin Hua shouted, her voice laced with concern. Having consumed so much alcohol, be cautious. Stay away from the edge of the cliff. If you can withstand 30 exchanges, it will be a remarkable feat. Additionally, watch out for Jiang Bao's shadow transformation technique. You cannot endure it, Jiang Tsuiyan warned loudly. It was evident that an early-stage innate warrior would undoubtedly surpass a half-step innate opponent. Victory for the latter was implausible. However, the gap in their strengths was not insurmountable, allowing the few innate female warriors present a chance to intervene at a critical moment, engaging in such a life-and-death struggle before the upcoming battle next month, albeit likely to end in defeat, could still be immensely beneficial for growth. Enough of your prattling. Why not make your move? Jiang Bao taunted Jiang Xian. Eager to meet your end so soon? Jiang Xian fixed his gaze on Jiang Bao and began to shift his stance, instinctively twirling his wrist to create a flourish with his blade. Both he and Jiang Bao wielded knives of the same size and weight, crafted through generations of the Jiang clan's legacy. They practiced with the chasing wind blade, measuring 4 feet in length, 2 fingers in width, and possessing a slight curvature. Since Jiang Xian was not charging directly, but rather maneuvering to find an advantageous angle, Jiang Bao had no choice but to respond in kind, mirroring Jiang Xian's movements while retorting, sharp-tongued. Are we? Have you mastered the 6th form of shadow transformation? Indeed, I accomplished it early last year, Jiang Bao replied, pride evident on his face. It has significantly augmented my overall strength. In terms of offensive capabilities, I have grown several-fold. The 6th form was notoriously difficult to master. In the days when the Jiang clan's innate warriors still thrived, most early-stage innate fighters could not attain the 6th form. Only those with exceptional talent managed to do so, while others often required to reach mid-stage innate mastery, with some never achieving it in their lifetimes. Jiang Bao's talent was remarkable, indeed, making him a standout among his peers. At merely 30 years of age, barring unforeseen circumstances, it was entirely plausible that he could reach late-stage innate mastery or even perfection by his 50s or 60s. Should he live to see that day, shadow transformation is indeed formidable. In a century, my father is the only one in the Jiang clan to have mastered the 8th form. Others, no matter how gifted, have only reached the 7th. You, having achieved the 6th at early stage innate, have every opportunity to attain the 7th in the future, which classifies you as a genius. Jiang Xian generously praised. All his words before the skirmish designed to unsettle Jiang Bao's mindset and instill overconfidence. Huh, are you frightened? Jiang Bao sneered. Rest assured, I shan't even need to employ shadow transformation to dispatch someone of your caliber. Within 10 exchanges, I shall slay you, half-step innate, beneath my blade. Come forth. Jiang Xian's expression remained placid, devoid of any tension typical of a life-and-death struggle. With a crisp sound, Jiang Bao inadvertently crushed a small stone underfoot, and this seemingly innocuous noise served as the signal for both combatants to spring into action simultaneously. Jiang Bao, agile as a leopard, lunged forward with ferocity, while Jiang Xian, undeterred, surged ahead, brandishing his blade as if to deliver a fatal strike. Onlookers, including Grandma Jin Hua, were taken aback by Jiang Xian's reckless abandon. Such headlong aggression could easily hinder his ability to retreat, and the disparity in their realms might result in Jiang Xian being unable to withstand even a few of Jiang Bao's assaults. Xia Xian, you. The warning came too late. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed violently. Jiang Bao's face contorted with malice as he aimed to sever Jiang Xian's arm with a single blow, intending to capture him thereafter. By incapacitating Jiang Xian, he could leverage his life to secure his own escape. Even if the assassination failed, the rewards from the Shinta clan would not be diminished. Clang! A violent shockwave erupted. Clang! 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 Jiang Xian parried Jiang Bao's relentless strikes. Over 10 precise blows met with unwavering resolve. How could this be? Jiang Bao was astounded. Despite his superior realm and swifter speed, during their close-quarters battle, Jiang Xian, devoid of innate physical advantages, wielded his innate spiritual power with such prowess that he matched Jiang Bao blow for blow. Jiang Bao attempted to exploit his physicality to strike from more cunning angles. Although Jiang Xian lacked the agility of his opponent and struggled with certain stances, his reaction speed surpassed Jiang Bao's, allowing him to counter each attack with remarkable efficacy. Was he employing some reckless technique that disregarded repercussions? Perhaps he was tapping into his innate spiritual power with the ferocity of a warrior? Jiang Bao speculated, then sneered, "Ha! How many more life-risking moves can you muster?" With that, Jiang Bao altered his technique, becoming even more ferocious in his assault, pressing Jiang Xian relentlessly. Jiang Qihong, Grandma Jinhua, Jiang Suiyin, and the others watched anxiously, fearing that Jiang Xian might exert himself to the point of bleeding. Several innate female warriors stood ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Yet, as 30 moves passed 50 moves 100 200 500 moves, Jiang Xian not only refrained from bleeding, but also exhibited increasing vigor. He even began to mimic Jiang Bao's techniques. While Jiang Bao primarily utilized the 5th and 6th forms of the chasing windblade, Jiang Xian learned from him. At the base of the cliff, within the tribal earthen city, a sense of urgency arose. Quick! To Eagle Beak Cliff. Several patrol teams hastened up the hillside path. Amidst the night, many tribespeople ascended rooftops, gazing intently at Eagle Beak Cliff. The patrolling black armored guards also took note of the situation atop the cliff but merely observed without intervening, as tribal infighting was of no concern to them. Even if lives were lost, in the exquisitely crafted courtyard near the center of the earthen city, the elder with the goatee stood shoulder to shoulder with the Inspector Lei Hong atop a roof, both gazing at Eagle Beak Cliff, due to their vantage point. When Jiang Xian and Jiang Bao engaged in their fierce duel, the onlookers below could not see them as they maneuvered away from the cliff's edge. However, this was a rare occurrence. Most of the time, those atop the rooftops could witness the unfolding combat. For Lei Hong and the old man with the goat beard, whether they could see the battle was of no consequence, as both were formidable beings transcending the realm of innate tribulations, with Lei Hong being a pinnacle among them. Through their heightened perception, they could discern the unfolding conflict clearly. The clash between Jiang Xian and Jiang Bao on the cliff had captured everyone's attention. It was no wonder you took notice of him. He indeed possesses some talent, mused the old man as he stroked his beard. Yet, the two were currently at a stalemate, and the elder had not unleashed his full power. Once he revealed his lethal move, that young man would surely falter. After all, a half-step innate cannot rival a true innate. The duration of their struggle was already remarkable, remarked Lei Hong nonchalantly. And what of it? Retorted the old man. A half-step innate, no matter how strong, relies entirely on innate spiritual power for sustenance, and their endurance pales in comparison to that of a genuine innate. After such a prolonged engagement, Jiang Xian was nearing exhaustion. I never claimed he would win, Lei Hong replied, not wishing to engage in a debate with the old man on this matter. You actually used me to practice your blade skills, Jiang Bao suddenly shouted. Realizing the truth, he could feel Jiang Xian's astonishing progress. Initially, his imitation of Jiang Bao's techniques lacked precision, merely relying on speed and ferocity. Yet, after exchanging thousands of blows, he sensed that Jiang Xian had begun to execute the 5th and 6th forms with commendable proficiency. He had underestimated him. Moreover, Jiang Xian grew increasingly ferocious, and Jiang Bao found himself cornered, nearing his limit. He no longer wished to kill Jiang Xian, should Jiang Xian perish. He too would be trapped. Restraint was the only viable path. Yet now, if he did not unleash his killing move, he feared he might be the one to succumb first. With a roar, Jiang Bao unleashed a flurry of blade light, transforming into 100 shadows, each flickering between reality and illusion in an instant. Granny Jinhua's startled cry rang out, and several innate female warriors, including Jiang Suiyin, rushed towards the cliff's edge. No one anticipated that Jiang Bao would ruthlessly employ the sixth form, the shadow transformation, against Jiang Xian. There was no time left, even in death. I shall take you with me. The whirlwind of humiliation and desperation intertwined in Jiang Bao's mind, driving him to madness. Just as the blade light was about to descend upon its target, Jiang Xian vanished from Jiang Bao's line of sight. A fierce gust swept across the cliff, and like a specter, Jiang Xian moved from Jiang Bao's left to his right. Jiang Bao's body stiffened momentarily. The wind continued to howl, severing his head cleanly. The neck bearing a remarkably smooth and precise incision, blood gushing forth like a fountain. It was thus. Jiang Xian, embodying the demeanor of a master, declared, "To kill him so effortlessly, I could have dispatched him at any moment." Throughout their fierce battle, Jiang Bao had never posed a significant threat to Jiang Xian, allowing him to execute the ninth form, of which he had only grasped the rudiments, with ease even amidst their intense conflict. The old man with the goat beard, stroking his beard atop the roof, froze in his actions, his eyes wide in exaggerated astonishment as he observed the scene, as if witnessing a ghost. Unconsciously, he plucked a few of his own beard hairs. That last move, I have never seen. How could it be so terrifying? He actually killed a true innate while being merely a half-step innate, and he did so with such ease. The old man was left utterly astounded. It is indeed a remarkable technique, one I have never encountered before. Lei Hong was equally astonished. The group, which had charged towards Jiang Xian, Jiang Bao, and Jiang Cuiyin, suddenly halted, including Granny Jinhua, Jiang Qihong, and the female managers, all of whom stood in a state of bewilderment, utterly shocked by the scene before them. They could not discern the nature of the technique Jiang Xian had employed. It had been nearly a century since anyone in the Jiang clan had mastered the ninth form, and the superficial execution by Jiang Xian was vastly different from the authentic ninth form described in the clan's secret texts. Thus, no one could ascertain what Jiang Xian had actually performed, yet they all comprehended the implications of Jiang Xian's act of slaying Jiang Bao. He had killed Jiang Bao, a half-step into the innate realm. He had triumphed over a true innate warrior. Moreover, Jiang Bao had achieved the sixth form. Having been in the innate realm for many years and mastering the sixth form, he was considered elite among initiates. With such prowess, it would be exceedingly difficult for an average newcomer to engage him for more than 100 exchanges, yet Jiang Xian had defeated him. And that final strike was executed with such ease. Do you recall? Jiang Bao had boasted before his demise that Jiang Xian had trained with his blade. He had never regarded him as a threat. Such talent, such terrifying combat prowess. If Jiang Xian were to truly become innate, how formidable would he be? He is merely 15. Aha, he is only 15. The crowd was electrified. The shock of Jiang Xian's sudden annihilation of Jiang Bao momentarily eclipsed their concerns about his imminent participation in the arena next month. As they reveled in the astonishment brought forth by Jiang Xian's extraordinary abilities and terrifying potential, this sentiment permeated even to the relatives perched atop the rooftops within the Earth City as they struggled to believe the spectacle they had witnessed. It was utterly insane. Was there an unseen force at play? How could he have merely flickered, and then Jiang Bao's head had fallen? The clan leader. He can slay an innate warrior. Jiang Xian, the foremost genius of the Jiang clan in a century. He is truly deserving. A fervent emotion rapidly spread throughout the Jiang clan's Earth City. As Jiang Xian heeded the advice of the senior elder, each of his steps meticulously calculated, including the deliberate execution of 1,000 strikes to capture the attention of the entire Earth City. This was all to establish his authority. He succeeded. He astonished everyone. He witnessed the fervor in their eyes. This is bad. Jiang Bao is dead. What should we do? In a residence in the southwest of the Earth City, two unremarkable women, one plump and the other slender, stood on the rooftop, remarkably composed in contrast to the frenzy of other clan members, their faces devoid of any joy. For they had long since betrayed the clan, acting as spies for the former elder Jiang Jingsheng. We must find a way to swiftly inform the elder, the plump woman declared. Meanwhile, in a residence situated in the south of the Earth City, a middle-aged woman with a scarred face reflected on the substantial sum of money the Wei family had provided, sufficient for her and her daughter to live incognito in the county. They merely instructed her to keep a close watch on Jiang Xian's situation within the clan, and upon any significant developments or Jiang Xian's demise, she was to immediately notify the Wei family's contacts in the nearby village. This, although Jiang Xian has not perished, he has indeed slain Jiang Bao. Does this not constitute significant news? She pondered. Chapter 21. A Talent of a Millennium, the temporary camp of the Shindu tribe. Could it be that Jiang Bao has taken action tonight? For this monumental achievement, He is indeed quite determined. Jiang Jingxing sat alone within the tent, grasping a wine jar and drinking, his heart a tumult of mixed emotions. Just a short while ago, those responsible for monitoring the perimeter of the Jiang clan's Earth City reported that a sudden commotion had erupted within the tribe, causing many guards stationed at the city gate to leave in haste, unaware of what had transpired. Jiang Jingxing understood that it was highly likely Jiang Bao had made his move. The task assigned in the morning, returning to the Jiang clan in the afternoon, and then taking action by night. Rather than feeling elated, Jiang Jingxing was instead filled with apprehension and a tinge of bitterness. My blood fury Dan is merely a supplementary boon. Its necessity is debatable. With Jiang Xian's demise, the credit for the achievement will undoubtedly belong to Jiang Bao. He took another large gulp of wine, then comforted himself with the thought that perhaps it was for the best. With Jiang Xian gone, everything would ultimately be well, and I would no longer have to live in fear within the Shinta tribe. As the clamor within the Jiang clan gradually subsided and the night deepened, the entire Earth City fell into a general quietude, save for the training grounds, which still held a modicum of noise. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Xian staggered back several steps, each footfall leaving deep impressions in the ground, and his hand gripping the blade trembled faintly, clearly exhausted. Suiyun, I have been defeated, Jiang Xian addressed Jiang Suiyun. Where have you been defeated? Jiang Suiyun countered. You have not even employed the killing move. You merely engaged me until you could fight no more. I, relying on my superior physique, could not subdue you. Had you unleashed that killing move, the outcome would have been uncertain. 6 years ago, Suiyun had entered the mid-stage of the innate realm, her foundation solid. Little Xian, merely a half-step into the innate, could engage Suiyun for such an extended period, marking him as an extraordinary talent. He may soon rival the esteemed Jiang Zhengwu from over 500 years ago. Little Xian is truly remarkable. Only 15 years old. If I were 10 years younger, I would surely marry him. Once again, the usual crowd, after witnessing Jiang Xian's decisive victory over Jiang Bao, returned to their previous activities. Subsequently, Patrol Captain Jiang Xian expressed her desire to spar with Jiang Xian, clearly aiming to gauge his strength, to which the others eagerly anticipated. Jiang Xian consented. They gathered at the training grounds, where Jiang Xian and Jiang Suiyun publicly engaged in combat. After a prolonged struggle, Jiang Xian conceded defeat. Although he admitted defeat, all present understood that Jiang Xian preferred to exhaust himself in a contest with Jiang Suiyun rather than employ that lethal technique, evidently fearful of causing her harm. Had he used it, it remained uncertain whether Jiang Suiyun could withstand it. Thus, the outcome indicated that Jiang Xian had already attained strength equivalent to the mid-stage of the innate realm, despite his actual realm being merely half a step into it. This was indeed astonishing. Even Jiang Zhengwu, the ancestor, may not have been able to achieve such a feat, however. The ancestor entered the innate realm at the age of 13. Little Xian may not possess the same innate talent as Zhengwu, but in terms of understanding swordsmanship, he likely stands unmatched. Such is the talent of a millennium. Little Xian has truly matured. He is a true man. The crowd was abuzz with excitement, particularly the younger women in their 20s, whose eyes sparkled as they gazed at Jiang Xian. In a tribe that revered violence and honored warriors, marrying a man of exceptional talent and fierce disposition was the aspiration of nearly every woman. However, these young women were all widows. At that moment, a small team of 5 entered the training grounds from the west, all female members of the tribe at the postnatal stage, responsible for handling Jiang Bao's remains. Captain, this is from Jiang Bao, announced the middle-aged woman leading the group, as she handed over some items to Jiang Suiyun. A cursory glance revealed nothing more than valuable tribal adornments, a belt, common healing herbs, and scattered gold and silver, items that the tribe did not shy away from, as they were considered spoils of war. What is this? Jiang Suiyun opened a small vial and took a whiff, but could not discern its contents. Blood Fury pill? Just then, Grandmother Jean, well-versed in such matters, approached, recognizing the pungent scent of blood emanating from the vial. Upon inspecting it, she exclaimed, "Indeed, it is the Blood Fury pill. This belongs to Jiang Jingxing." Jiang Jingxing, from the Shintua tribe. It is undoubtedly them. Jiang Jingxing, cursed be he. He deserves 1,000 cuts. A wave of hatred swept through the crowd, with no one questioning Grandmother Jin's words. If she claimed it was Jiang Jingxing's, it must be true. It was likely that she was aware of Jiang Jingxing possessing such a substance. The infamous Blood Fury pill, though widely known, was exceedingly rare. Jiang Jingxing had one, and so did Jiang Bao. Such a coincidence seemed improbable. Jiang Bao possessed this item but did not have the chance to use it. Fortunately, he had not. Grandmother Jean expressed her relief, saying he underestimated Xiao Xian. He deserved it. Xiao Xian. Grandmother Jean turned to Jiang Xian, hesitated for a moment, then handed him the vial, saying, "You keep this, but remember, only use it in dire situations where your life is at stake. Without innate abilities, you may not withstand its potency." "I understand," Jiang Xian replied as he accepted the vial, securing it safely. He had heard of the Blood Fury pill and presumed he would not resort to such a drug with severe side effects. But carrying it would provide him with peace of mind and potentially serve as a means for future transactions. "It is getting late. Xiao Xian, why not stay at home tonight? You must be weary. Rest well, and continue your seclusion tomorrow," Grandmother Jean advised him. "Very well," Jiang Xian nodded. Shortly after Jiang Xian departed, the crowd remained, fervently discussing his prowess and excitement over his potential. Jiang Xian had already exhibited talent far surpassing that of his father. Jiang Hanfeng. While the realm of gods and demons might be a distant dream, the realm of tribulations was certainly within reach. It could be said that someone like Jiang Xian was coveted by any tribe. Such a prodigy could elevate a tribe to prominence, transform a small tribe into a large one, and restore the glory of a great tribe, ensuring its prosperity for centuries. He was an individual capable of altering the fate of a tribe, currently at the cusp of innate abilities. He was expected to enter the innate realm by the age of 17 and achieve full innate perfection before 30, with hopes for the tribulation realm. He possesses the strength to dominate his peers, and it is said that under such circumstances, even in the grandest of cities, he would be regarded as a prodigy. Alas, have you truly forgotten, or do you simply wish to avoid the subject? Granny Jinhua finally interrupted the excited crowd, bringing an immediate hush to the training ground. The onlookers exchanged glances, for deep down they all understood that Jiang Xian had no future. It was merely too cruel a truth to confront. The higher his talent soared, the more harrowing the reality became. The death of a genius is far more difficult to accept than that of an ordinary individual, hence their subconscious avoidance of the topic. Since pain is inevitable, why not speak of something joyful? This was but an escapist mentality. Xiao Xian is remarkable, truly exceptional, Granny Jinhua stated with solemnity. He is the first genius to emerge from Heighten Mountain in a century. Yet, he is far too young. He has no time left to mature. On the 7th of next month, the life and death battle shall resume, and Shintalai is likely to intervene personally. He is 10 times stronger than Jiang Bao. Xiao Xian has no opportunity whatsoever. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Shintalai, mindful of his stature, may not personally engage. Even though Xiao Xian has slain Shintayong, after all, he is not the first brother to have perished in battle. The emaciated female clansman, bearing a blade, remarked. Even if it is not Shintalai, who among the perfected innate beings can Xiao Xian contend with? Granny Jinhua continued. Even if the Shinda clan sends forth a mid-stage innate warrior, should Xiao Xian manage to win against all odds, the life and death battles occur 10 times a day, spanning 3 consecutive days. The moment Xiao Xian reveals his strength, Shintalai will inevitably take to the field in the second round. Xiao Xian has been concealing his prowess. Neither his realm nor his swordsmanship could have been forged in a brief span. That enigmatic killing move must have been honed over many years. And now he has but 20 days left. What progress can we truly expect? The crowd fell into silence. They all comprehended the gravity of the situation. Yet their hearts recoiled from confronting it. Perhaps it would be best to let Xiao Xian depart before stepping onto the stage. Such a talent extinguished in battle would be a tragedy. As long as he lives, he might yet restore the clan, Jiang Ziyan suggested. Allow him to flee? Granny Jinhua shook her head. If his mother cannot persuade him, how can we? You have all witnessed his unwavering resolve. Third aunt, why speak thus? Jiang Ziyan replied. I wish for you to grasp the reality, relinquish your fantasies, and prepare for a desperate fight. Granny Jinhua raised her voice, declaring that the men of the Jiang clan would fight and die for their tribe, one after another. The women of the Jiang clan shall not cower or succumb. Do not be fearful. Do not falter. Compared to the agony of decades to come, death is not to be feared. Until the last man perishes on the arena. I hope you all take up arms and charge at our enemies, slaying as many as you can. Until the very last. Until the final moment. The Jiang clan shall never be enslaved. Never. The Jiang clan shall never be enslaved. Never. The crowd fervently echoed Granny Jinhua's words. Furthermore, Granny Jinhua surveyed them once more, stating, from this moment forth, you must treat Jiang Xian as the true chieftain. You may call him Xiao Xian, but remember, he is the chieftain, the last man of the Jiang clan. He once stood upon that arena, severing the heads of his foes. He is prepared to ascend once more, to shed the last drop of his blood. He deserves the respect and adoration of all. Indeed, understood. In the temporary encampment of the Shinta tribe, within the central tent. Come, drink. Ha ha ha, drink. A long table laden with provisions is set in the midst of the grand tent, where Shinta lie, Shinta-yu. Several esteemed elders of the Shinta tribe, top-ranking warriors, and the captain are engaged in a banquet, indulging in libations, often reveling until the latter half of the night. Chief. After Jiang Bao's success, will he truly be granted the position of elder? Shinta Maosher inquired, casting a glance at Shinta Lai. Since a promise has been made, it must be fulfilled, Shinta Lai nodded. Yet, Shinta Maosher hesitated, glancing sideways before addressing Shinta Lai again. He is but an outsider, young and lacking in cultivation. Appointing him as an elder, even at the lowest rank, may be difficult to accept. What does it matter if he is an outsider? Once he has annexed the Jiang clan and adopted the Shinta surname, he becomes one of us. Throughout the centuries on Heighten Mountain, how many tribes have risen and fallen? United and divided, all in such a manner? The half-drunken Shinta Lai frowned, disliking the questioning of his authority. That may be so, but Shinta Maosher, emboldened by drink, continued. Maosher. Shinta Yin, seated beside him, swiftly interjected, aware that his brother was speaking out for him. Shinta Yin was among the top 3 strongest of the Shinta tribe, and it was he who should have inherited the elder position after the annexation of the Jiang clan, only to have it usurped by an outsider unexpectedly. Maosher, do you not comprehend the chief's intentions? Shinta Yin feigned reprimand. Do you realize the magnitude of merit if Jiang Bao were to slay Jiang Xian? Shinta Maosher remained silent. The essence of the melting crystal mine could no longer be concealed if Jiang Xian were not dealt with promptly. The only recourse would be to seal off the entire valley where the mine resides. Shinta Yin inquired. Do you have any idea how much wealth is required to procure the sealing materials? I tell you, it surpasses the entirety of our Shinta tribe's current wealth. Unless we begin selling our territory, but that is inconceivable, to amass such a sum. We would not only need to exhaust all our current funds, but also pre-sell portions of the Jiang clan's territory, mines, and populace. Other tribes believe in our victory, but selling to them in advance would undoubtedly incur significant losses. The news of pre-selling spoils has already been disseminated. Buyers will arrive the day after tomorrow. Were it not for Jiang Bao's unexpected intervention, which has greatly assisted us, we would have secured that wealth. Is that not a substantial merit? Shinta Maosher continued to remain silent, taking a swig from the wine jug. Ah, you. Shinta Yin shook his head. Moreover, what of Jiang Bao becoming an elder? If he performs admirably, it reflects the chief's discerning eye. If he falters, the chief will naturally replace him. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Report. A hush fell over the tent. What is it? Shinta Lai inquired. A stout and diminutive woman from the Jiang clan was apprehended, lurking in the shadows. Upon questioning, she claimed to bear news for Jiang Jingsheng, though her veracity remained uncertain. Outside, the murmur spread. Has the news reached us? Has Jiang Yu truly made a move? The atmosphere within the tent shifted, charged with anticipation. Bring her in at once. I shall interrogate her myself, declared Shinta Lai, unable to contain his excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Chapter 22. Will he come to seek revenge in the future? The portly woman was ushered into the large tent, where she found herself surrounded by the prominent figures of the Shinta tribe, causing her to instinctively shrink back. Fear not. Soon you shall be among friends, declared Shinta Lai, his spirits evidently high as he gestured kindly for the woman to approach. Obediently, she advanced and knelt at Shinta Lai's feet. Have you come to deliver a message for Jiang Jingsheng? He inquired. Why yes, she stammered, looking up. Then tell me, what news do you bring? What has transpired in your tribe's earthen city? There has been an assassination attempt on the chieftain. Is your current chieftain Jiang Xian? Yes, is Jiang Xian dead? And no, not dead. Shinta Lai's voice rose sharply, his amiable demeanor vanishing as he glared, while the others in the tent turned their attention to the kneeling woman. A moment of heavy silence ensued. Then, is Jiang Xian gravely injured? Shinta Lai asked optimistically. And no, the chieftain is unharmed. Then what transpired? Shinta Lai demanded. The chieftain has slain Jiang Bao. He killed Jiang Bao. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Shinta Lai sprang to his feet, his voice reaching a fever pitch, as if he had been informed of some ghastly revelation. While he had entertained the possibility of Jiang Bao's misstep, after all, the Jiang tribe boasted formidable warriors like Jiang Suiyin. He could not fathom that Jiang Xin had actually killed Jiang Bao. Was it a joint effort, or did he act alone? Shinta Yin abruptly stood up to inquire. Alone, the frightened woman stammered. He killed a congenital warrior? A half-step congenital warrior slaying a congenital. The assembled figures could no longer remain seated. They surged to their feet, exchanging incredulous glances, their eyes fixed on the woman. Shintian bellowed, "Provide us with more details." Thus, the woman recounted the events she had witnessed in meticulous detail. With each word, Shintalai's expression darkened, until he could no longer contain himself and struck the woman atop her head, killing her instantly. Indeed, he is a true genius. Shintalai seethed. His talent has likely surpassed that of Jiang Hanfeng. Fortunately, our tribe has initiated the life and death battle. Had he been granted another decade to mature, the title of the foremost warrior of Highton Mountain would surely have been his. This child cannot be allowed to live. Next month, I shall personally end his life. The following afternoon, at the Wei family's ancestral residence in Feishiwei City, in the reception hall. Fourth Master, a modest token of my esteem. The elderly gentleman in a brocade robe bowed slightly, placing a box at the corner of the table, his face adorned with a flattering smile. Su, what is this? You are one of the few esteemed managers of our Wei family, dedicating your life to our business. What is this about gifts? We are all family here. Let us not stand on ceremony. Wei Hongqua feigned reluctance. Fourth Master, that is not what I mean. You are the master. While I am merely a servant attending to your affairs, your words are far too generous, Su replied with a smile. You. Ha. Wei Hongqua playfully pointed at Manager Su with his finger, then burst into hearty laughter. Manager Su, ever humble, joined in the mirth. As the most capable steward of the Wei family, he was not obliged to consider Wei Hongqua's mood. At his peak, Manager Su had managed businesses that contributed 20% of the Wei family's annual profits. Though his influence has waned since those days, he remains the foremost steward of the Wei family, a prodigy in the realm of commerce, treated with respect even by the patriarch of the Wei family. Wei Hongqua hardly mattered in comparison. However, the tides have turned. Wei Hongqua adeptly orchestrated the alliance between the Wei family and the Jin Hedong clan, garnering the admiration of the family head and assuming full responsibility for subsequent cooperative endeavors with the Dong clan, thereby elevating his status and becoming one of the most significant power players within the upper echelons of the Wei family. With the former chief steward's retirement due to illness, the time is critical for Manager Su to vie for the chief steward position, compelling him to lower his pride and seek Wei Hongqua's favor. Previously, he had looked down upon Wei Hongqua. Now, he finds himself in a position of humility. Fourth Master, let us proceed with this for now, Manager Su said, then added, "Oh, Fourth Master, do not forget, tonight at the Tianzi No. 1 room of the Jinbao restaurant, we have invited the most renowned courtesan of Feishiwei City. You must grace us with your presence." "Of course, I shall attend," Wei Hongqua readily agreed. Manager Su cupped his hands in farewell and departed. In the past, Wei Hongqua would rise to see him off, but today he remained seated, as steadfast as a mountain. Watching Manager Su hurriedly exit, he shook his head and hummed a cheerful tune, relishing the moment. "Manager Su, there comes a day when you must seek my assistance." His gaze fell upon a box at the corner of the table. Curious about the treasure Manager Su had gifted him, he opened it and found himself momentarily startled, exclaiming in surprise. Inside lay a pearl the size of an infant's fist, a pale green hue with something swirling within, quite exquisite. This was no mere ornament. It was a spirit-gathering pearl of considerable quality. While its ability to gather the essence of heaven and earth did not rival that of formations, its portability rendered it immensely valuable. How generous! Wei Hongqua beamed as he took the pearl into his hands, playing with it. His joy did not stem from the rarity of the gift. He possessed several even finer spirit-gathering pearls. A steward's gift could never surpass what the fourth master of the Wei family could possess. Wei Hongqua's spirits were high, primarily due to the feeling of being valued and revered, the taste of power. Fourth Master, his trusted aide, Yuan Zhong, hurried in, seemingly with urgent news. "Yuan Zhong, be steady. You are soon to be promoted to a higher position." "Why the haste?" Wei Hongqua remarked, continuing to hum his tune. Yuan Zhong waited for him to finish. "Speak. What is it?" Wei Hongqua inquired with calm composure. "News from Highton Mountain. Jiang Xian was attacked last night by his kin, Jiang Bao. Jiang Bao had fled the Jiang clan a year and a half ago, but returned suddenly yesterday afternoon at the initial stage of innate mastery. While Jiang Xian stands at the threshold of innate mastery." Wei Yuanzhong remarked that after the banquet, Jiang Bao took advantage of Jiang Xian's moment of solitude to strike, only to fall prey to a cunning trap set by Jiang Xian. Surrounded by the Jiang clan's innate warriors, he found himself cornered at the precipice. The two engaged in a public duel, exchanging over 1,000 blows. culminating in Jiang Xian beheading Jiang Bao without sustaining any injuries. Crack. The orb developed a fissure. Boom. The orb shattered into powder, crushed by Wei Hongquo's sheer strength. Wei Yuanzhong bowed his head, fully aware of the fourth master's temperament, which precluded any possibility of admitting fault. The Wei family was in dire need of talent, and alliances, even through marriage, were acceptable, especially when considering the gifted youth already possessing the Wei bloodline. However, the incidents involving Wei Baiyun and Jiang Yao made Wei Hongquo's handling of matters problematic. In truth, Wei Yuanzhong understood that a mere tribal prodigy would not significantly impact the cooperation between the Wei family and the Dong clan of Jinha. The youth lacked the extraordinary prowess necessary for such influence. Nevertheless, once word spread, the fourth master's reputation would undoubtedly suffer, as he had not even made an effort to contend for this talent. What a genius indeed! Wei Hongquo squinted, a derisive laugh escaping his lips. Individuals of such fleeting brilliance are innumerable throughout our family's history. The innate warriors of the tribes are both savage and foolish. Their strength inferior even within the same realm compared to those from the grand cities. Jiang Bao is likely a fool who grew complacent. He then inquired about the auction held by the Shinta tribe. I intend to go in person, Wei Yuanzhong replied. I shall set out before nightfall. Very well. Your presence reassures me, Wei Hongquo nodded, adding with particular emphasis, aside from redeeming Wei Baiyun and Wei Yao, inform the Shinta tribe that our family only values these two. They should harbor no reservations regarding that illegitimate child. Let them deal with him as they see fit. Understood, Wei Yuanzhong affirmed. Go then. Wei Yuanzhong departed. While Wei Hongquo remained seated, his countenance dark and silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, what does it matter if he is a genius? He will still perish next month. As a mid-level member of the Wei family, the news that reached Wei Yuanzhong had already passed through many hands. The information regarding the Jiang clan was not particularly sensitive. It would inevitably spread. Thus, shortly after Wei Hongquo learned of it, many within the Wei family became aware, including the head of the family, Wei Qingshan. While some mocked Wei Hongquo for his inability to recognize talent, missing the opportunity to bring a prodigy into the fold, the majority adopted a nonchalant attitude, lacking even the desire to discuss the matter. He may be talented, but not to the extent of making a significant impact. Though the Wei family had detained his mother, captured his sister, and forced her into an undesirable marriage as a means of alliance, what could be done? Would he even have the chance to seek vengeance? His future was bleak. He would not survive past the coming month. In the Blackpool Mountain, behind the earthen city of the Jiang clan, during mealtime, Jiang Qihong looked at Jiang Xian with a playful scowl, saying, Xian, since you were feigning intoxication last night, did you intentionally hold my hand in front of so many people? That was merely to confuse Jiang Bao, Jiang Xian replied. Jiang Xian chuckled, pretending to be intoxicated. One must engage in some unruly behavior, after all. Is that all? To perplex him? Jiang Qihong inquired, leaning closer. What else could it be? Jiang Xian retorted, surely. I wouldn't deliberately seek to take advantage of you. I doubt you would dare, Jiang Qihong replied, her chin slightly raised, though a flicker of peculiar disappointment danced in her eyes. Women can be rather strange at times, desiring respect while simultaneously yearning for initiative from the other party. Jiang Xian grasped Jiang Qinghong's hand and, under her puzzled gaze, kissed the back of her hand as he had the previous night, smiling as he said, this time it was intentional. How infuriating, Jiang Qinghong replied, feigning annoyance as she rubbed the back of her hand against Jiang Xian's clothing. It's filthy. In matters of affection, when one party is already fond while the other is making an effort to be proactive, the pace of warming feelings can be remarkably swift. A day later, at the border between the Jiang clan and the Shinta tribe, within a valley, an auction for the division of the Jiang clan was held as scheduled. Although the Shinta tribe had not yet fully consumed the Jiang clan, all the tribes of Highton Mountain believed that the Shinta clan would conclude this by the 7th day of the following month, selling off the spoils in advance, a precedent that had occurred in Highton Mountain. Thus, all 8 major tribes of Highton Mountain attended the auction. 47 loyal tribes of the Jiang clan had sold 20 to the Shinta tribe, allowing them to relocate after the results were announced. 3 major tribes bordering the Jiang clan's territory purchased portions of that land, which was the most valuable. Other assets, such as mining rights and merchant caravans, also held considerable worth. The auction proceeded smoothly. What surprised everyone was that the Wei family of the 4 great families of Feishiwei City had somehow received news and sent representatives to participate in the auction, purchasing the redemption contracts of Wei Baiyun and Jiang Yao at an exorbitant price. The contracts could not take effect immediately, however, should the Xinda tribe win the life and death battle. Wei Baiyun and Jiang Yao would legally become spoils of war for the Xinda tribe, and due to the redemption contracts, they would belong to the Wei family. They had essentially preemptively acquired them, disregarding the Wei family as concerns, despite having killed that illegitimate child. This remark was made publicly by the Wei family steward before departing, inciting a flurry of discussion. Yet, the Wei family was not the most captivating presence at the auction. The center of attention was the young patriarch of the Huyan tribe, Huyan Qi, who was willing to offer 5 mountain peaks along with 5 tribes in exchange for acquiring a woman of innate perfection from the Jiang clan, Jiang Qinghong. This revelation astonished all the participants at the auction. Although Huyan Qi had previously proposed marriage to the Jiang clan 4 years ago, offering the same bride price of 5 mountain peaks and 5 tribes, that had been a tribal alliance. At the time, the Jiang clan, bolstered by Jiang Hanfeng, was even stronger than the Xinda tribe, making the bride price more significant than mere currency. It was largely due to the Jiang clan's formidable status. But now, the Jiang clan was on the brink of annihilation. Even if Jiang Qinghong were indeed the most beautiful woman of Haitan Mountain, she was merely a woman. Had he lost his mind? The price set by Huyan Qi not only astonished others, but also left his companions, who accompanied him, visibly shocked. The elder named Huyan Dagong, who was with him, attempted to dissuade Huyan Qi, yet his efforts proved fruitless. The consensus among the onlookers was that Huyan Qi's obsession with Jiang Qinghong had escalated to a pathological degree. 4 days later, at the entrance of the Huyan clan's earthen city, the young master ventured out alone once more, forbidding anyone from accompanying him. Huyan Dagong gazed at Huyan Qi's retreating figure on horseback, pondering. Many years prior, Huyan Qi had developed a peculiar habit of venturing out alone, embarking on excursions every 10 to 15 days, issuing orders that no one was to follow him. This was indeed strange, yet no one dared to defy his commands. Unlike other clans, the position of chieftain in the Huyan tribe had always been inherited through a core bloodline. And Huyan Qi was the sole male descendant of this lineage in his generation, which had led to high expectations being placed upon him from a young age. The chieftain would often indulge some of his outrageous demands. As the sun began its descent, still within the territory of the Huyan clan, deep in the forested mountains, Huyan Qi dismounted and continued on foot, traversing peaks and valleys, crossing gorges, until he arrived at the innermost depths of the mountainous region. There, he pushed aside a massive stone that blocked the entrance to a cavern. He ignited a torch and ventured into the depths of the cave, passing through a secret stone door and traversing a lengthy corridor, ultimately entering a grand underground palace. The palace was immense, with the surrounding stone walls adorned with reliefs, murals, and intricately carved columns, all suggesting that this subterranean structure was at least a millennium old. At the center of the palace stood a towering statue carved from jade, depicting a woman of breathtaking beauty and formidable presence. Though an inanimate object, the statue's eyes held an inexplicable authority that could sway one's thoughts upon making contact. Huyan Qi approached the statue, raising his torch as he gazed up at its face, gradually revealing a maniacal grin. Reincarnation of divine beings. I shall possess you, he exclaimed. Laughter echoing in the chamber. Huyan Qi let out a chilling scream, accompanied by an eerie laugh. If Jiang Xian were present, he would be astonished to discover that the visage of the statue bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his beloved Qing Hongjie. Chapter 23, The Legend of Reincarnated Deities and Demons. 8 years ago, during a hunting expedition, the 15-year-old Huyan Qi became separated from his kin. By sheer happenstance, he activated a mechanism and stumbled upon an underground palace. The eyes of the statues within ensnared his mind, evoking a blend of awe and terror. Such a captivating effect could only be the work of divine or demonic forces. Initially, Huyan Qi believed he had merely uncovered an empty abode of deities and demons, and he chose to keep this discovery to himself. However, 5 years later, at the martial arts tournament in Haitan Mountain, he encountered Jiang Qinghong among the ranks of the Jiang clan. With a single glance, he recognized her visage as nearly identical to that of the statue, albeit more youthful. Huyan Qi was utterly astonished. Subsequently, he dedicated an entire year to traversing between his tribe and Feishiwei City, poring over an extensive array of ancient texts and intertwining them with local legends, ultimately arriving at a plausible conclusion: the reincarnation of deities and demons. It is said that certain divine beings willingly reincarnate for various reasons, and this rebirth can transcend the flow of time, enabling them to choose rebirth a millennium later to evade the vengeance of their enemies. Legends assert that reincarnated deities may lose their cultivation but retain their memories, albeit requiring awakening. Deep within their souls, they harbor latent divine memories alongside remnants of divine power awaiting revival. The conditions for awakening may stem from breaking through a particular realm or experiencing severe physical trauma. Alternatively, it is said that if a female deity reincarnates, she will inevitably awaken on her wedding night, sharing her residual divine power with her husband to enhance his cultivation. It is mine. It must be mine. Ha 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 ha. Each time Hu Yanqi beheld the jade statue, he was consumed with exhilaration, often oscillating between clarity and disarray in his thoughts. In his moments of lucidity, he recognized that the statue's divine aura influenced his consciousness, yet he remained indifferent. The jade statue stood silently, its base adorned with a square platform, intricately carved with ancient patterns, and inscribed in its center was a single character, Pei. This was evidently a surname. This deity must have originally borne the surname Pei. Jiang Qihong? Or perhaps Pei Qinghong? Ha 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 ha. The name matters not. What is meant to be mine shall undoubtedly be mine. No one can take it away. Over these years, I have feigned devotion. And who in Heightened Mountain is unaware of my deep affection for you? Soon, you shall be mine. Ha ha ha. Hu Yanqi firmly believed that Jiang Qinghong was the reincarnation of the Pei surname deity, not merely due to her appearance. He had also discovered that she was the first prodigy of the Jiang clan in a century. Yet, due to her gender, she had been deprived of any cultivation resources since childhood, preventing her from breaking through to the innate stage. No one can snatch you away, not even my father. I have not divulged these matters to him, for I know he would covet you as well. Who wouldn't be greedy for a reincarnated deity? Do you realize that you already belong to me? I have purchased you. Once the Shinta clan triumphs in next month's life and death battle, you will be brought to my side. Alas, I cannot reach the realm of deities and demons, but I long to know, who were you before? In the realm of deities and demons, what kind of existence does one hold? How does it compare to the Lord of Feishui? Hu Yanqi spoke to the statue, lost in his thoughts for an extended period. Eventually, fatigue overcame him, and he departed from the grand hall. As he walked further away from the statue, his mind grew clearer, yet a singular thought remained steadfast and unwavering. He must never speak of the statue to another soul. In just a few days, the news of Jiang Xian slaying Jiang Bao spread throughout the entire Heightened Mountain. Those who were keenly following the mortal struggle between the Jiang and Shinta clans had heard of this development. Approximately half a day's journey from the Jiang clan, in the small, dilapidated county of Qinglin, within a secluded and rundown residence, a gaunt young man exclaimed, "Aguang, have you truly considered this? Are you really going to betray the Jiang clan and align yourself with the Shinta tribe?" His eyes widened with fervor at the mention of the word traitor, which struck the gray-clad youth before him like a dagger. "Xing, I understand this matter far more clearly than you," Jiang Guang retorted with a sardonic smile. "Why did we escape? Was it not to survive? The Shinto clan has proclaimed that any man from the Jiang clan who aligns with them before the 7th of next month shall be granted the status of a tribesman within the Shinto." This news traveled alongside the tale of Jiang Xian's victory over Jiang Bao. Accompanying rumors suggested that Shinta Lai would personally intervene next month to eliminate Jiang Xian. This would be the only occasion in the 3-year conflict that he would take action. But Jiang Xing hesitated. "Do you truly believe Jiang Xian possesses any formidable prowess? He is but 15. The circumstances surrounding Jiang Bao's death are dubious. It could very well have been Jiang Suiyin and her associates who orchestrated it, placing the blame on Jiang Xian. How could a mere half-step into the realm of innate possibly kill one who is fully innate? Furthermore, even if it were true, wouldn't Shinta Lai's killing him be as effortless as crushing an ant?" Jiang Guang's tone was resolute. "Though that may be the case, why betray our kin?" Jiang Xing still found it hard to accept. "We have been branded as cowards for fleeing the clan 3 months ago. If we betray them now..." Both were in their early 20s at the acquired realm, having escaped from the Jiang clan together 3 months prior. 3 months. What would you call the life we have endured during this time? Jiang Guang raised his voice. "We are tribesmen, yet in the city, we are oppressed. They label us as savages, and no one is willing to employ us. Just look at our dwelling. A forsaken house, a place only beggars would inhabit." Jiang Guang grew increasingly agitated. In the city, tribesmen faced discrimination, especially those at the acquired realm, while those of the innate realm were viewed as fierce and formidable, instilling fear. In contrast, tribesmen of the acquired realm were regarded as inferior. Due to the differences in lifestyle and some bearing tattoos, they were easily distinguishable. This is still the better outcome. Once the life and death battle concludes, we will be fugitives, with no place to call home in the city. Shall we flee to the wilderness? With our abilities, how long could we possibly survive? Yet, betrayal will earn us scorn. What is scorn compared to living? We must survive. As for my mother, if I were to betray the clan, she would never forgive me, even in death. How dutiful you are, Jiang Guang scoffed. Jiang Xing's mother was still alive, residing within the Jiang clan and serving as a member of the patrol team. 3 months prior, as Jiang Xing prepared to depart, he had urged his mother to escape with him. However, she had already conferred with several of her sisters, resolutely deciding to share the clan's fate. Faced with his mother's unwillingness to leave, Jiang Xing hesitated, contemplating whether to flee. Ultimately, it was his mother who persuaded him, leading him to escape alongside Jiang Guang. I am merely at the late stage of the mortal realm. Competing on the arena would change nothing but hasten my demise. That is why my mother urged me to flee. But if I were to change my surname to Shintu, betraying my clan and ancestors, my mother would undoubtedly take my life with her own hands, given the chance. Jiang Xing confessed. In truth, he struggled to overcome his own inner turmoil. The members of a clan often exhibit profound loyalty, particularly those with a long history. The deeper the roots, the greater the fidelity, with many willing to sacrifice their lives for it. Jiang Xing's mother epitomized this loyalty, while he acknowledged his cowardice, yet refrained from betraying his clan, which remained his steadfast principle. Then carry your foolish loyalty and prepare to live as a fugitive, Jiang Guang mocked, turning away. I must go and enjoy my life. Jiang Xing gazed at Jiang Guang's retreating figure, his expression a tumultuous mix of complexity and struggle. Just as Jiang Guang approached the wall, Jiang Xing suddenly called out, "A Guang, perhaps Jiang Xian." "Stop dreaming," Jiang Guang coldly interrupted, leaping over the enclosure and vanishing from sight. Half a day later, Jiang Guang, having stolen a horse, arrived at the temporary encampment of the Shinta clan. After confirming his identity with Jiang Jingsheng, he officially allied himself with the Shinta clan. On the first day of the 8th month, only 6 days remained until the life and death battle. As dusk fell over the Jiang clan's earthen fortifications, the wind howled, and ghostly shadows flickered incessantly. The wind grew increasingly ominous, blowing southward, then westward, and in the next instant, eastward. This was not a true wind, but rather the manifestation of the incomplete ninth style being repeatedly executed. Chasing the wind like the wind. Chasing the wind like the wind. Chasing the wind like the wind. A gentle breeze swept through the mountains, and Jiang Xian suddenly felt himself merge with the universe, as if he truly transformed into a wisp of fresh air. Caressing the verdant meadows, brushing against the lush foliage, the soil beneath, the dust in the air, and the light of the sky, all moving forward in a swift and fierce manner, coalescing and compressing until it ultimately formed a terrifying blade of light. Wherever the wind blew, the blade of light followed. Jiang Xian emerged from the wind, his expression somewhat dazed, as if he had forgotten his joy. The ninth style, has it succeeded? With a thunderous roar, dozens of towering trees surrounding the communication stone crashed down, each one cleaved into countless segments, a sight both shocking and magnificent. Chapter 24. The Threefold Realms of Mastery. Jiang Xian closed his eyes, immersing himself in the sensations he had just experienced, attuning to the surrounding space, feeling the breeze. With unwavering focus, he struck out once more with his blade, vanishing from his original position. The blade's radiance permeated the air, an interplay of reality and illusion, indistinguishable and yet simultaneously authentic. The speed was terrifying. Dozens of towering trees were cleaved into diminutive fragments of wood. This technique demanded absolute concentration and mental clarity. Only then could it be executed. Once unleashed, one would enter a state of subtle integration with the cosmos, as if one were omnipresent. Wherever the thoughts ventured, the blade would follow. This was the epitome of cognitive prowess. Jiang Xian's form coalesced before the communication stone, gazing at his blade, excitement swelling within him. This elation stemmed not only from mastering the most formidable form of the chasing wind blade, but also from experiencing a profound sense of unity with the universe for the first time. This realization illuminated his understanding of having touched the pinnacle of mastery, while simultaneously evoking a humbling awareness of his own insignificance. It was an awe-inspiring epiphany. "Senior, are you there?" "Senior, I have succeeded." Jiang Xian yearned to share this joyous news with his elder, Qi Shi, but received no response, indicating the latter was likely unavailable. Onward. I must not slacken. Although he could not achieve perfection in the short term, this sensation must be solidified. Jiang Xian resumed his practice with the blade. After a brief respite, he was compelled to stop once more. He appeared before the communication stone, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, and his complexion had paled, revealing signs of extreme fatigue. In such a short span, His innate energy had nearly been depleted, and his meridians were showing signs of distress. The chasing wind technique was indeed formidable. I am not yet in the innate realm. Forcing its use has taken a significant toll on my body. Were it not for my cultivation of the black mysterious art, I might have sustained injuries. This was the first time Jiang Xian encountered such a situation after extensive training in the back mountains. It was hardly surprising. He had transcended several realms to forcibly employ the chasing wind technique. Were it not for the extraordinary nature of the black mysterious art, any practitioner on the verge of the innate realm would find it impossible to execute it. The chasing wind technique was truly fearsome. Jiang Xian retrieved a restorative elixir, consumed it, and sat cross-legged, swiftly recuperating his innate energy. The restorative potion was provided by his clan, and he had been utilizing nearly all of the available cultivation resources of the Jiang clan. Although the resources had dwindled significantly over the 3 years of life and death battles, a residual foundation remained. An hour later, having nearly fully recovered, Jiang Xian stood and resumed his blade practice. Exhaustion followed by restoration, then practice again. He continued until the depths of the night. Have you succeeded? The communication stone suddenly resonated with an ethereal voice. Senior, Jiang Xian appeared before the stone, declaring, I have succeeded. The 9th form. Then I can rest easy. As I anticipated, you have perfected it before the life and death battle. In that conflict, you shall face no rival, no matter how formidable an innate practitioner may be. They will not withstand your strike, the ethereal voice affirmed. Since the senior has spoken thus, it must be true. Jiang Xian said, By the way, esteemed elder, I wish to seek your guidance on a matter. When I execute the 9th technique, I perceive time slowing down and feel an extraordinary connection with the cosmos. This sensation is unprecedented for me. No other technique evokes such a response. I am uncertain of its significance. The path of mastery, a distant voice replied. The path of mastery? Jiang Xian echoed. Do you comprehend what it takes to transcend the innate? The ethereal voice inquired. It requires complete innate perfection and then. Jiang Xian hesitated, not entirely ignorant but reluctant to err, for his understanding was not thorough. Complete innate perfection is one of the foundations for transcending the innate. The voice continued. To attain the realm of tribulation, one must not only achieve a certain level in their martial arts but also attain the realm of mastery, which encompasses 3 formidable challenges, the unity of man and sword, the force of heaven and man, and the divine might of heaven and earth. As you cultivate the blade, the first challenge can also be referred to as the unity of man and blade. I am aware of this, Jiang Xian nodded. My father has not only attained complete innate perfection, but he has also grasped the unity of man and blade as well as the force of heaven and man. An ordinary practitioner of complete innate perfection cannot rival him. Thus, he is the foremost innate master of Blackpool Mountain. Shintu Lai, like my father, has also comprehended the first 2 challenges. Indeed, the voice continued. For one who has achieved complete innate perfection, grasping the unity of man and blade is not overly challenging. As long as the sword technique practiced is of sufficient caliber, such as your tribe's chasing wind blade, mastering the 8th form guarantees the unity of man and blade. Without that innate talent, achieving the 8th form is exceedingly difficult. Your father attained the 8th form, thus naturally achieving the unity of man and blade. However, the force of heaven and man undoubtedly required him to exert tremendous effort, an unfathomable degree of diligence and perseverance, and perhaps a touch of fortune for him to comprehend it. Then, what does this have to do with the sensation I experience when I execute the 9th form? Jiang Xian inquired. Why mention this? Because that sensation you feel is part of the process of grasping the force of heaven and man, the ethereal voice elucidated. Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback. His father, that formidable presence of Blackpool Mountain, became the foremost innate master only after comprehending the force of heaven and man. At the age of 37. Yet here he was, at merely 15, already grasping the force of heaven and man? Your father took a convoluted path, the ethereal voice continued. But this is not his fault. He lacked the innate talent to master the 9th form. I previously mentioned that martial arts learned postnatally are merely foundational. Your father attempted to grasp the force of heaven and man without having mastered the 9th form, which is akin to striving for comprehension without a complete foundation. This made it exceedingly difficult and utterly severed his potential to understand the divine might of heaven and earth. Perhaps your father intended to master the 9th form after comprehending the force of heaven and man, but that is indeed a misguided approach. You, however, are different. Although your foundational swordsmanship is also lacking, you have preemptively mastered the most intricate and challenging technique, the 9th form. which is closest to the path of mastery. The ninth stance inherently aids in comprehending the essence of the celestial and the mortal. Much like how the eighth stance facilitates the unity of man and blade, the chasing wind blade is indeed an exquisite technique. Jiang Xian began to grasp its significance. Does this mean I might be able to comprehend the essence of the celestial in advance? Jiang Xian inquired with excitement. You cannot. The ethereal voice served as a cold splash of water, emphasizing that the mastery of techniques is akin to constructing a towering edifice. One must take each step methodically. First, achieve the unity of man and blade, and only then can one aspire to grasp the essence of the celestial, for the former is the foundation of the latter. The role of the ninth stance at this moment is merely to provide you with a preliminary experience of this sensation. Jiang Xian pondered. Having just begun to comprehend the ninth stance, your journey ahead is still long. The path of cultivation is fraught with detours, offering no shortcuts. Even if I were to impart to you the breathing technique to enhance your innate gifts, it would not be a true enhancement, but rather an excavation of the hidden talents you already possess. Rest assured, senior, I shall not be arrogant. Jiang Xian understood the earnest intentions of the senior. Indeed, the ethereal voice continued, returning to the matter at hand. Given the talents you have so far displayed, if you attain innate perfection and subsequently revisit the fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth stances of the chasing wind blade, the unity of man and blade will naturally follow, as will the comprehension of the celestial essence. It is merely a matter of time. It shall not be as arduous as it was for your father. The only obstacle remaining is the final challenge of heaven and earth's divine might, for that is the true crossing of the chasm. If you cannot overcome it, transcendence will remain elusive. In truth, Jiang Xian was already aware of the formidable difficulty of surpassing the innate level, even without the senior's admonition. In the history of the Jiang clan, spanning over a millennium, only 4 individuals have achieved this feat apart from Jiang Zhengwu. Revered as the ancestor of the Blackpool blade, the other 3 managed to master the 9 stances of the chasing wind blade before the age of 20. Yet they were all in their 40s or 50s when they finally transcended, representing a strained breakthrough, with no further progress thereafter. Jiang Zhengwu transcended at the tender age of 21. On the morning of the 2nd day of August, when Jiang Qihong came to bring Jiang Xin his meal, she discovered a large clearing in the forest where dozens of trees had been felled, the cutwood piled high like a small mountain. Is it that the practice area was deemed insufficiently spacious? Why the effort in chopping wood? Jiang Qihong asked with a smile. It was a matter of convenience while practicing the blade. Jiang Xin replied as he joined Jiang Qihong, sitting on the animal hide mat. Sister Qing, what delectable dish have you prepared today? It's all your favorites. How delightful. Jiang Qinghong's dietary habits had become fixed due to Jiang Xian's preferences, and the two began to eat, chatting and laughing as usual, engaging in playful banter. However, Jiang Xian keenly sensed that Sister Qing seemed to carry a burden today. Occasionally lost in thought. As they finished their meal, Jiang Xian finally voiced his concern. Sister Qing, what troubles you? Jiang Qihong paused in her task of clearing the dining boxes, gazing at Jiang Xian with wide eyes, yet remained silent. What is the matter? Jiang Xian pressed further. Xian. Jiang Qihong addressed him by name, looking deeply into his eyes. Let us marry. Jiang Xian was taken aback, meeting her enchanting gaze, and after several breaths, he nodded. Very well, when shall it be? Tonight. Tonight? Indeed. All right, then it shall be tonight. Chapter 25. The union of marriage. Such a momentous decision was made with surprising ease by the two, neither revealing any trace of excitement. It was not until Jiang Qihong had tidied up the meal boxes and other items and began to depart that she felt the warmth rise in her cheeks, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of allure, tinged with shyness. She had already conversed with Granny Jinhua the previous night, who had thoughtfully shared some insights with her. Hurry. Faster. After Jiang Qihong left, Jiang Xian swiftly entered a fervent state of practice with the sword, becoming increasingly frenzied, as if an inexhaustible energy coursed through him. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Eventually, Jiang Xian collapsed backward onto the grass, sprawling out in a starfish position, his chest heaving painfully as he gasped for air. Bright eyes gazing at the sky. It appeared he had finally calmed down, though it could also be that he was simply too fatigued to move. Father. Are you still alive? Mother, wait for me to save you. I am to be married. Jiang Xian stared blankly at the heavens. You are to be married? A distant voice suddenly echoed. Senior, Jiang Xian exclaimed as he sat up abruptly, turning to face the soundstone. I spoke with Sister Qing earlier today. We are to wed tonight. Congratulations, you have grown up, the ethereal voice responded, tinged with nostalgia. Indeed, it was a poignant moment. She had known Jiang Xian for 8 years, and when they first met, he was merely a 7-year-old child, his speech still laced with innocence. Now, he had transformed into a man. Senior Jiang Xian suddenly rose, clearing his throat as he approached the soundstone, resting a hand upon it. He hesitated momentarily before continuing. There is a matter I wish to discuss. What is it? The ethereal voice inquired. Regarding marriage, consummation, how does one ensure that Sister Qing becomes with child? You understand, right? Jiang Xian stammered, uncertain of whom else to ask. With his father absent, his mother gone, and the Jiang clan devoid of any other men besides himself, he felt too embarrassed to consult his aunts or grandmother. It was far easier to seek guidance from the ancient stone. Silence lingered on the other end of the soundstone, a billion miles away. In the Hall of Celestial Dew, a figure adorned in a phoenix crown and flowing robes reclined gracefully upon a long couch, one hand propping up her head, the other holding a fruit resembling miniature stars, which she was consuming. When the soundstone posed the peculiar question, she momentarily froze, her entire being becoming still. It was indeed an offensive inquiry for her, given the difference in gender between her and Jiang Xian, yet she could hardly fault anyone for it. The world had long since reduced her to a mere symbol. Jiang Xian remained oblivious to her true identity. Senior? The soundstone chimed again. For the Qian Emperor had fallen silent for a while. The Qian Emperor pondered briefly before sitting upright, casting her gaze towards the corner where her maid, Rong'er, stood. Feeling the Emperor's attention, Rong'er lifted her head and shook it slightly. Having accompanied the Emperor for thousands of years, she too was at a loss regarding this matter. Well, I have never been married, so this is not something you should seek my counsel on. The ethereal voice, after a moment of contemplation, finally spoke, assuring you not to worry. Though you are the last man of your tribe, and the experienced women may not be adept at teaching you, they will certainly guide your beloved, Jiang Qinghong. Thus, there is no need for you to prepare in advance, simply embrace your role as the groom. Understood, Jiang Xian nodded. As afternoon approached, it was time for Jiang Qinghong to deliver the midday meal, but instead of her, several middle-aged women from the tribe, whom Jiang Xian would refer to as aunts, arrived to take him away. It was time to prepare. Jiang Xian and Jiang Qinghong were not the first couple to marry during the tribe's life and death struggle, over 3 years of conflict. There had always been a few pairs each year, before their beloveds ascended the arena to face their fate. Jiang Qinghong was not the first woman to make such a choice. With precedents established, their wedding would follow the customary procedures. There would be no grand ceremony, nor would outsiders be invited to witness. In a time when lives were lost monthly, simplicity in arrangements was deemed most appropriate, even for Jiang Xian, the chief. Only a score of individuals would attend this tribal wedding, held within the confines of Jiang Xian's courtyard. As night fell, a bonfire was ignited in the yard. Adorned in traditional wedding attire, Jiang Xian and the equally embellished Jiang Qinghong pledged their vows under the witness of the moonlight and fire. With Jiang Qinghong's mother having passed, and her father killed in battle, and Jiang Xian's father missing while his mother could not return, Grandma Jinhua assumed the role of matriarch, bestowing blessings upon the newlyweds. Following tradition, the couple paid homage to the warriors who had perished for the tribe. They then encircled the fire, hand in hand with others, singing tribal ballads. Although the wedding rituals were numerous, they simply refrained from inviting a larger crowd. The fare at a tribal wedding consisted solely of roasted meat and wine, adhering to tradition, with the newlyweds required to personally carve the choicest cuts of meat for their elders before the rest could partake. As midnight approached, the bonfire began to dwindle. Amidst the playful cheers of Jiang Suiyin and her spirited female warriors, Jiang Xian lifted Jiang Qinghong into his arms and made his way to the candlelit wooden house, signaling it was time to consummate their union. He kicked open the door with a steady stride and gently placed Jiang Qinghong on the bed. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheeks flushed. Whether from intoxication or shyness, it was unclear, as her enchanting eyes gazed deeply into his. Jiang Xian set her down. Yet she did not release her hold around his neck until he uttered, "I need to close the door." Only then did she relent. As Jiang Xian moved to shut the door, Jiang Qinghong sat up on the bed, glancing at the flickering candlelight and hearing the distant revelry outside, her heart racing with bashfulness. Though she had acquired some knowledge, the matter at hand was not so easily approached. "Sister Qing." Jiang Xian stepped closer. "Do you still call me Sister Qing?" Jiang Qinghong cast a teasing glance at Jiang Xian. "My dear wife? Madam?" Jiang Xian gradually settled beside her. "You have quite the tongue." Jiang Qinghong chuckled. "I am not from the city, so why call me madam?" "You are right, my dear," Jiang Xian replied, playfully jesting. He simply aimed to lighten the atmosphere, allowing both himself and Jiang Qinghong to relax amidst their shared tension. He shifted his hand from the window and placed it gently on the back of Jiang Qinghong's hand. Reacting instinctively, she moved slightly but soon allowed him to hold her hand. "Shall we engage in some conversation?" Jiang Xian suggested. Little Xian, what do you call me now?" "Still Little Xian?" Jiang Qinghong shot him a playful glare, then feigned softness. "Husband. My dear husband." Jiang Xian felt a shiver run down his spine. "You look quite amusing in that outfit. What is so funny about it? Is it ill-fitting?" she asked. "No, I mean, I've never seen you wear something like this before. Now that it's on you, it just feels. And what about my wedding attire? Does it look good?" "It's acceptable," he replied. "What do you mean by acceptable? Are you saying I don't look good?" "No, you asked about the outfit, right? It looks lovely. You look lovely. You've grown taller than me. I remember you used to be much shorter," she remarked. "I'm a few years younger than you. So of course I was shorter. You grew up first. Are you implying I'm old? Do you think I'm old? Let us not go down that road. Qinghong, will you be leaving afterwards?" "No, I want to leave. If you lose, I will stay to accompany you." "That table doesn't seem very stable, is it?" It does appear a bit uneven." As their conversation drifted from topics to silence, the night deepened. The din outside finally subsided. Even the most boisterous patrons had departed. The world seemed to quiet significantly as a result. "Shall I fix it?" Jiang Xian pointed to the table and stood up. Jiang Qinghong quickly grasped his hand, causing him to turn and look at her. She shook her head, prompting him to slowly sit back down, inching closer as he gazed into her eyes. "Qinghong." Suddenly, Jiang Qinghong flicked her wrist, extinguishing the candles in the room with a gust of energy, plunging the space into darkness. In an instant, she pushed Jiang Xian down, and the two consummated their union. Chapter 26. Breakthrough. Innate realm. The thunder roared as lightning streaked across the sky. The heavens opened up with a torrential downpour. The long-parched territory of the Jiang clan was finally blessed with sweet rain that night. As the mighty forces of nature unleashed their fury, lightning streaked across the sky, thunder roared, and a tempestuous gale howled while the deluge poured relentlessly. The tempest arrived with unparalleled ferocity, as if the celestial river had overturned its banks, unleashing its wrath for a full half-hour before abruptly dissipating. Yet scarcely a moment passed before the heavens wept once more in delicate drizzle, swiftly escalating into another deluge, this time even more violent than the last. Another half-hour of nature's fury. The rain ceased, yet the winds howled on, until the third cataclysmic downpour descended. Only when less than an hour remained before dawn did the skies finally clear. Storm clouds retreating to reveal a celestial tapestry of glittering stars, dazzling in their brilliance. An ancient consciousness stirred to life. Jiang Qinghong's eyes flew open, their depths now filled with an unfamiliar, imperious light tinged briefly with confusion, yet swiftly mastered. The memories of this lifetime surged forth, reclaiming her thoughts. And she recalled with sudden clarity all that had transpired, how she had awakened to the memories of gods and demons. How could I have been reborn into a tribe? I should have been born in Feishua City. Jiang Qinghong's eyes flickered with shock and fury. What went wrong? The tribe. That barbaric and foolish tribe. A tribe that denies women any cultivation resources, thus I remained unable to break through to the Xiantian realm even at 20. I should have achieved this breakthrough before 14. My awakening was meant to accompany my Xiantian breakthrough, not on my wedding night. He took away my key. Damn it. Jiang Qinghong abruptly turned her gaze towards Jiang Xian. An overwhelming sense of peril jolted Jiang Xian from his lingering reverie, propelling him upright from the bed in one swift motion. Though he believed himself swift, the assailing hand proved swifter still. Jiang Xian realized evasion was futile, so he could only raise his hand to counter the strike. Yet fearing he might injure his opponent, he deliberately held back his strength. Boom! Jiang Xian was sent flying, crashing into the tables and chairs inside the room and sliding a considerable distance, this despite his efforts to mitigate the impact. With disbelief in his eyes, he turned his gaze toward the bed. Qinghongjie, use silence. Jiang Qinghong fiercely yanked the blanket to wrap around herself. Her piercing gaze fixed on Jiang Xian as she descended from the bed. Step by deliberate step, she advanced toward him. What have you done? What have you done? She demanded, her voice trembling with barely contained fury. We are married now and then. Jiang Xian instinctively replied. Sensing something amiss with Jiang Qinghong, her gaze was unfamiliar. What caught his attention even more was how Jiang Qinghong's aura kept surging intensely. She effortlessly shattered the barriers and ascended to the innate realm. Her body radiated the aura unique to the innate realm, the transformation of her innate physique swift and direct. Yet this was not the end. With each step she took, her aura intensified further. In but moments, she ascended to the mid-stage of the innate realm, then the late stage, until finally reaching the pinnacle of innate perfection. At last, her aura ceased its relentless ascent. It seemed she could only advance to this extent this time. Yet it still astounded Jiang Xian. As if witnessing a ghost, how could she break through so swiftly? And who is she? She is not Qi Hong. Sister Qi Hong would never cast such a gaze upon me, much less reveal such murderous intent. Jiang Xian couldn't comprehend the situation, nor did he have time to ponder. He suddenly realized with chilling clarity, Jiang Qi Hong intended to kill him. What is even more lamentable is that he had previously exchanged a palm strike with Jiang Qi Hong. Not out of inability to defeat her, but rather out of concern for causing her harm. Now, however, whether he holds back or not makes little difference. He is unarmed, and his speed cannot surpass that of a true innate perfection. Jiang Qi Hong has already acquired the capability to take his life. Jiang Qi Hong suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow. Rushing forth, Sister Qing, Jiang Xian shouted loudly, not evading. Jiang Qi Hong appeared before him in a fleeting moment, their faces mere inches apart. At the same time, Jiang Qi Hong's hand had already gripped Jiang Xian's neck, their gazes locked in an intense confrontation, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. What has happened to you? Jiang Xian inquired. A peculiar struggle flickered in Jiang Qi Hong's eyes, as memories from the past decade weighed upon her. Yet, in an instant, her gaze transformed, becoming as frigid as ice. He cannot perish by my hand. This battle of life and death must not conclude because of me. I must remain unnoticed until I regain my strength. Jiang Qi Hong pondered deeply, convincing herself to gradually release her grip. In an instant, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, retreating 2 paces. With a final glance at Jiang Xian, a myriad of emotions flickered in her eyes. Do not let me see you again. Jiang Qi Hong, with an icy demeanor, transformed once more into a fleeting shadow, shattering the window with a resounding crash as she made her escape. Her presence dissipated into nothingness during this process, rendering her impossible to trace. Jiang Xian stood in a daze, utterly bewildered by the circumstances. What on earth was happening? The bride he had just secured had vanished. Xiao Xian, are you all right? Was there an assassination attempt? We have entered. A few breaths approached swiftly, and upon entering the courtyard, they shouted loudly. Subsequently, the door was shattered, and several innate female warriors, led by Jiang Xin, burst into the room, each wielding long knives and scanning their surroundings with vigilance. They resided nearby and had sensed an unprecedented innate aura emanating from Jiang Xian's home, compelling them to rush over. Jiang Xian was still present, appearing unscathed. The furniture was overturned, and the windows were shattered, but there were no other signs of a struggle. Moreover, Jiang Qi Hong was missing. Had Qi Hong been captured? Jiang Xian suddenly exclaimed, realizing that this was the most dreadful outcome she could conceive, aside from Jiang Xian's demise. Damn it! Is it the Shinta triad? Jiang Xian slowly shook his head. After a brief moment, he sat at the edge of his bed clad in a nightgown. Besides himself and Jiang Xian, Granny Jinhua had also arrived, having been notified solely of the matter. Jiang Xian recounted the absurd events that had transpired, expressing disbelief. To ascend directly from the completion of the acquired realm to the innate perfection, and to harbor intentions of murder? Could it be that they had succumbed to some malevolent influence? Even deities and demons cultivate their prowess step by step. How could one possibly achieve such a breakthrough overnight? This matter is most unusual. Should it be divulged, it may incite considerable upheaval, potentially leading to unforeseen calamities for the tribe. As for Qi Hong, given her circumstances, we must refrain from causing her harm. After pausing momentarily, Granny Jinhua turned her gaze towards Jiang Xian and continued, Little Xian. With merely 5 days remaining until the battle of life and death, if Qi Hong departs now, it may not necessarily be a misfortune for her. There is no need for us to seek her out. I understand, Jiang Xian nodded. Jiang Xian understood that no one believed he could emerge victorious. Thus, Jiang Qi Hong's safe departure was not viewed unfavorably by them. No matter how dire her circumstances, they reasoned, it could hardly be worse than the fate faced by the women of their clan who had lost in the life and death battle. Yet, Jiang Xian still sought to comprehend what had transpired. This matter shall remain unspoken. Should anyone inquire, we will simply state that Qi Hong has departed, no further elaboration necessary. Grandmother Jinhua advised, it is quite normal for one to leave suddenly during a life and death contest. As to whether she was escorted away or fled of her own volition, it is unnecessary to clarify to outsiders. Suddenly, Jiang Xian's expression shifted. An aura of innate power surged within him. At that moment, he sensed an inexplicable force stirring within his body, one that seemed to have lain dormant until now. Instinctively, he employed the Black Shin skill, managing to suppress this unfamiliar energy, albeit with great effort. Xiao Xian, what troubles you? Jiang Zuiyun asked anxiously. I may need to channel my energy to heal. Jiang Xin replied, contemplating the futility of sharing the truth with them, as matters of cultivation necessitated secrecy. Is it severe? She inquired. Not particularly, it simply requires some recuperation. Then, perhaps you should move to another room. This one may need repairs. No, I shall retreat to the rear mountain. It is tranquil there, free from disturbance. In the rear mountain, dawn gradually broke over the horizon. Senior, are you present? Jiang Xian sat cross-legged before the communication stone, attempting to establish contact at intervals, yet receiving no response. Meanwhile, he continued to suppress the strange energy within him. It was becoming increasingly challenging to contain. If the innate power acquired from my cultivation of the Black Xian skill is akin to a vast river, then this mysterious energy is but a fish within it. Yet this fish swims wildly, possessing the strength to sever the river itself. Should I fail to suppress it, it could tear my meridians apart. Jiang Xian exerted all his strength to channel his innate power. Fortunately, this fish only displayed ferocity intermittently, often swimming along the current. An hour after dawn. You summoned me? On your wedding night, why are you here to cultivate? The voice of Piao Miu resonated. Senior, Jiang Xian's eyes flew open. There is a formidable force within me, one that does not belong to me, and I cannot control it. It is far too powerful. Where did it originate? Piao Miao's voice was tinged with curiosity. It may relate to Sister Qing Hong. Jiang Xian ventured to speculate. What has happened to her? She has fled. Fled? How did she manage that? Last night, Jiang Xian omitted the details of their consummation, focusing instead on the events that followed. Particularly Jiang Qinghong's astonishing elevation in prowess, and how she seemed to have transformed into a different person altogether, intent on taking his life. After a moment of silence, Qian Huang finally managed to utter, "You truly have the luck of the devil." This was the first occasion in 8 years of knowing her that Jiang Xian heard her utter a curse. Luck? I do not comprehend. Senior, Sister Qing Hong nearly killed me. How can you? I shall explain it to you later. A fleeting voice echoed, urging one to consume the unfamiliar energy dwelling within, to embrace it rather than suppress it, and to refine it as a part of oneself. Jiang Xian had contemplated the act of absorption and refinement, yet hesitated to proceed. It is akin to the caution one exercises regarding food. It is not merely a matter of whether one can ingest something, but rather the understanding that certain substances can be lethal. Hence, one must tread carefully. Since the elder has suggested it, I shall endeavor to try, Jiang Xian declared. This refinement process took far longer than Jiang Xian had anticipated, spanning an entire 2 days and nights. On the afternoon of the 5th day of the 8th month, the innate power within me had doubled. Furthermore, my body had been tempered to the utmost limits of the acquired realm, just a hair's breadth away. Just a fraction more. Break through for me. Boom. In that moment, Jiang Xian felt as though every part of his being, his organs, meridians, bones, muscles, skin, blood vessels, and even the tiniest capillaries, was being invigorated by the surge of innate power. Following that was an overwhelming sensation of clarity. It was as if he began to breathe the air directly with his body, continuously absorbing and expelling the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. An unprecedented, terrifying strength coursed through his physical form. The innate realm had been attained. I have succeeded. The elder mentioned that I would require abundant resources to break through. Yet, I accomplished it through my union with Lady Qing Hong. Jiang Xian opened his eyes. In the territory of the Huyan tribe, within a mysterious underground palace. You are mine. Soon, you shall belong to me. Just 2 more days. The Shinta tribe will seize victory in the life and death battle. You will be mine. Let me tell you, I shall personally witness it. Not just me, but others from various tribes will attend. They have already procured spoils from the Shinta tribe in advance, and they will bear witness to the demise of the Jiang clan. Are you prepared, my beauty? Huyan Qi spoke frantically before the statue, laughing maniacally. He frequented this place, especially on the eve of his departure to the Jiang clan's territory. The inexplicable allure emanating from the statue compelled him to return time and again. Have you been here alone? A cold feminine voice suddenly echoed from behind, reverberating through the palace. Yes, only I. Can you speak? Are you conversing with me? An illusion? No, this cannot be an illusion. Am I losing my mind? No, I am not insane. You have not mentioned this place to anyone, have you? The icy voice inquired once more. Absolutely not. Haha, I am not mad. You truly can speak. Hu Yanqi shouted wildly at the statue. Swish. A flash of sword light cut through the air. Hu Yanqi's face, still adorned with a frenzied smile, suddenly lost its luster, and his head fell, the cut on his neck smooth, his body collapsing to the ground. A woman clad in a black dress approached the statue, removing her hat to reveal a breathtaking beauty, renowned as the fairest of Blackpool Mountain. She gazed upward. Jiang Qinghong looked at the statue and noticed that its eyes remained unclouded. She exhaled in relief. This is the final safeguard she has established here. Should the effects of her vision wane with the passage of time, the treasures concealed within these walls may be unearthed. Jiang Qinghong approached the statue, placing her hand upon an unassuming section and pressing firmly inward. With a resounding crack, the underground palace trembled violently, causing a few stones to cascade from above. She then moved to a corner of the grand hall, pressing against another section of the stone wall. In total, she traversed 7 locations, activating 7 mechanisms. The ancient art of machinery, while not as sophisticated as arrayed prohibitions, required only a foundational realm, one that could be achieved at the innate stage. The crux lay in knowing the precise locations in the correct sequence. With another thunderous rumble, the jade statue began to shift slowly, revealing an entrance to a passageway that had long remained hidden beneath its base. Jiang Qinghong descended the steps, traversed the passage, and ultimately entered a small stone chamber. Within this chamber, modest in size, lay a stone table upon which rested a long sword, alongside a small box. In one corner stood a stone bed, beside which sat a tall, bald middle-aged man, eyes closed and utterly motionless. Jiang Qinghong approached the stone table and opened the small box, a smile once again gracing her lips. 1,300 years had passed, yet all was well. Everything remained intact. These items were ample to allow her to once more cultivate into a deity or demon. It was merely a matter of time. She mused, lifting a small pouch from the box to examine it. Moments later, she bundled the items into a satchel and slung it over her shoulder. Clutching the sword, she stepped before the man on the stone bed, slicing her palm to let her blood drip onto his bald head. To her astonishment, her blood was absorbed by him. This was a re-establishment of dominion. The man was not human, but rather her most significant trump card left for her reincarnation, a superlative secret technique puppet. No force, save for deities and demons, could obliterate such a puppet, which possessed the pinnacle of combat prowess beneath the divine. The man opened his eyes. Soldier, we depart. Jiang Qinghong commanded. Yes, master, he replied, his towering figure following her lead. Upon exiting the underground palace, she instructed, destroy this place. Yes, master. The soldier vanished behind her. And soon, a cacophony erupted within the palace as it began to collapse. There are numerous methods for the reincarnation of deities and demons, each yielding different effects. For instance, one method employs divine stargrass, allowing the reincarnator to traverse the river of time and be reborn many years later, while another utilizes the innate primordial soul crystal, which ensures that upon rebirth, one emerges as an innate life form. However, the innate primordial soul crystal is generally unattainable for deities and demons, with even a fortune 10 times greater proving insufficient to procure a single piece. As you have indicated, Jiang Qinghong is indeed a reincarnated deity or demon. The ethereal voice recounted the tale to Jiang Xian from the mountains behind the Earth City. Chapter 27. The woman reincarnated from a divine demon. She carries within her reincarnated soul remnants of divine demonic power. While it pales in comparison to what she possessed prior to her rebirth, for someone at the postnatal stage, it is an unfathomable reservoir of energy. Through her union with you, she awakened her divine demonic memories and the latent energy within her. Half of this energy enabled her to transcend directly from postnatal perfection to innate perfection, while the other half was absorbed into your being during your intimate encounter. It seems she was destined to be reborn in a tribe, but an unforeseen event occurred during her reincarnation. Otherwise, she would not have delayed her awakening until the age of 20. One would expect her to enter the innate stage in her teenage years. According to her original plan, upon awakening, she intended to relish the remnants of her divine demonic power alone, which would have at least allowed her physical form to reach the tribulation stage. The fact that you took half of it undoubtedly incited thoughts of vengeance against you. It is sheer fortune that she did not take your life. The ethereal voice elucidated to Jiang Xian. Sister Qinghong still harbors feelings for me, Jiang Xian remarked. Do not indulge in such fanciful thoughts. The voice sought to awaken Jiang Xian. Ordinary divine demons cannot reincarnate. Only those who have existed for millennia possess the resources necessary for such a transformation. Those who choose to reincarnate are either aware that they cannot withstand the impending divine calamity and opt for rebirth to cultivate anew, or they are fleeing from formidable enemies. In either scenario, she must be an ancient entity, one whose age surpasses even the history of your tribe, although she possesses over a decade of memories regarding you. In comparison to her millennia of recollections, you are insignificant, a fleeting visitor in the long expanse of her existence. The reason she did not eliminate you may be due to the inevitability of your fate. She likely wishes to avoid drawing attention to herself, especially considering the multitude of eyes upon you now. So, are you saying that my newlywed wife has simply vanished? Jiang Xin inquired. You may perceive it that way. The voice replied. Yet, I must caution you that a reincarnated divine demon inevitably possesses the potential to cultivate back into a divine demon. For you, divine demons represent an unattainable pinnacle, an insurmountable chasm. The gulf between you and Jiang Qinghong will only widen as you inhabit entirely different realms. She will undoubtedly regard you as a primitive, backward tribesman. Hey, Jiang Xin called out. Though he understood the elder's good intentions, such words were harsh. What do you mean by a primitive, backward tribesman? It is not merely my perspective. She will undoubtedly perceive you that way. While you may find my words unpalatable now, they are far better than facing your demise at her hands in the future. The Emperor of Qian does not wish for his soul friend to act foolishly because of a woman. Although she has never intervened in what Jiang Xian should or should not do beyond offering guidance, she does not object to him risking his life in pursuit of endeavors. If he were to perish, it would be due to his own inadequacies. However, the matter of divine demon reincarnation is an exceptional case. For Jiang Xin in his current state, it is far too perilous, potentially leading to an ambiguous demise. The Emperor of Qian does not expect Jiang Xin to wield any form of gallantry to conquer a reincarnated divine demon. Those who become divine demons have traversed mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, all too familiar with the vicissitudes and perils of the mortal realm. The sole means of conquering a goddess or demon is to ascend to a power greater than hers. There exists no alternative. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Xian is not even at the calamity realm. Heed my counsel. Dismiss any thoughts of your past marriage. There are countless women in the world. And as you traverse your future path, you shall encounter many who hold you dear. As for Jiang Qihong, cease dwelling on her, without transcending to godhood or demonhood. Your lives span but a fleeting century. Such a pairing is ill-fated. The ethereal voice concluded. Should you encounter Jiang Qihong again, turn and flee. Run as fast as you can. She truly intends to take your life. Do you still doubt my potential to become a god or demon? Jiang Xin inquired. You possess the opportunity. The ethereal voice responded. Yet history is replete with youths more dazzling than you at present, lauded as geniuses and venerated by the masses. However, only a select few ultimately ascend to godhood or demonhood. The path to becoming a deity or demon is multifaceted, often requiring fortune. Aside from those reincarnated with the experience of such transformations, others, even those with tenfold greater talent than yours, merely possess a slightly higher likelihood of achieving godhood, not a certainty. Do you comprehend? Jiang Xian pondered and gradually nodded, a nascent understanding dawning upon him. Far from feeling disheartened, he was ignited with an even stronger resolve. For he had transformed from a state of impossibility to one of potential. The mere prospect of opportunity, however slender, was enough. In the county closest to the Jiang clan's territory, Fenggu County, a young man clad in a brocade robe walked the bustling streets accompanied by a middle-aged man wielding a golden blade. The golden-bladed guardian, with a horse in one hand, surveyed the throngs of passers-by with a vigilant gaze, exuding an aura that instilled dread. This individual was no ordinary figure. Named Chao Tai, he was renowned even in the formidable city of Feishiwei, where he held a prestigious reputation, although he had yet to transcend to the calamity realm. He stood merely a step away, ranked 87th on the innate talent list of Feishiwei City. With his prowess, he would undoubtedly be among the top contenders in surrounding counties. And in such a lower-level county, no resident of the innate realm could surpass him. Today, however, such an illustrious figure served merely as a guardian. Having allied himself with one of the four prominent families of Feishiwei City, the Wei family, he became a guest of the household. And thus his charge was none other than one of the Wei family's three greatest prodigies, Wei Yuanlang. Chao Shu, there is no need for such caution. We are yet to reach the clan's territory, and this is merely a county. What danger could there be? Wei Yuanlang spoke courteously, acknowledging Chao Tai's esteemed status. Better to err on the side of caution, Chow Tai replied coolly, casting a wary glare at a passerby. Wei Yuanlang, familiar with Chow Tai's temperament, chose not to press further. The duo arrived at the finest tavern in Fenggu County, requesting the most exquisite private room, and ordered an opulent feast. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, they sipped tea and engaged in conversation. At 15, killing merely an early-stage innate being. What does that signify in terms of genius? My fourth uncle has faced much ridicule on account of him lately, Wei Yuanlang remarked with a casual smile. And let us not forget, it remains debatable whether that individual was truly slain by him. If placed in the city of flying snow, it would indeed be insignificant. However, it is quite rare for a tribe to have such individuals. Chow Tai interjected. Humph. Wei Yuanlang scoffed lightly, asserting that how can a tribe, deemed barbaric and backward, boast of such prowess? It is said his father is the foremost warrior of Blackpool Mountain, yet I see his father unable to best even Uncle Chow. What merit is there in claiming to be the greatest warrior? Chow Tai silently sipped his tea. He had not clashed with Jiang Hafeng and would not hastily declare himself stronger. Once we finish our meal, we shall continue our journey to the Jiang clan's territory. Wei Yuanlang proposed. Tomorrow, we shall also visit Earth City to witness how a tribe meets its demise. Although the Jiang clan merely consists of the savage natives around Blackpool Mountain, in terms of strength and resources, they pale in comparison to even a mere fingertip of the Wei family. Nevertheless, Jiang Xian's reputation has reached the Wei family, drawing the attention of some gossipmongers. Although Uncle Si claims not to mind, he must be feeling uneasy inside. Wei Yuanlang took a sip of tea, setting down the cup as he added. Only when this matter concerning the Jiang clan is resolved can Uncle Si find solace. The tribal territory is fraught with danger, as there may be demonic beasts lurking. Young master, your family has high hopes for you, and there is no need for you to undertake this journey personally, Chow Tai advised from a standpoint of safety. Uncle Chow, you misunderstand, Wei Yuanlang replied, shaking his head with a smile. By witnessing Jiang Xian's death with my own eyes, when I return, my word will carry weight. After all, with Jiang Xian deceased, who could refute my claims of him being utterly defenseless, kneeling and weeping in despair? This. Chow Tai frowned slightly. The main concern is to preserve Uncle Si's reputation. Wei Yuanlang appeared self-assured. Uncle Si has borne much criticism since being promoted. And this incident with Jiang Xian has led many to say he missed the opportunity to recruit a genius for the family, claiming he cannot recognize talent and only knows how to curry favor with the Jin Hedong family. These blind maggots know nothing, Wei Yuanlang exclaimed in indignation. Thus I must assist Uncle Si. Young Master Yuanlang shares a father-son bond with Uncle Si, Chow Tai remarked. Indeed, Wei Yuanlang beamed, relishing the sentiment. Chow Tai fell silent, continuing to sip his tea. Though he could not endorse Wei Yuanlang's actions, he would not argue against them. Among the three great talents of the Wei family, Wei Yuanlang holds the highest rank yet occupies the lowest position. He is of similar age to the other two geniuses, mere years apart. Yet he is of their uncle's generation. This circumstance does not arise from being a late-born child in the family, but rather from his lineage and the collateral branch of the Wei family from Huaiqing County, after being brought to the city of Flying Snow for training. Although he was valued by the family and received no less in resources for daily cultivation than the other two geniuses, his status as a collateral descendant remains considerably lower. This disparity leads to numerous issues, such as when the direct Wei family possesses unique cultivation advantages, it is almost always the other two geniuses competing for them, leaving him, the collateral descendant, with no share. During his years in the main family, Wei Yuanlang has witnessed various trials and tribulations, prompting him to seek a powerful ally. Wei Hongqua was initially just one of the individuals he sought to ingratiate himself with, but recently, as Wei Hongqua began to gain prominence and wield real power, Wei Yuanlang has poured all his efforts into winning his favor. The two other prodigies hardly regard the fourth uncle with much importance. It is only he who inquires after the fourth uncle's well-being, showing genuine concern. The power of the fourth uncle within the family is indeed on the rise. Chow suddenly reflects. Indeed, Wei Yuanlang nods in agreement, noting that the fourth uncle has always possessed talent. It simply remained undiscovered until now. Previously, when Wei Yuanlang mentioned that Wei Hongqua had endured much criticism, he was mistaken. The criticisms were merely a fleeting matter from the middle of last month, long since forgotten. There are hardly any who linger on such gossip, as the Wei family scarcely pays attention to the Jiang clan, letting fleeting remarks slip by without a second thought. What tumult could a minor clan possibly generate? With the commencement of the collaboration between the Wei family and the Jin Hedong clan at the beginning of this month, the Wei family, long beleaguered, finally caught its breath. The influence of Wei Hongqua consequently expanded, encroaching upon the authority of the elder who serves as the family's chief steward. The elder, advanced in years and having sustained previous injuries, likely has only a few years left. Recently, whispers have circulated regarding the potential appointment of Wei Hongqua as the next chief steward. With the binding of Wei Baiyun and Jiang Yao, they pressured Jiang Yao to change her surname and enter into a marriage alliance with the Jin Hedong clan. Wei Hongqua executed these maneuvers with decisiveness and elegance. It was fortunate that he acted swiftly that day. Otherwise, the opportunity might have slipped away. In the grand scheme of solidifying the family's position, the trivial news of a young member of the Jiang clan barely registers as a blemish, at most eliciting envy and jealousy from a few. Now, there are no criticisms to be found. Everyone is eager to curry favor with Wei Hongqua. Wei Yuanlang, fearing that his flattery might fall short, felt compelled to personally visit the Jiang clan. After dining, Wei Yuanlang and Chao Dai rested briefly before setting off again. On the 7th day of the 8th month, in the early morning, the gates of the Jiang clan's earthen city swung wide open. According to imperial law, tribal life and death battles permit the observation of other tribes. And during the 7th, 8th, and 9th days of each month, the order within the city is maintained by the black armored guards under the supervision of the inspector. No one dares to cause trouble. At the city gates, a procession of carriages is entering, with people disembarking to converse. Chief Shintu, allow me to extend my early congratulations on your tribe becoming the foremost clan of Highton Mountain. A remarkably tall, one-eyed elder engages in dialogue with Shintulai. Not at all, Nalan brother. Shintulai waves his hand dismissively. Even if my tribe were to absorb the Jiang clan, we would still fall short compared to your Nalan clan. The most fertile and secure lands of Highton Mountain lie within your tribe's territory. His words carry a subtle implication. Chief Shintu, you are overly modest. The one-eyed elder responds with a smile that conceals sharpness. Since Jiang Hanfeng's disappearance, you have become the greatest warrior of Highton Mountain. I dare say Jiang Hanfeng will not return. He must have perished in the 10 directions of desolation. Once your Shinta clan absorbs the Jiang clan, you shall naturally reign as the foremost tribe. We cannot compare. What greatest warrior? Nalan brother, you flatter me. Shintu Lai laughs heartily, filled with vigor, while Shintu stands beside him, beaming with pride for her father. Chapter 28. Gathering clouds on the 7th of August after a brief exchange of pleasantries. The one-eyed elder rejoined his own entourage and entered the earthen city. As Shintalai gazed at the elder's retreating figure, the smile on his face gradually faded, ultimately giving way to a heavy snort. Father, he is mocking you, suggesting that your reputation as the foremost warrior is unearned, not forged in battle, but rather a result of Jiang Hanfeng's disappearance, Shintu remarked. The old fool is merely envious. He has never accomplished anything of such magnitude as the annexation of a 1,000-year-old tribe, while I have succeeded. Shintalai scoffed, his disdain palpable. If he is so jealous now, just wait until news of the mine breaks. I can only imagine the contorted expressions he will wear then. By that time, he will surely refrain from ridicule and instead seek to ingratiate himself with us. As Shintu spoke, she turned to her father. By the way, father, I wish to travel. When do you intend to depart? Shintu Lai inquired, eyeing his daughter. Once we have absorbed the Jiang clan, I shall leave, Shintu replied. Very well. At that time, I shall hire a contingent of innate warriors to accompany you for your safety, Shintulai declared grandly. Thank you, father, Shintu smiled. There's no need for gratitude. With only the two of us left in the family, it is only right that I treat you well, Shintulai responded, his tone tinged with melancholy. His wife had passed away early, and though he had several brothers, they too had all succumbed to fate. The last of his kin had perished just last month at the hands of Jiang Xian. He had once had 2 sons, but one fell to a beast, while the other died in battle. While he had many clansmen, in terms of true family, it was just the father and daughter who remained. Chief Shintu, allow me to extend my early congratulations. A voice suddenly called from behind. Turning to greet the newcomer with a smile, Shintulai exclaimed, Chief Shah. What brings you here in person? Ha ha ha, please come in. During the previous 3 years, the life and death struggle between the Jiang and Shinta clans had gone largely unobserved by other tribes, as it held little significance. Carnage was commonplace on Black Swamp Mountain. However, today was different. The Jiang clan had but one man remaining, and a tribe with a history of 1,000 years was on the verge of extinction. Many tribes had even preemptively purchased spoils from the Shindu clan. Thus, they had all come. Notable figures from the top 10 tribes, including the Nalan, Hu, Sha, and He clans, had sent representatives, yet curiously, on this day of auction, the Hu Yuan clan, who had spent exorbitantly to acquire Jiang Qi Hong, had not made an appearance. The He clan, which maintained a favorable relationship with the Huyuan, brought news that had yet to be confirmed, claiming that the young master of the Huyuan had gone missing, and the entire clan was searching for him. This band of savages certainly carries a strong odor, remarked two figures clad in long robes and wide-brimmed hats as they entered the city, leading their horses while keeping a considerable distance from the other tribal groups. Wei Yuanlang frowned as he observed the tribesmen, adorned in animal skins and various tribal ornaments. "Young master, be cautious not to be overheard," Chow Tai warned, a frown creasing his brow. "And if we are? Who among them poses a threat to you, Uncle Chow?" Wei Yuanlang retorted. "Two fists cannot contend with four hands." Chow Tai cautioned. "It is best not to stir trouble. Look over there. That man is none other than the current foremost warrior of Black Swamp Mountain, Shintalai, the chief of the Shintu clan. Armed with a spear, he is unrivaled on Black Swamp Mountain, earning the title of Spear Tyrant." Wei Yuanlang glanced in the direction indicated by Chow Tai. The fierce aura emanating from Shintalai caused his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. It appeared that he possessed genuine prowess. As Wei Yuanlang spoke, his gaze suddenly shifted, landing upon a fair-skinned maiden who had blossomed into a petite beauty. Women of the tribe often basked in the sun, resulting in predominantly wheat-colored skin, with very few possessing such alabaster beauty. "Chao Shu, who is that girl beside Shintalai? Is she his concubine?" Wei Yuanlang inquired eagerly. "That is his daughter, Shintiyu, renowned for her exceptional intellect since childhood, hailed as the foremost talent of Heighten Mountain," Chow Tai replied. "I witnessed her years ago, disguised as a traveler at the Heighten Mountain Warrior Conference, when she was still but a child." "His daughter? Biological?" Wei Yuanlang muttered, continuing to walk while his gaze remained fixated on Shintiyu, astonished to discover such exquisite and graceful beauty among the tribespeople. Chow Tai cast a sidelong glance at Wei Yuanlang but refrained from responding. At the side of the training ground, within the tower, Shintalai welcomed various tribal leaders at the city gate, as if this place already belonged to the Shindu clan. "He won't be arrogant for long," Jiang Suiyun exclaimed in exasperation, clad in leather armor. "Today, even if it means the annihilation of the Jiang clan, we shall fiercely take a piece of flesh from them." "Indeed, a piece of flesh. When Shaoxian fell in battle, that was our moment to fight for our lives. Kill, kill." Within the tower's grand hall, amidst the walls, windows, corners, and staircases on both levels, the air was thick with the presence of women, all adorned in animal hide armor, armed with bows and blades. The atmosphere charged with murderous intent, and the echoes of battle cries resonating throughout. Yet, following the fervor, an eerie silence swiftly enveloped the tower. Sorrow etched itself upon the faces of all present. Gradually, the faint sound of sobbing emerged. Speaking of risking life and death is easy, but not everyone possesses such strong convictions. Many are swept along by the collective. If there were a chance to live, who would willingly choose death? Were it not for the prospects of a fate worse than death, who would opt for demise? "Do not weep." Grandmother Jinfa suddenly raised her head. The tower succumbed to silence once more. With a creak, the tower door was abruptly pushed open, and an armored woman rushed in, exclaiming, "Shaoxian has returned from the back mountain. It is time. We shall depart," Grandmother Jinfa declared. As the sun fully ascended, the training ground of the Jiang clan was already teeming with people. The inspector, Lei Hong, sat upon a high platform, observing the spectators gathered on one side of the arena, then glancing at the Shinto clan people on the other side, followed by the armed women of the Jiang clan across the arena. His expression remained impassive, as if nothing could stir his emotions. Although he could discern that the women of the Jiang clan were preparing for a final desperate struggle, to him, it posed no significant threat. Those who dared to violate the imperial laws in his presence must face death. "Father, it seems they are about to make a move," Shintiyu whispered to her father, turning her head. "The Inspector Lord is here. As soon as they make a move, the Inspector Lord will effortlessly eliminate a few, instilling fear in the others, rendering them motionless in the presence of true strength. Their spirits will be instantaneously shattered." Shintalai scoffed, truly oblivious to the times, utterly stubborn. Shintiyu gazed at him, noting that his words were not directed at the women of the Jiang clan, but rather at the man surrounded by them, Jiang Xian. It is said that he wed just a few days ago to Jiang Qinghong from his clan, the very one that the Huyin clan purchased at a high price, only for her to disappear the next day. According to our informants, she fled, somehow breaking through the blockade. As Shintalai spoke, a mischievous thought appeared to cross his mind, and he grinned. To have tasted a woman's essence before death, this lad is indeed clever. "Disgusting," Shintiyu inexplicably muttered. Then added, "However, if Jiang Qinghong has escaped, and the Huyan clan demands a person from us. Having triumphed in the life and death battle, the mine would be ours. Why concern ourselves with this minor loss? Shintu Lai remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, Shintu Yu nodded. Suddenly, someone kissed Jiang Xian on the left cheek. Startled, Jiang Xian turned, his eyes wide in confusion, raising a hand to wipe his cheek. Sister Panchua, what are you doing? I watched you grow up. Is it so wrong to give you a kiss? Replied Jiang Panchua, rolling her eyes while carrying a long knife. I want to kiss him too. Another voice chimed in. That of the fiery Jiang Qianhe, who was over a decade older than Jiang Xian. Her first husband perished in the outside world, and her second in the life and death battle. I wanted too. Since we are all destined to die, let me have a kiss, little Xian. Though Jiang Xian was the clan leader, he was also the younger brother of these women who had watched him grow up. Some had cared for him since he was a child. In these final moments of life, perhaps they merely wished to alleviate the pressure and sorrow that weighed upon their hearts. At this moment, Jiang Xian could not flee in panic. He nearly begged for mercy. Enough. Stop fooling around. It's about to begin, Grandmother Jinhua proclaimed. Shintu Yu gazed towards Jiang Xian, her face clouded with displeasure. She increasingly felt that her previous attempt to negotiate a marriage alliance with Jiang Xian was foolish. Jiang Xian, do you regret rejecting my marriage proposal, refusing to marry into my family? Shintu Yu suddenly shouted, her eyes fixed on Jiang Xian. Having been rebuffed, she had nearly fallen victim to Jiang Xian's humiliation. She sought to deliver one last embarrassment to Jiang Xian, who was about to perish at the hands of her father. Chapter 29. To speak of killing your father is to kill your father. The training grounds were abruptly enveloped in silence. The Shinta clan had indeed attempted to arrange a marriage with Jiang Xian. Was this not an attempt at coercion? Jiang Xian had actually forsaken such an opportunity? Was he truly prepared to engage in a death struggle with the Shinto clan? The members of the Nalan, Hu, Sha, and other clans gazed at Jiang Xian, uncertain whether to commend his loyalty to his clan or to label him a fool. Shintalai was willing to part with his only daughter, which could be seen as a gesture of sincerity. Xiao Xianyu, Grandmother Jinhua, and others looked at Jiang Xian in disbelief. This matter had never been disclosed to them. Among the crowd of the Shinta clan, several young individuals standing beside Jiang Jingsheng exchanged glances, their expression shifting. Over the past month and a half, for members of the Jiang clan, including Jiang Guang, had defected to the Shindu clan. Since their betrayal, they had become the very individuals most eager for Jiang Xian's demise, for only with Jiang Xian's death could the Jiang clan be extinguished, allowing their labels as traitors to fade, thus granting them the opportunity to truly assimilate into the Shindu clan. How foolish of him to have such a situation arise. Jiang Guang scoffed to those nearby, viewing Jiang Xian's choice as an affront to their betrayal. His intellect is evidently lacking, a youth named Jiang Sheng concurred. Shintulai frowned slightly. He had not anticipated his daughter would suddenly disclose this matter. However, upon reflection, at this juncture, it mattered little whether it was spoken or not, as the outcome was inevitable. Jiang Xian, your refusal is commendable. You are unworthy of my precious daughter. At least you possess some self-awareness. Shintulai stepped forward, his spear striking the ground with a thud, a grin spreading across his face. This marks the first time in 3 years I have openly taken action. To die at my hands would indeed be your fortune. Jiang Xian had no intention of responding to Shintu. The arena was a place for life and death. Yet, since Shintalai had chosen to speak, he remarked, did you not inform your father of my conditions? Jiang Xian gazed at Shintu with a smile that was both mocking and enigmatic. At this revelation, the crowd's perception of Jiang Xian shifted once more. He had indeed discussed conditions with the Shintu clan? It was not a matter of outright rejection, but rather a failure to reach an agreement? Shintuyu's expression altered slightly. Her lips pressed together as anger flickered in her eyes. Shintulai glanced at his daughter, his inquiry evident in his gaze. Shintuyu subtly shook her head, conveying her meaning without words. Clan leader Jiang, what conditions did you fail to agree upon with Shintuyu? A one-eyed elder from the Nalan clan called out. Joining the Shinta clan would not only ensure your safety, but given your talents, you could even be nurtured as a key figure, changing your surname to Shintu. You might even become the clan leader one day. What, pray tell, were the terms that could not be settled? Indeed, what conditions? Clan leader Jiang, do share with us. There were those among the crowd who relished in the unfolding drama, and they were not alone in their curiosity. Hearing the inquiries, Shindu felt a surge of panic. Such demands were an immense insult to her. However, she quickly regained her composure, casting a cold gaze at Jiang Xian. If he dared to reveal it publicly, her momentary humiliation would be fleeting, for he would soon face death and be branded as a fool, blinded by his own desires. Instead, It has rendered him an even greater jest. It is of little consequence. I merely propose that she marry into the Jiang clan, serving as my concubine, alongside the merger of the Shinto tribe with the Jiang clan. In return, I would grant her father a complete corpse and spare the other Shinto tribesmen. She did not acquiesce. Jiang Xian remarked casually, adopting a tone that implied he was genuinely negotiating at the time. The martial arts arena fell into silence once more. Many gazed at Jiang Xian with incredulity. The one-eyed elder of the Nalan clan was momentarily rendered speechless. Was this truly a negotiation? Was he not simply indulging in repugnance? It seemed that Jiang Xian, faced with an unfruitful negotiation, sought merely to vex Shintu with his words, showing no genuine intent to negotiate. However, Shintu responded with a cold smirk. Huh, why do you shy away from the truth? Are you afraid of being labeled a fool in death? Then, Jiang Xian fixed his gaze upon Shintu and continued. She told me that as long as I consent, she would be mine. I replied, kill your father, and you shall belong to me. Ha ha. The leader of the Jiang clan is indeed a hero. The one-eyed elder laughed heartily, exclaiming, truly, heroes emerge from youth. Your integrity commands our admiration. He may not have genuinely praised Jiang Xian, but it was evident he relished in vexing the Shinto clan. Among the 10 great tribes of Highton Mountain, the Nalan clan has emerged as the strongest in recent centuries, yet now the Shinto clan threatens to absorb the Jiang clan, likely usurping the title of the foremost tribe of Highton Mountain. The leader of the Jiang clan is indeed a man of valor, earning our respect. Only true warriors can face death with such composure. If the leader of the Jiang clan possesses talent equal to that of his father and were granted another 20 years, he might indeed fulfill his promises. At merely 15 years of age, he exhibits such audacity. Some echoed the one-eyed elder's sentiments, lauding Jiang Xian. Humph. From a distant position, Wei Yuanlang scoffed, stating, it appears that the tribesmen are not only barbaric but also hypocritical. This half-grown boy, lacking in adaptability, incessantly refers to himself as the leader of the Jiang clan and a hero. The tribesmen are human too. Their essence is not fundamentally different from ours. Beside him, Chao Tai remarked, they experience joy and sorrow, engage in schemes and envy. Their praise for Jiang Xian may not be entirely sincere, but rather a desire to diminish the Shinto clan's dignity. The tribesmen of Highton Mountain share a meager territory, with limited benefits, squabbling like wild dogs over scraps. How tiresome. Wei Yuanlang feigned a yawn, declaring, once this concludes, let us return. There is nothing of interest here. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as Shintulai purposefully cracked the ground beneath his feet, darkly glaring at the other warrior tribesman who had spoken, his gaze fierce. The martial arts arena fell silent once more. Even the one-eyed elder of the Nalan clan ceased his words, though filled with envy and resentment. He had no desire to provoke the Shinto clan, for Shintulai was the foremost warrior of Highton Mountain, renowned for his fiery temper. The time had nearly arrived. Seated upon the observation platform, Lei Hong finally spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. You may begin. Yes, my lord. Jiang Xian and Shintulai both bowed and clasped their hands toward Lei Hong. Shintulai ascended the arena, brandishing a long spear as thick as his wrist, casually twirling it to create a dazzling display. He stood there like an iron tower, bellowing, are you not coming up to meet your demise? With another flick of his wrist, the spear vibrated, emitting a resonant hum. The atmosphere quivered. Some of the advanced warriors present experienced rapid heartbeats, difficulty breathing, and dizziness. Only those who had comprehended the heavenly human might could evoke such a response. The mastery of this power by the clan leader Shinto had reached new depths. In recent years, although he had not publicly demonstrated his prowess, he had never faltered in his cultivation. Did I speak too loudly? On the side of the Jiang clan, many were also feeling lightheaded. Granny Jinhua, suppressing her discomfort, finally squeezed Jiang Xian's hand, offering him a resolute gaze. I shall go. Jiang Xian advanced a few steps towards the arena and leaped up. With a flourish, a crystalline glow enveloped him, and an overwhelming aura ascended skyward. His body became one with this energy, in stark contrast to the unstable ferocity exhibited when revealing his aura as a half-step innate. At this moment, Jiang Xian's presence was both stable and enduring, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Innate. A true innate being. He had indeed entered the realm of the innate. A genuine innate constitution and innate power, and he was merely 15 years old, the only one of his kind in a century at Highton Mountain. A cacophony of astonished voices erupted among the warriors of various clans. Amidst their shock, there was also a sense of relief. They were grateful that Jiang Xian was on the verge of death and would not pose a future threat to them. A pity for such talent, muttered Chao Tai. A pity for what? Even with such gifts, he would only be regarded as second-rate in Feishiwei City, Wei Yuanlang replied coolly. It was not that he was overly arrogant. He truly had the standing to make such a claim, having entered the innate realm at 14 himself. As one of the three prodigies of the Wei clan, he struggled to rank within the top 10 among his contemporaries in all of Feishiwei City. Innate? Haha. A true innate being. Jiang Hafeng has indeed fathered a remarkable son. Shintalai, astonished yet impressed, fixed his cold gaze on Jiang Shan and grinned. What a shame you refused to be my son. Thus, I must take your life instead. You, a butcher with your hands stained in the blood of the innocent, deserve to die? Jiang Xian glared at Shintalai, a fierce killing intent igniting within him. Over the 3 years of life and death battles, he had lost too many family members, his uncle, his third uncle, for cousins, and 2 close relatives all perished on the arena at the hands of the Shinto clan. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. The time has come. A butcher? Ha ha ha, how naive you are. Shintalai mocked as he effortlessly lifted the spear weighing 830 pounds, pointing it at Jiang Xian. Die. Shintalai charged forward. This strike must not fail. In that moment, Jiang Xian closed his eyes, resting his hand on the hilt of his blade. Shintalai hesitated for a moment before unleashing a fierce roar, attempting to create a distraction. Shintalai transformed into a mere shadow, his movements barely perceptible, only discernible to those at the innate realm. He showed no mercy. His spear, heavy as a mountain, thundered down upon Jiang Xian. A strike of such magnitude would reduce even an innate body to mere mist. At the pinnacle of this crisis, Jiang Xian vanished. The cold gleam of his blade emerged. A gust swept through the entire training ground. The terrifying murderous intent emanating from the blade enveloped not only Shintalai but every soul present, its vastness and swiftness leaving no room for reaction. Several streaks of icy light intercrossed, slicing through Shintalai's form. He sensed the impending grasp of death. The unity of man and spear allowed him to respond in time, and the celestial might granted him an exquisite mastery over space. He sought to block with his spear, yet the icy glimmers seemed to leap through dimensions, appearing directly behind the spear, piercing through his very being. With a whoosh, Jiang Xian materialized several paces behind Shintalai. The two standing back to back, hands still resting upon the hilts of their blades, as though the swords had never been sheathed. Turning to face Shintalai, the long spear crashed heavily against the arena floor, and his body began to shatter. The slashes, both horizontal and diagonal, cleaved his form into numerous fragments. His head rolling away, blood rapidly staining the ground. On the 7th day of the 8th month in the northern region of the Dacian Empire, Jiang Xin vanquished Shintalai. The training ground fell into a silence so profound that a falling needle could be heard. Almost everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the arena. Shintalai's head rolling to the edge, lying sideways with eyes wide open. No one dared to believe what had transpired. The foremost warrior of Highton Mountain, the most formidable being, Shintalai, ambitious and audacious, met his end by an eerie and terrifying technique. What manner of technique is this? What has Jiang Xian mastered? How powerful is he truly? This blade, in my 20 years of wandering, I have never witnessed. Xiaotai was profoundly shocked. Such a skill should not belong to an unknown individual. To wield such an extraordinary technique at the nascent stage is unfathomable, in such a confined arena. There was no chance for Shintalai to evade it. Impossible, this cannot be, it cannot be. Wei Yuanlang struggled to accept the reality. He recalled his own nascent stage, and whether he could unleash such a powerful killing strike. The answer was a resounding no. Then he remembered his prowess at 15. There must be something wrong, there has to be. Little Xian, did he win? He won? He won. The shock gave way to ecstatic screams as the women of the Jiang clan embraced, laughing and weeping, enveloped in a dreamlike haze, as if none of this were real. A single strike to fell Shintalai. Little Xian is now the greatest warrior of Highton Mountain? What technique did he employ? This swordplay feels familiar. Yet it is not our clan's chasing windblade. What could it be? Who dares to say it is not the chasing windblade? Grandma Jinhua's eyes sparkled as if she had returned to her youth, her body trembling with excitement. The indifference on the face of the inspector Lei Hong dissipated as he gazed at Jiang Xian. In his mind, he swiftly recalled every detail of the strike Jiang had just executed. That particular technique harmonized with the force of the wind, embodying the Jiang clan's ancestral blade technique. The chasing wind blade. Even in the esteemed city of flying snow, its might would rank among the top 10. Yet, the arduous difficulty of mastering it had tempered its overall esteem. The move he had just showcased was undoubtedly the final stance of the chasing wind blade. the elusive ninth form that even Zhang Hanfeng had failed to master. Just last month, he had relied on sheer brute force to overpower Shen Tiyong, and now he could wield such a formidable technique. Two possibilities emerged. Either he had been training for years to master the ninth form, but his insufficient realm had impeded him, only achieving success upon attaining true innate mastery. Alternatively, he had dedicated himself to intensive practice for a month, ultimately succeeding in mastering the ninth form. This form significantly aided his comprehension of martial arts, enhancing his perceptive abilities regarding realms. Mastering one technique could lead to understanding myriad others, thus facilitating his genuine breakthrough into the innate realm. Consequently, he had ascended to the position of clan leader, acquiring the entire clan's resources for cultivation, which was indeed a pivotal factor in his rapid advancement. Regardless of the actual circumstances, the fact that he had entered the innate realm by the age of 15 and grasped such a sophisticated technique indicated that he possessed exceptional innate talent. In terms of swordsmanship, he was a prodigious genius. Even in Flying Snow City, perhaps only the group of prodigies from the Stellar Pavilion could surpass him. And from the Wei family, only Wei Shaoqing, their foremost genius, could be deemed his equal. Yet, Lei Hong found himself grappling with many unanswered questions, all conjecture, including whether Jiang Xian had truly employed the chasing windblade. After much contemplation, he deemed it cumbersome to dwell on uncertainties and chose to speak directly. Jiang Xian, I ask you, was the technique you just used the ninth form of the chasing windblade? Chapter 30, a solo counterattack. The inspector posed his inquiries, and one had no choice but to respond. My lord, I have indeed mastered the ninth form of the wind-chasing blade, aptly named Chasing the Wind, Jiang Xian replied respectfully, directing his gaze towards Lei Hong. How many forms have you mastered in total? Lei Hong inquired further. The first 4 forms, along with the ninth form, Jiang Xian stated. I see. Lei Hong nodded, comprehending that Jiang Xian had temporarily bypassed the cultivation of the intervening forms of the wind-chasing blade, forcibly honing the ninth form, which he had remarkably succeeded in achieving. This also illustrated Jiang Xian's extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, marking him as a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. Lei Hong refrained from asking further questions. Initially, only a select few had discerned or speculated the form Jiang Xian had employed, but upon Lei Hong's query, the entire assembly became aware, resulting in an uproar. The ninth form. He has mastered the ninth form. Zhang Hanfeng only managed to cultivate 8 forms. According to our records on the Blackpool Mountain Warriors list, if my memory serves me correctly, the last member of the Jiang clan to master the ninth form of the wind-chasing blade did so 160 years ago, a figure named Jiang Han, who was also a paragon of Blackpool Mountain. The warriors from various clans were visibly moved, their eyes flickering with trepidation. A change was imminent for Blackpool Mountain. 15 years old. No. Impossible. He must have employed some forbidden drugs or other nefarious methods. No one understood better than Jiang Jingsheng what mastering the ninth form entailed. He was the only one present of the highest realm, innate perfection, united as one with the blade. Moreover, he had only attained the 7th form of the wind-chasing blade. Jiang Jingsheng was genuinely skeptical. He fully grasped the arduousness of mastering the ninth form. He had never even breached the 8th form despite dedicating his entire life to it. How could Jiang Xian have accomplished such a feat? Yet, he had indeed succeeded. Jiang Jingsheng's disbelief morphed more into fear. During the life-and-death battle of 3 years, he had aligned himself with the Shinta clan only when it seemed they were on the verge of victory. Yet, merely a month had passed, and the Jiang clan was poised for a counterattack, a solitary counteroffensive. According to the rules of the life-and-death battle, it could be devastating. The Jiang clan's swordsmanship is unparalleled. A true hero indeed. The one-eyed elder of the Nalan clan suddenly erupted into laughter, inciting a wave of admiration. We must depart. Wei Yuanlang, lurking in the corner, turned sharply with a scowl. There's no need to watch any further. Although today's life-and-death battle has not concluded, Jiang Xian has already slain Shinta Lai with a single strike. How could the Shinta clan hope to prevail against him? The outcome was indistinguishable from 100 battles. The result would remain the same. The two exited the martial arena, making their way towards the earthen city gates. In truth, Chao Tai mused, while Jiang Xian's killing techniques were indeed formidable, they were confined to the arena. The rules of the life-and-death battle had afforded him an advantage. The arena's dimensions allowed his techniques to encompass all, leaving no room for evasion. Akin to wielding a mighty cannon, its firing power was indeed tremendous, yet it did not permit the enemy to escape its range of attack. However, should the confrontation occur in a more open setting, such as an ambush in the woods, with ample space for maneuvering, one could evade his onslaught. Engaging in a protracted struggle, relying on superior physical strength and swifter movement to ensure victory. Shintalai had merely fallen victim to the limitations of the arena, and he had underestimated his opponent. Upon entering the forest, Shinchali would not instinctively consider retreating. Death would be his fate. However, had Shinchali been aware prior to engaging that Jiang Xian possessed such a lethal technique, and they were to battle in the forest rather than an open field, the outcome would remain uncertain. I believe the likelihood of Shinchali's victory would be considerably greater. Jiang Xian's lower realm ultimately presents a significant issue. Qiao Tai meticulously analyzed Jiang Xian's circumstances. His words, however, did little to uplift Wei Yuanlong's spirits. If Uncle Qiao were to ascend the arena, what are the chances of him defeating Jiang Xian? Wei Yuanlang inquired. 10 out of 10, Qiao Tai replied with a calm yet confident demeanor. And what if he practiced for another 5 years? Wei Yuanlang pressed further. That is difficult to ascertain. Qiao Tai realized that Jiang Xian was merely 15 this year. He would be only 20 in 5 years. Yet, as the most formidable innate practitioner of Feishua City, Qiao Tai could not guarantee victory. This encapsulates the crux of the matter. Based on my understanding of the cultivation practices among tribal peoples, a youth of Jiang Xian's caliber, hailing from a millennia-old tribe, undoubtedly has the potential to achieve a unity of man and blade in the future. However, mastering the heavenly human momentum could occur at 18 or 19. Or perhaps not until 30, or he may never grasp it at all. Qiao Tai shook his head, asserting that the cultivation methods of the tribes are, in truth, primitive and flawed. They lack sufficient guidance and a coherent system, which is why, despite a rich historical legacy, their overall strength pales in comparison to that of urban dwellers. As they conversed, they reached the city gate, retrieved their horses, and galloped forth. Uncle Qiao, let us not return to Feishue City just yet. Since we have the rare opportunity to venture out, why not explore other prefectures? Wei Yuanlang suggested enthusiastically. Very well. I shall heed young Master Yuanlang's wishes. Qiao Tai did not object. He understood that Wei Yuanlang sought to evade matters at hand. Initially, he intended to witness Jiang Xian's demise firsthand and promptly relay the good news to Wei Honghua. He had come to monitor the situation for Wei Honghua, who would comprehend his intentions, but now, he preferred to report only joy and not sorrow. Anyone who wished to return could do so. He would simply take cover. In any case, it would not take long before others would report this matter to Wei Honghua. On the day of the life and death battles, 10 skirmishes were held daily. Typically, after each bout, both sides would rest for half an hour, after which the victors could either substitute participants or choose to continue without respite. Once the arena was cleared, Jiang Xian ascended once more, casting a cold gaze upon the Shinchali tribe, remaining silent. Following Shinchali's death, many from the Shinchali tribe experienced a collapse of spirit. Their feelings could not be aptly described. As if struck by a thunderous blow. Particularly for Shinchaliyu, it felt as though the heavens had fallen. At this moment, dozens from the Shinchali tribe stood in silence, their faces ashen. Shinchaliyu, cradling a box containing his father's severed head, stood there with a vacant expression. Shinchali clan, rise. Are you all cowards? Are there no men left in the Shinchali tribe? Rise. The voices erupted from among the Jiang clan, with the women becoming increasingly agitated, some even weeping as they hurled provocations and jeers. I shall take the lead. A member of the Shindu tribe stepped forth. The robust man, nearing 50, had an eagle-like nose, sharp eyes, and a scarred face, with 2 fingers missing from his left hand, suggesting a seasoned warrior with a history of battles. This was Shintu Donghu, at the mid-stage of innate mastery. By lineage, he was the paternal uncle of Shindalai. Grasping 2 segments of a spear behind him, he brought them together, twisting them to lock them into a single long spear. Many elders favored such detachable weapons for their convenience during mountain training. The Shintu tribe harbors no cowards. Shintu Donghu leaped onto the arena, fixing his gaze on Jiang Xian with an impassive expression, before charging forward like a ravenous tiger. Spear raised. Without exchanging words, Jiang Xian sprinted towards Shintu Donghu, drawing his long knife with a fierce determination. The blade shimmered like a slender thread poised to rend the very fabric of space, humming ominously as it clashed against the spearhead of Shintu Donghu. The spear, being heavier, wielded greater force than the knife, which excelled in agility and adaptability. In a direct confrontation, the knife would surely succumb to the spear, especially considering Jiang Xian was merely at the early stage of innate mastery. However, due to the unique nature of his martial arts, He found himself nearly equal in strength to Shinta Donghu without expending his full power. Back when I was at the half-step of innate mastery, I had contended with my aunt Siyun, who was at the mid-stage of innate mastery, until exhaustion. Now that I have reached innate mastery, utilizing merely 20% of my strength allows me to stand against Shinta Donghu, who focuses heavily on physical prowess. Yet, the spear's application of force far exceeds that of the knife, and Shinta wielded a spear with a thick shaft. In the throes of battle, Jiang Xian's thoughts raced swiftly. The jarring sound of blade clashing against spear was particularly shrill. Jiang Xian retreated 3 steps while Shinta Donghu fell back 2. Both men unhesitant in their resolve to engage once more. Jiang Xian unleashed a rapid yet somewhat unrefined knife technique, while Shinta Donghu's spear danced like a dragon, deftly employing thrusts and slashes that instilled fear. The two warriors were locked in a fierce struggle. What was transpiring? Why did Jiang Xian refrain from using that particular technique? Could it be that his innate power was insufficient? That was implausible. He could have rested for half an hour yet chose not to. So it must not be a matter of innate power. Why withhold that technique? Jiang Xian, at the early stage of innate mastery, could still contend with someone at the mid-stage. A prodigy, indeed. In his youth, Jiang Xian's father, Jiang Hafeng, had battled successfully against foes at the mid-stage while still in the early stage of innate mastery. Jiang Xian, surpassing his predecessor, possessed the combat prowess of the mid-stage without doubt. However, Shinta Donghu, renowned for his valor through countless battles, had greater stamina and innate power. The longer the struggle continued, the more unfavorable it became for Jiang Xian. What was Jiang Xian doing? Why not simply eliminate Shinta Donghu? Could he be honing his blade skills? The one-eyed elder of the Nalan tribe widened his singular remaining eye, having witnessed his fair share of life and death battles throughout his long life. Countless conflicts among tribes had unfolded before him, some culminating in reconciliation, others resulting in the strong preying upon the weak, and even instances where savage beasts abruptly attacked, claiming the lives of many present. Now in his 70s, he was the oldest among those gathered, having seen all manners of circumstances unfold. However, he had never witnessed such audacity, practicing his blade in a life and death arena. Such a reckless endeavor could lead to utter ruin with a single misstep. Intriguing. Lei Hong tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair, observing the scene on the stage, pondering that it had been quite some time since a tribal life and death battle had been this captivating. The 5th move of the wind-chasing blade. He is practicing the 5th move of the wind-chasing blade, Jiang Jingsheng exclaimed, urging them to attack his lower stance. Be cautious not to let him turn around. Hurry. Force him to continue the engagement. Jiang Jingsheng was equally frantic, shouting instructions to Shinta Donghu on how to counter Jiang Xian's techniques. He had mastered the 5th move of the wind-chasing blade for decades, and no one present understood it better than he did. Old dog, silence yourself. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Grandmother Jinhua shouted angrily at Jiang Jingsheng. Traitor! Damn traitor! Once Shaxian triumphs in this battle, you shall all perish. You deserve death. The women of the Jiang clan were consumed by rage. Jiang Jingsheng paid them no heed. He had no time for their verbal skirmishes. If Jiang Xian did not survive, he himself would not live. He wished to survive, and he cared not for the disdain he would face. Yes, yes, yes. Good. Keep him cornered. Aha. He cannot adjust. He has only recently grasped the 9th move and has yet to master it. It will take him years to perfect it. If you keep him at bay, he won't be able to unleash it. Kill him. Kill him. Jiang Jingsheng was more exhilarated than anyone else. Lord Inspector. Jiang Ziyun called out to the observation platform to the north, kneeling on the ground and gazing up. This was evidently unjust. Yet there was no clause in the imperial law mandating silence during life and death battles. Everything rested upon the inspector's discretion. Whatever he decreed was law. Lei Hong cast a glance at Jiang Suiyun and then turned his gaze towards Jiang Jingsheng. It was merely a fleeting glance. Yet Jiang Jingsheng felt as though he were being scrutinized by a beast, every hair on his body standing on end. A chill ran down his spine. He immediately fell silent, lowering his head to watch the ants crawling on the ground, too frightened to look back at Lei Hong. The atmosphere grew significantly quieter. However, due to Jiang Jingsheng's earlier guidance on countering moves, Jiang Xian began to find himself in a precarious position. Shinta Donghu, with his vast experience, quickly understood Jiang Jingsheng's brief instructions and adjusted accordingly. Indeed, he soon pressured Jiang Xian, whose movements began to falter, his blade techniques no longer as swift as before. With a shift in momentum, Shinta Donghu elevated his offensive to 60% while maintaining 40% in defense. Conversely, Jiang Xian found himself on the defensive for 60% of the time, only attacking for 40%. The principle that prolonged defense inevitably leads to a breach is not merely a strategy of war. It applies equally to the struggles of practitioners. Shen Tudonghu's advantage became increasingly apparent as he pressed Jiang Xian relentlessly. Jiang Jingsheng raised his gaze to the stage. He is. There is still the seventh move to unravel. The seventh move is inherently balanced in both offense and defense, capable of both repelling and attacking. Jiang Jingsheng grew anxious, the urgency mounting with each passing moment. Jiang Xian continued to practice his blade. Moreover, judging by the techniques Jiang Xian was able to execute, it was not that he had become less fluid due to being at a disadvantage. Rather, he was unfamiliar with the moves and was endeavoring to master them. Could no one perceive it? What is happening with Shen Diyin and the others? You have all fought against Zhang Hanfeng. You are familiar with these techniques. Remind Shen Tudonghu to fight for his life. Jiang Jingsheng felt a sense of urgency but dared not speak, as the inspector had already given him a warning glance. Shen Tudonghu believed he had Jiang Xian cornered and could expand his advantage. However, in reality, he possessed no advantage at all. It was merely an illusion. He could only hope to gamble his life against Jiang Xian, adopting a mentality of trading one life for another, utilizing his trump card to have a chance at victory. Otherwise, Jiang Xian could simply maintain his distance and effortlessly employ his ninth technique to slay Shen Tudonghu. Lei Hong could also discern that Jiang Xian was still honing his swordsmanship, displaying remarkable ease. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the observation platform, as if conjured from thin air. It was not a spatial shift, but rather an indication of extraordinary speed. The battle continues? The first match? Shen Tulai has not yet appeared? The old man with the goatee observed with a furrowed brow. He had come from the main city, expecting the life and death battle to conclude by the time he arrived, so he could discuss matters with Lei Hong, only to find that the fight was still ongoing. This is the second match. In the first, Jiang Xian killed Shen Tulai. Lei Hong stated matter-of-factly. What? The old man with the goatee displayed astonishment. Lei Hong briefly explained the situation, prompting a deep sigh from the old man. A prodigy of swordsmanship. A genius. Although his innate talent and realm level is somewhat lacking, even that can be considered second-rate. Lei Hong replied. Lei, I wish to speak with you privately, the old man with the goatee said, glancing at Lei Hong. After a moment's thought, Lei Hong nodded and surprisingly stood up, an action he had not taken in 3 years. He then said, let us conclude this match swiftly. I have matters to attend to. Yes, my lord. Jiang Xian was convinced that Lei Hong was addressing him. Shen Tudonghu was equally certain that Lei Hong could not possibly be speaking to him. Are you mocking me? Shen Tudonghu shouted in rage. You deserve to die, Jiang Xian replied coldly. Ha 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 ha. If death awaits, then let it come. Use your wind-chasing technique to kill me. After 16 years, I remain a warrior. Come on. Shen Tudonghu's movements became wildly ferocious. Truly fearless of death, Jiang Xian unleashed a fierce strike. He exerted 80% of his strength with this blow, a fourfold increase from before. Clang. Shen Tudonghu's spear was unexpectedly knocked away. Jiang Xian swiftly followed up with another strike, then performed a flourish with his blade, seamlessly sheathing it. Wind-chasing technique. You dare presume to use it? Jiang Xian said with indifference. Blood began to trickle from Shen Tudonghu's neck. Chapter 31. The second genius of a millennium. The head of Shen Tudonghu rolled onto the arena, yet Jiang Xian did not resort to the ninth style. Nevertheless, he was still able to vanquish him. This spectacle sent waves of astonishment throughout the martial arts arena, as it became evident to all that even outside the confines of the stage, amidst the mountains and wilderness, Jiang Xian's conventional combat prowess surpassed that of a typical mid-stage innate practitioner, approaching that of a late-stage innate. Such a transcendent ability for slaughter across realms is often emblematic of a superlative genius. When Jiang Hafeng was at the initial stage of his innate journey, he could not achieve this feat. He is undoubtedly the foremost genius of this era, the first in a century from the entire Highton Mountain. It is likely that he is already on the cusp of rivaling the legendary figure of a millennium, the sword ancestor Jiang Zhongwu. In comparison to Jiang Zhongwu, it seems he still falls short in many aspects, for Jiang Zhongwu possessed a divine and demonic presence, entering the innate realm at merely 13 and transcending it by 21. Unfortunately, he met his demise in the abyss of 10 directions, falling prey to a millennial beast, reflecting upon the illustrious figures of Highton Mountain over the past millennium. Jiang Zhongwu stands unmatched, not only as the first but also with a considerable gap even from the second. The one-eyed elder spoke. and the warriors of various tribes began to murmur among themselves. Over the past 1,000 years, Highton Mountain's 10 major tribes have produced prodigies who entered the innate realm at the age of 14. Some eventually surpassed the innate stage, while others did not. Jiang Xian's clan leader entered the innate realm at 15, yet he comprehended the ninth style of the wind-chasing blade, which sets him apart from his peers. In summation, while he may not contend for the title of the greatest genius of a millennium, he is certainly a contender for the title of the second. Indeed, to label him as the second genius of a millennium is not an exaggeration, though he still pales in comparison to Jiang Zhongwu. He is more than worthy of the title of Highton Mountain's second genius of a millennium. To coexist in this era with such a hero is an honor for us all. The members of the Xinda tribe listened to the discussions with faces ashen with discontent. They realized that comparisons were being drawn between Jiang Xian and Jiang Zhongwu. Though the disparity was vast, the mere act of comparison acknowledged his talent and strength, even if some spoke loudly, tinged with flattery. Meanwhile, the inspector Lei Hong and the elderly man with the goat beard appeared in a refined courtyard, taking their seats at a stone table. "What brings such urgency?" Lei Hong inquired. The three brothers of the Gu family made an appearance in Feishui City last night and assassinated the genius Qin Yingyang of the Qin family. By the time several members of the Qin family arrived, they had already fled the city, replied the elderly man with the goat beard. The Qin family in Feishui City. There are 4 prominent families, with the Wei family currently at the bottom, while the Qin family ranks first. They are the most powerful family in Feishui City, boasting 7 innate practitioners in the open, not to mention 2 innate guests. Qin Yingyang was merely 24 years old, right? Lei Hong frowned, incredulous that such a genius could fall victim to an assassination. Yes, at 24. He defeated Gu Haoqing, ranked 76th on the innate rankings of Feishui City last year, entering the top 100, making him one of the most elite innate practitioners in Feishui City. Even within the formidable Qin family, his strength at this age ranks among the top few prodigious talents. The elder with the goat beard lamented that this matter had already stirred a tempest in Feishui City, with the other 3 prominent families hastily disavowing any connection. The Qin family mobilized all their resources and offered a staggering bounty, determined to locate the Gu brothers and uncover the identity of their employer. It would not be an easy task. Lei Hong shook his head, for the Gu brothers were disciples of that formidable demon, possessing the art of evasion and concealment that they had mastered under his direct tutelage. Indeed, Lu Kong's skills in stealth were formidable. Among all the practitioners in Feishui City, he ranked within the top 3. Even if the Gu brothers possessed but a fraction of his talent for evasion, they could vanish without a trace. Nevertheless, this time, they had not covered their tracks completely. Although they had successfully slain Qin Yingyang, they had sustained injuries and left a considerable amount of blood at the scene. The elder with the goat beard mused, slipping one hand into his bosom. They left blood at the scene? Lei Hong immediately grasped the implication. Tracking them would be exponentially easier. Many secret arts of pursuit could detect blood sent over hundreds of feet. They would not dare to hide in any city nor in crowded places, and it was improbable they could leave Beihongzhou in the short term. Thus, their only refuge would be Highton Mountain. Their master, Lu Kong, was also within Highton Mountain. Would they make contact? Precisely, the elder stated, producing a blood-stained cloth from his attire and handing it to Lei Hong. I shamelessly requested this from the Qin family's ancestral elder. They have collected nearly every drop of blood. This is merely a fraction. Lu Kong, the most wanted criminal in Feishui City, was notorious for his bloodlust, having once committed the atrocity of slaughtering an entire county overnight. The reason Lei Hong remained within the tribal territory, rather than returning home, was to apprehend him. Now that his 3 disciples had taken refuge in Highton Mountain, it presented an additional lead in the pursuit of Lu Kong. In the training arena, upon his return, Lei Hong found Jiang Xian once again ascending the platform, eager to commence the 3rd bout of the day. This time, however, the Xinda tribe had dispatched a practitioner of the acquired realm to contest. According to the tribal regulations for life and death battles, only males from the tribe were permitted to participate, and it was not mandatory for them to be of innate caliber. Sending an acquired realm fighter to the arena was tantamount to a death sentence, serving merely to stall for time. The Jiang clan had managed to endure for 3 years, primarily due to the presence of numerous valiant warriors willing to sacrifice themselves. Now, it was the turn of the Xinda tribe. Such an opponent was inadequate for Jiang Xian to hone his blade skills. They were simply too weak. Jiang Xian did not even draw his sword. Instead, he gestured for a bow and arrow from his kin. Drawing the bowstring and nocking an arrow, he took aim. The middle-aged man, known as Xinda Peng, did not succumb to despair, perhaps seeking a glorious end. He charged towards Jiang Xian while employing intricate footwork to evade Jiang Xian's aim. Whoosh! Thud! The arrow pierced through Shen Tuping's left eye, sending him reeling backward onto the ground, lifeless. This starkly illustrated the true disparity between innate and acquired realms. Jiang Xian was not particularly skilled with the bow, yet as an innate practitioner, the arrows he released were imbued with innate power, rendering them beyond the evasion capabilities of an acquired realm fighter. In the 4th, 5th, and 6th rounds, the Shinto tribe dispatched a warrior from the early stages of the acquired realm every half hour. Jiang Xian wished to engage in continuous combat, yet they refused, perhaps due to the need for time to persuade their clansmen to face death. The events of the day unfolded too abruptly, leaving everyone unprepared. Jiang Xian showed no mercy towards the considerably weaker Shinto people. After all, an enemy is an enemy. Once, he had witnessed his own kin, uncles and aunts, fall victim to such merciless assaults. As dusk approached in the afternoon, half an hour had passed, and at last, it was time for the 10th match of the day. Jiang Xian once again stepped into the arena. To his surprise, the Shinto tribe had sent forth a warrior of the late innate stage, named Shinto Huai. Although his realm was high, he bore a significant weakness. He was missing his right arm. This was not Shinto Huai's first appearance. 2 years prior, he had fought against a warrior from the Jiang clan's late innate stage, resulting in a Pyrrhic victory that cost him an arm. Since then, he had not returned to the arena. Why was Shinto Huai participating now? Was he merely being sent to his demise at this level? He had arrived late, not previously being part of the Shinto tribe's lineup. Having lost his dominant right arm 2 years ago, and now nearing 50, wielding a two-handed spear, it was uncertain whether he still retained a fraction of his former strength. It was likely that he was no match for Jiang Xian, perhaps only here to meet his end. In times of crisis, it was indeed customary for the weak and infirm to be sacrificed first. Jiang Xian, do you dare to use me as practice for your blade? Shall we have an honest duel? Shinto Huai seemed to have accepted his fate, casually gripping his spear with one hand, a grin spreading across his face as he stared at Jiang Xian. That depends on your capabilities, Jiang Xian replied. In an instant, both transformed into fleeting shadows, racing towards one another. As they neared, Jiang Xian drew his blade, while a glint of madness flashed in Shinto Huai's eyes. He unexpectedly hurled his spear at Jiang Xian like a javelin. Being of the late innate stage, such reckless abandon in his attack was terrifyingly powerful. Jiang Xian sidestepped to evade. At that moment, Shinto Huai struck his chest with his palm, clad in voluminous beast hide armor, so loose that one could not discern if he carried anything beneath. Shinto Huai's strike caused his body to erupt in flames, a terrifying fire expanding rapidly. The fire thunder. It was over. The warriors of all tribes were struck with horror, especially those standing at the forefront, all of whom had attained complete innate perfection. The instant the flames ignited, they recognized Shinto Huai's intention. The fire thunder was not a rare item. It was possessed by many tribes, typically used for mining and excavation. However, it was not practical in combat. Thrown from a distance, it could easily be avoided, and too close, it would result in indiscriminate damage, harming both friend and foe alike, leading to mutual destruction. Shinto Huai intended to perish alongside Jiang Xian. At such a close range, provided the quantity was substantial enough, even an innate body could be obliterated. It was over. Granny Jinhua gazed at the expanding flames, her eyes filled with despair. Die. Die. Shinto Yin, Shinto Maoshi, and others fixated intently on the arena. This was the Shinto clan's desperate counterattack. Although it contravened the imperial laws, Shinto Huai, as the executor, would meet his demise on the spot. Surely, one could not allow a dead man to perish once more? A life for a life. The gravest issue facing the Jiang clan was that only Jiang Xian remained as the sole man. Eliminate him. Merely slaying him would justify any cost. On the northern observation platform, the inspector Lei Hong furrowed his brow. With a flick of his wrist and a curl of his fingers, he unleashed a surge of energy that struck the explosive flames, which were poised to engulf Jiang Xian. Astonishingly, the flames began to collapse inward, as though some unseen force were voraciously consuming them. It was complex in description, yet visually, it resembled an explosion of flames rapidly retracting, akin to time reversing itself. The entirety of the Shinto clan gaped in disbelief at Lei Hong. Was this the inspector's power? Suddenly, Lei Hong materialized upon the arena. The flames swiftly coalesced into a compact sphere, exerting pressure on Shinto Huai's body, which had been violently torn apart, now crushed inward. Ultimately, the flames extinguished, leaving nothing but a pool of blood upon the ground. What audacity! To dare employ such tricks before my presence. Lei Hong took several steps toward the Shinto clan, casually flicking his sleeve. Boom, 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 boom. Like a display of fireworks, over 70 members of the Shinto clan stood together, with half on the right side exploding into a mist of blood at Lei Hong's nonchalant gesture. Although most of these men were at the postnatal stage, there were still 8 at the innate stage, including 2 at the pinnacle of innate perfection. In a mere motion, over 30 men were obliterated into blood mist, as if subjected to the crushing force of the heavens. Shinto Yin stood frozen, unable to react in time, as the terrifying sense of crisis brushed past him. The Shinto Maoshe, positioned to his right, erupted into blood mist, splattering crimson across Shinto Yan's half of the body. To Shinto Yan's left, Shinto Yu, slightly forward, also had his pale cheeks stained with blood. Behind him, Jiang Jingsheng, positioned a tad right of Shinto Yin, found his right arm detonated without any prior indication. The pain did not elicit a cry from him, as fear overwhelmed his consciousness. My lord, spare us. The remaining 30 or so members of the Shinto clan fell prostrate in sheer terror, pleading for the Inspector Lei Hong's mercy. In a flurry, the Jiang clan and warriors from other tribes also knelt en masse. Their actions were not to plead for the Shinto clan, but rather to avoid becoming collateral damage. Desperately hoping for Lei Hong's calmness. It had been far too long since any tribe dared to provoke an inspector. People seemed to have forgotten that. In comparison to the brutality of tribal life and death struggles, the inspector was the far more fearsome entity. The terror of the inspector lay not only in his ability to casually obliterate a tribe's strength, but also in his indiscriminate slaughter. If he deemed you wrong, you were wrong. If he believed you deserved death, then you were destined to die. Shinto clan, I caution you this time. I do not wish for the life and death battle of the tribes I oversee to conclude through ignoble means, Lei Hong declared, turning back slightly to address the others among the tribes, and you as well. Do not even think of framing Shinto clan by assassinating Jiang Xian. A genius should not meet their demise through despicable treachery. Should any of you dare to do so, do not blame me for exterminating your entire clan. Lord Xie, grant us mercy. Rest assured, we would never dare, came the fearful responses, for the mere aura emanating from a top-tier Jiejing in anger was enough to suffocate those present. Today's life and death battle concluded with Jiang Xian achieving 10 victories. Tomorrow, the contest shall resume. Lei Hong succinctly announced before his form flickered and vanished entirely. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd as they rose from their seats. Jiang Xian stood on the arena, gazing at the spot where Lei Hong had disappeared. His eyes sweeping over the pool of blood at the side, a profound shock reflected in his gaze. Since childhood, he had heard myriad tales of Jiejing. Yet today marked his first encounter with their formidable prowess. The methods of Jiejing appeared to transcend those of mere mortals. Was it that all Jiejing possessed such capabilities? Or was it solely the pinnacle Jiejing, the inspector, who could wield such power? The terror of Jiejing was undeniable. What then of the divine and demonic entities? What of the esteemed Master Qixi, who regarded even such beings with disdain? Jiang Xian's thoughts drifted. Xiao Xian, are you unharmed? Jiang Suiyun and others rushed onto the arena, gathering around him. I am fine, Jiang Xian replied, shaking his head. In the face of the immense explosion, his garments remained unscathed, not due to his own evasion, but rather because Lei Hong had directed a surge of energy toward him. That fleeting energy seemed to have manipulated the very forces of heaven and earth from afar. Jiang Xian was uncertain if his perception was accurate. Yet he distinctly felt its presence. On the 8th day of the 8th month, Jiang Xian achieved another 10 victories. On the 9th day of the 8th month, he maintained his record of 10 victories. Thus concluded this month's life and death battles. On the afternoon of the 9th day of the 8th month, at the Wei family's ancestral residence in Feishua City, Wei Yuanlang and Chao Tai returned, weary from travel, handing their horse to the guards at the entrance before hastily making their way deeper into the estate. I should never have gone in the first place, Wei Yuanlang lamented. Uncle Chao, why didn't you stop me? The tribal territory is so perilous. I did try, Chao Tai replied simply. But your efforts lacked conviction. Wei Yuanlang shook his head. Chao Tai chose not to engage further. Wei Yuanlang did not genuinely blame Chao Tai. He simply did not anticipate being summoned for questioning. It was the clan leader's direct order that compelled him to return home immediately and report on the situation he had observed in the Jiang clan's territory. He truly wished to avoid discussing Jiang Xian's remarkable capabilities, fearing it might offend his fourth uncle. However, with the clan leader's personal decree, he had no choice. After navigating through several courtyards and plazas, twisting and turning, Wei Yuanlang halted before a door. The guards flanking the entrance recognized Wei Yuanlang and Chao Tai. and without further inquiry, they opened the door. With his head bowed, Wei Yuanlang stepped inside with small, cautious strides, but as he slightly raised his gaze to observe, he was taken aback. Including the 3 members of the Wei family who have traversed the realm, more than 10 core members of the Wei family are all present. Chapter 32. The outcome of the Wei family meeting. Such an elaborate assembly was unforeseen by Wei Yuanlang. As the head of the family, he knelt before Wei Chishan, who occupied the central seat, while Cao Tai, standing slightly behind, bowed in respect. As a guest of innate prowess, Cao Tai was not obliged to kneel before the head of the Wei family. Rise, Wei Yuanlang. Do you comprehend the reason for your summons? Wei Qingshan inquired with a grave demeanor. Indeed, Wei Yuanlang promptly responded. It concerns the life and death battle between the Jiang clan and the Shindu clan. Very well. Wei Qingshan nodded. Our family began receiving reports the night before last, and over the past few days, we have learned that the 15-year-old Jiang Xian not only slew the valiant Shintalai of Heighten Mountain with a single strike but also managed to engage and defeat an innate mid-stage opponent without resorting to his ultimate technique, despite being merely at the initial stage of innate power. Since you were present that day, what is your assessment of Jiang Xian's strength? Wei Yuanlang felt a surge of anxiety. Although he was one of the 3 immensely valued prodigies within the family, he found it impossible to relax in the presence of the patriarch. Unlike the other 2 prodigies, who addressed Wei Qingshan as great-grandfather, he referred to him as head of the family. Being a talent from a collateral branch, he inherently lacked the same status, unless he were to ascend to the realm of innate power. Thus, Wei Yuanlang had always aspired to align himself with the powerful, his strength. Reporting to the head of the family, that day, Cao Tai and I attended the battle, and after witnessing Jiang Xian's defeat of Shintalai, we departed early, missing the subsequent life and death contest. As he spoke, Wei Yuanlang subtly raised his gaze, keenly observing the expressions of everyone present in the room. Wei Qingshan maintained a serious expression. To his left and right sat 2 elders clad in purple and blue robes, respectively, both of whom were other members of the innate realm. One was listening intently with closed eyes, while the other wore an inscrutable expression. The majority of the others in the room also bore serious countenances. Wei Honghua, the 4th elder, sat notably close to Wei Qingshan, and his clear unease was palpable, indicating a significant burden upon him. One must not offend the 4th uncle, Wei Yuanlang silently reminded himself. Not having witnessed the latter part is inconsequential. Having seen the first battle suffices, for it is indeed the most crucial. Wei Qingshan regarded Wei Yuanlang, stating, the feats of Jiang Xian have sent ripples through Feishuo City, igniting considerable excitement. His heroic tale of leading the clan in a desperate counterattack is one that all relish, yet the narratives have become increasingly intricate, often exaggerated. Honghua had originally dispatched someone to observe the life and death battle, but the orders were relayed through numerous layers, and ultimately, the eyewitnesses were merely at the post-heaven realm, rendering their insights rather limited. You are the prodigy our Wei family diligently nurtures, your realm already perfected in innate power, and your discernment far surpasses that of lesser clans. Since you witnessed the event firsthand, share your insights. How truly formidable is Jiang Xian? At that moment, Wei Yuanlang suddenly realized that his forthcoming appraisal of Jiang Xian would directly influence the family's perception of him and potentially sway their ultimate decision. Wei Yuanlang seemed to have inadvertently cast a glance at Wei Honghua, his speech quickening as he began to discuss strength. Jiang Xian's technique was indeed astonishing. The 9th move of the Chasing Wind Blade lived up to its reputation. However, I believe Jiang Xian executed it with considerable difficulty, lacking a sense of fluidity. Moreover, that singular move was the only one that posed a threat to Shintalai. Had it not been for the constraints of the arena, he would have stood no chance against Shintalai. The limitations of the arena restricted Shintalai's mobility, and he was caught off guard, meeting an untimely demise. In truth, Shintalai's prowess, the so-called number 1 innate master of Blackpool Mountain, merely grasped the heavenly human momentum. This was merely the 2nd level of skill mastery, and he had not even comprehended the 3rd. There are at least a few hundred innate masters in Flying Snow City who surpassed Shintalai, who is not even considered a top-tier innate master. Jiang Xian capitalized on the rules of life and death combat to cunningly defeat him, revealing a significant disparity in true strength. Cao Tai listened attentively to Wei Yuanlang's remarks. When Wei Yuanlang mentioned that hundreds of innate masters surpassed Shintalai, Cao Tai slightly furrowed his brow. He did not deny Jiang Xian's impressive capabilities. He could eliminate mid-stage innate masters without relying on his ultimate techniques. Wei Yuanlang spoke with increasing confidence. Articulating his points eloquently, Yet the mid-stage innate masters of Blackpool Mountain are likely to be far weaker than those of Flying Snow City. Jiang Xian once reached the threshold of innate mastery. It is unlikely he practiced Blackpool Mountain's techniques. Perhaps he experienced some extraordinary fortune. His techniques must be superior, and defeating weaker mid-stage innate masters is something any genius could accomplish. To be frank, I could do the same. I entered innate mastery at 14. Not to mention those weaker mid-stage innate masters from tribal territories, even in Flying Snow City. Some mid-stage innate masters were no match for me at that time. Wei Yuanlang spoke with an air of arrogance. However, no one, including Cao Tai, perceived any flaw in his statement. The jurisdiction of Flying Snow City encompasses over 100 cities and counties, not to mention countless towns, villages, tribal territories, and noble estates. As the epicenter of this region, Flying Snow City is a gathering of prodigies and formidable individuals. The Wei family stands as one of the premier families in Flying Snow City. And being recognized as one of the three great geniuses by such a family attests to Wei Yuanlang's remarkable talent. Therefore, I contend that Jiang Xian, at 15, and without relying on ultimate techniques, cannot compare to me at 14. As for his ultimate move, his speed, agility, and physical strength do not merit such a technique. Outside the arena, it could easily be countered. Furthermore, regarding his innate talent, at 15 years old, he is not as adept as I was. Nevertheless, his talent in swordsmanship is truly monstrous. The Chasing Wind Blade could rank among the top 10 sword techniques in Flying Snow City, and he astonishingly managed to master the final move. Wei Yuanlang found it impossible to deny Jiang Xian's talent in swordsmanship, yet he attempted to downplay it as much as possible. However, I suspect he did not achieve that move through conventional training. Perhaps he employed some savage and bloodthirsty tribal forbidden techniques. If he perfected the 9th move in a matter of years, given its complexity, he could have easily mastered the first 8 moves in the same time frame. My deductions may not be entirely accurate, yet I perceive that he is practicing the 9th form of urgent cultivation, which cannot be mastered so swiftly under normal circumstances. The only way to achieve such success must involve forbidden methods, perhaps even exhausting his innate talent or life force. Tribes often possess peculiar techniques. Who can truly know the depths of their mysteries? Overall, while his swordsmanship talent surpasses my own, his innate realm is inferior to mine. In a comprehensive assessment, his potential pales in comparison to mine, and my prospects of entering the catastrophe realm far exceed his. Throughout the extensive history of Feishui City, few have entered the innate stage at the age of 15 and subsequently achieved the catastrophe realm. Most have done so at 14, like myself. Of course, he remains a prodigy, an exceedingly rare entity within the tribal domain. Even among our Wei family, he would likely rank within the top 10 of the younger generation. Cao Tai, positioned slightly behind, cast a glance at Wei Yuanlang. In recent days, the two had frequently discussed Jiang Xian, unanimously agreeing that Jiang Xian's talent could rival the foremost genius of the Wei family, and even if he fell short, it would not be by much, certainly superior to Wei Yuanlang himself. Wei Yuanlang concurred with this assessment. Yet, when reporting to the family head, he claimed that Jiang Xian was inferior to himself, relegating Jiang to a mere position within the top 10 of the Wei family. To speak of the top 10 is essentially to imply the 10th position, akin to declaring Wei Yuanlang as one of the 3 great geniuses, when in reality, he stands as the 3rd. Cao Tai understood Wei Yuanlang's sentiments and refrained from interjecting. He was merely a retainer, and he recognized that although he was stronger and more experienced than Wei Yuanlang, the prestigious Wei family held little regard for those of humble origins and average teachings in the innate stage. It was not a matter of disrespecting strength, but rather a lack of appreciation for insight. The knowledge accumulated from a lifetime of struggle by an innate practitioner of impoverished background could scarcely compare to the few tomes preserved by a family like the Weis. Wei Yuanlang, being one of the family's 3 great talents, received guidance in his cultivation directly from the catastrophe realm, while also benefiting from the mentorship of renowned masters in various fields, with access to the family's extensive library. His understanding of cultivation was indeed profoundly enriched. This was also the reason he was summoned back to provide a personal report. The Wei family did not place their trust in the innate practitioners from Highton Mountain, whose contacts lacked sufficient strength and insight. Wei Yuanlang had personally witnessed life and death battles, which was, for the Wei family, nothing short of a revelation. No one could provide more reliable accounts than he. The half-step innate stage represents a unique realm. Common methods do not encompass this stage, nor has there been any mention of such techniques originating from Highton Mountain. It could either be a fortuitous encounter for Jiang Xian or a technique obtained by his father, Jiang Hafeng, during his travels. Indeed, the innate realm's talent is of utmost importance. It is the very foundation of all. If Jiang Xian's capabilities are merely commensurate with the top 10, then his value diminishes significantly. Indeed, it does. While Wei Yuanlang delivered his report, there were murmurs of discussion among those present, their voices subdued enough not to interrupt him, and they largely concurred with his step-by-step analysis. Finding his arguments both reasoned and compelling, Wei Hongque finally regained his composure and cast a gaze of appreciation toward Wei Yuanlang. Although he still elevated Jiang Xian to a position comparable to the top 10 geniuses of the Wei family, this was sufficient for Wei Hongque. Before entering the door with Cao Tai, Wei Hongque found himself in a tumultuous state, experiencing the extremes of fortune and adversity. Recent rumors had proliferated to such an extent that the household had split into two factions. One faction believed that Jiang Xian's talent was merely mediocre, while the other contended that Jiang Xian's potential might surpass all the prodigies of the Wei clan. With each utterance from the latter group, Wei Hongque felt a heavy thud in his heart, as if foolish labels were being incessantly affixed to his brow, suffocating him. Now, however, with Wei Yuanlang's statement, the Wei family could no longer harbor any illusions regarding Jiang Xian. I had been contemplating whether to sacrifice the collaboration with the Jin Hedong family for Jiang Xian, a genius capable of leading the family towards revival, which seemed far more significant than any mere ally. Clearly, I had overestimated him, even going so far as to convene everyone for discussion. The family head, Wei Qingshan, declared, "The Jin Hedong family is currently our strongest ally. Hongque has done well." An elderly man seated third to the right of Wei Qingshan remarked, "That wild child possesses some talent, yet it is merely a modicum. In my opinion, even if his aptitude were to increase, our Wei family cannot risk losing credibility with the Jin Hedong family. Not only would it jeopardize our alliance, but it could also breed enmity." Wei Hongque finally mustered the courage to speak, adopting a tone that suggested he had long since come to terms with this reality. Those who entered the innate realm at 14 and ultimately transcended to the calamity realm are exceedingly rare. Even fewer achieve this at 15, regardless of his exhibited prowess. We cannot accept him. Ultimately, it's a matter of value. We have enough talents within the Wei family, and losing one is of no consequence. The elderly man in the blue robe to the right of Wei Qingshan replied, "In that case, his value is far from sufficient, especially when compared to the importance of the Jin Hedong family." He was a Calamity Realm practitioner, evidently voicing support for Wei Hongque. Perhaps he might not vehemently oppose his sister's marriage into the Dong family, suggested an elderly woman adorned with a gold hairpin. If he refrains from causing a ruckus and joins the Wei family, it would indeed be a win-win situation. How could he not oppose? Wei Hongque retorted. He will undoubtedly heed his mother's wishes, and my niece is currently on a hunger strike, refusing to relent even in death. Then he will not come seeking vengeance in the future, will he? The gold-haired matron hesitated, acknowledging Jiang Xian's latent talent. The room fell into a brief silence as a group of elderly men exchanged glances, before erupting into hearty laughter. The absurdity of the statement was akin to an emperor fearing a beggar's overthrow. As the saying goes, a lean camel is larger than a horse. Moreover, the Wei family was hardly on the verge of collapse. I suggest we eliminate him to resolve the issue once and for all, saving energy that could be wasted on him. Wei Yuanlang interjected. This is unacceptable. The reaction from the assembly surprised Wei Yuanlang, who sensed considerable apprehension. How? Wei Yuanlang hesitated to speak. "My dear Yuanlang, you are unaware of certain matters," came the response. In a buoyant mood, Wei Hongque spoke with warmth and took the initiative to explain. On the 7th day, during the 10th match, the Shinto clan resorted to deceit, sending individuals cloaked in hidden firebombs, intending to obliterate Jiang Xian in a deadly exchange. Wei Hongque shook his head, exclaiming that these barbaric individuals were utterly oblivious to their impending doom, daring to employ trickery in the presence of the inspector. The inspector swiftly neutralized the firebombs and with a single strike eliminated over 30 of the Shinto clan's elite, issuing a dire warning. Any further transgressions would result in the annihilation of their lineage. He cautioned the other tribes present that any attempts to assassinate Jiang Xian and frame the Shinto clan would lead to the same obliteration. Wei Hongque remarked that while the warning was directed at all tribes, the inspector's words had rendered it impossible for anyone to covertly target Jiang Xian. Should the inspector uncover such actions, even the Wei family would face dire consequences. Lei Hong, one of the most powerful inspectors in Feishue City, was highly esteemed by the city lord. An elder in a purple robe opened his eyes and stated that even the Qin family would not dare to offend Lei Hong lightly. Another elder with short hair added that while Jiang Xian might not be significant, the respect owed to Lei Hong was paramount. To offend Lei Hong for the sake of a bastard's life was simply not worth it. Let him be. He posed no threat. The discourse among the crowd indicated that there was little left to deliberate. Suddenly, the head of the third family, Wei Chengshan, interjected, glancing at Wei Honghua. What of the girl? Is she still fasting? Yes, father. She has not eaten a single morsel since that day, Wei Honghua replied. Humph. Wei Chengshan responded coldly. Let her continue to starve. Do not let her learn of the news regarding her illegitimate child. If she perishes from hunger, so be it. Moreover, from this day forth, she is not to see Wei Yao again. That little girl should be taught diligently, so she understands who has provided for her opulent life. She must learn the etiquette of a prominent family, lest she bring shame upon herself when married. Understood, father. Rest assured, I shall see to it. Wei Honghua nodded earnestly. Disperse, Wei Chengshan declared as he rose. Chapter 33. The Prodigies of Snowfall City. The news of Jiang Xian's life and death battle that culminated in the slaying of Shen Tulai first reached the ears of the Wei family. The other prominent families in Snowfall City were not far behind in receiving this information. For various factions within the city maintained informants in the tribal territories, not primarily to keep tabs on any single tribe, but to monitor the happenings at Highton Mountain while also being aware of news from all tribes. Typically, minor issues, such as routine conflicts between tribes, did not necessitate immediate reporting. Only significant developments warranted prompt communication back to Snowfall City. For instance, the impending merger of 2 of the top 10 tribes at Highton Mountain into a single larger tribe constituted a major event, as it would influence the business interests of various factions within the tribal lands, including the fundamental trade of furs and medicinal herbs, as well as mineral transactions. Thus, the principal factions in Snowfall City had already been attentive to the Shinta tribe's intentions to annex the Jiang clan, but instead, they were met with the shocking news of Shen Tulai's demise. This revelation created quite a stir. Highton Mountain's foremost innate master had fallen to the hands of a mere 15-year-old boy. Merely uttering this phrase was enough to instill fear. As time passed, more news trickled into Snowfall City, and certain individuals began to form a clearer understanding of Jiang Xian. Within the training grounds, shaded by trees of the Chun family's estate, a group of young individuals engaged in fervent discussion regarding this matter. I have gathered all the pertinent details. Years ago, Wei Baiyun and Jiang Hanfeng entered a private engagement, marrying due to an unexpected pregnancy, resulting in the birth of Jiang Xian. Wei Baiyun possessed extraordinary talent, and Jiang Hanfeng was truly the foremost innate master of Highton Mountain. It is only reasonable that Jiang Xian would inherit such talent, asserted a young man clad in a black robe. Perhaps the Wei family will have to acknowledge their roots and welcome Jiang Xian back now? They once held his father in disdain, yet with the Wei family's current precarious situation, they must seize such a prodigy, remarked a stout young man. Impossible, countered a young man with a countenance as refined as jade, shaking his head as he spoke. The others attentively focused their attention on him, clearly regarding him as the leader of the discussion. He was Qin Yuanzhou, the most talented prodigy of the Qin family. Having joined the Starry Pavilion at the tender age of 7, he attained innate mastery by 14, reached perfection by 18, achieved the unity of man and sword by 19, and attained the heavenly human phenomenon by 20. Now, at the age of 22, Qin Yuanzhou had already approached the threshold of divine might, and it was anticipated that he would enter the Calamity Realm before the age of 25. He was truly an extraordinary existence. For him, the Calamity Realm was merely a hurdle, never his ultimate goal. The realm of gods and demons was what he aspired to achieve. Young Master Yuanzhou, why is it deemed impossible? The stout young man inquired. It is well known that the Wei family is in a precarious state, and the other major families are eyeing their position with great interest. The Wei family has only recently re-established ties with the Jin Hedong clan, even going so far as to send a young girl, a mere 14-year-old. Qin Yuanzhou remarked with undisguised disdain, twirling his folding fan. While the method employed may be despicable, the fact remains that securing this alliance is of utmost importance to the Wei family. According to the latest reports, Jiang Xian's talent merely rivals that of the so-called prodigies from the Wei family, which is far from sufficient. He isn't even qualified to enter the Starry Pavilion. What purpose could the Wei family have for him? Indeed, Master Yuanzhou sees things with clarity. However, after a prolonged pause, Qin Yuanzhou remarked, although Jiang Xian's realm and talent are considerably lacking, rendering him a burden, His mastery of blade techniques likely rivals that of several practitioners at the Starry Pavilion. The Chasing Wind Blade, once renowned due to the Blackpool Blade ancestor Jiang Zhengwu, is exceptionally formidable. I am quite eager to engage with this Jiang Xian and test his skill. His realm is far too low, merely evading that technique would be trivial. And defeating him would pose no difficulty for Master Yuan Zhou. But what merit lies in mere evasion? If one could confront him head-on and defeat him with direct techniques, the accolades would be undeniable. Should Master Yuan Zhou triumph over the newly crowned first innate of Blackpool Mountain, his prestige would undoubtedly surpass that of Shen Taiping. Indeed, while it is true that this first innate of Blackpool Mountain may lack substance, his renown is considerable. This moment is pivotal for Master Yuan Zhou in his competition with Shen Taiping. Every bit of fame counts. A group of young individuals engaged in spirited discussion. And even Qin Yuan Zhou, who had not initially contemplated such things, found himself stirred by their words. Certainly, Qin Yuan Zhou snapped his folding fan in his palm. If I could venture to Blackpool Mountain and defeat him directly, that little Shen Taiping would likely be left speechless with indignation. Are you planning to go to Blackpool Mountain? A chilling feminine voice suddenly interjected. The temperature beneath the shade seemed to drop several degrees, and the others fell silent. Intimidated, while even Qin Yuan Zhou appeared somewhat sheepish. Are you truly going to Blackpool Mountain? A 25-year-old ice-cold beauty stepped before Qin Yuan Zhou, wielding a sword forged by divine craftsmanship, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized his hesitant demeanor. Sister, Qin Yuan Zhou uttered softly, constantly challenging this and that. Relying on his lofty talent, practicing intermittently, I must tell you, had it not been for me injuring my foundation to protect you back in the day. The title of the first innate of the Qin family might very well belong to either of us. For my sake, could you not apply yourself a little more diligently? You are already 22, yet still flailing about with a tattered fan. If you truly aspire to be a scholar, why not forsake your martial prowess and teach at the academy? Has it only been a few days since Uncle Yin Yang passed? You act as if nothing has transpired? You still wish to run about? I am aware Uncle Yin Yang hailed from the collateral line and that you had your disagreements with him. But he is still a member of the Qin family. Even if you feign grief, you ought to at least appear resolute in seeking vengeance for Uncle Yin Yang. Do you understand? Qin Yuan Zhou's elder sister, Qin Yuan Shu, who is 3 years his senior, is the first innate of the Qin family and a disciple of the Starry Pavilion. Qin Yuan Zhou has always harbored a fear of his sister. As Qin Yuan Shu chastised him, the other young people dispersed in haste, fearing they might also become targets of her reprimand. In the city of Feishue, there are 3 formidable figures: the illustrious Qin family, the enchanting beauty of the Starry Pavilion, and an elderly man residing in the brocade-lined alley. The beauty of the Qin family refers to the once renowned Qin Yuan Shu, celebrated for her ethereal grace. Yes, sister, you are absolutely right, Qin Yuan Zhou fervently asserted. I won't venture to Heighten Mountain this time, I promise you. I certainly won't sneak away. Last time, I was dragged there against my will. With so many witnesses, it would have seemed cowardly not to go, but it won't happen again. In the southern part of Feishue City lies the Starry Pavilion. Every principal city in this realm boasts a Starry Pavilion, which is not merely a common organization but an academy affiliated with the Dacian dynasty. However, it seldom accepts disciples. Only the most extraordinary talents, those fortunate enough to be chosen by the Starry Pavilion, even within the main city, are regarded as true prodigies. This occurrence is exceedingly rare. Even prominent families like the Wei clan, in this generation, have had no one selected for the Starry Pavilion. Among the 4 great families, only the Wei clan's younger generation remains unrepresented, a sign of decline. In the depths of the Starry Pavilion, within a courtyard, several young individuals were engaged in conversation. Brother Taiping, are you truly planning to go to Heighten Mountain? Inquired a young lady clad in a green dress, possessing an appealing visage. I must make the trip, replied the tall and lean Shen Taiping, nodding earnestly. Though Jiang Xian vastly outmatches me in overall strength, I am eager to witness his 9th style of the Wind Chaser blade. It is said that the Wind Chaser blade rivals the top 10 blade techniques of Feishue City, renowned for its ferocity. Meanwhile, our Shen family's 100 Slashes blade manual has long been a topic of contention regarding its superiority. If I can withstand the Wind Chaser style with the 100 Slashes manual, it would further substantiate the claim of the latter being the foremost blade technique. Moreover, Shen Taiping continued, if I do not go and allow that Qin Yuan Zhou to arrive first and defeat Jiang Xian, he will undoubtedly flaunt his victory. And his entourage will surely exalt him as the greatest talent of contemporary Feishue City. The rivalry between Qin Yuan Zhou and Shen Taiping, both of whom belong to the 4 great families and possess prodigious talents, has persisted for over a decade, becoming renowned as the Chunshin conflict. Who truly stands as the foremost genius of the younger generation in Feishiwei City remains an elusive determination, while it is easier to establish a hierarchy within a single family. The multitude of prodigies in a principal city complicates such assessments. The current generation of prodigious talents is remarkably close in strength, making it difficult for any one individual to significantly outshine the others. Moreover, the term younger generation encompasses a broad age range, including those in their teens and 20s. It would be unjust to compare a teenager's prowess with that of someone in their 20s. Naturally, the latter has the advantage due to years of additional training. This reality has resulted in Feishiwei City lacking a definitive designation for its foremost talent. There exists a ranking of the top 108 talents, as well as 36 prodigies. At minimum, there are 10 individuals recognized as the greatest geniuses. The 10 prodigies of Feishiwei City, all in their early 20s, have reached a level of prowess so closely matched that even in their contests against one another, victories and defeats are evenly distributed by sheer strength. They cannot discern the hierarchy of their talents, thus, it devolves into a competition of reputation. The one who can boast the most impressive record of challenges and victories has the justification to claim the title of the foremost genius. Shun Yuanzhou and Shun Taiping have both found themselves in this competitive arena. In the past 2 years, whenever a new genius has emerged from various counties, one of the two has swiftly extinguished the other, vying to be the first to defeat their opponent and create a ripple of shock that would serve as excellent publicity. Being second holds little significance. Presently, Jiang Xian has become their target. Both are acutely aware that the other will undoubtedly attempt to seize the initiative. Dear younger brothers and sisters, why don't we venture together? Once I have eliminated that young scion from the tribe, we can indulge in some leisurely sightseeing. We have all toiled diligently over the years. A little relaxation is warranted, Shun Taiping proposed to those present. Indeed, a respite would be welcome. I have yet to explore the tribal territories, yet. A young man in a brocade robe hesitated. Chun Yinyang of the Chun family has just been assassinated, allegedly by the Gu brothers, who are disciples of the sinister Lu Kong. The situation remains murky. We do not know if Lu Kong seeks vengeance against Feishiwei City for its pursuit of him, or if someone aims to target the 4 great families. Rumors have it that the Gu brothers have fled to Haitan Mountain. Would it not be too perilous for us to go at this time? We are not the only ones involved. Fear not, Shen Taiping reassured. I shall inform my family and request that a contingent accompany us. In truth, with our combined strength, even the Gu brothers would not pose a formidable threat, provided we avoid venturing too deep into Haitan Mountain, where we might encounter Lu Kong. Meanwhile, in a tavern on the 2nd floor of Feishiwei City, a towering bald man clad in a black robe stood motionless by the window. Jiang Qihong casually placed her hat on the table and began to savor the food and drink just served by the waiter. The choice of this private room was astute. It neither attracted the attention of other patrons in the bustling hall below nor was it ostentatious like the high-end VIP rooms, which would make them memorable to the staff. Guests in the 2nd floor chambers are often the least likely to be recalled. The only drawback was the noise filtering up from the crowded hall below. But Jiang Qihong was unconcerned, merely seeking to enjoy a modest meal. Having spent a few days in Feishiwei City, she had acquired what she needed and inquired about the current state of affairs in this era. After this meal, she would return to Haitan Mountain, not to the tribal territory, but to the mountain itself. She was ready to begin her journey of training and cultivation. The foremost innate talent of Haitan Mountain is now just a 15-year-old youth. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. A mere boy from a barbaric tribe, what heroism could he possess? Yet, one must not underestimate the tribes, particularly the Jiang clan. Have you heard of Jiang Zhengwu? The discourse in the grand hall was incessant, with mentions of the Jiang clan. It was said that Jiang Xian was the son born from the union of the Wei family's maiden and the tribe. Gradually, a sense of agitation began to manifest on the exquisite visage of Jiang Qinghong. That scoundrel, Jiang Xian. Were it not for him seizing half of my divine and demonic power, could he have attained the innate stage? What a so-called genius. Utter nonsense. Jiang Qinghong slammed her chopsticks onto the table. Though she could not comprehend how Jiang Xian grasped the wind chase technique, she was acutely aware that his sudden leap into the innate realm was directly linked to her. She pondered the inefficacy of the cultivation technique he employed, lamenting the considerable waste of power he had consumed, which had only propelled him to the initial innate stage. How dare he usurp my essence? How dare he? Should I ever lay my eyes upon you again, I shall surely end your life. At such a tender age, what need have you for a wife? Even with the reincarnation of a divine or demonic being, possessing a psyche aged over a millennium, The very thought of Jiang Xian still gnawed at her with bitter resentment. Alas, why dwell on someone destined to never match my pace? Humph. Jiang Qihong composed herself, exhaling deeply before resuming her meal. On the morning of the 10th day of the 8th month, within the earthen city of the Jiang clan, in a refined courtyard, Jiang Xian addressed the inspector, Lei Hong. Seated beside a stone table. Sir, I humbly request your assistance once more, he began earnestly. Lei Hong, ever straightforward, inquired, what is it you wish? I implore you to relay my message discreetly to my mother, Jiang Xin continued sincerely. I have triumphed in the life and death battles, achieving 30 consecutive victories. I wish for her to know that I am alive and growing stronger. I believe this will encourage her to eat well. He was aware that Wei Baiyun had been on a hunger strike, but he had been powerless to intervene until now. Lei Hong mused, this task is simple enough. I can assign someone to handle it. However, why should I assist you? He was not one to offer help without reason, perhaps out of a sense of fairness. My lord, should you agree to aid me, I can lead a party into the mountains to hunt for the demon, and I shall personally oversee the tribe's efforts. Jiang Xin proposed. You seek to train in the mountains, under the pretense of searching for Elkong, do you? I would need to send the black armored guards along for your safety. You are indeed quite astute, Lei Hong remarked after sipping his tea, cutting through Jiang Xin's pretense. Training is indeed one aspect, Jiang Xin admitted, though he withheld the full truth. In reality, Lei Hong had only surmised half of it. Jiang Xian not only sought training but also the pursuit of treasure. After entering the innate stage, the sensitivity of his thousand-thread secret technique had expanded tremendously. And due to his cultivation of the Black Xian technique, his resource requirements were exponentially greater than those of other initiates. Thus, the quest for treasure had become urgent. Very well, I agree, Lei Hong replied, not wishing to complicate matters for Jiang Xian. After all, assisting in the transmission of a message was indeed a trivial task, provided it wasn't a gratuitous act of kindness. Lei Hong had no expectations that Jiang Xin alone could locate Elkong. Thank you, my lord. I shall return to prepare and set out this afternoon, Jiang Xian concluded. Chapter 34. The Days of Treasure Hunting at Blackpool Mountain on August 24th. In the vicinity of Blackpool Mountain and Looking Back Ridge, the towering trees formed a dense canopy, obscuring the sunlight completely. The thick layer of fallen leaves felt somewhat soft underfoot. Even in the twilight of midsummer, the atmosphere remained humid and stifling. Dressed as a hunter, Jiang Xian, accompanied by 2 black armored guards, leaped silently from branch to branch, occasionally pausing to gaze into the distance. Brother Liu, Brother Zhang, it's getting late. Let us take a break, Jiang Xin suggested. Agreed, replied the tall and slender black armored guard with a nod. Jiang. The compass indicates that there should be a water source over there, about 2 miles away, the robust black armored guard stated, holding a military compass to indicate the direction. Shall we head that way? Very well, Jiang Xian nodded in agreement. Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiao were both elite members of the black armored guards, who served under Lei Hong's command, a force of 300 black armored guards, predominantly at the early to mid-stage of innate development, with the complete ones being exceedingly rare. Despite their esteemed status and the highest military pay in the Deqian dynasty, serving as a black armored guard necessitated sacrificing much of one's cultivation time, effectively relinquishing the possibility of surpassing the innate stage. Generally, those with exceptional talents would not become black armored guards. Consequently, while formidable, their overall innate talent was quite ordinary. And those who achieved the complete innate stage were few and far between. However, both Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiao had reached the complete innate stage and were personal guards of Lei Hong. Thus, when Jiang Xian entered the mountain to assist in the search for the demon, Lei Hong dispatched them to accompany him. Having spent half a month in the mountains, Jiang Xian had become well acquainted with the two. Though the black armored guards appeared cold, they were merely well-trained individuals. The trio arrived at a small lake surrounded by trees. There should be fish in the lake, remarked the slender Lu Feihu, who then dashed into the water, running towards the center of the lake. He drew his blade and struck down, creating a tremendous splash, intending to stun the fish. However, unexpectedly, a massive maw suddenly erupted from the side of the lake, aiming to swallow Lu Feihu whole. On shore, Jiang Xian and Zhang Xiao remained unperturbed. It was merely a second-tier demon beast, the murky water lizard, though intimidating in size. This creature relied solely on brute strength in combat and possessed a shallow understanding of the manipulation of spiritual energy, equivalent to the combat power of a postnatal practitioner. Moments later, as darkness enveloped the sky, a fire was kindled by the lake, with legs of demon beasts more substantial than that of a cow, roasting over the flames. Brother Jiang, When shall we venture deeper? We have been circling the periphery for half a month, Lu Feihu, sharpening his blade, remarked, drawing closer to the fire and lowering his voice. The tribesmen from your clan have ventured deeper than us. Lu Feihu continued. We understand that you are here for training and cultivation, but officially we are here to search for someone. We must at least pretend to be doing so. Or else it would be difficult for us to explain to our superiors upon our return. There's no rush. Jiang Xian shook his head, exchanging glances. Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiu felt a tinge of helplessness. For half a month in the mountains, Jiang Xian had continuously led them around the periphery of Highton Mountain. The further one ventured inward, the more perilous it became. By remaining on the outskirts, they encountered only second-tier beasts at most. Yet, it was equally impossible to find Lu Kong or his 3 disciples in these outer regions. The two remained perplexed regarding Jiang Xian's true intentions. In the depths of the mountains, the essence of cultivation lies in encountering formidable beasts of similar strength, engaging in life and death struggles to hone one's skills. However, Jiang Xian appeared reluctant to delve deeper. As night fell, after dinner, Jiang Xian sat cross-legged above the lake, utilizing his innate power to repel the water's surface, ensuring he would not sink, with a long blade resting across his lap. Although this younger brother Jiang displayed a certain timidity, his diligence in training was commendable. He would start his journey at dawn and practice until nightfall, often sleeping no more than 2 hours before the day broke anew. Lu Feihu, seated on the grass and chewing on a stalk, gazed at Jiang Xian on the lake's surface. With his innate ability to adjust, 2 hours of sleep sufficed for him. Zhang Xiu added, moreover, I believe Jiang Xian's hesitance to venture inward does not stem from cowardice or fear of encountering overly powerful beasts. Then what could it be? Lu Feihu glanced at Zhang Xiu. The periphery offered neither the chance to find wanted criminals nor suitable beasts for practice. If it were merely for the sake of cultivating his abilities, why come to the mountains at all? I have a strong feeling that he is searching for something. Zhang Xiu mused, furrowing his brow. He then posed a question to Lu Feihu. Don't you find his luck rather extraordinary? Lu Feihu contemplated for a moment and recounted. On the 5th day in the mountains, while practicing his blade at night, he accidentally severed a large tree, only to discover it was hollow inside, concealing a bag of mid-grade essence crystals. On the 7th day, he claimed to sense a unique aura and, following it to a resting spot 10 paces away, shattered a rock face, unearthing an ancient tomb. The treasures within were worth no less than that bag of essence crystals. On the 13th day, while on the road, he stumbled upon a small Wulijing mine. Indeed, he is remarkably fortunate, Zhang Xiu replied, rolling his eyes. I have the impression that every time Jiang Xian suggests pausing for rest, he chooses extraordinary locations. Either they harbor something valuable or are rich in spiritual energy, akin to a natural spring. I suspect. What do you suspect? Lu Feihu pressed. I suspect that Jiang Xian, or perhaps the Jiang clan, may possess some secret that is not to be divulged, a form of perceptive art, or a mere searching technique, Zhang Xiu speculated. Then this. Lu Feihu pondered, realizing the possibility. We cannot speak of it, nor inquire further, Zhang Xiu cautioned. Indeed, we must refrain from discussing it. Lu Feihu nodded in agreement. Both men instinctively diverted their thoughts from the topic of the clan's hidden secrets, as imperial law explicitly protects the inheritance of clans. To forcibly seize a clan's secrets is a capital offense, and those who endanger their clan's sacred techniques would face dire consequences, potentially leading to the extermination of their entire lineage. It is well known that the wind-chasing blade of the Jiang clan ranks among the top 10 martial arts even in the city of Flying Snow. And in certain county cities, it undoubtedly secures the first position. However, even the grand families of far more powerful county cities would not dare to covet the wind-chasing blade manual, even if given 1,000 chances. They would not only refrain from stealing it, but they would also avoid learning it. Should they dare to master it, they would not risk utilizing it. For the consequence of doing so is death if one is not a member of the clan. Such is the severity of the law. This strictness is even more pronounced for the black armored guards, who are subject to an array of additional regulations, as the officials who interact most frequently with the clan. Their numbers are considerable, and without more stringent laws to govern them, significant issues could arise. When Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiu, as members of the black armored guards, suspected that Jiang Xian might possess some form of perception or search technique, they prudently ceased their discussion, mindful of the legal constraints. Who could ascertain whether it was a forbidden secret of the Jiang clan? Such matters are not to be probed. On the surface of the lake, a faint smile played on Jiang Xian's lips. He had eavesdropped on the conversation between Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiu using his subtle listening technique. The black armored guards had indeed lived up to his expectations. They were a group of individuals who adhered strictly to regulations, allowing Jiang Xian to feel secure in conducting business with them. Say, do you think our brother Zhang might stumble upon something tonight? Lu Feihu suddenly inquired of Zhang Xiao. Tilting his head, he mentioned he would rest 2 miles away, but I suggested this area due to the water source, and he did not oppose. This is not where he initially chose, Zhang Xiao reiterated. Thus, it seems unlikely he would stumble upon anything. Indeed, that is a valid point, Lu Feihu nodded. The moment seemed ripe. Suddenly, Jiang Xian, who had been cultivating on the lake's surface, opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment evident upon his face. He rose to his feet and glanced down. Beneath the water lay a profound darkness. He refrained from recklessly probing the depths, instead choosing to walk across the water back to the shore. Brother Lu, Brother Zhang, I suddenly sensed something amiss, Jiang Xian remarked, appearing as if he had just made a discovery. What? What is it? Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiao sprang to their feet, their senses alert to the surroundings. Zhang Xiao even positioned himself with a hand on the hilt of his blade, forming a protective formation with Lu Feihu in front and behind Jiang Xian. Lei Hong had advised them that although Jiang Xian possessed that ultimate technique, his realm was too low, and thus, the two were vigilant in their protection. No. It's not that there is danger, Jiang Xian quickly clarified. I just suddenly thought of something. While second-tier demon beasts are not particularly formidable, to nurture a large-sized demon beast, it must have access to an abundance of food rich in the essence of heaven and earth. The fish in this small lake might be far from sufficient. The murky water giant lizard can also hunt in the terrestrial forests. It merely rests in the water, Zhang Xiao replied. That may be so. But I was just cultivating on the lake's surface, Jiang Xian said uncertainly. I feel that the essence of heaven and earth in this lake is significantly denser than that on the shore. Perhaps. Do you think there might be something beneath the lake? As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, a moment of silence enveloped the shore. Lu and Zhang's expressions first stiffened, then exchanged glances as if to convey, could it be? Again? Another coincidence? Perhaps Jiang Xian's performance this time was too conspicuous. Both individuals distinctly sensed that he was merely acting in their presence. Yet, they could not expose him. Ahem. Lu Feihu coughed. The lake's depths are perilous. We cannot ascertain how deep the water is, and there may be demonic beasts lurking within. Jiang, my dear brother, you should remain here while I venture down to investigate. Thank you, Brother Lu, Jiang Xian replied with a respectful gesture. Lu Feihu leaped into the lake. Moments later, with a resounding splash, Lu Feihu burst forth from the water, returning to the shore. As he activated his innate power, his drenched garments evaporated into dryness, and he gazed at Jiang Xian with a countenance of incredulity, as if he had witnessed a ghost. Old Lu, what did you find? Is there anything beneath the water? Zhang Xiao inquired. Indeed. Lu Feihu nodded, pausing momentarily before continuing. The water is nearly 19 zhang deep, shrouded in darkness. However, the closer I ventured to the lakebed, the more I perceived a unique aura. With the spiritual energy of heaven and earth growing denser, I could not discern precisely what lay below, but based on my senses, I believe it to be a spiritual mine. A spiritual mine? What kind of mine? Zhang Xiao pressed further. A spiritual mine is a general term for ores that contain a substantial amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, such as Yuanjing and Wulijing. In contrast, ores devoid of such energy, like gold, silver, copper, and iron, are considered ordinary. The value of spiritual mines varies greatly. Some types are less valuable than ordinary ores. Just because they contain spiritual energy does not guarantee worth. Factors such as the ability to absorb the energy, its utility in forging weapons or establishing formations, and the presence of impurities. All these elements can significantly influence the mine's value. I am uncertain of the exact type of spiritual mine, but based on the aura, I suspect it to be water. As Lu Feihu spoke, he raised his right hand, revealing a piece of light gray crystal embedded within a portion of rock. Water. It truly is water. Zhang Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. I have heard this is a rare crystal with a low yield, used for formations and weapon crafting. It must be quite valuable. How fortunate I am. Jiang Xian feigned ignorance, yet his excitement was palpable. Zhang Xiao began to regard Jiang Xian with a peculiar gaze. What a performance. Continue your act. He could not expose Jiang Xian but explained, indeed, it is quite valuable. Water is born from water, commonly found at the bottoms of lakes and rivers. This characteristic made it easier to find, which led to its depletion thousands of years ago, rendering water a rarity. How much is there beneath? Zhang Xiao asked Lu Feihu, his curiosity piqued. The entire lake bed should be rich with it, Lu Feihu responded. Zhang Shou inhaled sharply. To the prominent families of Feishiwei City, it might seem insignificant, but for a tribe or an innate cultivator, the value of an entire lake bed filled with water was staggering. This represented a wealth that was nearly unattainable for someone at the innate stage. In the past half-month, Jiang Xian fortuitously stumbled upon treasures on several occasions, amassing a fortune that far exceeds his previous earnings combined. The value of this water-sink crystal mine is several dozen times greater than his prior gains. Brother Jiang, you. Lu Feihu cast a glance at Jiang Xian, nearly inquiring further, yet refrained from doing so. The law forbids him from probing into the cultivation techniques of the tribesmen. As per the customary practice, similar to the previous minor Ulei crystal mine, I request that you assist me in contacting Lord Lei Hong. I shall sell the mine to him, and I only ask for 80% of its market value converted into yuan crystals. Jiang Xian addressed the two. The regulations regarding outdoor training dictate that treasures discovered by individuals rightfully belong to them. In truth, discovering a mine within the Highton Mountain is typically a convoluted affair, as it is unclaimed territory and mining necessitates considerable time, making disputes and even bloodshed all too common. Consequently, Jiang Xian opted to convert the discovered spiritual mine into yuan crystals. He understood that Lei Hong would not assign his own personnel for the mining operation. Instead, the mine would ultimately be sold to the Tongtian Pavilion in Feishiwei City, from which the mining crew would be drawn. This way, Lei Hong could effortlessly profit from the price differential, while Jiang Xian, leveraging his identity, would remain concealed to avoid drawing attention. No one dares to investigate Lei Hong. As for the Tongtian Pavilion, there exists one in every city across the vast territory of the Deqian Empire, making it a reputable entity known for its integrity. Once I have consumed all the yuan crystals converted from the water-sink crystal mine, I anticipate that my cultivation level will directly ascend to the mid-stage of the innate realm. The unique property of the Black Xian technique allows for direct breakthroughs in the innate realm, provided sufficient resources are available, albeit the required resources are somewhat excessive. Jiang Xian mused to himself. 13 days later, on the 7th day of September, Jiang Xian returned to the Jiang clan's Earthen City, embarking on a new round of life and death battles. 3 days and 30 consecutive victories. After vanquishing his opponents, Jiang Xian retraced his steps to the Highton Mountain to continue his training and cultivation. Half a year later, on the 19th day of February the following year, a grand procession approached the Jiang clan's Earthen City. Chapter 35, The Unparalleled Woman of Divine and Demonic Grace. Outside the grand gates of the Earth Tribe's city sprawled an open expanse, where a formidable procession approached from afar. The entourage comprised over 50 individuals, all mounted on splendid steeds, their attire predominantly suggesting that they were guards, likely affiliated with prominent families of the great city. At the forefront rode a man and a woman. The man bore a visage of jade-like refinement, while the woman's face was veiled in delicate gauze. This was the Earth Tribe's city, which appeared less expansive than our own family's estate. Qin Yuan'o gazed into the distance, attired in scholarly garb, with a long sword hanging at his waist as if merely an ornament. However, the surrounding walls towered at least 3 zhang high, adequately capable of fending off low-tier beasts. We are nearly there. I advise you to exercise caution in your speech once we enter the city. Refrain from uttering anything inappropriate, cautioned Qin Yuanzhou. His sister, Qin Yuanzhu, donned a black-fitted gown, her slender waist accentuated by a crimson sash, exuding an air of elegance and valor. What? Are you still afraid of encountering danger in the Earth Tribe city? Do they dare? Qin Yuanzhou spoke with a tone of arrogance. The tribe's territory possesses autonomy and is rife with taboos. One careless remark could breach their customs, retorted Qin Yuanzhu, her voice icy. We need not fear the tribe's people. In a true conflict, our cadre of innate experts could easily decimate the Jiang clan. However, we must adhere to their rules while on their land. It is a matter of basic respect. Indeed, your wisdom is most enlightening. Qin Yuanzhou nodded repeatedly, knowing well that his sister relished imparting lessons. Moreover, Qin Yuanzhu cast a pointed glance at her brother before continuing. Lord Inspector Lei Hong has reportedly resided here for over half a year. Our arrival is already rather audacious. Should we clash with the tribe's people, Lord Lei Hong would likely not spare us, and it might even implicate our family. Rest assured, sister. I comprehend the gravity of the situation and shall not provoke any trouble, Qin Yuanzhou replied hastily. While a typical inspector might be wary of the Qin family, Lei Hong was not one to be trifled with. As a trusted aide to the Lord of Feishiwei City, his stature before the city Lord of Divine and Demonic was on par with that of the Qin family head. according to the imperial regulations governing inspectors. They must serve far from their family's domain, and Lei Hong was no exception. He was neither a native of Feishiwei City nor of Bahong Continent. It was rumored that his master held considerable renown, being a figure of divine and demonic heritage. Typically, an inspector's tenure in a given locale lasts about a decade before reassignment. Therefore, given Lei Hong's personal prowess and background, no one in Feishiwei City could sway him to show favoritism. He was not only renowned for his unyielding fairness but also possessed a notoriously volatile temperament, often incited only when confronted directly. Sister, allow me to remind you, throughout our lives, you have caused far more trouble than I by several magnitudes. My temper is quite mild in comparison. It is you who ought to be cautious and temperate, Chen Yuanzhou boldly asserted. Upon finishing his statement, he swiftly tugged on the reins, steering his horse to the right, creating a distance of about 10 paces between himself and Chen Yuanzhou, fearing a retaliatory punch that could leave him bloodied. Surprisingly, Chen Yuanzhou exhibited no significant reaction this time. Chen Yuanzhou responded with a faint nasal sound. Chen Yuanzhou pulled the reins again, drawing closer to observe Chen Yuanzhou's expression. Just by looking into her eyes, it was evident that she was preoccupied and lacking in enthusiasm. Sister, you promised we would come together for a respite. Is something troubling you? Chen Yuanzhou inquired tentatively. It's nothing, Chen Yuanzhou replied coldly with 2 words. In the past, you never accompanied me on these outings, often chiding me for not focusing on my cultivation. Now, you voluntarily suggest we travel together. It seems there is more to it than mere relaxation, Chen Yuanzhou pressed on. Why do you talk so much? Chen Yuanzhou shot him a glare. Am I not allowed to speak? Chen Yuanzhou retorted. If I don't talk to you, who else can I converse with? My friends. The moment they learned you were coming with me, they all backed out. A bunch of cowards, leaving just the 2 of us. Are you blaming me? Chen Yuanzhou narrowed her eyes slightly. I'm not blaming you, not at all. Sister, you're overthinking it. Chen Yuanzhou's words rushed forth. What I mean is, I care about you. We are siblings. Our mother passed away early, and father is often in seclusion for cultivation or preoccupied with family matters. I was practically raised by you. You took care of me back then, and now it's only natural for me to be concerned about you, isn't it? Less flattery. You were raised by the servants, Chen Yuanzhou remarked, gazing ahead. Well, being cared for by servants is not the same as being cared for by a sister. Is it? I digress. Sister, do you have something on your mind? What are you thinking about? Chen Yuanzhou redirected the conversation. Be quiet, Chen Yuanzhou replied coldly. Hey, look at you. What is there that you can't share with your younger brother? The larger the family, the less warmth it seems to possess. We are dependent on each other for survival. If you have something troubling you and do not confide in me, who else can you share it with? Chen Yuanzhou's words caused the guards trailing behind to twitch at the ears. Dependent on each other for survival. You two are the foremost talents of the family. One may even be the top genius of Feishiwei City. The other was once the greatest genius of Feishiwei City but suffered injuries that diminished her foundational strength and talent significantly. Yet, even so, she remains the second greatest talent in the family. The family has nearly nurtured you both like precious gems. The resources consumed and the funds spent on your cultivation in a year surpass the annual income of a medium-sized family. Is this what you call dependence? Sister, just tell me. Sister, there are no outsiders here. Sister, you are so annoying, Chen Yuanzhou said, giving her brother another glare before continuing. You just said that you were raised by me, and we are dependent on each other. Does that not make me your mother? An elder sister is like a mother. You say it, and it is so, Chen Yuanzhou quickly responded. Indeed, I am your mother. Chen Yuanzhou turned her gaze forward. Now, the family is preparing to find you a father. Ha, cough, cough. The guards behind them struggled to suppress their laughter, with 2 failing to contain themselves, hastily pretending to cough. Some even turned their heads away, rubbing their faces, flushed with embarrassment. Chen Yuanzhou loved to pose as an intellectual, though his reading was limited. In contrast, Chen Yuanzhou was profoundly learned and possessed a remarkable knack for subtly ridiculing others, often delivering unexpected remarks. Chen Yuanzhou's expression momentarily stiffened, but he quickly feigned nonchalance, muttering to himself, so the rumors were indeed true. Chen Yuanzhou suddenly turned to her brother, scrutinizing him before asking, What rumors? The family intends to find you a husband. They say that since you are already 26 this year, it is impossible for you to marry out. With your talents, no one is worthy of you. Thus, you must bring a husband into the family, seeking a son-in-law. I've heard they are already scouting candidates, looking for someone aged between 25 and 40, whose abilities at least qualify for the selection list of the Starry Pavilion. He need not be from Feishui City. A resident of the county town would suffice. There seems to be no requirement for appearance, but he must not have tribal blood. Qin Yuanzhou appeared to be well informed, counting off on his fingers. You attended that meeting, didn't you? Qin Yuanzhou suddenly interjected coldly. Qin Yuanzhou instinctively shrank back, sensing his elder sister's genuine anger, but could only muster the courage to reply, yes. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I didn't dare. Not only did Qin Yuanzhou participate in the discussion regarding Qin Yuanzhou's marriage, but upon learning that she intended to travel with him, the family assigned him a task persuading her and doing some ideological work. Qin Yuanzhou was reluctant, yet he could not defy the orders of the family elders. However, he was acutely aware of his sister's temperament. The more he pressed her, the more fiercely she would resist, yielding to gentleness rather than force. After a brief silence, noticing Qin Yuanzhou turn away again, he spoke up. Sister, do you truly not wish to wed? Qin Yuanzhou instinctively lowered his voice. Qin Yuanzhou chose to ignore him. There is nothing wrong with marriage. Look at me, engaged at 15, married at 19. Although we have not had children yet, I plan to have several once I enter the tribulation realm, alongside Xiao Hui. Qin Yuanzhou rambled on, a smile gracing his face as he mentioned his wife. You and she are childhood sweethearts. Although her talents may not match yours, she is still competent enough for the Starry Pavilion selection list. The Qian family, while not among the four great families, is still a prominent family in its own right and even has a chance to compete with the Wei family. You are 23 this year, and she is 22, just a year apart. From the very first day I saw her playing with you, she has always called you Brother Yuanzhou. Should you marry, it would please both families, and even the storyteller at the tea house on North Street in Feishui City would be satisfied. Proclaiming you two as a match made in heaven, Qin Yuanzhou turned her head, speaking rapidly. Of course, you think there is nothing wrong with marriage. It's not like you are being asked to share a bed with a stranger and bear children. Qin Yuanzhou had retreated several paces, the reins pulled too tightly, startling the horse. Once Qin Yuanzhou finished her tirade and turned back, he dared to approach once more. Sister, do you not have a childhood sweetheart? As soon as he asked, he regretted it, hastily adding, Sister, please don't be angry. Forget I asked. His regret did not stem from the idea that Qin Yuanzhou had a childhood sweetheart who was either torn apart or had perished. It was simply that there was none. At the tender age of 6, Qin Yuanzhou was hailed as possessing a divine and otherworldly grace, swiftly leaving her peers in her wake. Her prodigious talent set her apart, elevating her to an almost unattainable height, rendering her contemporaries insignificant in her presence. Thus, she had no childhood sweetheart. The year she entered the innate stage, she was merely 12. It was during that fateful year that the 12-year-old Qin Yuanzhou and her 9-year-old brother, Qin Yuanzhou, fell victim to an assassination attempt. In her courageous endeavor to protect Qin Yuanzhou, she sustained a grievous injury to a vital meridian, causing a significant decline in her innate abilities. Nevertheless, even in the aftermath of this setback, she remained the second most gifted talent of the Qin family and a disciple of the Starry Pavilion. This was precisely why the Qin family would never permit her to marry outside. Qin Yuanzhou symbolized hope, a hope for the Qin family to ascend into the ranks of divine and demonic families. The mere prospect of their lineage producing a being of such caliber was enough to compel the family to retain her firmly within their grasp, indulging her every whim. Even when Qin Yuanzhou ventured forth to eliminate a core descendant of another prominent family, the Qin family would smooth over the incident. However, they could not allow her to dictate every decision, especially those concerning the family's legacy of talent. Given her extraordinary gifts, it was deemed essential for her to marry and bear children to perpetuate her remarkable lineage. Sister, had you not been injured for my sake, with your talent, you would have surpassed the innate stage years ago, perhaps even becoming the youngest Tribulation Realm practitioner in the history of Feishui City. The family would surely not have dared to pressure you into marriage, Qin Yuanzhou lamented, burdened by guilt. If only I hadn't suggested we dismiss our guards that day. We wouldn't have. Let's talk, please. Qin Yuanzhou shot her brother a glare before indicating with a gesture that they had arrived. The procession halted before the earthen gates of the tribe, the spectacle grand, with dozens exuding an aura of innate prowess. Long before they approached, the sentinels at the gates had already sent word, and by the time they arrived, Jiang Tian was there to greet them. Jiang clan territory, no trespassers allowed. Who approaches? Jiang Tian inquired, her brow furrowed. She remained unperturbed, for within the city stood the black armored guards, and the esteemed Inspector Lei Hong was present. Truly, they feared no one. Qin Yuanzhou of the Qin family from Feishui City, here to pay respects to clan leader Jiang Xin. I extend my greetings, Qin Yuanzhou proclaimed, clasping his fists and bowing with a smile. Qin Yuanzhou officially accompanied him as a means of distraction. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanzhou had come to challenge Jiang Xian to the 9th form of the Chasing Windblade. Chapter 36, Breakthrough. Late innate stage in the humid and sweltering forests of the Panshir Ridge near Haitan Mountain, another day draws to a close. The crackling sound of burning firewood resonates in the air. Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiu sit beside the fire, savoring the roasted hind legs of a 4th-tier demon beast. With the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafting around them, the strength of a 3rd-tier demon beast is already equivalent to the innate realm, with the strongest even comparable to the mid-innate stage. In contrast, a 4th-tier demon beast possesses at least the strength of the late innate stage. And the Iron Barbarian Thunder Rhino they have slain today is comparable to a complete innate being. The horn of this beast alone is worth no less than 30,000 taels of gold. If exchanged directly for yuan crystals, it should fetch around 300 mid-grade yuan crystals, or at the very least, 260 or 70. Zhang Xiu carves meat from the massive hind leg, which stands taller than a man, using a knife while simultaneously toying with a horn as thick as a human leg. This horn is the most valuable item from the Iron Barbarian Thunder Rhino. The Dacian dynasty boasts a plethora of circulating currencies, with over a dozen types of official currency alone. Common folk utilize copper, iron, and silver coins, while gold is more prevalent in commercial transactions. Those who have reached the innate realm begin to trade with yuan crystals, and as one ascends beyond the innate stage, even higher forms of currency exist. The exchange rate among these currencies is not absolute, but rather fluctuates according to market conditions. Typically, the cultivation of an innate being, from the initial stage to completion, spans several decades, and one might reasonably expect to expend around 1,000 mid-grade yuan crystals. Lu Feihu remarked, in just half a year, relying solely on hunting demon beasts. We have amassed no less than 3,000 yuan crystals each. Selling the treasures obtained from these beasts, we must have earned over 10,000 mid-grade yuan crystals in total. Indeed, Zhang Xiu replied, slightly awestruck. Who would have thought that we could become wealthy through this endeavor? That Jiang, he is truly remarkable. As they spoke, both turned to glance at the figure meditating beneath a distant tree. Over the past 6 months, Jiang Xian had discovered mines and ancient ruins in the mountains. Anything he could handle became his own, while anything he could not was split with Lei Hong in an 80-20 division. They had agreed from the very first day in the mountains that any profits from encounters with demon beasts would be shared equally. Not all demon beasts possess valuable materials. Yet Jiang Xian consistently finds those that do during his explorations deeper into Haitan Mountain. Lu Feihu, Zhang Xiu, and even Lei Hong share an unspoken understanding of Jiang Xian's remarkable perceptive abilities. The Heishuan technique, as described by the elder Qishir, is an ancient foundational cultivation method that has been refined to allow one to naturally absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, progressing from the early innate stage to completion in approximately 9 years. This reflects the natural growth rate of cultivation. However, if one employs an abundance of resources for training, despite the limitations of the body's capacity to refine energy, the growth rate can be accelerated several-fold. Jiang Xian sits cross-legged beneath a towering tree, each hand grasping a premium yuan crystal, voraciously absorbing its energy. Though premium yuan crystals are not ideally suited to Jiang Xian's current realm and are too advanced for him, making them laborious to refine, the Heishuan technique can even directly consume materials superior to premium yuan crystals without any waste. By the fireside, the two gazed at Jiang Xian for a moment. What a waste. Truly a waste. Lu Feihu lamented, shaking his head. He is merely at the mid-stage of innate strength. While it is indeed impressive to progress swiftly using premium elemental crystals, not even the foremost 4 families of Feishui City would indulge in such extravagance. The resources Jiang has consumed over the past 6 months could have nurtured 100 individuals to the late stage of innate strength. The safety of the Jiang clan rests upon his shoulders. What else can he do? Zhang Xiu interjected. Moreover, Jiang has not squandered the clan's foundation. All he has utilized for his cultivation comes from the spoils of treasure hunting, mining, and slaying beasts during these past 6 months. The elemental crystals he has already expended must exceed 50,000 of the mid-grade variety. Hiss. Although he was aware, Lu Feihu still inhaled sharply. 50,000 mid-grade elemental crystals roughly equate to 50 million taels of gold or 5 billion taels of silver. Surely, the entire Jiang clan is not worth 50,000 mid-grade elemental crystals? Lu Feihu mused. including the innate practitioners who returned to the clan over the past 6 months. There are barely a dozen innate members in the Jiang clan. The land may not hold much value, but the worth of the clan's territory is immeasurable. Zhang Xiu contemplated. Of those 50,000 mid-grade elemental crystals, how many do you think Jiang Xian has truly absorbed and refined into his innate power? Perhaps 500? Lu Feihu expressed his doubts, suspecting that Jiang Xian had wasted nearly 99% of his resources. Yet, from another perspective, it could not be deemed a waste, as his growth had accelerated. Whether this method would impair his innate talent remained uncertain, even as Jiang Xian immersed himself in his cultivation. His keen perception allowed him to overhear Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiu's conversation quite clearly. What a waste of 99%. I have not wasted a single bit. This is the terrifying aspect of the heavenly profound art. It demands vast resources for cultivation, lest growth be hindered. All else is advantageous. I have been at the mid-stage of innate strength for 4.5 months, and my total innate power is 100-fold that of others in the same realm. Even compared to those at the late stage of innate strength, I surpass them by 20 to 30 times. Once I break through to the late stage, my innate power will surge several times again. I shall still possess 100-fold of the same realm, perhaps exceeding 30 times that of those at the pinnacle of innate strength. What do you think Jiang Xian's current strength truly is? Lu Feihu inquired, slicing into the roasted meat. When I was at the early stage of innate strength, I could slay those at the mid-stage without needing the 9th form of the wind-chasing blade. Now, at the mid-stage, my conventional strength should be close to that of the late stage, approaching perfection. If we account for the 9th form of the wind-chasing blade, Zhang Xiu elongated his words. I must remind you, over the past 6 months, he has mastered the entirety of the wind-chasing blade, including the 9th form. And his talent in swordsmanship undoubtedly rivals that of his ancestor, Jiang Zhengwu. Once he has perfected his swordsmanship, he can wield it at any moment. This knowledge remains between us and Lord Lei Hong. No one else is aware. Indeed, I understand. But one must consider that employing the 9th form of the wind-chasing blade consumes a terrifying amount of innate power, Zhang Xiu continued. Furthermore, as his realm is not yet perfected, he cannot fully comprehend the unity of man and blade, let alone the might of the celestial human force. In truth, he is incapable of unleashing the full potential of the 8th and 9th forms of the wind-chasing blade, unable to unleash his full power. Did he not also fall to Shintu Lai? It has been half a year, and the Shintu tribe, aside from sending 30 individuals to their demise each month, has found themselves utterly helpless. Rumors have it that some have fled the Shintu tribe, instilling fear among the remaining members. The demise of Shintu Lai was constrained by the arena and his own negligence. Zhang Xiu paused momentarily as he spoke, pondering that if it had been a battle in the wild, a typical perfected innate being would likely not stand a chance against Brother Jiang. And for those of our caliber, a resonating hum erupted, akin to a thunderstorm, emanating from Jiang Xian's being. Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiu sprang to their feet in astonishment. He has broken through. Late innate stage. Chapter 37. Have you ever considered the consequences? The two exchanged glances. Zhang Xiu shrugged and remarked, alone, neither of us stands a chance. However, if we join forces, defeating him should not be insurmountable, given his innate power is limited. Both Zhang Xiu and Lu Feihu had attained the pinnacle of innate mastery, and they had comprehended the unity of man and blade in their techniques. Zhang Xiu had even precariously brushed against the threshold of the celestial human state, rendering him slightly stronger than Lu Feihu. When they combined their strengths, their power would become extraordinarily formidable. The coordination techniques of the black armored guards could amplify their combined strength to an astonishing degree. Congratulations, Brother Jiang. Congratulations. The two approached Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian slowly exhaled a breath of azure energy and rose to his feet. It's merely the late stage of innate mastery. What is there to congratulate? Jiang Xian chuckled, feeling particularly familiar with them after sharing life and death in Heighten Mountain over the past 6 months. Speaking casually, he added, when I surpass your realms, it will be the appropriate time for congratulations. Surpass our realms? Lu Feihu raised an eyebrow and laughed. That would be quite a feat. After entering the mountain, you progressed from the early stage to the mid-stage in just over a month, and within 5 months, you reached the late stage. Such a terrifying rate of advancement is unimaginable without extraordinary cultivation resources. At this pace, you might require an additional 200,000 mid-grade spirit crystals and 2 years to achieve the pinnacle of innate mastery. Moreover, you've already scoured most of the mines around Heighten Mountain, venturing deeper into the territories of 5th and 6th tier beasts. It won't be easy to search for resources under their watchful eyes. Don't speak so discouragingly, old Lu, Zhang Xiu interjected with a knowing glance. Brother Jiang is merely 16 and already at the late stage of innate mastery. If he truly reaches the pinnacle by 18, he will be on par with the prodigies in the Xingqian Pavilion of Feishiwei City. Although his cultivation methods are somewhat unconventional, his ability to locate resources is indeed impressive. The sixth-tier beasts equate to the tribulation stage, Lu Feihu remarked. Would they not avoid confrontation? Zhang Xiu retorted. How would they evade? Can Brother Jiang's senses surpass those of the tribulation stage? Who discovers whom first? I did not mean it that way. I was merely considering Brother Jiang's safety. I was suggesting alternative means to acquire cultivation resources. The deeper one ventures into Heightened Mountain, the more perilous it becomes, potentially encountering hordes of beasts. Furthermore, even if one were to discover a mine right under the noses of a fifth-tier beast, the extraction would be fraught with danger. What exactly are you trying to convey? Nothing of great import, just a suggestion for Brother Jiang to earn money, such as applying to become a bounty hunter and capturing wanted criminals for their rewards. With Brother Jiang's keen searching abilities, it would be a pity not to pursue this path. The bounty for wanted criminals is available to anyone, regardless of their status as a bounty hunter. However, bounty hunters receive contributions to the court for apprehending targets, which can aid in promotion. Yet, one must consider that Brother Jiang's tribe is still embroiled in life and death battles. Becoming a formal bounty hunter entails completing fixed annual tasks, which invariably involves life-threatening risks. Upon prolonged interaction, one would find that Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiu are rather intriguing individuals. This was not the first time they had engaged in a debate due to Jiang Xian. If we could capture the Gu brothers, the bounty would be substantial. Jiang Xian interjected. The Qin family from Feishiwei City had offered a reward of 100,000 mid-grade yuan crystals for the Gu brothers, with no regard for life or death. Zhang Xiu glanced at Jiang Xian. The Gu brothers had committed heinous acts for nearly 2 decades, inflicting suffering upon countless families. Many of those affected had issued their own bounties, and when combined with the Qin family's offer, the total reward could amount to approximately 170,000 mid-grade yuan crystals. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow at this. In truth, the earnings he had amassed over the past 6 months far exceeded the guesses of Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiu. After deducting over 50,000 mid-grade yuan crystals he had spent, he still possessed around 40,000. And the more than 100 top-grade yuan crystals he carried equated to over 10,000 mid-grade yuan crystals in value. The Gu brothers were indeed highly valued. If he could secure their bounty, he would have enough funds to reach the pinnacle of innate perfection. Jiang, what are you pondering? Zhang Xiu, noticing Jiang Xian's intrigued expression, quickly reminded him, let us not even consider the possibility of locating the Gu brothers. Even if we did, the 3 of us would not stand a chance. We would still need to summon more black armored guards, and if time permits, we could even notify Lord Lei Hong to personally intervene, thereby minimizing unnecessary casualties. Fewer than 20 black armored guards would stand no chance against the Gu brothers. Lu Feihu's tone turned serious. Just how strong are they? Jiang Xian inquired curiously. Let me provide an example. How would you assess your father, Jiang Hanfen's strength? Zhang Xiu looked at Jiang Xian. Before his disappearance, Jiang Hafeng had been the foremost innate expert of Heightened Mountain, earning considerable fame in Feishiwei City, even attracting the attention of Wei Baiyun for marriage. My father dominated Heightened Mountain for many years. Without understanding the divine might of heaven and earth, no one could rival him. Although Shintulai shares the same realm as my father, he is not truly his match. Jiang Xian held a high regard for his father. None of the Gu brothers are weaker than your father, Jiang Hanfeng. They have all long since grasped the heaven and man's might, Zhang Xiu continued. In fact, the eldest brother, Gu Wui, has already approached the threshold of divine might, making him undoubtedly stronger than your father. These 3 grew up together, training under the notorious master El Kong, achieving an unparalleled synergy in their cooperation. Moreover, they are disciples of the fiendish El Kong, wielding sinister techniques that are exceedingly difficult to guard against. To put it plainly, even 10 innate experts who have comprehended the heaven and man's might not be able to contend with the 3 of them working in unison. In a life and death struggle, the top 100 on the innate ranking of Feishiwei City, regardless of who they are, would find themselves in considerable distress when facing the 3 of them. No one can match their ruthlessness. They would readily exchange injuries for injuries, or even lives for lives. It is likely that even those in the top 10 of Feishiwei City, who have comprehended the divine might of heaven and earth, would not dare to claim they could survive a life and death confrontation with the Gu brothers. Jiang Xian furrowed his brow slightly. The Gu brothers were indeed exceedingly dangerous individuals. It was no wonder they dared to assassinate the core genius of the Qin family in Feishui City. Not only did they have a terrifying master, but they themselves were formidable as well. The three of us, both Liu and I, have comprehended the unity of man and sword. You, having just reached the late stage of innate power, may possess a strength that surpasses our realms, potentially even exceeding that of either of us individually. However, the combined strength of the three of us is still vastly superior to that of the Ge brothers. Zhang Shou merely wishes to clarify. Thus, Brother Jiang, your task is solely to assist in the search. As the chieftain of the Jiang clan and the leader of the 47 tribes, whether you personally lead the search or your subordinates find the target, a share of the bounty will undoubtedly be allocated to you, albeit not a substantial amount. The exact figure is at Lord Lei Hong's discretion. I understand, Jiang Xin nodded. But if traces are found, the bounty shall not be mine. In the earthen city of the Jiang clan, upon learning that Jiang Xin was absent, the Qin family team still entered the city, opting to reside there until Jiang Xin's return on the 7th of next month. On the night of their arrival, siblings Qin Yuanzhu and Qin Yuanshu paid a visit to the inspector, Lei Hong. In the courtyard, having greeted Lord Lei Hong with due respect, the siblings bowed. No need for formalities, Lei Hong replied with his characteristic indifference, showing no particular regard for the Qin family prodigies. Even though Qin Yuanzhu might become the future head of the family, after all, who does not possess a measure of talent? At their age, Lei Hong had already reached the Calamity Realm. In terms of status, he stood on equal footing with the heads of the four great families in Feishui City. In terms of strength, he was the pinnacle of the Calamity Realm, and in age, he was their elder. Before Lei Hong, the Qin siblings were merely two juniors to be acknowledged. What brings you to the Jiang clan? Lei Hong inquired, seated at the stone table, one hand resting on his teacup. Reporting to you, my lord, I have come to challenge clan leader Jiang Xin, Qin Yuanzhu stated respectfully, quickly adding, rest assured, my lord. It is merely a friendly spar. I would never harm clan leader Jiang or disrupt the life and death competition. Jiang Xian is merely at the mid-stage of innate power. Yet you are among the most gifted of the younger generation in Feishui City. You wish to challenge him? Lei Hong's brows furrowed slightly. Is he truly at mid-stage? Qin Yuanzhu paused in surprise. However, after a moment's reflection, he considered it quite reasonable. It had been half a year since Jiang Xin's breakthrough to the innate realm. Thus, his advancement to the mid-stage was to be expected. After all, the elevation of realms grows increasingly arduous. If one could not reach mid-stage in 6 months, they would hardly qualify as a prodigy. My lord, I do not intend to compare our full strengths. If we were to engage freely, he would certainly not be my opponent. I have been contemplating the divine might of heaven and earth. While he is 2 realms beneath me in both martial arts and techniques, a total of 4 realms apart. Additionally, I am 7 years his senior. So to challenge him would be akin to bullying. And so? Lei Hong inquired, taking a sip of his tea. I have heard that the 9th style of the chasing wind blade can sever the first innate of Heightened Mountain. I wish to see if I can withstand his 9th style. Qin Yuanzhu responded. Very well. Lei Hong nodded to indicate his understanding. After setting down his teacup, he remarked, I have long heard about your ongoing rivalry with Shen Taiping of the Shen family, battling for the title of the foremost talent in Feishui City. You intend to use Jiang Xian as a stepping stone, do you not? Both Qin Yuanzhu and Qin Yuanzhu's expressions shifted simultaneously. Lei Hong seemed to be fully aware of everything and even pointed it out directly, leaving them puzzled. My lord, the path of cultivation inherently involves competition. It is through such comparisons that one can grow more swiftly, Qin Yuanzhu thoughtfully replied. It is not my intention to use the head of the Jiang clan as a mere stepping stone. The contest with Shen Taiping may appear to be solely between us. Yet it is intrinsically linked to the reputation of both our Qin family and the Shen family. As the foremost clan, we must ensure that the title of the greatest talent remains with us. We cannot afford to lose to the Shins. Otherwise, the repercussions would be significant. You need not explain further. This matter does not concern me, Lei Hong replied indifferently. However, I am curious to ask if you have considered whether you can withstand it. Qin Yuanzhu was momentarily taken aback. Withstand it? How could I possibly not? He stammered. Though Jiang Xian is the foremost innate talent of Heightened Mountain, the overall strength of Heightened Mountain is relatively weak, with a backward cultivation method. Moreover, he is only at the mid-stage of innate. Even if he possesses his 9th form, we are separated by 4 realms. I have mastered the complete Qingtu sword, which is the finest sword technique in Feishui City, surpassing the chasing wind blade. His voice dwindled. Initially, he intended to assess the disparity in strength between himself and Jiang Xian with Lei Hong. But as he spoke, he felt he had said too much. "My lord, you jest," Qin Yuanzhu finally added. "Just a word of caution, should you fail to withstand it. All the reputation and prestige you have accumulated over the years would then belong to Jiang Xian," Lei Hong remarked. Suddenly, Qin Yuanzhu felt that Lei Hong might be offering good advice and responded, "My lord, rest assured, having chosen a challenge, I will certainly give my all and treat it with utmost seriousness. I will not be careless and lose the challenge." Lei Hong said nothing further and resumed sipping his tea. "My lord, I have recently been contemplating the dissection of the first form of Yunxiao sword. Might I request your guidance?" Qin Yuanzhu spoke respectfully and cautiously. Yunxiao sword is a secret technique cultivated only by the Chun family at the tribulation stage. Typically, one must reach the tribulation stage to comprehend it. However, due to an injury to her vital meridians, Qin Yuanzhu's realm and talent had significantly declined, though her talent in swordsmanship remained unaffected. Relying on her extraordinary swordsmanship talent, she had begun to forcibly comprehend Yunxiao's sword. "Show me," Lei Hong indicated, genuinely having time to observe. "Sister, I will practice with you," Qin Yuanzhu declared. On the third day of the third month, deep within Heightened Mountain, massive tree canopies obscured the sky. 3 figures moved rapidly. "Jiang, my younger brother, your speed has indeed increased, even surpassing that of me and old Lu," remarked Zhang Xiu from the right. "It is all thanks to sheer brute force. Once I can cultivate true escaping techniques, I will be even faster," Jiang Xian replied. In truth, he did not speak honestly. Jiang Xian is currently employing a form of evasion technique. 6 months prior, upon his initial return to the Jiang clan from the mountains, he shamelessly solicited an evasion method from the esteemed elder Qi, justifying his request by lamenting that his inferior realm rendered him far slower than Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiu, severely hampering his treasure-seeking efficiency within Heightened Mountain. Elder Qi, without further ado, imparted to him the invisible evasion technique. According to Elder Qi, this technique is not particularly sophisticated. A truly advanced evasion method includes body techniques, with diagrams that cannot be conveyed through sound alone. This is the norm for all genuine evasion techniques. Elder Qi was unable to provide Jiang Xian with a conventional evasion method. Only this unique one, a technique solely reliant on the manipulation of internal energy. The invisible evasion technique may lack refinement, but this does not imply it is devoid of power. It is a distinctive method of harnessing internal energy, allowing innate qi to permeate his legs, thus accelerating him in the most straightforward and forceful manner. The more innate strength he employs, the swifter he becomes. This technique suits Jiang Xian perfectly. As he travels alongside Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiu, Jiang Xian is, in truth, not exerting his full strength. He is even unaware of how fast he could run at full capacity, for his innate strength is exponentially greater, many times beyond that of a perfected innate state. Suddenly, a resonant sound reverberated through the air. "Wait!" Zhang Xiu shouted, calling for a halt, and promptly retrieved a compass from his pocket. The compass was glowing. "They are nearby?" "The Gu brothers," Zhang Xiu exclaimed, both astonished and elated. Chapter 38. Give it to her yourself. What direction? Lu Feihu became exceedingly vigilant. Zhang Xiu gazed at the compass, his brow gradually furrowing. The palm-sized compass was a specially crafted military tool of the Dacian Empire, designed for tracking, guiding direction, locating water sources, and identifying areas of spiritual energy convergence. The tracking function necessitated the integration of a certain sensing secret technique to achieve optimal results, a technique that the Black Armored Army had mastered. To maximize the efficacy of the tracking, a tracking medium was essential. Hair, blood, or personal belongings of the pursued could serve as effective mediums. The compass needle spun incessantly, its oscillation sporadic and seemingly unstable, showing no signs of halting. This indicated that the target was indeed within a few miles. However, for some reason, the compass could not ascertain a precise location. They likely carried items that obstructed sensing, resulting in significant instability. Zhang Xiu raised his head as he spoke, exchanging glances with Lu Feihu, both filled with hesitation. "What is it?" Jiang Xian inquired, noticing the two were in a quandary. According to the Black Armored Army's previous pursuit regulations, Zhang Xiu explained to Jiang Xian, if during a search the compass detected wanted criminals of the Gu family's caliber, they could not approach directly. Once their location was confirmed, they must immediately notify more personnel to converge. Jiang Xian understood. The current dilemma was that they knew the Gu brothers were nearby, but could not pinpoint their exact location. If they attempted to search the surrounding area, Given the trio's strength, it would be exceedingly perilous. Yet, if they opted to notify others, it would take several hours. Should the Gu brothers choose to depart within that time frame, without a confirmed location, pursuit would be futile and the signal would be lost, making it impossible to select a correct path for pursuit. In the past 6 months, 4 teams had previously encountered the Gu brothers. 2 teams lost track without notifying their comrades in time, while the other 2 were killed for getting too close. Lu Feihu remarked, anger flashing across his face. Both he and Zhang Xiu had served in the military for over a decade, forming deep bonds with the others in the Black Armored Guard. I will give it a try, Jiang Xian stated decisively, settling into a cross-legged position to enter a meditative state. The Thousand Threads secret technique unfurled. If divine beings were present at that moment, they would perceive Jiang Xian as consciousness dispersing like strands of hair, extending wildly into the surroundings. The Thousand Threads technique was not suitable for sensing small objects, but as long as the target's size was not too diminutive, it could be felt even from a great distance. Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiu were taken aback, although both were aware of Jiang Xian's mastery of powerful searching techniques. The strength of the military compass lay in its ability to sense even when the target bore items that shielded against detection, albeit in an unstable manner. Relying solely on the secret technique without the aid of sensing artifacts to enhance the search would make it challenging to surpass the effectiveness of the military compass. Found it. Southwest, about 4.5 miles away. Jiang Xian suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed. Both individuals displayed expressions of astonishment. However, this was not the time for idle chatter. I will make contact. You two stay here. I appreciate it, Jiang Xian, for keeping a watchful eye. Once they begin to move, old Zhang, do not forget to leave a mark, Zhang Xiu instructed. Rest assured, brother Zhang. Hurry along now. The target direction lies to the southwest as Zhang Xiu headed northeast, transforming into a fleeting shadow, sprinting fiercely. After covering a distance of at least 5 or 6 miles, he finally came to a halt. He was approximately 10 miles away from the Gu brothers, ensuring they would not be disturbed. Zhang Xiu arrived at a relatively open area within the forest, sat cross-legged, and formed hand seals. He then placed a palm-sized compass in the center of his palm and gently twisted it, channeling all his innate energy into it. Buzz, a unique aura surged from the compass through Zhang Xiu's hands, soaring skyward as if attempting to pierce the heavens. This energy could be sensed by any other innate practitioners within several miles. The emission of this aura was passive. The Black Armored Army did not desire their communications to be detected by outsiders. However, due to their insufficient realm, they could only resort to such means for long-distance contact. To the east of Zhang Xiu's location, 480 miles away, in a valley within Haitan Mountain, a temporary encampment of over 100 individuals was established, which included more than 20 Black Armored Guards and over 90 tribesmen from the Jiang clan. Several large pots were simmering over fires, filling the entire valley with the enticing aroma of broth as lunchtime approached. Gathered before a large stone covered with a beast hide map, a few individuals were deep in discussion. Sir, we have searched this area thoroughly. The Old Cliff Mountain is not suitable for hiding anyone. In my opinion, we must venture deeper. The Three Ditches area is dominated by the 6th-tier demon beast, the wind-chasing leopard, and we cannot approach, spoke Manda, the leader of the Black Moon tribe of the 47 tribe, while pointing at the map. Indeed. Wu Jie, one of the deputy leaders of the Black Armored Guards, nodded frequently in agreement. There were a total of 5 such encampments throughout Haitan Mountain, with each encampment no more than 1,000 miles apart, ensuring that any group discovering a fugitive could receive support within a day. I believe our next step should be. Manda spoke cautiously, occasionally observing Wu Jie's expression. He understood that Wu Jie was not an ordinary Black Armored Guard. He was among the strongest, said to be on par with Jiang Hanfeng, who had been missing for several years, having comprehended the power of the heavens. Buzz suddenly. The compass hanging at Wu Jie's waist vibrated, emanating a powerful aura and bright light. He quickly picked up the compass and observed the outermost layer rotating, with the needle pointing to the number 2. The next inner layer also began to rotate, with the needle indicating 17, and the subsequent layers showing directions and distances. Wu Jie was filled with joy. Gather. Quickly. Put down everything you are doing. Danger level 2. It's the Gu brothers. Group 17 has made the discovery. Zhang Xiu and his companion are with them, along with clan leader Jiang. Wu Jie called out to those around him and suddenly recalled that this was the group accompanying Jiang Xian. Haha. Your Jiang clan is impressive. You actually found them. Wu Jie joyfully patted Meng Dao on the shoulder. The over 50 Meng Da quickly waved his hands, visibly anxious. We cannot presume to compare. We are but a tribe. Mere servants. Clan leader Jiang is our chief, our great leader. It is not the same. Mingda felt that these city dwellers harbored certain prejudices. Conflating tribes with clans, a habitual misstep. In truth, it was a grave offense for a tribal member to claim the title of a clan member. Such arrogance could lead to dire consequences. Wu Jie assembled the 24 men, commanding, "Not a single one of the black armored guards shall remain. Take them all away." They headed straight for Zhangxiu. The terrain of Haitan Mountain was exceptionally intricate, with towering peaks and dense forests spanning over 500 miles. Zhangxiu periodically sent Wu Jie positional updates to prevent the black armored guard from straying off course. They should be gathered around the fire, having lunch. Jiang Xian stated, opening his eyes once more after meditating for over an hour. Lu Feihu, gnawing on tough jerky, remarked, "I estimate that the nearest camp must have set out some time ago. It's hard to say how far they are. But even if it's 700 or 800 miles, they could cover it in a few hours." The Gu brothers. Jiang Xian took a bite of his jerky, beginning to speak but hesitating. "What is on your mind, brother Jiang? Speak freely," Lu Feihu urged. "It's nothing." Just contemplating their strength, Jiang Xian carefully articulated. "Three with the prowess of celestial beings and skilled in coordination, they are formidable." He left his thoughts unfinished. "Indeed, they are quite strong, which is why we are so cautious," Lu Feihu echoed, sharing a moment of reflection. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Xian had not completed his thought. Jiang Xian was uncertain whether he could truly contend with the Gu brothers. In the past 6 months, he had not encountered any formidable adversaries. He had long lost the sense of urgency, particularly after his recent breakthrough to the advanced stage of innate energy, leaving him unsure of his true strength. This uncertainty was unprecedented in the history of the Jiang clan, making it impossible to draw parallels to gauge his abilities. Yet, Jiang Xian hesitated to compare himself to the Gu brothers. He was unsure of his own standing. Voicing such doubts would either invite ridicule or be deemed arrogant. So he opted for silence, waiting for the black armored guards to arrive. He felt that once he was in a position of safety, he could attempt to test his mettle. In a valley beside a stream at the base of a slope, a small clearing sheltered from the wind appeared to be an ideal spot for a picnic. The third brother, clad in animal skins like a wild man, was devouring grilled fish. "What sort of situation is this? We killed the Chen family's prodigy, expecting our master to support us, only to find him gone mad. How long must we hide in these mountains?" The third Gu brother exclaimed, throwing the grilled fish in frustration before picking it up again. "If it weren't for your earlier wound, leaving blood at the scene, would we be forced to seek refuge in Haitan Mountain?" The more robust second Gu brother retorted. "That Lei Hong is truly something. Why is he frantically seeking us? Their people are scattered all over the mountains. How long has it been?" Ji's third brother is quite irate. "It is not us Lei Hong is after, but rather our esteemed master. We are merely collateral damage in this situation. Damn it. Our master has lost his mind and no longer recognizes us. He even seeks to do us harm. We must evade not only the authorities but also our own kin. What a predicament." Ji's second brother, growing equally agitated, added, "Enough, enough, both of you." Gu Wui, the eldest, shot them a stern glance. "What good does this idle chatter do? If you feel unsatisfied, go find a few black armored guards to vent your frustrations upon. Do not grumble before me. Can killing truly bring relief? If I have the chance, I'll tear them apart, skin them, and stuff them with grass for true satisfaction." The two continued their murmurs, but dared not speak further, fearing their elder brother. "You too, do not be so hasty. This time, as we venture into Haitan Mountain, they believe we are merely evading pursuit. In truth, we are here for a greater purpose," Gu Wui declared, slapping the black beast hide in his hand. "Once we locate the Haitan Palace, what do we have to fear from them?" The second and third brothers exchanged glances, remaining silent. "It has been half a year since we seized this beast hide from the genius of the Qin family, and we have yet to find any leads regarding its connection to Haitan Palace. If there truly is a connection, how could the Qin family not recognize it? It seems to be merely an ancient artifact under study." Gu Wui tucked the black beast hide into his cloak and took a few bites of roasted fish. Suddenly recalling something, "Third brother, have you released the mist serpents?" "Just release them." Ji's third brother jolted, quickly opening the cage beside him. For small serpents slithered out and vanished in an instant. The Qinwu serpent, a venomous creature, can also serve as a warning. "What else can you do?" Gu Wui glared fiercely. "If the black armored guards arrive, we won't even know how we met our end." Ji's third brother dared not retort, remaining silent. "Useless wretch." Gu Wui scolded. "Enough. Elder brother, the third brother acknowledges his mistake, Ji's second brother interjected. After a brief moment, swoosh, hisses a Chinwu serpent returned, coiling around Ji's third brother's arm, flicking its tongue and shaking its head. There are people nearby. Ji's third brother sprang to his feet. Hisses too. Hisses black armored guards. Damn it. The black armored guards are close. Ji's third brother, filled with pent-up frustration, exclaimed, let us go eliminate them. Wait. Guwuyi stood up, insisting they go together. Do not go alone. Beneath the shade of towering trees, fearing detection and unable to make a fire, Jiangxian and Lu Feihu could only gnaw on tough, cold jerky, which, having been roasted at dawn, was not entirely unpalatable. After their meal, Jiangxian stated, let me take another look, and settled into a meditative posture to sense his surroundings. Just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly opened them wide and leaped to his feet. Brother Lu, they are coming our way. Jiangxian exclaimed. Having just finished a hearty meal, Lu Feihu, while attempting to dislodge food from his teeth with a blade of grass, suddenly exhibited a look of alarm. He sprang to his feet, expelling the grass from his mouth, and inquired, how far away? Within 3 miles, approaching directly, they must have discovered our presence, Jiangxian replied. It's over. Lu Feihu immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. Escape was no longer an option. The Gu brothers were professional assassins, and when it came to the art of tracking, even the black armored guards could scarcely rival their prowess. Moreover, their higher cultivation enabled them to move with greater swiftness, rendering flight futile. We cannot allow them to find old Jiang. Lu Feihu gritted his teeth, determination radiating from his gaze. Jiang, my brother, you must leave first. I will divert them in another direction. With that, he began to confront the Gu brothers. After taking only a few steps, he seemed to remember something and swiftly removed a pendant from around his neck. Jiang, please have someone deliver this to my wife. The mortality rate among the black armored guards was alarmingly high, and Lu Feihu was evidently prepared for the worst. Hand it to her yourself. We must part ways. Jiangxian refused the pendant, turning to vanish into the forest, becoming but a fleeting shadow. Suddenly, an overwhelming and terrifying aura emanated from Jiangxian, vast and formidable. It served as a beacon, drawing any potential beast and humans within several miles towards him. Chapter 39. Merely late stage of innate Lu Feihu stood frozen in place, gazing at the pendant in his hand, then casting a glance towards the direction in which Jiangxian had vanished. A tumult of emotion surged within him as he thought of his wife, his 7-year-old son, and his daughter, who had just celebrated her first birthday. With a firm resolve, Lu Feihu tucked the pendant away and bolted in the opposite direction of Jiangxian. His silhouette gradually faded into the depths of the dense forest. A powerful aura emanated from the direction Lu Feihu had departed. As a member of the Black Armored Guards, he could survive, but he would never settle for a mere existence. The two fled in separate directions, both releasing their auras to gauge which of the Gu brothers would pursue whom. Typically, the stronger presence would attract more attention. When it came to eliminating foes, one would certainly target the stronger adversary rather than the weaker. Quick! We cannot allow them to escape. The Gu brothers maneuvered swiftly through the mountainous terrain, yet they restrained their auras to avoid alarming their quarry. The youngest brother, burning with suppressed fury, was the least powerful, yet ran ahead. A heavy aura surged forth. He intends to flee. The youngest Gu brother exclaimed in urgency. Though the aura was formidable, it felt like nothing more than the late stage of innate mastery, Guwuyi remarked. What does it mean to release one's aura voluntarily? Is it to lure us in? To provide cover for another's escape? The youngest Gu brother scoffed at the audacity. How arrogant. A mere late-stage innate cultivator dares to act as bait, clearly underestimating us. Another surge of innate energy arose, moving in the opposite direction of the first. More. The youngest Gu brother grinned wickedly, finding the antics of these two black-armored guards amusing. Did they both wish to save each other? How delightful. They would both meet their demise. The second aura belonged to a perfected innate master. I will pursue that perfected innate cultivator, declared Guwuzhen. Glancing at his elder brother Guwuyi, I will pursue the late-stage innate, interjected Guwuchi. You two focus on capturing the weaker one alive, and then we can know. Guwuyi interrupted, furrowing his brow. Beware of traps. If we separate, our strength will diminish. Together, we are invincible. Below the realm of robbery, we have no rivals. Let us first capture that weaker one. His late-stage innate mastery allows him only a fraction of our speed. He is merely 2 miles away. We shall seize him within 100 breaths, and then turn our attention to that perfected innate cultivator. Elder brother is right. Very well, we shall follow your lead. They laughed, relishing the thought. No one would escape their grasp. Once we capture them alive, I shall relish the moment of crushing their bones inch by inch. Come and catch me. Come and catch me. Lu Feihu continued his frantic flight. Even though they were perfected, innate masters, I may not be able to outrun you by much. As long as you pursue me, I can buy enough time for Brother Zhang to be safe. I can also distance myself from old Zhang, ensuring his safety as well. Lu Feihu dashed through the forest, leaped across rivers, and sprang from sturdy tree branches, unknowingly covering several miles in his frantic escape. He finally halted, his expression grim. The Gu brothers had not followed. Why did they not pursue me? I clearly possessed the higher cultivation. Lu Feihu could never have anticipated that the Gu brothers were not merely intent on capturing a stronger opponent, but rather on seizing both. However, the Gu brothers miscalculated. They believed that their disparity in realm would allow them to easily catch up to the innate late-stage black armored guard and capture him alive. Yet, they were only partially correct. While they swiftly closed the distance, when they were merely a few dozen zhang away from their target, the figure of the youth, who was at the innate late stage, suddenly surged in speed. Damn it, how did he become so fast all of a sudden? He is now on par with us. Even with only 30 zhang remaining, we cannot catch up. Gu San growled in frustration. It seems he did this on purpose, Gu Er remarked, suggesting that the youth had deliberately slowed down to allow them to pursue, keeping them on their toes. He still intends to protect that innate perfect black armored guard. Are we being toyed with? Gu San's anger intensified. To be outmaneuvered by an innate late-stage individual would be a source of ridicule if it were to spread. The Gu brothers were aware of their infamous reputation, yet their notoriety was not without merit. They were indeed capable of silencing the cries of children at night. This lad is not a black armored guard. Eldest brother Gu Wui suddenly interjected, his expression shifting. His aura, though I know not the nature of his cultivation, is distinctly different from any black armored guard I have encountered. He is not clad in black armor. While black armored guards may not always wear their heavy armor, especially in the mountains, he seems too young. He is not short, but judging by his face, he appears to be merely 15 or 16 years old. Gu Wui's eyes narrowed. 15 or 16. 15 or 16. Gu Wuzhen and Gu Wuqing exclaimed in unison, exchanging glances filled with excitement. The third brother Gu Wuqing even let out a sinister laugh. A genius. Haha. He is a prodigy. At such a young age and with such cultivation, he must be a monstrous disciple from the Star Pavilion of Feishui City. Perhaps he hails from a prominent family. Judging by his attire, he doesn't seem to be from the city, Gu Er remarked. It's customary to adapt to local customs. A genius from the city might come to Heighten Mountain for training. Given that the black armored guards are searching in Heighten Mountain, it is only natural for his family to leverage connections to ensure his safety, especially considering that apart from Feishui City, where else could such a talent emerge? Gu Wuqing grew increasingly animated. Even the most composed eldest brother Gu Wui could not hide his flushed excitement. If we kill Qin Yinyang, the Qin family has placed a bounty of 100,000 mid-grade elemental crystals. That is a staggering sum, Gu Wui insisted. I believe this lad possesses even greater talent than Qin Yinyang, regardless of his family background. Capturing him would yield us a considerable fortune. Certainly more than 100,000 mid-grade elemental crystals. Moreover, if he hails from a prestigious family, we could negotiate with his family to persuade the Qin family to forego their pursuit of us. If we were to acquire over 100,000 mid-grade elemental crystals, it would be sufficient for us to leave Beihongzhou. We could then assume new identities, absolving ourselves of all crimes. Wouldn't that be delightful? Gu Wuqing exclaimed. Indeed, indeed. How delightful. Ha 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 ha. The three brothers erupted in laughter. To encounter such a prodigious talent from the Star Pavilion at the tender age of 15 or 16, and in such a solitary state, was truly remarkable. For the three brothers of the Gu family, who were accustomed to engaging in unsavory tasks, this opportunity was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Chase. We must not let him escape. Ha ha ha. Though he may possess innate strength, there is no way he could outperform us in terms of endurance. Jiang Xian sprinted furiously. The reputation of the Gu brothers was indeed well-deserved. Even the weakest among them exuded a presence stronger than that of my father in his prime. According to the words of Lu and Zhang, their combined strength could multiply several times over, and Jiang Xian pondered, still uncertain whether he could hold his own against them. In unnecessary circumstances, he would not recklessly stake his life. Bearing the survival of his entire clan upon his shoulders, he could not afford to falter. The invisibly escaping technique consumed innate power at an accelerated rate, increasing speed, Although it was not difficult to learn, others could not achieve the same efficacy as he did. His cultivation of the black profound skill endowed him with innate strength 100-fold compared to others at the same level. Based on his current comprehension of the invisibly escaping technique, if he exerted himself fully, his speed would surpass that of the Go brothers by more than double. Yet, he feared that the trio might possess some hidden trump card. Once he located the group of demonic beasts, he would test their abilities. If victorious, all would be well. But if not, he could utilize the invisibly escaping technique to easily shake them off, no matter how desperately they might try to kill him. The horde of beasts would surely impede their pursuit. Jiang Xin had already devised a comprehensive strategy. He still desired to measure his skills against the Go brothers. Lu Feihu returned to his original position, deliberately making a noise to release his aura. After confirming that the Go brothers had not turned back to lie in ambush, he dashed towards Zhang Xiu's direction. Having collaborated for over a decade, he was well acquainted with Zhang Xiu's habits. After running 5 or 6 miles, Lu Feihu spotted Zhang Xiu sitting cross-legged in a clearing. Communicating over hundreds of miles via military compass was a taxing endeavor that depleted innate power, and Zhang Xiu was currently meditating to recuperate. Old Zhang, Lu Feihu called out, his afterimage halting before Zhang Xiu. What brings you here? Zhang Xiu stood up, his eyes wide open. There's been an incident, Lu Feihu exclaimed. The Go brothers discovered me and Brother Jiang, and they are heading our way. I split off from Brother Jiang. He released his aura, and I did the same. I thought they would pursue me, being the stronger target, but for some reason, they chose to chase after Brother Jiang instead, and now he has vanished. I failed to protect Brother Jiang. Zhang Xiu's expression shifted dramatically. Lu Feihu suddenly raised his hand, striking himself in remorse. I should have confronted the Go brothers head-on, to intercept them, to stall them even for a moment. What good would that have done? With the Go brothers' might, you alone would perish in a single encounter. Your strategy was sound. At least one of you survived. Zhang Xiu retorted, still unable to shake his shock. I survived, but Brother Jiang may not have. Don't think the worst. It's too soon to tell. Zhang Xiuyan remarked that the Go brothers bore no grudge against young Master Jiang, and knowing he was not a member of the Black Armored Guard, they might not resort to lethal measures. His repetition of might not lacked conviction. The disciple of a demon is still a demon. The Go brothers have been known for their indiscriminate slaughter for quite some time. Jiang Xian aided a member of the Black Armored Guard in escaping. What reason would they have not to kill him? At just 16, he is in the later stages of innate development. Indeed, young Master Jiang is a prodigy. Moreover, he is the leader of his tribe. Such value. The Go brothers would likely seize him for ransom. In truth, Zhang Xiuyan felt quite anxious. Yet he must think positively. He did not wish for Lu Feihu to act impulsively out of guilt and make a grave mistake. Can we contact the Lord? Lu Feihu inquired urgently. No, this location is too distant from the Jiang clan's soil city. Unless we use a more advanced compass. We would need 8 people to set up the formation, Zhang Xiuyan responded. Do not fret. Reinforcements are on their way. If it is the deputy commander, a more advanced compass will be available. Meanwhile, at the Jiang clan's soil city that afternoon, I am your humble servant, Xie Hanjie. And I pay my respects to Lord Lei. A striking young man in a purple robe, around 30 years of age, bowed to Lei Hong. I apologize for the intrusion. I hope you will not take offense. No need for formalities. Lei Hong, typically aloof, revealed a rare and gentle smile, his gaze toward the purple-robed man filled with admiration. Hanjie, I have heard that you completed the 3rd tier of your trials a few months ago. During my brief return to the city last month, your master spoke highly of you. Truly, you are the youngest inspector in the history of Feishue City, a formidable talent indeed. You flatter me, Lord Lei. To aspire to become an inspector, one must pass through 5 tiers of trials. I have merely completed the 3rd, Xie Hanjie humbly responded. I still have a long way to go compared to you, Lord Lei. You have not strayed far, for you did not come from a prominent family. Yet have achieved this step. It is commendable, Lei Hong smiled lightly. You entered the robbery realm at 27 and are only 31 now. I estimate that by 35 at the latest, you will surely be promoted to inspector. I shall take your words as a good omen, Xie Hanjie replied with a smile. Please, have a seat, Lei Hong gestured. Xie Hanjie settled down on the opposite side of the stone table. Although he was well known in Feishue City, he dared not act presumptuous in front of Lei Hong, sitting half on the edge of his seat, maintaining an appropriately humble demeanor. Did your master send you to find me, or was it you who? As Lei Hong lifted the teapot to pour tea, Xie Hanjie suddenly stood up, saying, Allow me, and carefully took the teapot from him, pouring tea for Lei Hong first. My master is nearing the end of his 10-year term in Feishuo City and wishes to resolve all major cases before departing. He is quite busy, Xie Hanjie said, pouring 2 cups of tea. After setting the teapot down and taking his seat, he continued, I have come to the Jiang clan primarily for Miss Chen Yuanzhu. Lei Hong paused in surprise, then quickly regained his composure, though he regarded Xie Hanjie with a hint of disbelief. He, a disciple of the Starry Pavilion, the youngest inspector in Feishuo City, fortunate to have been taught by the first inspector of Feishuo City, Zhou Kong. He has served as a capture officer and special capture officer, and due to his outstanding performance, was directly promoted to inspector, wielding considerable power over inspections in various counties and cities. Lei Hong held high hopes for this promising junior, yet he chose. Have you given it thorough consideration? Lei Hong inquired. I have. I hold a profound and unwavering affection for Miss Yuanzhu, without any regrets, Xie Hanjie declared resolutely. Lei Hong lifted his teacup and took a silent sip. This matter was of no concern to him, and upon reflection, it might not be a detriment to Xie Hanjie. As long as he remained indifferent to his reputation, it could only yield benefits. Have you met Chen Yuanzhu? Lei Hong asked. Not yet. I have just entered the city, and I came to pay my respects to you first, Xie Hanjie replied with a smile. After this cup of tea, I shall. No need. They have arrived. Lei Hong waved his hand, explaining, recently, the siblings have been coming to me every afternoon to seek guidance on swordsmanship. As he spoke, footsteps approached. Chen Yuanzhu and Chen Yuanzhou entered the courtyard, and upon seeing Xie Hanjie, they were momentarily taken aback, stepping forward to pay their respects. Greetings. Lord Lei Hong, Lord Xie. Lei Hong nodded in acknowledgement. Yuanzhu, why the formality? Yuanzhou, you too, as if we are not acquainted. Xie Hanjie stood up and took a couple of steps forward. Chen Yuanzhou hesitated, glancing at his older sister. He was quite familiar with Xie Hanjie. Xie Hanjie had been courting Chen Yuanzhu for quite some time, although they had no childhood bond and her family held an exceptionally prominent position, making her difficult to approach. There were still a few extraordinary individuals deemed worthy of pursuing her. Yet, Chen Yuanzhu had consistently kept all suitors at arm's length. Xie Hanjie was astutely aware of her temperament. To avoid vexing Chen Yuanzhu, he often socialized with Chen Yuanzhou. Lord Xie, please call me Chen Yuanzhu. She stated plainly and calmly. Ha. Very well, Chen Yuanzhu. Xie Hanjie responded without annoyance, advancing a couple more steps. I have come to seek you out. What is it? Chen Yuanzhu was taken aback, wondering if she had breached some imperial law. No, you have not done anything wrong. Xie Hanjie chuckled. Recently, has not news been released from your family regarding a marriage proposal? I, Xie Hanjie, have decided to marry into the Chen family. I have already been to your home, met with several elders, as well as your father, and they were reasonably satisfied with me. Ha. Originally, your family intended to send someone to inform you to return and discuss this matter, but I insisted on coming personally. A look of disbelief flickered in Chen Yuanzhu's eyes. Xie Hanjie actually intended to marry into her family? As a son-in-law? Chen Yuanzhou's eyes widened in astonishment, staring at Xie Hanjie as if witnessing a ghost. He was a formidable figure. Moreover, one who could potentially become an inspector. What did he mean by reasonably satisfied? Chen Yuanzhou could even imagine the elders' expressions. Reasonably satisfied? They must be grinning from ear to ear. It had been far too long since the Chun family had produced an inspector, the last being over 2 centuries ago. The requirements to become an inspector were exceedingly stringent. Besides being a prodigious talent, one must complete a multitude of tasks over more than a decade and undergo the final quintuple trials. In this process, one must not neglect the cultivation of their realm. It is imperative to make continuous and remarkable progress. To aspire to become an inspector, one must possess not only extraordinary talent and an unwavering spirit of diligence, but also a considerable amount of luck. For the prominent families in the main city, an inspector may not be deemed essential, yet having a family member ascend to that position would undoubtedly fortify the family's standing. The Chen family's rise to prominence in Feishuo City is significantly attributed to the fact that they produced an inspector over 2 centuries ago. Yuanzhu. Xie Hanjie was quite pleased with Chen Yuanzhu's current demeanor. She must be profoundly moved, he thought. He unconsciously stepped forward, raising his hand to take hers. Master Xie, please maintain your decorum, Chen Yuanzhu coldly interjected. Xie Hanjie halted abruptly. Aware of her temperament, he refrained from pursuing her hand, knowing that being rebuffed would be even more embarrassing, especially in front of Lei Hong. Miss Yuanzhu, your family holds me in high regard, Xie Hanjie declared forthrightly. Furthermore, Prior to my departure from Feishua City, I had already disseminated the news. Xia Hanjia intends to marry into the Qin family and unite with you, Miss Qin Yuanshu. I dare say, by now, the entire Feishua City must be abuzz with this revelation, and no other suitors will dare to emerge. The candidates previously considered by your family pale in comparison to me. You and I are a match made in heaven. I am aware that we lack a foundation of affection, yet feelings can be cultivated. Master Xia, Qin Yuanshu interrupted, her tone having softened. You expressed your sentiments a decade ago, and I turned you down then. I have observed your actions over the years, and had I harbored any feelings for you, I would not have waited until now. You are a good person, but I do not feel any attraction towards you. Our fates do not entwine. It is best that you relinquish your hopes. Her rejection was resolute and decisive. Xia Hanjia's expression darkened considerably, perhaps exacerbated by Lei Hong's presence. As a flicker of indignation crossed his eyes, how could he, in such a humble stance, even willing to become an in-law, be met with mere words of our fates do not entwine? Lord Lei Hong, since you have guests, I shall take my leave today. Qin Yuanshu stated to Lei Hong before turning to exit. Qin Yuanzhou hurriedly followed in her footsteps, lowering his voice to call out twice, Sister, wait for me. Xia Hanjia felt utterly humiliated. Miss Yuanshu, he suddenly called out, the matter is already settled. Even if you do not return to Feishua City today, you will eventually have to. Your family has consented to our union. This relationship must be nurtured sooner or later. Qin Yuanshu did not turn back. Suddenly, a strong tremor emanated from Lei Hong's bosom. Furrowing his brow, Lei Hong retrieved a military compass from his chest and casually placed it on the stone table. Twisting it slightly, a low hum resonated. The compass emitted a brilliant light, forming a 3-foot-tall luminous screen, revealing a scene of mountainous wilderness. A group of black armored guards formed a formation, channeling their innate power into it. With a man holding the compass standing at the center, he was Wu Zhiyeth, one of the vice-commanders of the black armored guards, flanked by Zhang Xiu and Lu Feihu. What is the matter? Lei Hong inquired, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. Report, my lord. The traces of the Gu family brothers have been discovered. Lu Feihu knelt on one knee. As he began to speak his opening words, Qin Yuanshu and Qin Yuanzhou, who had just reached the doorway, simultaneously halted, then swiftly turned into shadows. Arriving at the stone table in an instant, fixated on the image displayed on the compass. The assassination of a core family genius was an unprecedented event for the Qin family in a century. The death of Qin Yinyang was an unparalleled disgrace for the Qin clan. Although Qin Yuanshu and Qin Yuanzhou were not particularly close to their uncle Yinyang, who hailed from a collateral branch, they were determined to avenge their family's honor. Given the opportunity, they would surely repay blood debts in kind. Zhang Xiu temporarily departed from the liaison camp, leaving me to guard the area with clan leader Jiang. Unexpectedly, Lu Feihu, filled with self-reproach yet remarkably composed, explained the situation. The Gu brothers were pursuing clan leader Jiang, heading southeast, and had vanished without a trace. Before reinforcements arrived, my subordinates attempted to search the southeast but found no signs of a struggle. I am incompetent. Lei Hong furrowed his brow slightly. Slowly rising to his feet, what is your current location? In the vicinity of Wufeng Ridge, some brothers have already begun searching towards Laoyanggo, Mopanshan, and Hualongkou in the southeast. Lu Feihu responded. Lei Hong nodded. I will head over immediately. With that, Lei Hong pressed his hand onto the compass, twisting it before tucking it into his bosom. I have matters to attend to, Lei Hong began. My lord, we wish to enter the mountains as well, Qin Yuanshu asserted. Yes, we shall join too, Qin Yuanzhou added. We, the Qin family, have a blood feud with the Gu brothers. Now that we are aware of their whereabouts, we cannot let them escape. You may go. I shall not impede you. Blood debts must be repaid. Lei Hong cast a glance at the siblings. But I must remind you that my purpose in entering the mountains is twofold, to rescue and for official business. Your motives are personal vendettas. And should you fail to keep pace with me, I cannot ensure your safety. Rest assured, my lord, we have brought ample manpower to Highton Mountain. Even against the Gu brothers, let alone 5 or 8 others, we can encircle and eliminate them, Qin Yuanzhou stated. Lei Hong nodded, then turned to Xia Hanjia. Hanjia, you. Before he could finish, Qin Yuanshu and Qin Yuanzhou transformed into shadows and vanished. Xia Hanjia glanced in the direction they had disappeared before addressing Lei Hong. The Gu brothers are notorious criminals. As an inspector, it is my duty to apprehend them. Since we have caught up, I shall accompany you, my lord. Very well, let us depart at once, Lei Hong proclaimed. transforming into a shadow and appearing outside the Earth City in a breath's time. "My lord, I have a humble request." Xia Hanjia followed closely, also flashing to the outside of the Earth City. "Speak." Lei Hong transformed into a shadow once more. "When we locate the Gu brothers, may I be allowed to engage them alone and capture all three?" Xia Hanjia followed suit, repeatedly asserting that he did not seek to claim credit for the meager feat of capturing 3 innate realm fugitives, which he believed would hardly catch the attention of the esteemed lord. He had noted the attitude of Miss Yuan Shu. If he could avenge the Qin family by personally delivering the 3 to her, it would undoubtedly facilitate his union with her. However, prior to that, he must first extract the whereabouts of the demon Lu Kong from the trio. Meanwhile, in the Earthen City, the Qin siblings convened several innate practitioners they had brought along, preparing for their departure. Several hours later, deep in the night, within the depths of Heighten Mountain, a breakthrough occurred. To the north, 3 miles away, there existed a horde of at least 100 demon beasts. Jiang Xian sensed them. Since the onset of his pursuit, he had been fleeing for 6 or 7 hours, traversing thousands of miles within Heighten Mountain, albeit not in a straight line. He had been circling and searching deeper into the wilderness. Along the way, he had encountered numerous groups of demon beasts, yet their strength had proven insufficient. At last, this new group was formidable enough. If he could not defeat them, they should at least delay the Gu brothers. Jiang Xian pondered. A few tens of paces behind him, the Gu brothers were astounded by his speed. He must have mastered a remarkably profound evasion technique, not only manifesting swift movement, but also conserving his innate energy. Once captured, they would certainly compel him to reveal the secret of this technique. The 3 Gu brothers fixated on Jiang Xian's retreating figure, their expressions resembling those of predators poised to strike. Fortunately, having comprehended the momentum of heaven and man, they were able to harness the forces of nature to ease their exertion. Otherwise, their innate energy would have been depleted long ago. In a sudden burst of speed, Jiang Xian leaped upward, bounding between branches until he reached a perch over 30 paces high. Turning to face the Gu brothers, he drew his blade, his gaze sharp and determined. The 3 brothers halted abruptly, each drawing their own weapons, also blades. "Ha ha ha, why have you stopped running? Are you prepared to fight to the death? Out of energy, are we? Can't run anymore, can you? By your mother, you truly can run. No wonder you are the prodigy of Feishue City, ha 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 ha." Seeing Jiang Xian's posture of defiance, the brothers relaxed, even bursting into laughter. "No longer fleeing, are you? Just an innate realm latecomer. Chapter 40, is that all? With youthful fervor and momentary bravado, do you truly wish to contend with us?" Gu Wui casually flicked his wrist, performing a flourish with his blade. "You are merely at the late stage of the innate realm. Consider your position carefully. Any one of my 3 brothers could easily dispatch you. Killing you would be as simple as slaying a chicken. With your delicate frame, should your blood spill here, your head roll away, only to be snatched by a beast, it would be quite an unpleasant sight, wouldn't it?" Ha ha. The 3 brothers of the Gu family appeared relaxed, yet they were subtly shifting their stances, forming a configuration conducive to capturing their prey. Their coordination was impeccable. As Jiang Xian observed with a silent acknowledgement, under the cloak of night, with the wind howling and the moon casting a hazy glow, he discerned their formation clearly. It seemed unremarkable, yet it was flawless. The 3 of them exuded an aura that seemed to meld into one. "There is truly no need for you to feel afraid." Gu Wui, noticing Jiang Xian's cautious demeanor, smiled even wider. "You don't even know which family you belong to in Feishue City, do you?" Silence enveloped them, broken only by the rustling of leaves. "It matters not if you choose not to speak. Eventually, you will." Gu Wui continued, "It is unnecessary for us to introduce ourselves. Our reputation precedes us. Whether regarded as infamous or renowned, it makes no difference. We have raised villages, annihilated clans, and our hands are stained with countless lives. Your life is but one among many, and without personal enmity, we may not choose to end yours. As a young prodigy, you cannot possibly be an unknown in Feishue City. Simply tell us your family name, and we shall spare you. Yield and surrender." The 3rd brother of the Gu family urged, "As long as your family pays the ransom, we shall certainly release you. We have roamed these lands for 2 decades, and our credibility remains intact. You may have heard that we previously kidnapped a scion of the Mu family from Feishue City, and that time, we returned him whole." "Who am I? You are not worthy to know," Jiang Xian replied. In truth, he also desired to assert his prowess. After revealing his identity, he could swiftly eliminate the 3 of them, a tale that would be both formidable and fearsome. In the perilous Blackpool Mountain, reputation holds great significance. Yet the dilemma lay in his uncertainty regarding his current strength. The outcome of a confrontation was unpredictable. If he were to lose, he could escape. But his clan would be ensnared. Young man, why cling to stubbornness? A talent like yours will surely ascend to the tribulation realm in the future. Are you truly willing to perish at the hands of my brothers? Regardless of your lineage, even if you hail from a humble family, should we capture you, there will undoubtedly be ample funds for your ransom. That is the worth of prodigies like you. Do not fight us, should you lose your life. It would be a grievous loss. The three brothers of the Gu family genuinely sought to persuade Jiang Xian. They feared that a skirmish might inadvertently result in a fatality. If they were to lose their grasp, the prized catch would slip away. To them, Jiang Xian appeared fragile yet bore a defiant spirit. I am not one to procrastinate. Hence I shall offer you a final warning. Gu Wui fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xian. We three brothers possess formidable skills, cunning and ruthless, should a conflict arise. Even if we wish to spare you, your survival is not guaranteed. I shall grant you 3 breaths. If you lay down your weapon, we shall not harm a single hair on your head. 3, 2, 1. Engage. 3 figures transformed into fleeting shadows, lunging towards Jiang Xian. Gu Wui was unhesitant. Having conveyed his intentions, if the opposition did not acquiesce, then capture was imperative, and if alive was unattainable, then death would suffice. Truly courting demise, Gu Wuqing lamented. The blade's radiance mercilessly cleaving towards Jiang Xian's elevated position. It was time to test the waters, Jiang Xian mused. With a swift breath, he vanished. A sinister wind swept through the forest, emanating from the branch where Jiang Xian once stood. As he disappeared, the wind surged diagonally downward towards the Gu brothers, rising in tandem with the blade's gleam. The light of the blade, seemingly coalescing the wind into a lethal line, began to indiscriminately annihilate all obstacles in its path. A chilling sense of impending doom enveloped the Gu brothers in an instant. This move, evade. Raising their hands, they prepared their ultimate techniques. Startled, they retreated. The Gu brothers reacted with remarkable speed, evidently superior to Shintalai, and unbound by the constraints of a platform, they chose not to withstand the onslaught. Instead opting to withdraw and evade, maintaining their formation flawlessly, moving as one. Moments later, Jiang Xian reappeared upon the forest floor. The Gu brothers had retreated 20 paces away. The mountains rumbled. Trees of immense stature began to crumble all around. What a waste, truly a waste, Gu Wui remarked, shaking his head in disapproval. That technique of yours must be your trump card? Its power is commendable, yet it often demands exorbitant energy. Instead of directing its might towards us, you squander it on mere timber. How much innate energy do you possess to waste? Such a technique, even for one at the pinnacle of innate mastery, could scarcely be employed more than a handful of times. Gu Wuqing added. The 3 brothers also possessed such trump cards, but they would not deploy them lightly. Save for moments of life and death. Whoosh. Jiang Xian vanished once more, and the wind rose again. Coming again? Haha. It's my first time witnessing someone repeatedly employing their ultimate techniques in combat. If a secret technique cannot secure victory in one strike, it ceases to be an ultimate technique. Rather, it will swiftly deplete one's innate energy. Is such a simple principle beyond your grasp? You, how dare you? Gu Wui gasped in shock, not only due to the enhanced power of Jiang Xian's latest technique, but also because its range had expanded, rendering it impossible for the brothers to evade the attack given their speed, forcing them to endure within its confines. The deadly 3 forms. The deadly 3 forms. The deadly 7 forms. The brothers unleashed their ultimate skills simultaneously, 2 defending while 1 attacked, countering the blade's light from all directions. Yet the encircling blade light merely retreated momentarily, only to surge back again, the wind unrelenting, the onslaught of blade light ceaseless. The 9th form of the pursuing wind blade. Ideally, it should conclude within mere moments, each use consuming vast amounts of innate energy, precluding frequent application. Yet I am different, having cultivated the black mysterious art. My innate energy is abundant, and my meridians exhibit remarkable resilience, allowing me to unleash the pursuing wind form continuously, in the most ferocious manner imaginable. Jiang Xian contemplated silently, perceiving that while they appeared to be countering my move, in reality, it was not merely a single maneuver. It could embody 10, 30, 50, or even 100 techniques. I shall designate this technique as the infinite pursuit of the wind. The swordplay encompasses various styles, some are cunning, others swift, and some ferocious, yet the pursuit of the wind is renowned for its sheer destructive power. The technique is intricate, yet the resultant effect is stark and brutal. unless they possess the complete capability to unravel the pursuit of the wind or hold hidden trump cards, they can only engage in a direct confrontation, be it in defense or offense. To continuously execute techniques capable of withstanding the assault of the pursuit of the wind is a burden their meridians may not endure, and their innate power will be consumed at a terrifying pace. In the face of relentless attacks, Shintalai would falter within moments. This technique was never meant to be endured head-on. The three brothers of the Gu family now found themselves ensnared. How long could they persist? Or perhaps, did they aim to exhaust me first? The wind howled, and the blade shimmered like rain. Boom, 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 boom. In a mere span of 10 breaths, the Gu brothers realized something was amiss, employing their trump cards in rapid succession. They had navigated the martial world for 20 years without encountering such a phenomenon. This technique was utterly unprecedented, a carpet bombing of indiscriminate assault, with an overwhelming expanse that made retreat impossible, akin to a barrage of cannon fire raining down without reason. The technique itself was not bizarre, as certain moves allowed one to project 9 phantoms, merely a technique and not true duplication, yet the ability to unleash such continuous and uninterrupted attacks, with 9 phantoms persistently existing, blurred the line between illusion and reality. He remained within the technique. This was inconceivable. The velocity. Such velocity. It was not the speed of physical movement, but the speed imparted by the technique. He could alter his position at will within the technique. I could not even perform a change in form. It was futile. I could only counter with my ultimate move. I felt the style of wind within the forces of heaven and earth. How much innate power does he possess? I cannot hold on any longer. Damn it. In the 52nd breath, at the precipice of life and death, Gu Wuqi instinctively chose to flee alone. An instinctual response for survival that widened the gap between him and his 2 brothers, abruptly dismantling their formation. At the 55th breath, the wind ceased. Jiang Xian appeared behind the 3 brothers, his back turned to them, the tip of his blade slowly dripping with blood. The 3 stood motionless, perhaps due to the swiftness of the blade, or maybe because even in decapitation, death is not instantaneous. The brothers' eyes flickered, sensing the chilling presence at their necks, and then their gazes dimmed. Crack, 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 thud, thud, thud. 3 heads fell first, followed by the headless corpses of the 3, collapsing forward, blood pooling. The Gu brothers, who had terrorized the region for 2 decades, met their demise at the hands of a 16-year-old youth. Jiang Xian turned to observe the scene of their deaths, raising an eyebrow. The Gu brothers, was this all they amounted to? At last, Jiang Xian attained a relatively clear assessment of his own prowess. The Gu family's 3 brothers were indeed formidable, yet they could barely endure under Jiang Xian's relentless pursuit wind technique for over 50 breaths. Although this exertion proved to be a significant drain on Jiang Xian, exceeding even the fatigue of several hours of frenzied running, it remained far from his limits. Moreover, this was not the full extent of the pursuit wind's power. As his realm ascended, so too would the technique's strength. If he were to comprehend the union of man and blade, the momentum of heaven and man, Jiang Xian contemplated as he approached the corpses. It was time to scavenge for spoils. Jiang Xian rummaged through the 3 bodies, recognizing gold, silver, and crystalline stones, yet encountering unfamiliar bottles, tokens, animal skins, and various rings and bracelets of uncertain value. With no time to discern their worth individually, he collected everything and stowed them in his satchel. He did not overlook their weapons either. Gu Wui's blade, a deep crimson, bore the inscription Dark Rain at the junction of the blade and hilt. Gu Wuxian's sword, a dark gold, featured the words Sinking Star etched similarly. Gu Wuqing's weapon, entirely black, was inscribed with Black Cloud. While the 3 blades shared a uniform style, their colors, weights, and materials of forging were distinct. What exquisite blades! Truly remarkable. They surpass even my own as a tribal leader. Clearly, these 3 weapons were crafted by the same master blacksmith. Their greatest value undoubtedly lay in these swords. No, it was their heads. Jiang Xian bound the 3 blades together and slung them across his waist. Finally, using the trio's clothing, he packaged their severed heads. This was of utmost importance, valued at a staggering 170,000 mid-grade essence crystals. Suddenly, the ground tremored, the vibrations growing increasingly intense, accompanied by a rumbling sound from the north. Indeed, they had sensed him. Jiang Xian leaped onto a tree branch, gazing toward the north. According to his original plan, should he fail to triumph, he would retreat northward. using the beast horde several miles beyond to delay the Go brothers. Though victorious, the clamor of battle had still stirred the beast horde, and they were now approaching. What could it be? The iron-shouldered demon ape. Jiang Xian furrowed his brow. He had perused the ancestral beast compendium within his tribe. The leading beast stood a towering Tuzhang, with the remaining apes, each over a human's height, numbering more than 130. Advancing with a palpable aura of menace and emitting strange cries. The ape beasts ranked among the most troublesome of creatures. Their coordination was unparalleled, and they possessed formidable natural defenses, displaying an audacious disregard for death. The presence of iron-shouldered demon apes indicated that he had ventured deep into the desolate regions of Blackpool Mountain, perhaps even nearing the dreaded 10 Directions abyss. It was unwise to linger here. By the latter half of the night, the 4th day of the lunar month would arrive, and he must return to the tribe by the morning of the 7th. Jiang Xian transformed into a fleeting shadow, sprinting southward at full speed, determined to outpace the iron-shouldered demon ape horde. The towering iron-shouldered demon ape strode into the clearing where Jiang Xian was locked in combat with the 3 brothers of the Go family. This area, originally not a clearing, had emerged under Jiang Xian's infinite gale pursuit technique. The clan followed closely behind the colossal ape. There was a glimmer of intelligence in the creature's eyes as it beheld the 3 headless corpses on the ground. With a sweeping motion of its massive hand, it seized them all and took a deep whiff. The taste of human flesh and blood elicited a faint expression of delight upon its visage. To the beasts of the wild, humans are delectable, and those with innate abilities are even more so. The iron-shouldered demon ape opened its cavernous maw and, tilting its head back, devoured the 3 headless bodies in one go, chewing them before swallowing. It seemed unsatisfied. A look of discontent crossed its face as it gazed in the direction Jiang Xian had fled, and it took off in a frenzied sprint. As the night deepened, this creature proved to be an unrelenting pursuer. Jiang Xian could no longer sense the presence of the iron-shouldered demon ape behind him. Yet he did not immediately slow his pace, continuing to run at breakneck speed. Beasts possess the ability to track by scent. To completely shake off the pursuit, one must run an exceedingly long distance. An hour later, a series of thunderous booms echoed ahead, accompanied by 2 overwhelmingly terrifying auras. It was a Calamity Realm, and, moreover, a Calamity Realm beast. Ha 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 ha. Little serpent, do you truly wish to slay me, El Kong? Do you know what sort of being I, El Kong, am? Ha 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 ha. The deranged laughter resounded for miles around. Chapter 41. Good news in the dead of night. In the Wei family South Ancestral Estate in Feishua City, Wei Hongqua, wrapped in a blanket, emerged into the front hall, stifling a yawn with his hand. He seated himself beside the lone candle illuminating the room. 4th Master. We have news regarding Jiang Xian. Wei Yuanzhong stepped forward, unable to conceal the smile blossoming on his face. Jiang Xian? Wei Hongqua, still appearing quite drowsy, feigned indifference. Wasn't he had said that Qin Yuanzhou went to challenge him? What? Did that wildling return from the mountains prematurely? Did he manage to withstand a few moves under Qin Yuanzhou's command? For the past 6 months, the Wei family had scarcely paid attention to Jiang Xian. Although he had rallied against adversity and even harbored the potential to lead the Jiang clan in the conquest of the Shinta tribe, such developments were deemed insignificant by the Wei family. Even if the Jiang clan were to ascend as the paramount tribe of Highton Mountain, they were still merely a tribe, lacking any significant power, merely a collection of inconsequential savages. Discussions concerning Jiang Xian and the Jiang clan were nearly non-existent within the Wei household, save for a select few who still paid slight heed, including Wei Hongqua. He hasn't returned. Something must have occurred in the mountains. Wei Yuanzhong could not help but smile. Earlier this afternoon, chaos erupted in the Jiang clan's Earthen City. The Chun siblings, accompanied by their entire contingent of innate warriors, ventured into Highton Mountain, and even Lord Lei Hong arrived ahead of them. The Jiang clan's innate warriors, upon questioning the Qin siblings' guards, reported that Jiang Xian encountered the 3 brothers of the Gu family. Encountered them? Wei Hongqua, who had been rubbing his eyes, halted, suddenly lifting his head. His drowsiness vanished. What transpired? Did he perish? Ha! Surely he didn't die out there in the mountains? Highton Mountain stretches for thousands of miles. What are the odds of him crossing paths with the 3 demons of the Gu family? Ha! What sheer luck. The mere thought brought forth uncontrollable laughter from Wei Hongqua. Although the family seldom mentioned Jiang Xian, he had orchestrated the affairs concerning Wei Baiyun and Jiang Yao, and Jiang Xian remained a thorn in his side. What exactly happened? Do tell. Wei Honghua's eagerness was palpable. Uncertainty surrounds Jiang Xian's fate, Wei Yuanzhong continued. It is said that Jiang Xian encountered the Gu brothers while fleeing from the black armored guards. In their frantic escape, the Gu brothers pursued Jiang Xian and subsequently vanished. The black armored guards contacted Lord Lei Hong, who happened to be present along with Chun Yuanzhou and Chen Yuanzhu. They had yet to meet Jiang Xian and shared no prior connection, but 6 months ago, the Qin clan's prodigy, Qin Yanong, was assassinated. The siblings entered the mountains seeking vengeance for their kin. Where did this incident occur? Wei Honghua inquired eagerly. The vicinity of Wufing Ridge. Here is a map of Haitan Mountain, Wei Yuanzhong replied, producing a map from his pocket and handing it to Wei Honghua. Wei Honghua promptly unfurled it. The map was rudimentary. Haitan Mountain was vast, and the immense tribal territory merely encompassed a small area at the mountain's base. Crafting a detailed map of Haitan Mountain on a few square inches was an impossibility, yet the primary mountain ranges serving as coordinates were marked. Wei Honghua's gaze swept across the map. Wei Yuanzhong scrutinized Wei Honghua's expression carefully before cautiously extending his hand to tap on the map. Ah, here. Right here. Wei Honghua suddenly sprang to his feet, slamming the map down onto the table. Is he not doomed then? Given the distance? Even if Lord Lei Hong were to personally rescue him, there wouldn't be enough time. He could be killed 100 times over. Perhaps not, Wei Yuanzhong replied cautiously. Wei Honghua's eyes narrowed in suspicion. What I mean is, the Gu family's 3 demons have no grievances with Jiang Xian, and as the tribe leader, Jiang Xian possesses some wealth. The 3 brothers have previously engaged in kidnapping for ransom, so if Jiang Xian is wise enough to reveal his identity, he might perhaps save his own life, Wei Yuanzhong explained. Wei Honghua furrowed his brows, falling silent for a few moments before reluctantly stating, if that is truly the case. He is merely a coward clinging to life. However, in any case, he is finished. Oh? Wei Honghua regarded him, urging him to elaborate. It is already the 4th day of the month. If Jiang Xian were to die outright, the entire tribe would face annihilation alongside him. Yet, if he were merely captured, and Lord Lei Hong intervened, the Gu brothers would at least need to flee for several days. Jiang Xian would be unable to participate in the life and death battle of the tribe 3 days hence. Without him, the Jiang clan's innate warriors, who returned in the past 6 months, would struggle to survive even the 10 battles by the 7th day, let alone the 8th, when they would be devoured by the Shinto tribe. Once the Jiang tribe is swallowed up, no one would pay a ransom for Jiang Xian, and he would still meet his end. Wei Honghua's eyes lit up with understanding as he cast an appreciative glance at Wei Yuanzhong. So, you mean to say, Jiang Xian is either already dead or will be captured and die in a few days. In any case, he is doomed? Precisely. Wei Yuanzhong nodded affirmatively. Ha 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 ha. Wei Honghua clapped a hand on Wei Yuanzhong's shoulder. Well done, Yuanzhong. You have thought this through more clearly than I have. Excellent reasoning. All thanks to your nurturing from 4th Master. Wei Yuanzhong quickly bowed in acknowledgement. Indeed, regardless of what that wild seed does, I do not truly care. However, he remains a source of concern for me. My true worry lies with my obstinate niece. Wei Honghua took a couple of steps forward, relaxing his tone. I wonder which of the household's gossips informed Wei Baiyun about that wild seed's victory over Shintalai. Not only has she ceased her fasting, but she has also been training day and night like a madwoman for the past 6 months. I genuinely fear that on the day Wei Yao marries, Wei Baiyun, pretending to comply, will deceive the old master and create some sort of incident during the wedding procession. She must be harboring some ill intent. Now it seems. If Jiang Xian dies, her aspirations will also be extinguished. What splendid news. Truly marvelous news. Wei Honghua chanted as he ambled towards the side door, seemingly intending to take a rest. As Wei Yuanzhong prepared to take his leave, Wei Honghua suddenly halted, pondering for a moment before turning back. Wait for me to put on a coat. I shall go and see my niece. I must share this wonderful news with her at once. In the secluded courtyard of the Wei family mansion, Wei Baijun danced with a sword under the moonlight, clad in a flowing white gown. Since receiving the news of her son's triumph over the formidable Shintalai from a mysterious figure, hope had rekindled within her. Inspired by her son's heroic deeds, she had devoted herself to rigorous training during her 6-month confinement, with only brief moments of sleep before dawn. Her vitality now surpassed even her days among the Jiang clan. After all, she remained the esteemed daughter of the Wei family. Unless the family had intervened, none dared to impose hardships upon her. Indeed, she was the favored little nine of the clan, and despite the years spent in a foreign tribe, her indomitable spirit remained unchanged. The greater the pressure placed upon her, the more fiercely she resisted, growing ever more resolute. Bravo! Bravo! A man in a brocade robe, Wei Honghua, emerged from the shadows. His face adorned with a broad smile as he clapped his hands, feigning admiration. Get out, Wei Baijun commanded, halting her sword dance and directing her icy gaze at Wei Honghua. You wish to leave? I have news of your son, he continued, undeterred by her demeanor, maintaining his smile as he began to speak. Deep within the heart of Blackpool Mountain, a cacophony of violence erupted, obliterating the surrounding landscape. In the core of the battle, a massive pit with a diameter of 100 feet had formed, where a disheveled and deranged old man faced off against a colossal crimson serpent. The overwhelming energy radiating from both combatants was palpable, allowing Jiang Xian to sense the tumultuous clash even without employing his secret arts. Cautiously, he approached the battlefield, circling around before finally finding a cliff 4 miles to the south. From this vantage point, he could gaze down upon the city below. Although distant, the view was clear. That old man is Lu Kang. Jiang Xian furrowed his brow. He had seen Lu Kang's portrait, which depicted a rather striking figure. Yet the man before him was unrecognizable, his attire soiled beyond recognition, half his face ravaged, and his sanity seemingly in question. Lord Lei Hong had mentioned that the sorcerer Lu Kang had retreated to Blackpool Mountain due to a misstep in his cultivation, resulting in a foul stench that forced him into seclusion, thus providing an opportunity for the inspector to capture this fiend. It appeared that Lu Kang had succumbed even further to his madness. Ha ha ha, little serpent. I have arrived. The deranged old man cackled. Behold my technique. Suddenly, the world fell into an eerie silence. The energy emanating from the frenzied elder stilled the very fabric of time and space within the battlefield. The wind ceased. Suspended dust hung motionless in the air, and all sounds faded away, save for Lu Kang's own voice. Annihilate. With a swift stroke of his blade, Lu Kang struck. Though he stood 100 feet away from the serpent, the moment his sword was drawn, it traversed that distance instantaneously. It was not merely speed. It was a manipulation of time itself. Even from several miles away, Jiang Xian was profoundly shaken. He could sense the transformation of the heavens and earth, and knew that with his current strength, he would be completely immobilized, unable to move even against the stillness of time and space that lay ahead. The power of this strike was likely 1,000 times greater than that of my wind-chasing style. Lu Kang was no ordinary Calamity Realm expert. The majority of the Calamity Realm beings in Feishui City would not be his match. Only someone of the caliber of Lord Lei Hong could possibly defeat him. Clang! At the moment the blade light struck the serpent's body, a flash of brilliance flickered across the serpent. The clash of the blade against the scales produced a metallic resonance. Yet Lu Kang's formidable strike left not even the faintest mark on the serpent's body, not even a white imprint. Jiang Xian momentarily found it impossible to identify the nature of this beast. Curse you, human. Is this all you can do? The crimson giant serpent spoke, casting a contemptuous glance at Lu Kang. Just a mere display of skill to test my resilience. Lu Kang erupted into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, little serpent. The real performance has only just begun. Whoosh. A cloud of toxic mist erupted from Lu Kang. The fog rapidly spread over several miles, even beginning to corrode the earth itself. Do you think you can kill me with a poison formation? The crimson serpent roared. Ha ha ha. It is you, little serpent. Who has been hunting me? You have repeatedly slaughtered my kin. You deserve to perish. Wretched beast, you should be the one to die. In an instant, Lu Kang vanished from his original position, reappearing before the giant serpent. His blade, imbued with the force of a mountain, crashed toward the crimson serpent. Despite its massive form, the giant serpent vanished at that moment, its speed rivaling that of Lu Kang. Its enormous tail swept through the air, aiming for Lu Kang's back. Both combatants were extraordinarily swift. As the toxic mist thickened, Jiang Xian initially managed to catch glimpses of the crimson serpent due to its sheer size, even at great speed. It left behind afterimages. However, as the fog became denser and the ferocity of their battle escalated, Jiang Xian could discern nothing. The toxic mist was encroaching upon him. These two beings were far beyond his realm, rendering any potential gains impossible. It seemed futile to wait for them to mutually exhaust themselves and then seize an opportunity. He had no idea how long they would fight. As for Lu Kang, returning to inform Lord Lei Hong was not his concern. He lacked the strength for such endeavors. He could not afford to delay. He must return to the tribe before dawn on the 7th. Before the toxic mist enveloped him completely, Jiang Xian opted to withdraw. 2 hours later. Enough of this, little serpent. If you have the ability, come chase me. Lu Kang laughed maniacally as he departed, slightly disheveled yet brimming with arrogance. On the afternoon of the 4th day of the month, deep within Blackpool Mountain. Sister, are you certain you want to separate? It was always you who told me to be cautious when venturing out. Every time you accompanied me. It was you who protected me. Blackpool Mountain is undoubtedly more perilous. If we part ways. Chen Yuanzhou gazed at his older sister, his expression laden with hesitation. Enough with the fuss. We each have over 20 innate experts with us. What danger could there possibly be? Chen Yuanzhou turned to her brother. It has been nearly a day and a night, and aside from encountering a few black armored guards, we have yet to find a single hair of the Gu family's 3 brothers. The opportunity for avenging our family is within reach. Are you truly willing to abandon it? It is not about surrendering. It is merely that parting ways is perilous, he replied. Within the realm of innate mastery, who can pose a threat to me? Not to mention, I have so many companions with me. Chen Yuanzhou contemplated this clearly. Even if we were to encounter the Gu brothers, with over 20 of us against their 20, we could easily encircle and eliminate them. But what if we were to encounter a beast that surpasses innate mastery? Chen Yuanzhou interjected. Moreover, it is said that the fiend Lu Kong resides in Heighten Mountain. He is the master of the Gu brothers. If we were to part ways, and one of us encounters him, then we would be fortunate that we chose to separate. Chen Yuanzhou interjected, otherwise, we would all perish. By parting ways, we might still have half of us survive. Chen Yuanzhou was momentarily taken aback. He suddenly realized how profoundly his sister's reasoning resonated with him. Due to the ample manpower, they would face no danger from encounters within innate mastery. If they truly came across a calamity-level threat, casualties would be inevitable. Parting ways would indeed lessen the toll. Thus, the group split into 2. With Chen Yuanzhou and Chen Yuanzhou each leading over 20 innate masters in different directions to search. Chen Yuanzhou even considered dividing their group once more, but after some thought, she dismissed the idea. Reducing to 10-member teams might jeopardize their chances against the Gu brothers. For hours later, under the cover of night, Chen Yuanzhou's team halted to rest and kindled a fire. Ha ha ha! You are the Chun family S team, aren't you? A maniacal laughter echoed from a distance, rapidly approaching them. Chapter 42. What a magnificent furnace. Who goes there? Everyone surrounding the bonfire stood up in unison, drawing their weapons, their gazes fixed upon the mountains and forests shrouded in night. The maniacal laughter drew nearer, and a terrifying aura surged forth, overwhelming them like a tidal wave. It was a calamity, a catastrophe. It was over. Panic ensued among the crowd. Some began to retreat, seeking refuge behind others, hoping for a moment's advantage in escape. Ha ha! The filthy old man perched upon a tree branch, surveying the individuals around the bonfire. Indeed, they were from the Chun family. The aura of the Chun family's Grand Cannon was unmistakable. This fellow. He is El Kong. It is El Kong. Split up. Save whoever you can. Chen Yuanzhou decisively commanded. She no longer hoped for anyone to protect her. In truth, she was the strongest innate warrior of the Chen family. Although her younger brother currently possessed greater talent, being 3 years her junior, his strength fell slightly short of hers. Even within the entirety of Flying Snow City, Chen Yuanzhou ranked among the top 10 innate combatants. A few were stronger than her, but they were considerably older, mostly disciples of the Starry Pavilion, hindered by various circumstances from surpassing the innate level, having cultivated their formidable gifts to their peak capabilities by the age of 40 or 50. Before Chen Yuanzhou finished speaking, some had already moved. As Chen Yuanzhou called out, the remaining individuals began to flee. A total of 27 people dispersed in all directions. While some would undoubtedly perish, the majority should survive. Perhaps they should. It's you, girl. El Kong recognized Chen Yuanzhou. Just as she turned to flee, he uttered a single word, halt. Gazing in Chen Yuanzhou's direction, the forces of the world converged upon her, rendering her utterly immobile. Chen Yuanzhou attempted to invoke the heaven and earth divine might, but her command over the cosmic forces paled in comparison to El Kong's. She was powerless, unable to retaliate. El Kong vanished from the tree branch, reappearing several feet behind her in the southwest. A burly male cultivator in his 30s, at the late stage of the innate realm, had just begun his escape, having only covered a few paces when El Kong suddenly materialized behind him, gently tapping his shoulder. Bang! It was as if an illusion had been shattered, exploding into a mist of blood. In truth, El Kong had reduced a formidable innate body to mere blood mist. Run! Run! Quickly! You must flee! El Kong cackled maniacally, flashing again to another fleeing figure, exhaling a breath upon the back of their head. The individual continued to charge forward, but their head exploded from the force of his breath. Elkong commenced his cruel slaughter, mercilessly exterminating everyone except for Chen Yuanzhu. Over 20 individuals fled in different directions. Indeed, Lu Kang possesses the formidable ability to annihilate entire swathes of adversaries, yet he chooses to slay them one by one. Some fall victim to his brutal strikes, reduced to mere blood mist. Others have their skulls shattered by his forceful blows. Still others are torn asunder by his bare hands. Lu Kang is not merely a demon. He is an unparalleled powerhouse beneath the gods, yet he lacks the arrogance typically associated with such strength. Instead, he revels in torment and slaughter, far exceeding the horrors whispered about him. Run, run, I say. Ha ha, flee. Within mere moments, over a dozen lives were extinguished. A gaunt man clad in a green robe sprinted towards the southeast, gripped by the oppressive terror brought forth by the marauding fiend. Though his legs trembled, his innate prowess allowed him to maintain a swift pace. Bang! A swifter figure ahead of the green-robed man was overtaken by Lu Kang, instantly dissolving into a cloud of blood. Thud! The green-robed man fell to his knees, cradling his head in despair. Spare me! Spare me! Spare me! Whoosh! Lu Kang materialized before the trembling man, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Lift your head. The green-robed man, quaking with fear, slowly raised his gaze. Slap! Lu Kang delivered a resounding blow, causing the man's head to spin 3 times upon his neck before it toppled to the ground. Whoosh! Lu Kang vanished once more, pursuing the Chun family's guard who had fled further away. Chen Yuanshu stood beside a flickering fire, paralyzed by fear. Though her line of sight was limited, she understood all too well the atrocities being committed by Lu Kang. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and her body quaked as she felt a pang of gratitude for having separated from her brother. Otherwise, whether it be 30 or 50, none would have escaped the onslaught. If Lu Kang truly intended to kill, then not a single soul could evade his wrath. Even the black armored guards could only surround and slay ordinary marauders. But facing Lu Kang, no amount of innate talent would suffice. My life is forfeit. Chen Yuanshu lamented inwardly as the memories of her 26 years flashed before her. From a prodigious child to a talented individual whose potential had been irreparably damaged, she maintained that she bore no blame towards anyone. Yet, the disparity was difficult to accept. She felt as though fate was mocking her. Had it not been for her compromised foundation and cultivation, she would have become the youngest marauder in the history of the Qin family, earning the chance to be mentored by a god or demon. She might even have ascended to divinity herself. In truth, Chen Yuanshu had never relinquished her aspiration of becoming a god or demon, for her family's hopes mirrored her own. Xia Hanjie was exceptional, the perfect dream lover for countless maidens of Feishuo City. However, Chen Yuanshu believed he was unworthy of her. She had always felt that had she not suffered injury, Xia Hanjie would not have even mustered the courage to express his affection for her. Chen Yuanshu firmly believed that her future husband need not be handsome, nor particularly tall, nor a paragon of virtue. One who harbors a thirst for vengeance is not necessarily wicked. He may possess numerous flaws, yet he must be someone with the potential to ascend to godhood. To put it simply, her future husband must be a prodigy, a transcendent genius of unparalleled caliber. Therefore, Xia Hanjie is unworthy. His talents fall woefully short. Chen Yuanshu was a proud individual, diligently honing her skills to justify her arrogance. She had long pondered the notion that if she did not surpass her innate abilities swiftly, her family would inevitably utilize her for a strategic marriage. Fortunately, her family continued to hold her in high regard, sparing her from such a fate. However, the unfortunate reality was that this very esteem for her talents compelled her family to pressure her into marrying a man with whom she shared no affection. Destined to share a bed and bear children together. Desperately, Chen Yuanshu yearned to capture the 3 brothers of the Gu family. What she was reluctant to admit to her brother, Chen Yuanzhou, was that the reason for their separation and individual searches was driven by her ambition. While her brother had no need to prove himself, she did. If she could single-handedly lead a team to capture or eliminate the 3 brothers of the Gu family, it would become her bargaining chip in negotiations with her family. She aspired to be recognized as a person of merit within her household. The entire city of Feishuo would be abuzz with her achievement, with such a feat. Though she did not expect her family to abandon their plans for her arranged marriage immediately, it would at least buy her some time. In a remarkably short span, Chen Yuanshu envisioned countless scenarios. She had many plans for her future, yet she never anticipated the uncanny coincidence that she would encounter Lu Kang, someone whom Lei Hong had sought for months without success. Merely a day after her arrival at Highton Mountain, Everything was about to culminate. Chen Yuanshu felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Suddenly, Lu Kang appeared before her, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, disrupted only by the occasional crackling of the firewood. Everyone in Chen Yuanshu's party, aside from her, lay dead. "Do you remember me, my dear girl? We have met before," Lu Kang exclaimed with a deranged expression. Having risen to fame at an early age, Chen Yuanshu had crossed paths with Lu Kang over a decade ago in Feishui City. Feeling a slight loosening of the tension around her, Chen Yuanshu realized that although escape was impossible, she could still speak. "The Chen family will be willing to pay a ransom for me." She was straightforward, aware that Lu Kang had succumbed to madness. She understood that vague statements could provoke him into violently retaliating. "Ransom? Ha! Ransom." Lu Kang's laughter was laced with mockery. He raised a hand and tore away Chen Yuanshu's veil. "Oh, it's been years, and you have become increasingly alluring. I must say, I like it. Ha! Your divine and demonic essence remains intact, even if your heart's pulse is damaged. While it cannot be used for you, it can certainly serve my purposes. What a splendid cauldron you make." Initially composed, Chen Yuanshu had managed to conceal her fear within. Yet, as Lu Kang spoke, her expression shifted, and terror filled her eyes. If she had previously felt an intense unwillingness to face death, at this moment, she longed for it. "What a magnificent cauldron. Come, I shall take you to a splendid place." Lu Kang transformed into a swirling mist of poison, akin to a malevolent spirit, whisking Chen Yuanshu away into the depths of the forest, swiftly vanishing. Within an unnamed valley of heightened mountain, in a cavern. "Huff! My innate powers have nearly recovered. It is time to set forth." Sitting cross-legged, Jiang Xian opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He retrieved the map of heightened mountain from his bosom, using the moonlight to scrutinize it. Though reluctant to admit it, he found himself somewhat lost. Despite being a member of the tribe residing at the foot of heightened mountain, his tribe had been embroiled in life and death battles since he was 12. Although he had frequently ventured into the mountains prior to that age, he had never approached the perilous regions of Shifang Jueji. Thus, while he could navigate the outskirts of heightened mountain without difficulty, the depths required reliance on the map and his sensory techniques to guide him outward. Well, there should still be time, as long as the general direction is correct. Jiang Xian folded the map and rose to depart when suddenly he sensed something. Abruptly turning his gaze southward. Though invisible to the eye, he could feel the presence of El Kong. He had already entered within a 2-mile radius, closing in at an alarming speed. Jiang Xian realized he lacked sufficient time to escape the cave. The speed of the impending threat was too swift. Fortunately, the cave's intricate structure provided him with cover, allowing him to conceal himself behind a column. He suppressed his presence entirely, employing his innate power to mask any trace of scent or aura, achieving an effect of complete invisibility. Could this fellow be intending to enter? I practiced the Heishuan technique, which allows me to thoroughly conceal my presence. Even Lei Hong could not discern my half-step innate realm. Yet, the fiend El Kong, his methods are sinister. And should he discover me? Suddenly, a swirling green toxic mist invaded the cave. A figure was hurled out, rolling twice upon the ground. "Ha, my beauty. Wait for me. I'll be right back." The green mist whirled away once more. And Jiang Xian sensed that El Kong had traversed 2 miles in an exceedingly brief moment. This emboldened him to cautiously peek out from behind the column. To his astonishment, he beheld a woman. Chapter 43. This woman smells divine. What cursed potion has that fiend fed me? Chen Yuanshu struggled to rise. Yet her body felt utterly weak and languid. The innate power within her was suppressed by a potent drug. The more she attempted to harness her innate strength, the more fiercely the drug's influence pressed down upon her. The pill was forced upon her by Lu Kang just before she was cast aside. Evidently a concoction designed to temporarily seal a cultivator's abilities. Lu Kang was notorious for his expertise in poisons. From behind the pillar, Jiang Xian gazed at Chen Yuanshu. Who was this woman? How did she end up deep in the Black Pool Mountain, captured by Lu Kang? It seems that Lu Kang intends to commit vile acts against her. Such beauty, if truly defiled by a monster, would be a tragic loss. The cave was shrouded in darkness, and Jiang Xian could only make out a vague silhouette of the woman through the faint light that trickled in from the cave entrance. His perception was not entirely clear. He could only judge her beauty by her figure and the contours of her face, which suggested she was indeed a striking beauty. Moreover, Lu Kang himself referred to her as such, leaving no room for doubt. A fiend of the Calamity Realm must have encountered countless women of exquisite beauty. Jiang Xian pondered whether his own judgment could rival that of Lu Kang, who undoubtedly had far more experience. If I were to rescue her, I may not be able to ensure her escape. Once Lu Kang sets his sights on her, It would be impossible for me to return to the Earth City alive. She is a stranger to me. I cannot afford to stir trouble on her behalf. Jiang Xian was painfully aware of the weight of his responsibilities. Should I perish, my tribe would meet its doom. Yet, he soon found himself contemplating anew. My father taught me that a true man stands tall and must act with a clear conscience. How can I stand idly by in the face of death? Perhaps I am overthinking this. I must prioritize my own survival. Jiang Xian thought at last. He had been employing the Thousand Threads secret technique to keep track of Lu Kong's movements. Lu Kong did not conceal his aura, and even from 3 or 4 miles away, Jiang Xian could still sense him. Lu Kong had not strayed far. Jiang Xian believed that with Lu Kong's prowess, the valley and cave remained within his perceptual range. It was clear that he could not lead anyone to safety. Indeed, even his own escape seemed precarious. He could only conceal his own presence by remaining still. Any movement would compromise that concealment. I can mask my own aura, but I cannot obscure that of this woman. If her presence leaves the valley, Lu Kong will undoubtedly detect it. I must make my move. Remaining trapped in this cave would make discovery inevitable. I cannot await my demise. If an opportunity arises, I must seize the chance to save her. If no such opportunity presents itself, I must ensure my own survival. Jiang Xian thought rationally, contemplating the Bloodstorm pill he possessed. In a critical moment, consuming it would enable him to execute the formless escape technique, allowing him to reach speeds that could rival even those of the Calamity Realm, perhaps even surpassing the ordinary. But compared to Lu Kong, it was impossible to ascertain the limits of Lu Kong's speed. Unless absolutely necessary, Jiang Xian would refrain from consuming the Bloodstorm pill. With these thoughts, Jiang Xian stepped forth from behind the pillar. Struggling to regain her footing, Chen Yuanshu immediately spotted Jiang Xian. Burdened with an array of weapons, 3 knives hung at his lower back, 1 more at his waist, a satchel slung over his shoulder, and a large, bloodied bundle at his side, which seemed to contain some form of game. Despite his youth, he bore the appearance of a seasoned hunter, reminiscent of a tribal youth who had long ventured into the mountains. Unbeknownst to Chen Yuanshu, the individual before her was the legendary Jiang Xian. Nevertheless, she regarded this sudden appearance of the tribal youth as her last glimmer of hope. "Help," she managed to utter, her voice barely escaping her lips. "Hush." Jiang Xian gestured, signaling Chen Yuanshu to remain silent. Without a backward glance, he dashed out of the cave, leaving Chen Yuanshu in a state of disbelief. She staggered a few steps before collapsing. "Kill me. Just kill me." Chen Yuanshu cried out desperately, sinking into despair. Jiang Xian heard her cries but did not falter in his pace. Upon exiting the valley, he accelerated in the opposite direction of Lu Kong, moving ever faster. He recalled that before arriving at this valley to recuperate his innate powers, he had sensed a group of demonic beasts from 100 miles away. The aura of their leader sending chills down his spine, likely at the tribulation stage. Though not as formidable as the Crimson Serpent he had encountered with Lu Kong, these beasts were notoriously difficult to slay and could pose significant trouble for Lu Kong. With a swift motion, Jiang Xian reached the pinnacle of his speed within the forest. Consuming his innate power in a reckless manner, he employed the technique of invisibly evasive movement to a degree that risked damaging his meridians, allowing him to cover a mile in mere moments. This was a speed that transcended the innate realm. 100 miles could be traversed in merely 400 to 500 breaths. A round trip would not exceed 1,000 breaths. With my cultivation of the Black Profound Art, coupled with the satisfying breathing technique, I need not fear meridian injuries. In the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, I could reach that canyon and return. If I could lure the demonic beast horde to engage Lu Kong, I might seize the opportunity to rescue that woman. Yet, within that brief moment, if she had already fallen victim to Lu Kong, she might choose to end her own life. Reflecting further, Jiang Xian considered that it was possible Lu Kong might abandon her, as he seemed to be seeking something outside, evidently preparing for an endeavor. If only he could take a little longer, perhaps he would still arrive in time, hopefully. Regardless, I must save her life. Jiang Xian found it unbearable to stand idly by. Yet he could not risk everything for a stranger. Thus, he devised a balanced approach. Jiang Xian harbored a deep loathing for men who tarnished women, reminding him of his own tribe, where the women of those who lost in life and death battles suffered the most vile fates. He firmly believed that men who defile women deserve the harshest of punishments. Moments later, having sprinted nearly 60 miles, Jiang Xian suddenly felt an ominous killing intent enveloping him. From 3 miles away, upon perceiving the enemy, he realized that they too had detected him and were closing in at alarming speed. After a brief moment, a colossal creature flashed and obstructed Jiang Xian's path. It was the massive Crimson Serpent. Its enormous form moved with a swiftness surpassing that of Jiang Xian. And its cold, triangular eyes were filled with murderous intent. Human, this is not your place. As the Crimson Serpent spoke, it seemed to deliver a decree of judgment. I know where Lu Kang is. Jiang Xian abruptly interrupted the serpent, swiftly shifting to point behind him. That way. 60 miles away, in the valley. He was wagering that the Crimson Serpent was in pursuit of Lu Kang. The murderous intent in the serpent's eyes diminished slightly as it scrutinized Jiang Xian, before inquiring, "You know Lu Kang? I have slain 3 of his disciples," Jiang Xian declared, slapping the large bundle at his waist. "Their heads are right here. Do you wish to see?" The murderous intent in the serpent's eyes further receded. With a thunderous rush, the Crimson Serpent darted past Jiang Xian, its lethal aura soaring as it sped towards the valley. After discarding Chun Yuanshu, Lu Kang returned to the cave shortly thereafter, bearing a massive white bear, a creature seemingly endowed with the bloodline of a demon beast, notably large in size. "My dear, do not fret, it will be ready soon." Lu Kang, wielding a knife, simply inscribed a formation on the ground. Before Qin Yuanshu's eyes, he slaughtered the unconscious giant white bear, its blood flowing into the grooves of the formation. Lu Kang then skinned the bear, spreading its hide, which measured nearly 2 yards across, over the blood-soaked array. Qin Yuanshu struggled, attempting to rise once more. "Do not resist. The pill I have given you is the Source Sealing Pill, a superior sealing elixir compared to the Qi Sealing Pill. Even if you have comprehended the divine might of heaven and earth, you will be unable to exert any strength. The effects will last at least 6 hours." As Lu Kang spoke, he let out a peculiar laugh. "Ha ha ha. Let grandfather take good care of you." He raised his hand, and a force enveloped Qin Yuanshu, lifting her onto the white bear hide. The fur was delicate and soft, rivaling that of silk. "Unfortunately, I could not find a suitable demon beast. I simply can't wait any longer and am too lazy to search for." Lu Kang grinned maniacally. "However, this white bear possesses the bloodline of the moon-backed silver bear, so it will have to suffice." With a flurry of movements, Lu Kang flicked his fingers, sending forth beams of green light that fell around the formation, igniting into flames. 12 towering flames, each over a person's height, illuminated the cavern. "No, you cannot do this. You mustn't." Qin Yuanshu had never felt such terror. This was far more severe than desecration. Lu Kang had previously mentioned using her as a cauldron. That was a technique for extraction. Moreover, it was evident that Lu Kang had practiced some ancient malevolent sorcery. As the scene within the cave, where the enormous head of the white bear loomed beside the formation, baring its teeth and wide-eyed, seemingly glowing with green light, was utterly sinister. The entire cavern was bathed in the light of the green flames, and the formation began to radiate brilliance, as if attempting to penetrate the concealment of the bear's hide. Everything appeared so wicked and eerie. "Om Mani Padme Hum." Lu Kang intoned a strange incantation. He retrieved a small vial from his pocket and hurled it to the ground, producing a resounding crash. A wisp of crimson smoke unfurled, transforming the colors within the cavern into a chaotic tapestry of red and green. Qin Yuanshu caught only a faint whiff before instinctively holding her breath. But it was too late. Her body ignited with heat, a buzzing filled her mind, and her heartbeat grew increasingly pronounced. Deep within her consciousness, another voice emerged, incessantly tempting and urging her with lewd suggestions. The world she could perceive began to spiral into confusion. "What is that?" Qin Yuanshu queried. "I prefer the proactive," Lu Kang replied with a sinister grin, observing as she began to lose her composure. He wanted her to crawl to him and plead. Yet, that moment never arrived. Damn it! Lu Kang suddenly sensed something amiss. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the cave, reappearing on a cliff at the valley's edge with a chilling gaze. Suddenly, a colossal figure shimmered in midair before the cliff, its massive tail sweeping towards Lu Kang. He brandished his blade. Boom, 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 boom. The serpent hissed, "You disturb my good fortune. I shall retaliate. You slaughter my kin. You shall pay dearly." The battle of the realm erupted once more. This cannot continue. If I inadvertently harm my beauty, it would be disastrous. I shall skin this foolish serpent. Lu Kang feigned a retreat, luring the crimson serpent swiftly away from the valley. As they clashed along their path, devastation followed in their wake, leaving the earth marred by deep rifts. The frenzied Lu Kang engaged in a perilous dance with the crimson serpent, fully aware that, as a mere human, his regenerative abilities paled in comparison to those of the beast. The deranged elder and the crimson serpent soon clashed over 10 miles away. Jiang Xian finally arrived. He was not as swift as the serpent, arriving a moment too late, and surveyed the battlefield's remnants extending northward. Jiang Xian realized that his plan had succeeded. He dashed into the cavern, immediately sensing the toxic gas within, and instinctively held his breath. He darted past the white bear pelt, scooping up Qin Yuanshu and swiftly retreating from the cave. Upon exiting the valley, he accelerated to his utmost limit, sprinting southward. This woman smells exquisite. Wait. How can she smell this divine? Jiang Xian soon recognized that he had been poisoned. With her soft jade-like form in his embrace, his senses heightened, to the extent that even Qin Yuanshu's faint fragrance was strikingly vivid. Truly a bewitching creature. Having captured her, she even comes laced with a potion. The subtle red mist of poison in the cavern had seeped into him, and its potency was terrifying. Even with my practice of the Rui breathing technique, it could shake my mind. I must suppress it at all costs. Fortunately, heavenly black art endows me with sufficient innate strength to endure for several hours at least. Jiang Xian struggled against the effects, convincing himself that he could endure. After a brief moment, Jiang Xian had traveled over 100 miles. His pace had slowed due to the effort of resisting the poison, and at this juncture, he felt he could no longer hold on. He needed to find a spot to sit cross-legged and focus all his energy to resist the effects. Once he becomes lost and finds no outlet for his turmoil, he is bound to descend into madness. There a stream awaits. It feels like a small brook. After a dozen breaths, Jiang Xian, cradling the woman, arrived at the edge of a valley beside a babbling creek. He gently set her down, tossed aside his belongings, and leaped into the water, the icy shock reviving him considerably. The stream was shallow. Jiang Xian sat cross-legged, the water reaching his chest, entering a state of profound stillness as he cultivated his energy. His innate power was being consumed rapidly, his breath rising with intensity. This poison, if applied to someone at the threshold of calamity, would undoubtedly be effective. Its potency, when unleashed upon one in the innate realm, would only drive them to madness, possibly leading them to eternal disarray. Only those with formidable inner strength could endure it. El Kong's own descent into madness was likely connected to his practice with various toxins. Seated there, Jiang Xian gradually lost track of time. Qin Yuanshu had already slipped into a semi-conscious state, instinctively rolling on the riverbank, her awareness hazy as she tumbled into the frigid stream, awakening momentarily. She struggled to rise unsteadily, only to stagger back into the water. She sensed Jiang Xian's presence. In his motionless, meditative state, deliberately suppressing errant thoughts, Jiang Xian suddenly felt a pair of warm, delicate arms encircle his neck, a figure as soft as jade pressing against him. A fragrant aura enveloped him. This unfamiliar woman coiled around him like a serpent, kissing his neck, her warm breath brushing repeatedly against his ear. Jiang Xian's eyes flew open. Goodness! Who could withstand this? Already afflicted by poison, Jiang Xian lost control, much like Qin Yuanshu. Chapter 44. May I marry you in a fleeting moment, her sanity shattered. Qin Yuanshu, a noble maiden of a prestigious family, had never experienced such affairs, nor had she ever witnessed them. Her instinct compelled her to draw near to Jiang Xian. Albeit in a disordered manner, all she yearned for was to immerse herself in the aura of that man. Fortunately, although Jiang Xian was a decade her junior, he had already been married and knew the appropriate course of action. He felt her soft lips against his. Qin Yuanshu reciprocated his advances. The splashes of the stream echoed around them, yet the icy waters could not quell the fervor between the two. That night was one of wakefulness. Jiang Xian had never envisioned obtaining a woman's body in such a manner. She was merely the second woman he had ever encountered in this way. As his consciousness gradually regained clarity, he found himself instinctively comparing her to Qing Hongjia. Indeed, she was far more proactive, perhaps a consequence of her intoxication. On the morning of the 5th day of the 3rd month, in the depths of the valley by the stream's edge, dawn had just begun to break. The earth remained shrouded in darkness, and the rare fog cloaked the morning at Heighten Mountain in a chilling embrace. The wilderness lay silent, with the sound of the babbling brook resonating vividly. Crackling the fire by the bank flickered, dispelling some of the morning's chill. The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Qin Yuanshu, lying not far from the fire, slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze initially clouded but gradually sharpening into a look of terror. She found herself draped in nothing but a single blanket, folded in half, with one part beneath her and the other covering her. As she lifted the blanket to peer underneath, her complexion paled further. Indeed, she was unclothed. The design of the blanket caught her attention. It was exquisitely thin and crafted from the fur of an unknown mythical beast, not a hide, but a woven blanket adorned with intricate tribal patterns. Such tribal blankets, often sold at a high price in Feishiwe City, required several tribal women years to create. They were exceptionally warm and remarkably portable, easily folded into a pack without occupying more space than a summer garment. Although the tribespeople could craft such blankets, they rarely used them, as they were deemed too extravagant and precious. Instead, they were typically offered to the tribe and sold by the tribal caravans in the larger cities. Chen Yuanshu sat up, sensing no other presence nearby. Yet, she felt an undeniable, profound change within her body. In simple terms, she had become a true woman, devoid of any pain. With her innate physique and remarkable recovery capabilities, she struggled to remember. Her memories halting at the moment when the tribal youth had carried her away in haste. Her eyes reddened, and her expression grew colder. She surveyed her surroundings. Beside the fire lay a freshly cut log, on which her skirt rested, and she noticed her undergarments and shoes, neatly stacked and arranged. However, her skirt appeared somewhat disheveled. She also spotted her sword, resting in the same vicinity. There were still some items that did not belong to her scattered on the ground at the other end of the wooden post. As Chen Yuanshu was about to rise to dress herself, she suddenly heard footsteps without sensing any presence, prompting her to transform into a fleeting shadow and swiftly grasp her longsword. Jiang Xian, cradling firewood, emerged from the thicket, and the fleeting shadow materialized behind him, the sword resting upon his shoulder. How swift she is! Jiang Xian marveled internally, feeling as if time itself had momentarily frozen. Was this the divine might of heaven and earth? The power of her full force strike likely surpassed his wind chase technique, though he had yet to master its complete potential. Having not yet grasped the unity of man and sword, nor the might of heaven and humanity. Observing her earlier, she appeared to be in her 20s, yet possessed such profound prowess. With her enchanting beauty and radiant eyes, she was undoubtedly not an insignificant figure. This could spell trouble. Jiang Xian understood that this would be a considerable complication, especially since chastity held paramount importance for women. He had already contemplated his response. Although he felt a pang of regret, Jiang Xian did not believe he was at fault. Awake, are you? Your poisoning is far deeper than mine. I am surprised you regained consciousness so soon, he remarked, glancing at the blanket on the ground and the garments draped over the wooden post. This woman wore nothing behind me. What have you done to me? Chen Yuanshu asked coldly. I saved you, Jiang Xian replied, stepping forward as the sword drew a faint line across his neck, a minor wound that healed within mere breaths. Approaching the fire, he set down the firewood. Is this how you treat your savior? Chen Yuanshu glared at Jiang Xian's back. She perceived that this tribesman was considerably younger than herself, likely only in his teens, not short, but rather slender. He starkly contrasted with her expectations of a man capable of possessing her. He was merely a boy, a savage youth from a tribal community. She was well-mannered, at least clear about her grievances. Jiang Xian formed a preliminary assessment of Chen Yuanshu, noting that she refrained from further attacking him as he moved away. The morning breeze swept over the stream's edge, and Chen Yuanshu felt a chill envelop her, plunging her into an awkward predicament. Standing bare and brandishing a sword towards the unfamiliar youth's back, this scene was exceedingly embarrassing for her. Should Jiang Xian turn around? She was uncertain how to react. Even dressing posed a daunting challenge. She could not calmly approach him to dress in his presence. Jiang Xian walked to the other side of the fire, picked up the blanket from the ground, and then, with a swift motion, tossed the blanket backward. Chen Yuanshu caught it and shot an indignant glare at Jiang Xian, who had retreated to sit by the wooden post, picking up her clothes without any intention of handing them to her. Give me my clothes, Chen Yuanshu demanded. Can you mend clothing? Jiang Xian turned his back and asked. Pausing momentarily before continuing, I knew it. Women from the city like you possess great talent, accustomed to ease and dedicated to cultivation. It is only natural that you lack skills in needlework, just as my mother did. Fortunately, I have learned a bit from Sister Ruoxiang and Sister Zhiyun. Do not touch my clothes. A woman's voice interjected. If I tear them, I shall mend them for you. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you say? Jiang Xian replied. Or do you wish to walk out of heightened mountain clad in torn garments? Chen Yuanju fell silent. Jiang Xian flipped Chen Yuanju's skirt and found the beast bone needle embedded in it, still attached to thread. These were his personal belongings, kept in his bundle. Each time he ventured into the mountains, he would be gone for nearly a month, so mending was a common necessity. Chen Yuanju could discern this. Before she had awakened, this young tribesman had likely been sewing her skirt, only to realize he was short on firewood and went to gather some. And it was at that moment she regained consciousness. A rustling sound ensued. Chen Yuanju wrapped herself in a blanket, cutting a strip from its edge to fashion a makeshift belt around her waist. She then boldly approached the fire, halting in front of Jiang Xian, sword in hand. Her gaze icy and penetrating. Jiang Xian, who had been focused on sewing, glanced at her and gestured towards the fire. Are you hungry? The roasted meat will be ready soon. What did you do to me? Qin Yuanju inquired again. I saved you. Jiang Xian repeated his earlier response. How did you save me? Qin Yuanju pressed on. Do you know who captured me? The demon, El Kong, I am aware, Jiang Xian replied while continuing to sew. I encountered him in the mountains before. I saw him battling a formidable serpent from a distance. After I left the cave, I intended to lure a horde of beasts, but unexpectedly encountered a crimson serpent that was pursuing El Kong. I disclosed the cave's location to it, and the great beast led El Kong away, engaging him far off. Seizing that opportunity, I carried you out of the cave, for you had already lost consciousness. You intended to draw a swarm of beasts here? Qin Yuanju expressed skepticism. What courage does a mere teenager possess to confront the demon El Kong? Believe it or not. Jiang Xian replied dismissively. And then what happened? Qin Yuanju inquired once more. Then I ran with you, running and running, until we reached this place. Jiang Xian paused momentarily. And then what? Qin Yuanju pressed further. While carrying you out of the cave, I was struck by the demon's malevolent poison. Though only a trace was inhaled, it proved difficult to dispel. Upon reaching this location, I had to set you down and plunge into the creek to regain my composure. And then, Jiang Xian glanced at Qin Yuanju before returning his focus to the skirt. You swam over and embraced me. It was your initiative. I thought I could maintain my composure for those few hours. Yet you mean to say I was the one who initiated it? Am I to blame? Qin Yuanju struggled to maintain her calm. It is not about assigning blame. Why must someone be at fault? Jiang Xian insisted, if a price must be paid. It should certainly not be you or me. It is El Kong who is the true instigator of all this. However, Jiang Xian raised his gaze towards Qin Yuanju and spoke earnestly. My father taught me that a man must be brave and accountable. My mother also instilled in me the importance of treating women with kindness, unlike the other men in our clan. Furthermore, chastity holds significant value for women. Since I have acted, I must take responsibility for my actions. Although our paths have merely crossed and we do not truly know one another, I perceive that you are a woman of reason. You understand that I saved you. I am your savior. Hence, you have never genuinely contemplated harming me. Your emotions stem from sorrow. What exactly do you wish to convey? Qin Yuanju interrupted coldly. What I intend to express is that as a man, if you find yourself in need, I shall take responsibility. Jiang Xian gazed intently at Qin Yuanju. I am willing to marry you. Chapter 45. He could never have killed the 3 brothers of the Gu family marry me? Qin Yuanju was momentarily taken aback. She had envisioned countless scenarios, pondering how this young tribal boy might apologize to her and beseech her forgiveness. She had even prepared herself to be magnanimous and let everything go. Yet, she never anticipated that this young man would utter such a proposal. Where did he find the audacity and confidence? However, the earnestness in his gaze was unmistakable and sincere. Extreme absurdity can often lead to unexpected outcomes. What initially seemed like a ridiculous farce, akin to a beggar proposing to a distressed princess, transformed, in its sheer absurdity, into a revelation for Qin Yuanju. This young tribal boy appeared remarkably innocent, perhaps even naive, viewing everything through a simplistic lens. He had likely lived a sheltered life, shielded from the tumult of the world. Perhaps the most perilous experience he had encountered was hunting in the mountains. It was not unusual for a prodigious youth from a tribe to be raised in such protective circumstances. Qin Yuanju could discern that the boy genuinely wished to take on the responsibility. This was his most heartfelt expression of remorse. It even stirred a flicker of guilt within her, for she was now 26, while this boy was likely a decade younger, evoking a sense of a young lad sacrificing himself to save her. Jiang Xian noticed the change in Qin Yuanju's demeanor and remarked, I merely wish to accept responsibility. If you require anything. Enough. Qin Yuanju interjected coldly, taking a deep breath as her gaze towards Jiang Xian gradually softened. Jiang Xian shrugged and resumed mending his garment. This is unexpected, Qin Yuanju began once she had gathered her thoughts. I will state 3 points. You may proceed. Jiang Xian replied without lifting his gaze. First, retract your earlier statement about marrying me. We are mere strangers, while you may feel that you have harmed me. You also saved my life. Therefore, you owe me nothing, and I shall not marry you over such matters. We hail from entirely different worlds, and such a union is utterly impossible. Qin Yuanju's demeanor had shifted, though her tone remained frosty. Very well, and what comes next? Jiang Xian nodded. Second, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving intervention. I possess the Feishuo City Tongtian Pavilion's 1 Jingling, which gathers the essence of heaven and earth. valued at 18,000 mid-grade yuan crystals. Take it. Our debt of gratitude is settled. Your life is indeed quite valuable, Jiang Xian chuckled softly. Third, I wish for you to forget the events of last night. Qin Yuanshu fixed her gaze on Jiang Xian. This shall remain our shared secret, one that we shall never divulge to anyone. Treat it as though nothing ever transpired. I have no desire to know your identity. Nor shall I pry into who you are. Likewise, do not attempt to uncover my identity. We must never cross paths again. At last, Jiang Xian raised his head, meeting Qin Yuanshu's eyes. A few moments of silence ensued. I understand your concerns. Jiang Xian smiled, initially concerned that you might succumb to madness and harm me. Yet, you are far more discerning than I anticipated. I understand your apprehension. You fear that this incident might tarnish your reputation, which indeed holds great significance. I concur. As she spoke, Jiang Xian severed the line, rising to shake out her dress. Once prepared, she tossed the garment to Qin Yuanshu and turned the roasted meat skewered over the fire. Subsequently, she remarked, I shall gather some firewood. Do not worry. I have already observed you closely. Watching Jiang Xian stride into the woods, Qin Yuanshu found herself momentarily perplexed. What did she mean by having already observed? Although the statement was rather blunt, it alleviated her suspicions. Once Jiang Xian's footsteps faded into the distance, Qin Yuanshu unwound the blanket enveloping her and began to dress, starting with the undergarment that had dried on the wooden post. Moments later, Jiang Xian returned to the bank of the stream, arms laden with firewood. Qin Yuanshu, now properly attired, remarked as Jiang Xian approached, your sewing skills are commendable. Indeed, Jiang Xian's talent in mending clothes was remarkable. Upon closer inspection, one could scarcely discern the previous tear in Qin Yuanshu's dress. Let us eat. Jiang Xian gestured towards the fire. No, thank you, Qin Yuanshu replied. Her gaze complex as she regarded Jiang Xian. After today, we shall not meet again. With that, she vanished like a wisp of wind. Jiang Xian sensed Qin Yuanshu's presence swiftly receding, embodying the fleeting nature of those who merely pass through one's life, as the elder Qi Shi had once mentioned. A wave of introspection washed over Jiang Xian, awakening a profound sense of experience within him. After finishing the roasted meat, he mused that he had 2 days to return to his tribe in time, and perhaps even search for treasure along the way. Jiang Xian set forth once more. He should have inquired about his name and tribe. Should he later seek vengeance upon me, I would know where to pursue him. One ought not to place such trust in tribal folk, who were often steeped in barbaric and bloodthirsty traditions. Should I return now to seek clarity from him? Meanwhile, Qin Yuanshu darted through the forest, chastising herself for her thoughts. He is merely a youth. I have heard that tribal women are quite promiscuous. When he comes of age, he will not lack for women and will soon forget me. Curse be it, why can't I recall the events of last night? Lost in her tumultuous thoughts, Qin Yuanshu made her way toward the outskirts of Blackpool Mountain. Unbeknownst to her, a day had passed. As night enveloped the land, Qin Yuanshu sat cross-legged beside the fire. I did not bring anyone to meet Yuan Zhou at the designated location. He will undoubtedly seek me out, and it is only natural that he searches the site of our ambush. Yet, I wonder if they will discern that it was El Kong who abducted me, Yuan Zhou, and the others must be frantic. I must return swiftly. Having journeyed tirelessly throughout the day, Qin Yuanshu focused her energy to restore her innate strength. 2 hours later, in the deep of night, she resolved to take a brief half-hour nap before setting off. Her consciousness swiftly sank into tranquility. Suddenly, a cacophony of disjointed images flooded her mind, entwined arms, the warmth emanating from bodies, the tumultuous stream, heavy breaths, and swaying movements. The scene grew increasingly vivid, yet increasingly unbearable. Qin Yuanshu abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze wide with astonishment as she recalled fragments of the past. What have I done? The thought echoed in her mind. Instinctively, she cradled her face in her hands, on the verge of collapse. Her cheeks flushed, overwhelmed by the memories of her own audacity, which bordered on desperation. This realization filled her with dread. She longed to inquire of the young man from the tribe whether he had been fully aware by the stream last night, fearing that he might remember everything, an utterly mortifying prospect. Reflecting on the morning, she recalled how calmly he had treated her, devoid of any teasing or intrusive glances, his demeanor entirely respectful. This elicited a flicker of gratitude within her. It's all right. It's all right. We shall never meet again. This chapter is closed. No one knows what transpired after I was abducted by El Kong. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Qin Yuanshu closed her eyes, taking deep breaths repeatedly. Yet soon, her face flushed anew as she opened her eyes, blinking rapidly, her thoughts drifting back into recollection. She bit her lip. her cheeks aflame as the memories washed over her. On the morning of the 6th day of the 3rd month, at the Blackpool Mountains Wuyun Gorge, the roar of the waterfall echoed around her. After splashing her face beneath the cascade, she resumed her journey, shadows flitting through the forest. Suddenly, Chen Yuanshu appeared on a branch 2 zhang high, observing the simple markings etched into the nearby tree. She reached out to touch them, the insignia of the Chen family. Chen Yuanshu felt a surge of joy. Following the direction indicated by the mark, she soon discovered another identical insignia on a tree 100 zhang away. Half an hour later, 2 innate guards of the Chen family sensed an approaching presence and leaped back, drawing their weapons with vigilance. "It's me." Chen Yuanshu's figure coalesced before them. "Miss Yuanshu," they exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up with astonishment and excitement, nearly brought to tears. Their elation stemmed not from a deep bond with her, but rather from the promise of a substantial reward from Chen Yuanzhou for the first to locate her. Moreover, if she were to perish in Blackpool Mountain, those guards who had set out with her from Feishua City would face execution upon their return. In the afternoon, at Sunset Valley in Blackpool Mountain, the area was already on the outskirts of the mountain. At the black armored guard camp, within the tent, Xia Hanjie cautioned Yuanzhou, "Do not act impulsively. Your retreat to the camp is for your own good. You have witnessed the gruesome fates of the guards by your sister's side. Such power and ferocity indicate that she has undoubtedly encountered El Kong. Yet, El Kong may not wish to kill her. He might demand a ransom from the Chen family." Chen Yuanzhou retorted, "Then why do you not go? What purpose do you serve by remaining here?" Xia Hanjie narrowed his eyes slightly. Chen Yuanzhou's gaze faltered momentarily before he lowered his head. "I apologize, my lord. I have been disrespectful. I can comprehend your sentiments. My presence here serves not only as a substitute for Lord Lei Hong's authority, but also as a means of safeguarding you. The Chen family cannot afford to lose 2 extraordinary talents. This aligns with Lord Lei Hong's intentions as well as my own." Xia Hanjie gently patted Chen Yuanzhou's shoulder, instilling courage within him. "Even if I am unable to become your brother-in-law, we may still regard each other as brothers. I cannot allow you to act recklessly and put yourself in danger. Young Master Yuanzhou, Miss Yuanzhou has returned." An excited voice called out from outside the tent, rapidly approaching. Within the span of merely half an hour, Lei Hong, alerted by the compass, hurried back to the camp, where he found the unscathed and lively Chen Yuanzhou, along with Chen Yuanzhou and Xia Hanjie. "Did you encounter Lu Kong?" Lei Hong inquired upon seeing her unharmed. "Yes, my lord," Chen Yuanzhou replied, rising from her seat. "How did you manage to escape from him?" Lei Hong pressed further. "A crimson calamity serpent was pursuing Lu Kong. After he abducted me, the serpent caught up with him, forcing Lu Kong to abandon me. Initially, he had administered a sealing elixir to me, making escape difficult. But he became embroiled in a battle with the serpent and has yet to return after several hours." Chen Yuanzhou articulated fluently. Before Lei Hong's arrival, she had shared this account with her brother Chen Yuanzhou and Xia Hanjie. "Once the effects of the elixir waned, I made my departure from that place. The Crimson Serpent. Splendid. Truly splendid." Lei Hong nodded fervently. "As long as the serpent continues its pursuit of Lu Kong, tracking a massive calamity beast across the expanse of the Wanjin Blackpool Mountain is far more feasible than pursuing a mere individual." Half an hour later, Lei Hong, Xia Hanjie, Chen Yuanzhou, along with all the Chen family guards in the camp, set forth towards the outskirts of Blackpool Mountain. Some Chen family guards, who were absent from the camp and unaware of the developments, would be informed by the black armored guards. "Have we managed to find any trace of the Gu brothers in recent days?" Chen Yuanzhou inquired. "None." Chen Yuanzhou shook his head. "With Lord Lei Hong's 300 black armored guards, my own 20 or so guards, and the thousands of tribesmen under the Jiang clan's jurisdiction, we have been searching as diligently as possible. According to Lord Xie, even Lord Lei Hong has employed certain secret techniques to track the Gu brothers, yet to no avail. Lord Lei Hong is indeed eager to rescue clan leader Jiang. Clan leader Zhang's assistance in locating the Gu brothers has been compromised, impacting the life and death battle. So Lord Lei Hong naturally desires to remedy the situation," Chen Yuanzhou added. "Is it possible that Jiang Xian has killed the Gu brothers, given that even Lord Lei Hong cannot locate them?" Chen Yuanzhou suddenly proposed a possibility. He could never have slain the Gu brothers. Chen Yuanzhou shook her head. "The Gu brothers, when united, would pose a challenge even for you. Yuanzhou, do you truly believe Jiang Xian is stronger than you?" "Indeed. Jiang Xian pales in comparison to my prowess. What a pity," Chen Yuanzhou sighed. "I had hoped to experience the ninth stance of the wind-chasing blade." Yet it seems that opportunity has slipped away. Tomorrow marks the 7th day, does it not? Qin Yuanzhu turned to her brother and inquired. Yes, it is the 7th day. The life and death battle commences tomorrow morning. Qin Yuanzhou remarked that in the past millennium, the tribes consumed by the Blackpool Mountain were predominantly smaller clans, while the 10 major tribes have remained unchanged. Tomorrow morning, we shall witness history. Indeed, this journey to Blackpool Mountain will not have been in vain. Qin Yuanzhu responded with a nasal tone, stating that they would first return to the Jiang clan's earthen city. And when the other guards returned from the mountain by noon tomorrow, they would depart together. That night, Lei Hong and the others returned to the Jiang clan's earthen city. The news of the failure to locate the Gu brothers and Jiang Xian swiftly spread throughout the Jiang clan. On the morning of the 7th day of March, at the martial arts arena of the Jiang clan's earthen city, it was confirmed that Jiang Xian had indeed gone missing. Haha. It is said that he encountered the Gu brothers in Blackpool Mountain. Heaven favors our Shinto clan. On one side of the arena, dozens of Shinto clan warriors, shedding the burdens of the past 6 months, were filled with exhilaration, pointing and gesturing mockingly towards the Jiang clan's team, some even making gestures of slitting throats. Only Shinto Yu remained composed. After the demise of Shinto Lai, Shinto Yu's life within the clan had deteriorated significantly. Without her father's protection, she struggled to find her place as a girl in the tribe. Some clan members began to regard her with disdain, blaming her father for initiating the life and death battle, and consequently directing their resentment towards her. She faced public humiliation, and on one occasion, a drunken clan member invaded her room with ill intentions. Fortunately, Uncle Yin arrived just in time to deal with the intruder. Though she had powerful elders looking after her, they too were wary of the sentiments of other clan members, ensuring her safety but providing little beyond that. She endured alienation, insults, the worst food, the dirtiest tasks, and even had her face slapped by older women in the clan. Shinto Yu silently bore it all. She believed such a life would persist until the men of the Shinto clan were extinct and they were swallowed by the Jiang clan. Sometimes, she even wished for that day to arrive sooner. Little did she expect that Jiang Xian would meet an untimely end in Blackpool Mountain. Victory still belonged to the Shinto clan. Shinto Yu knew she ought to feel joyous. Her father's murderer was dead, and her clan was poised to win. Yet, she did not experience the euphoric elation one might anticipate. Uncle Yin, after we win, can we refrain from revelry? Shinto Yu inquired. Uncle Yin turned to her, paused, and slowly shook his head, replying, This is our tradition. Our warriors deserve their rewards. No wonder the townsfolk deem us barbaric. Shinto Yu replied with a self-deprecating smile. On the opposite side of the arena, the Jiang clan's team wore expressions of despair, especially those who had returned in recent months, their faces etched with regret. Last night, someone had fled again, leaving fewer than 10 men available for battle today. With a leap, Shinto Yin ascended the high platform. As the vice chief of the Shinto clan, he would not normally engage unless it was the final moment. However, with Jiang Xian's death, his entry onto the stage would not signify demise, but rather a harvest. Today, he would eliminate every man of the Jiang clan on this platform. Who from the Jiang clan will fight? Lei Hong called from the high platform. In Jiang's faction, the few men exchanged glances, revealing their persistent lack of courage to engage in a life-and-death struggle in the arena. Cowards. Ha. The Jiang tribe is comprised entirely of cowards. From the Shinto tribe came a thunderous chorus of derisive laughter. Shut your foul mouths. The figure of the remnant shadow darted into the training ground, shimmering as it materialized upon the stage. The venue fell into a momentary silence, quickly followed by a cacophony of astonished voices, as all eyes turned towards that silhouette. Chapter 46. Chief Jiang. It is an honor to meet you. Jiang Xian hurried back to the tribe, glancing at the sky, perfectly timed. In truth, even if he had returned in the afternoon, he would still have made it. The warriors who had come back to the tribe over the past 6 months could at least participate in a few rounds, though such sacrifices were unnecessary. You. Shinto Yin gazed in disbelief at the figure that had unexpectedly appeared on the stage, a flicker of fear passing through his eyes. He had come to reap the rewards, and it was not his place to ascend the arena. Yet here he was, and Jiang Xian had returned. Jiang Xian was still alive. Observing his travel-worn appearance, it was evident he had just come down from the mountains. How could he have escaped from the hands of the Gu brothers? It seemed impossible. The combined might of the Gu brothers ranked among the top 10 innate masters in Flying Snow City, and they would likely have no rivals in the innate realm if it came to life and death battles. Numerous spectators from outside had gathered on one side of the arena. including many knowledgeable innate guards from the Qin family, who understood all too well the horror of surviving against the Go brothers. As they discussed, others in attendance began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Some even noticed the unusual expression on Lei Hong's face, clearly astonished that Jiang Xian had returned alive. Shintian, before I slay Shintalai, you have always led the charge into deadly battles. I hear you are now the vice chief of the Shinto clan. How do you wish to meet your end? Jiang Xian fixed his gaze on Shintian as he began to unburden himself of his travel gear, various bundles and weapons, all interconnected by ropes. The Shinto clan had once boasted 3 individuals who grasped the power of heaven and man. Among them, Shintalai was now deceased. And the current chief, Shintalong, was Shintalai's paternal uncle and had formerly held the position of chief. Due to his old age, he had retired. But with Shintalai gone, he had no choice but to return. Alas, he had grown frail. Jiang Xian casually tossed his gear toward the Jiang clan's ranks, his eyes fixed on Shintian. So, you are now the strongest within the Shinto clan, are you? Shintian remained expressionless and silent. After more than half a year of being killed by Jiang Xian, the Shinto clan had long ceased to boast of their heroism before their demise. My lord. Jiang Xian turned his gaze to the high platform. Let us begin. Lei Hong nodded in agreement. In a courtyard not far south of the tribe's earthen city and training grounds. Yuan Shu, this sword calamity book will greatly benefit your cultivation. You are aware that treasures like the Calamity Book are often elusive, available only through fortune, and typically priceless. I was fortunate to have a friend in Flying Snow City who managed to intercept it before the auction. Xia Hanjia held out a palm-sized array disc to Qin Yuan Shu. I intended to give this to you that day. But the incident at Blackpool Mountain was so sudden that everyone had to leave in haste. This is my sincere intention. You must accept it. Qin Yuan Shu glanced at the item in Xia Hanjia's hand but did not take it. However, Qin Yuan Zhou, standing nearby, was visibly intrigued. Master Xia, we are not related. Such a precious gift is too much for me to accept, Qin Yuan Shu replied coldly, then turned away to practice her sword techniques beneath a tree. Xia Hanjia awkwardly put his offering away, a flicker of malice crossing his gaze. Then I shall not intrude any further. With that, he departed. Once he had completely left, Sister, why aren't you accepting it? Qin Yuan Zhou approached Qin Yuan Zhu, exclaiming, that is a sword tribulation book. A cultivator in the tribulation realm can forge only one throughout their lifetime, encapsulating all their insights from their journey of cultivation. In the past decade, our Qin family has only obtained one such book, which I have already utilized. Had that book been given to you, you would have entered the tribulation realm at least 3 years earlier, and by now, you would undoubtedly have already achieved that status. Such a precious item. And yet Lord Xie is willing to part with it. It is precisely because it is so valuable that I cannot accept it, Qin Yuanzhu retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. But Lord Xie, he feels. Qin Yuano hesitated. Are you genuinely unaware of Xie Hanjia's intentions? Or are you merely pretending not to know? Qin Yuanzhu fixed her gaze on her brother, questioning him. Qin Yuano hesitated further, but under the pressure of his sister's scrutiny. He finally spoke. I know that Xie Hanjia's master, Lord Zhou Kong, is nearing the end of his tenure in Feishua City. Once Lord Zhou departs, Xie Hanjia will lose his backing. Although his status may not diminish significantly, he will still be the youngest inspector in Feishua City with boundless prospects. His connections, influence, and even cultivation resources will certainly be far less than before. Thus, he seeks to marry into the Qin family as a son-in-law. He would not be looked down upon and would be treated as a biological son. Plus, he would gain you as an elder sister. Qin Yuanzhou's voice dwindled. He is the most talented individual of the Qin family, perhaps even the most gifted in all of Feishua City. He possesses a fair amount of intellect and is fully aware of the circumstances. Since you are aware, sister, although Xie Hanjia has ulterior motives, it does not mean he is insincere towards you. He has harbored feelings for you for quite some time. He expressed his intentions a decade ago. Qin Yuano steeled himself to speak. Our family is determined to find you a suitor, and there is no better choice than Xie Hanjia. This arrangement is mutually beneficial. For both our Qin family and for Xie Hanjia, it is a win-win situation. Family, Xie Hanjia, a win-win? Qin Yuanzhu looked at her brother. What about me? Am I not part of this equation? That is not what I meant, sister. Realizing he had misspoken, Qin Yuan quickly clarified. The elders instructed me to persuade you. They tasked me with this mission. What I said earlier was not from my heart. Please do not take it to heart. He decisively threw the elders under the bus, not wishing for his sister to misinterpret his stance. Sister, I will support you in whatever you choose to do. You are my biological sister. Just disregard my previous comments as mere nonsense. Please don't be angry. Support me in whatever I do. Qin Yuanzhu retorted. Yes, I will support you in everything. Just give me the word. If you want me to bite Xia Hanjie, I will do it. I will bite him to death. Qin Yuanzhu swore, raising 2 fingers in a solemn vow. At least you have a conscience. Qin Yuanzhu seemed to relent, casting her brother a glance of exasperation. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the entrance. Young Master Yuanzhou, Miss Yuanzhu. A tall, slender innate guard hurriedly entered. Has the first battle concluded? Qin Yuanzhou inquired directly, explaining that neither he nor Qin Yuanzhu had attended the martial arts arena to observe the battles, deeming the first contest trivial, given their level of expertise and insight. The primal life and death struggles of the tribes appeared crude and inelegant. Even if the erstwhile champion of Heighten Mountain, Jiang Hanfeng, were still alive, his prowess would pale in comparison to that of Qin Yuanzhou, rendering the event devoid of any significant observational value. The siblings had already conferred, deciding to witness only the climactic final battle in the afternoon, for it was not the brutality of the conflict that mattered, but rather the momentous witnessing of a great tribe's annexation. The tall, slender innate guardian nodded affirmatively, reporting that Jiang Xian had returned, having dispatched Shin Tiyan within mere breaths, utterly without the means to retaliate. Jiang Xian? He is still alive? The brother and sister exchanged startled glances, realizing they had missed an extraordinary spectacle, and in a flash, vanished like shadows. Upon their arrival at the martial arts arena, the atmosphere around the Shinta tribe was one of profound silence, as someone ascended the platform to solemnly retrieve Shin Tiyan's remains. On the side of the external spectators, astonished murmurs filled the air. Master Yuanzhou, Miss Yuanzhu. Over a dozen innate guardians from the Qin family noticed the siblings' arrival, parting to create space and gathering around them to elucidate the recent events. The wind-chasing technique is indeed as formidable as its reputation. Shin Tiyan had comprehended the essence of the celestial human synergy, yet even he could not endure 3 breaths. His cultivation has reached the late innate stage, displaying a terrifying rate of progression. He is a prodigious talent worthy of the Starry Pavilion. Listening to the accolades directed at Jiang Xian, Qin Yuanzhou felt a surge of excitement, his eyes alight with anticipation. His purpose in visiting the Jiang clan was to challenge Jiang Xian's wind-chasing technique. The stronger Jiang Xian became, and the greater his renown, the more advantageous it would be for Qin Yuanzhou, as his victory over Jiang Xian would carry immense significance. The siblings turned their gaze towards the Jiang clan S formation, where a throng surrounded a singular figure, resonating with cheers. The tribe's women were exuberantly spirited, and amidst the laughter, one could hear playful exclamations of, "Chief, I want to bear your children." Though it was jest, the affection and admiration the tribespeople held for their chief were unmistakable. "Let us approach," Qin Yuanzhou declared, unfurling his folding fan and guiding his companions around the arena toward the Jiang clan. Upon noticing their approach, the outer circle of Jiang clan members instinctively parted. "Chief Jiang, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am Qin Yuanzhou from Feishiwei City, here to pay my respects," came a voice tinged with pride. Turning from a conversation with Grandma Jinhua, Jiang Xian looked back to see a group of robust innate practitioners surrounding a man and woman of distinguished bearing. The foremost family of Feishiwei City, the Qin family, has arrived. Qin Yuanzhou and his sister Qin Yuanzhu. They have been residing in the Earth City since last month. During the days of your absence, they even searched for the Go brothers in the mountains and only returned last night. I have learned that they are both unparalleled geniuses of Feishiwei City. Qin Yuanzhou has come to challenge you to the 9th form of your wind-chasing blade. As Jiang Xian turned to regard their approach, Jiang Ziyun whispered to him. Jiang Xian listened attentively, maintaining a composed demeanor as he observed. No one noticed the peculiar emotion that flickered in his eyes. "Qin Yuanzhu, hadn't we agreed to part ways? It seems we truly share a connection. Perhaps I should feign ignorance of her presence." Jiang Xian mused silently, exerting effort to avoid glancing at Qin Yuanzhu, directing his focus instead on Qin Yuanzhou. Qin Yuanzhou performed a slight bow, embodying the demeanor of a cultured gentleman. "Young Master Qin, a pleasure to meet you." Jiang Xian returned the gesture. Seeing is believing. The Jiang clan leader is far more refined than I had anticipated. Qin Yuanzhou intended to exchange pleasantries, but was abruptly interrupted by a furious rebuke. "What did you say? Who is refined? Are you insulting someone?" Hundreds of Jiang clan members were incensed. In such a tribal setting, describing a man with the word refined was utterly unacceptable, particularly when referring to the clan leader. The reaction of the Jiang clan caused the Qin family's guards to instinctively grip their weapons. Qin Yuanzhou quickly raised his hand in an attempt to pacify the situation, explaining, what I meant was, the Jiang clan leader is a dashing young man, praising his handsomeness. In Qin Yuanzhou's mind, men of the tribe were typically rugged, with 15-year-olds appearing as if they were 25, exuding a rather coarse demeanor. I comprehend your intention, Jiang Xian signaled to those around him to calm down. Clan leader Jiang, I have heard that you were pursued by the three brothers of the Gu family in Haitan Mountain. Qin Yuanzhou continued, to be frank. Our Chen family holds a deep-seated grudge against the Gu brothers. Upon learning of their whereabouts, we ventured into the mountains to search, yet found nothing. Chapter 47. The shock of the iceberg beauty. Qin Yuanzhou gazed in disbelief at the youth who was exchanging pleasantries with her brother. It was Jiang Xian. How could it possibly be him? Qin Yuanzhou had never imagined that the tribal boy hunter she encountered in the mountains would turn out to be the renowned Jiang Xian. It was not that she could not conceive of it. Rather, her thoughts had never ventured in that direction. From the moment she set foot in Haitan Mountain, she had been convinced that Jiang Xian had been slain by the Gu brothers. Lord Lei Hong had failed to rescue him in time. Thus, he could not possibly still be alive. They had vowed never to meet again, yet here they were by such a coincidence. If he insisted on entangling himself, then what would she do? Qin Yuanzhou felt both astonished and a weight in her heart. The matters of a woman's honor are as paramount as the heavens. Do not look at me. Do not look at me. Qin Yuanzhou silently prayed, deeply concerned that Jiang Xian might cast upon her a look that would reveal something amiss. Contrary to her expectations, during his conversation with Qin Yuanzhou, Jiang Xian did not even glance her way, as though she were a mere figment of imagination. This brought her a measure of relief, yet also stirred within her a peculiar sensation. Having been the center of attention since childhood, Qin Yuanzhou had felt the peculiar gazes of young suitors since her teenage years. As a paragon of beauty, she was accustomed to declarations of love, to being pursued, to rejection, and to being observed. Therefore, when the only man who had ever claimed her truly honored their agreement and feigned ignorance of her presence, not even sparing her a second glance, her heart felt inexplicably hollow. It was not merely disappointment, it was an emotion that screamed, "How could you treat me this way?" She had never been subjected to such treatment. He was aware of her identity, cognizant that she was the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Qin family, the foremost among the four great families of Feishua City, while he was merely a tribal chieftain. The disparity in their statuses was immense. He understood that he was unworthy of her and dared not provoke the Qin family's ire, hence his restraint. Qin Yuanzhou could not fathom why she harbored such malicious thoughts toward Jiang Xian. Her mind was in turmoil. On the high platform, Xia Hanjie and Lei Hong had engaged in conversation for a while. Incredible. To escape from the clutches of the Gu brothers, the tribes must possess some extraordinary techniques. The Jiang clan has produced prodigies like Jiang Zhengwu throughout its history. As the chieftain, Jiang Xian would undoubtedly have access to the clan's esoteric secrets. He must be proficient in some form of evasion technique. Xia Hanjie observed Jiang Xian's group, noting that his aura was not entirely discernible. The method of concealing one's presence was likely an extraordinary skill. Indeed, Jiang Xian had mastered a form of stealth technique, Lei Hong remarked indifferently. According to my subordinate from the Black Armored Guards, Jiang Xian, upon entering Haitan Mountain, was far slower than they were. Yet, in the past 2 months, he has moved with the swiftness akin to that of a perfected innate being, not treading the conventional path. Xia Hanjie shook his head, redirecting his focus to the mastery of concealing one's aura and the evasion techniques. Even if he were an exceptional swordsman, he would inevitably have neglected other areas. This was the most critical period for cultivation. If he had 10 parts of strength, he must not exert less than 9. At the very least, he is still alive. The tribal territories are perpetually engulfed in warfare, with the treacherous Black Pool Mountain teeming with ferocious beasts. Possessing a life-preserving skill will undoubtedly pave the way for a longer journey ahead, Lei Hong remarked. Xia Hanjie cast a surprised glance at Lei Hong. He sensed that Lei Hong harbored a genuine admiration for Jiang Xian's talents. It would be understandable if such talents emerged from more civilized regions. But in the tribal domain, a savage land, such brilliance often merely masked a lack of moral upbringing and a volatile temperament. Your words ring true. In tribal lands, the ability to escape is indeed paramount, Xia Hanjie replied, observing the cordial exchange between Qin Yuanzhou and Jiang Xian. Xia Hanjie suddenly noticed that Qin Yuanzhou was regarding Jiang Xian with an oddly peculiar gaze. It was more than mere perception. This caused Xia Hanjie to furrow his brow, only to release his tension shortly thereafter. Had it not been for Qin Yuanzhou's challenge to Jiang Xian's wind-chasing style, The siblings would not have ventured to Blackpool Mountain, and Qin Yuanzhu would not have faced peril there. She likely harbored some resentment. Burdened with the demeanor of a demigod, her pride was already lofty, rendering her dismissive even towards me, let alone the tribal folk, whom she likely considered no better than livestock. A glimmer of desire flickered in Xie Hanjia's eyes as he regarded Qin Yuanzhu. He was fond of her audacity, her disregard for others. The three brothers from the Gu family were indeed cunning, yet I lament the absence of my uncle Yin-Yang. Qin Yuanzhu launched into a scathing critique of the Gu brothers, seemingly in sympathy for Jiang Xin's plight. Before finally posing the crucial question, might I inquire how the Jiang clan leader managed to escape the clutches of the Gu brothers? With this inquiry, the atmosphere grew notably quieter. The innate guards of the Qin family exchanged curious, speculative glances towards Jiang Xin. Qin Yuanzhu's eyes flickered with intrigue, her curiosity piqued. I did not escape, Jiang Xin replied, gesturing subtly to the side, signaling for something. A tribesman, assisting Jiang Xin with his bundle, promptly handed it over. Jiang Xin unraveled a large package stained with dried blood. Did not escape? What does that mean? The guards of the Qin family murmured softly, unable to comprehend the significance of his words. With a swift motion, Jiang Xin flung the package open and emptied its contents onto the ground. 3 severed heads rolling onto the earth. The women of the Jiang clan were unfazed, while the guards of the Qin family grimaced in discomfort. While killing is a common occurrence on the path of cultivation, few would go so far as to carry the severed heads of their adversaries. It was excessively brutal and sanguinary. I killed them, Jiang Xin declared. Ah? Qin Yuanzhu was taken aback. Who? You killed whom? The 3 brothers of the Gu family. Jiang Xin replied, casting Qin Yuanzhu a look that questioned his memory. Was his statement not coherent enough? I did not escape. I killed the Gu brothers. You killed the Gu brothers? Qin Yuanzhu repeated, his voice rising as if he had stepped on a tail. Indeed. Jiang Xin was momentarily taken aback by Qin Yuanzhu's sharp tone. The training ground fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Upon the high platform, Lei Hong was about to depart with Xie Hanjia when Qin Yuanzhu's voice echoed, causing both to halt abruptly and turn back. Their keen eyesight allowed them to discern the gruesome sight of severed heads on the ground. Jiang Xin, observing Qin Yuanzhu's expression, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Do you not recognize the Gu brothers? Jiang Xin inquired, casually kicking one of the heads. I have only seen their portraits. Qin Yuanzhu responded uncertainly, bending down to grasp a head by its hair and lifting it closer for examination. This one appeared to resemble the 3rd brother of the Gu family. The 3 severed heads looked remarkably lifelike, devoid of any signs of decay. Naturally, the bodies of those with innate abilities do not decompose. Rather, they gradually lose moisture over time, transforming into mummies, a process that spans a considerable duration. These heads seemed as fresh as if they had just been severed. Qin Yuanzhu hesitated to assert with certainty, recalling that the official portraits of the Gu brothers had been commissioned 6 years prior, thus unlikely to be entirely identical. The weapons of the Gu brothers are here as well, Jiang Xin indicated towards the 3 blades hanging from their bags. However, you may only observe them, as they are my trophies. Young master, I have indeed seen the Gu brothers before. A tall Qin family guard stepped forward. Just as he began to speak, Lei Hong appeared beside him out of thin air. It is indeed the Gu brothers, Lei Hong affirmed, then addressed Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin, follow me. Yes, my lord. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Qin Yuanzhu gazed in disbelief at Jiang Xin's retreating figure. Lei Hong's words equated to the government's judgment and endorsement. There was no way Lei Hong could be mistaken. Had Jiang Xin truly slain the Gu brothers? By what means? How could he possess such strength? It was inconceivable. Yet, the severed heads lay before them. That morning, amidst his pile of belongings by the wooden post, there had indeed been that bag. Qin Yuanzhu recalled waking up to that scene, instinctively believing the bag contained some game. Had he first slain the Gu brothers and then rescued me? If he truly possessed that kind of power, Qin Yuanzhu felt inexplicably that Jiang Xin's figure had grown immensely in her eyes. In the refined courtyard, the 3 severed heads were placed upon a stone table, while the black armored guards prepared a wooden box to transport them. As the heads of notorious criminals would naturally be claimed by the authorities, Lei Hong, Xie Hanjia, Qin Yuanzhu, and Qin Yuanzhu all observed Jiang Xin intently. After luring the brothers near the Beast clan, Jiang Xin succinctly recounted the events to Lei Hong. I utilized my trump card technique to slay the Gu brothers. Trump card technique? Lei Hong inquired, studying Jiang Xin. What is that? This. Jiang Xin elongated his response, then said, My lord, It is not something easily disclosed. The so-called trump card is a secret technique that can turn the tide at critical moments. It should not be revealed lightly, and the fewer people who know about it, the better, to prevent it from being deciphered or preemptively guarded against. Jiang Xian understands this principle, and he is confident that Lei Hong comprehends it as well. He would never demonstrate his infinite pursuit technique to Lei Hong, as it would inevitably lead to inquiries about the source of his abundant innate power. Xia Hanji observed Jiang with a furrowed brow. He had never encountered a tribesman bold enough to defy the inspector's queries. How audacious! To refuse to answer outright. However, Lei Hong remained unfazed. The heads of the Gu family brothers were brought back by you, and regardless of what transpired in between, the bounty belongs to you. Conveniently, the Qin siblings are also present. You can negotiate the matter of the 100,000 mid-grade essence crystals with them. The remaining bounty will be delivered by a courier from Feishuo City in due time. Qin Yuanzhu and Qin Yuanshu were still reeling from the shock of Jiang Xian's defeat of the Gu family brothers, their emotions in turmoil for quite some time. Yet, the exchange between Jiang Xian and Lei Hong caused a subtle shift in Qin Yuanzhu's expression. Rest assured, Chief Jiang, having slain the Gu family brothers, your bounty will be substantial. I will arrange for someone to return to the family and convey the news. The 100,000 mid-grade essence crystals will soon be sent from Feishuo City, Qin Yuanzhu assured Jiang Xian. Excellent. How refreshing. Jiang Xian nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Once the 2 batches of essence crystals arrive at the Jiang clan's territory, he would no longer need to venture into the mountains and could focus on his cultivation and seclusion. Zhang Xiao and his companions estimated that Jiang Xian would require 2 years to achieve innate perfection. But Jiang Xian himself believed it would only take a little over a year, as his innate talent continued to grow. Subsequently, comprehending the unity of man and sword, as well as the might of heaven and man, would not pose a challenge. The true obstacle lies in understanding the divine power of heaven and earth. By the way, Chief Jiang, Qin Yuanzhu resumed, the primary reason for my visit to Heighten Mountain was to seek your guidance. The 9 styles of pursuit wind are renowned in Feishuo City. I initially thought that was your strongest technique, but I did not anticipate that you possess a trump card as well. Chief Jiang, shall we find a time to spar? He formally extended a challenge to Jiang Xian. Qin Yuanshu's expression shifted slightly as she glanced at her brother, then looked towards Jiang Xian. Chapter 48. Challenge accepted. A life or death duel? Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow. You challenge me? Indeed. A duel. I challenge you. Qin Yuanzhu's tone became haughty, deliberately provocative. Jiang clan leader, you wouldn't dare, would you? This was a tactic he had honed over the years. Provocation was essential. There was no fear in Jiang Xian. He frowned slightly, disliking Qin Yuanzhu's attitude. However, I have 2 conditions. Speak. Qin Yuanzhu responded immediately. First, it must be at least 3 days from now. I cannot afford any mistakes in this life and death battle. Jiang Xian stated. Of course, 3 days is acceptable. Qin Yuanzhu replied. Second, Jiang Xian regarded him. You are to invite an elder from your family who holds authority to Blackpool Mountain, and we will have Lord Lei Hong serve as a witness. The 4 of us, myself, you, your elder, and Lord Lei Hong shall sign the life and death agreement. We may spar, but the stakes must be clear. As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, even Lei Hong's expression shifted slightly. Qin Yuanzhu's sister, Qin Yuanzhu, narrowed her eyes at Jiang Xian. What do you mean? You intend to kill my brother? You wish to engage in a life or death battle? Qin Yuanzhu's gaze sharpened. Do you believe you can kill me? It is merely a spar, Jiang Xian replied, but I must clarify. My cultivation is only at the peak of the innate stage. Even my wind chase technique cannot be unleashed to its fullest potential, and I am yet to fully master my ultimate skills. There is a possibility that I may not be able to control my strength at a critical moment. Thus, your mere agreement is insufficient. Your family must have an elder present to endorse your signing of the life agreement to avoid future complications. In the realm of Blackpool Mountain, a man must never exhibit any sign of timidity, especially one in a leadership position. Therefore, Jiang Xian could not refuse Qin Yuanzhu's challenge. Yet he had to consider the ramifications should Qin Yuanzhu perish. Would the Qin family seek vengeance against his clan? That was why he insisted on having a legally witnessed life and death agreement. However, Qin Yuanzhu interpreted Jiang Xian's words differently. Are you saying you fear you might accidentally kill me? Qin Yuanzhu enunciated each word, his expression darkening. The implication was audacious. Yes, that is precisely the implication, Jiang Xian affirmed. How utterly arrogant! Qin Yuanzhu exclaimed, his laughter tinged with incredulity. Very well. It is settled then. I shall dispatch someone to Feishua City to summon an elder who can represent me. On Jiang Xian's second ascent to the arena, the Chen siblings did not attend to watch the battle. The Shinta clan merely sent a single member of the acquired stage to meet their demise, deeming it unnecessary to observe. Back in their residence, Qin Yuanzhou addressed her brother. Yuanzhou, Jiang Xian has killed the Gu brothers. Are you truly willing to fight him? Older sister. Qin Yuanzhou replied, adopting a knowing tone. Do not pretend you haven't noticed. That fellow is merely posturing. There must be something amiss regarding his slaying of the Gu brothers. What have you disowned? Qin Yuanzhou inquired, maintaining her composure. It is inconceivable that he possesses the strength to slay the 3 brothers of the Gu family, yet he returned with their severed heads and weaponry. Initially, I found it perplexing, but upon his refusal to disclose his hidden techniques to Lord Lei Hong, the truth became apparent. What truth, you may ask? The realization dawned that he does not possess any superior secret techniques. Qin Yuanzhou speculated, perhaps the 3 brothers of the Gu family encountered an unforeseen mishap while pursuing him, such as disturbing a formidable beast. Even their master, Lu Kong, could fall victim to the pursuit of a crimson serpent, let alone the 3 brothers who were merely at the innate stage. There are countless beasts in Blackpool Mountain capable of gravely wounding or even slaying them. Are you suggesting that the 3 brothers of the Gu family might have been severely injured by a beast before Jiang Xian took advantage of the situation? Qin Yuanzhou inquired. This is the only plausible explanation. Qin Yuanzhou continued, of course, I do not intend to tarnish his reputation without reason. His unwillingness to reveal the exact technique he used to kill the Gu brothers is one aspect. Furthermore, he himself mentioned that he lured the Gu brothers to a vicinity populated by beasts before striking. Additionally, his claim of fearing to accidentally kill me seems merely a fade. He is well aware of the clan's regulations, knowing that our family would never dispatch an elder to compel me to sign a life and death agreement. Hence he concocted such a feeble excuse, which not only portrays him as formidable and inscrutable, but also renders it difficult for me to expose him. The great clans prohibit their descendants from engaging in private life and death duels outside, as it is exceedingly foolish. If a prodigious talent were to perish in such a manner during their growth, it would be a monumental folly, reducing them to a laughingstock. I can empathize with him. Though, Qin Yuanzhou unfurled his folding fan, stating that at merely 16 years of age, he bears the burden of his clan's aspirations, striving to rise against the current. He yearns to be a hero, to attain greater renown, to earn the admiration of many. Thus, the monumental accomplishment of slaying the 3 brothers of the Gu family is one he dares to claim for himself, though it is disgraceful to covet glory. For the sake of his clan, it is not entirely reprehensible. And what do you plan to do? Qin Yuanzhou asked. I intend to defeat him. A fierce determination ignited in Qin Yuanzhou's eyes. The machinations behind his slaying of the Gu brothers are likely apparent to those with discerning eyes among the great clans. But the masses will only hear the tale of the first innate Jiang Xian slaying the 3 demons of the Gu family. They will lack clarity, merely joining in the uproar, elevating Jiang Xian to mythical status. In just a few days, the myriad cities under the jurisdiction of Feishua City, along with the surrounding areas of Blackpool Mountain, the river valleys, the Crimson Grasslands, Silver Dragon Mouth, and even the military city, will be abuzz with the news of the Gu brothers' demise. The 16-year-old youth from the clan who killed them will become a legend. At that moment, I shall defeat him. Qin Yuanzhou gazed deeply at his elder sister. Sister, my life and death duel with him will undoubtedly attract widespread attention. Should I emerge victorious, I shall be the undisputed genius of Feishua City. Xin Taiping will have no further opportunity. This will be the most glorious moment before I step into the tribulation realm. Qin Yuanzhou could sense the fire igniting within her brother's heart. Yet, for reasons unknown, she did not wish for him to confront Jiang Xian. Though it may be a spar signed with a life and death agreement is distinct, as it compels one to abandon any inclination towards mercy. To win, one may resort to any means necessary. Can you be certain that Jiang Xian lacks any hidden trump cards? Qin Yuanzhou inquired of his sister. It is impossible, Qin Yuanzhou replied earnestly. Sister, what technique could possibly enable someone in the late innate stage to vanquish the 3 brothers of the Gu family? You possess the divine and demonic visage. Although your realm and innate talents have suffered, your swordsmanship aptitude remains intact. Were you capable of defeating the 3 brothers of the Gu family during your late innate stage? I could not, Qin Yuanzhou answered decisively. Not only then, but even now, should I face the 3 brothers, I would only have a 50% chance of victory. If you cannot, then how could he? Qin Yuanzhou pressed. Is there truly such a technique? After a contemplative pause, Chen Yuanzhu eventually shook her head. No, I cannot conceive of one, even with the activation of a costly forbidden technique. Thus, it seemed implausible that he could possess such a hidden card. Chen Yuanzhu, impatient, declared, I shall dispatch someone immediately. No, sending someone may prove futile. I must personally return to Feishua City and, through persuasion, bring an elder back with me. The sixth elder dotes on me, so it is likely to succeed. Sister, please refrain from complicating matters. Wait here for me for a few days. I assure you I will return within 3 days at most. With that, Chen Yuanzhu hurried back to his room to gather his belongings. Half an hour later, Chen Yuanzhu departed from the Earthen City, accompanied by 10 guards. Later that afternoon, just before dusk, amidst the jubilant cheers of the women of the Jiang clan, Jiang Xian descended from the arena, where yet another lifeless body of a man from the Shinta clan lay. With 10 matches concluded today, the impending life and death battles of the following days were devoid of any suspense, enveloping the entire Jiang clan in an atmosphere of celebration. As dusk approached, the women began preparing a sumptuous feast. Jiang Xian, meanwhile, indulged in a refreshing bath. In his room, Jiang Xian reclined in a steaming tub, exhaling deeply in contentment. Suddenly, a shadow materialized in the corner of the room, resembling a specter, holding a sword and gazing at Jiang Xian with cold indifference. I am bathing, Jiang Xian remarked, reluctantly opening his eyes to Chen Yuanzhu. We need to talk, Chen Yuanzhu stated expressionlessly. There are always people around you, and only at this moment are we free from disturbances. Let us converse, then. About what? Jiang Xian smiled at Chen Yuanzhu before abruptly rising from the tub. Chapter 49. Chen Yuanzhu, bewildered by Jiang Xian's reprimand, Jiang Xian abruptly rose to his feet, reaching for the bath towel hanging on the rack. The water in the bathtub barely reached his knees, and naturally, he wore nothing. Chen Yuanzhu caught a clear glimpse, her pupils abruptly constricting. However, her expression remained unchanged as she did not avert her gaze. Instead, she coldly remarked, I never expected the esteemed head of the Jiang family to engage in such lewd behavior. Is it not you who intruded without notice? Who is truly behaving inappropriately here? Jiang Xian retorted, You are a man. Surely, this situation does not disadvantage you. Yet you continue to stare unabashedly? Who is staring unabashedly? Chen Yuanzhu could no longer maintain her composure. Shoo! Jiang Xian gestured for silence, then reclined back into the bathtub, wrapping the towel around his shoulders and casually closing his eyes. Speak. What is it you wish to discuss? There are 2 matters. I shall leave once I have finished. Chen Yuanzhu asserted. First, your pretense of not knowing me is commendable. Maintain it. In this regard, we share no disagreement. When we meet again, let it be beyond our control. Regardless of the circumstances, let what transpired in the mountains remain there. It seems you do not trust me, Jiang Xian observed, tilting his head to regard her. If you truly lack confidence, we ought to interact more frequently. What do you mean? Chen Yuanzhu inquired, perplexed. You simply wish to keep the events in the mountains a secret. Yet you cannot guarantee that your expression will not betray you when you see me. The more you avoid me, the more conspicuous our lack of interaction becomes in public. Does it not raise suspicion? I cannot speak for your fatigue, but I find myself quite exhausted. Chen Yuanzhu began to grasp Jiang Xian's intent. One cannot perform for others every time, can they? When you first learned of my identity today, your expression nearly shouted our previous acquaintance, and in front of Lord Lei Hong. When I mentioned having your brother sign the death warrant, your gaze was anything but that of a stranger. Shouldn't you regard a member of a tribe challenging your illustrious brother with indifference and disdain? Do not deny it. Those from your main city perceive us tribesfolk in that light. But why did you become irate? Do you think I am attempting to provoke you? You observe quite keenly. Chen Yuanzhu replied, a hint of sarcasm lacing her words. The downside of being overly perceptive, Jiang Xian remarked. Do you believe I wish to pay you such heed? Clearly, you have never experienced this. Your frantic demeanor betrays you, and you cannot perform convincingly. You are unable to let go, constantly fearing that someone seeks to entangle you. Is it that besides you, there are no virtuous individuals in this world? Am I not capable of being a person of integrity? We agreed not to meet again. Yet an unexpected encounter is no fault of anyone. Why not embrace a gracious reintroduction? You cannot even articulate a sentence, and I hesitate to speak further, lest I appear lecherous. You may choose to avoid me, but you cannot. You barged in here while I was bathing without a sound. Do you not realize how discourteous that is? Silence ensued. Chen Yuanzhu stared at Jiang Xian, her expression gradually morphing into one of disbelief. If she had not misheard, Jiang Xian was indeed reprimanding her. It is evident that Qin Yuanzhu, due to her lack of trust in Jiang Xian's character, intruded upon him while he was bathing, provoking his ire. The two have settled their past grievances in the depths of Heightened Mountain, and Jiang Xian will not tolerate any affronts from her. A brief silence ensued. I apologize. Qin Yuanzhu was genuinely taken aback, perhaps realizing that Jiang Xian's words held merit. Her instinct compelled her to apologize. But she quickly halted. Her pride forbade her from continuing. Frustration welled up within her. She never anticipated being intimidated by a 16-year-old tribal youth. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner, neither her peers nor even the formidable Xie Hanjie. Yet, this young man, a full decade her junior, reprimanded her without hesitation, showing her no regard whatsoever. Qin Yuanzhu had been raised amidst the accolades of elders, the flattery of her contemporaries, and the admiration of the younger generation. Jiang Xian provided her with an entirely new experience. This infuriated her, while simultaneously giving rise to subtle emotions within her heart. He is quite formidable. This thought flitted through her mind, but her pride compelled her to continue. I accept your apology. Jiang Xian interrupted what could have been a potentially furious retort, forcing her to swallow her words. Qin Yuanzhu was incensed. Yet, her inherent upbringing prevented her from behaving like a shrew. After taking a couple of deep breaths, she stated coldly, I admit I was indeed flustered. So what is your plan? To engage more often, allowing us to mature, Jiang Xian replied. At the very least, to become acquaintances in the eyes of others. I intend to sign a life and death pact with your brother. Whether you are here to observe me on his behalf or to warn me, it is all quite normal. We need not evade one another. The more candid we are, the fewer flaws we present. Very well, I agree, Qin Yuanzhu thought to herself, consenting. Had she heard such words before being reprimanded, she might have suspected Jiang Xian had ulterior motives. However, his unabashed rebuke, devoid of fear of offending her, instead reassured her. It seemed Jiang Xian genuinely wished to resolve their matters in this manner. The more candid we are, the fewer flaws we present. Well spoken, she added. Aren't these two separate matters? Jiang Xian no longer regarded her, sliding back into the bathtub, facing the beam of the room, and closing his eyes. What is the second matter? My brother has returned to Feishue City to summon the elders. It appears he is determined to sign a life and death pact with you. And no one can dissuade him. Qin Yuanzhu continued, as for this second matter, I merely wish to inquire, did you truly kill the Gu brothers? Jiang Xian opened his eyes, turned to look at her, paused for a moment, and sighed, I must admit, I am quite astonished by you, woman. It is either my character you doubt or my capabilities. I say, elder sister, you do not understand me at all, do you? In truth. Jiang Xian comprehended why Qin Yuanzhu's inquiries were so disjointed, and he straightforwardly stated, Go back and inform your brother that he is no match for me. He possesses no chance of victory. I may very well accidentally kill him. If he wishes to preserve his reputation and survive, he should find a reason not to return. Your reaction is quite extreme. Why do I sense you are merely posturing? Qin Yuanzhu furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze scrutinizing. Moreover, you have not directly addressed my question. Did you truly kill the three brothers of the Gu family? Jiang Xian's expression hardened momentarily. He was reluctant to speak further. Utterly speechless. Turning away, he lay back down, placing a warm towel directly over his face. Jiang Xian raised his hand, signaling that Qin Yuanzhu could take her leave. Upon returning to her chamber, Qin Yuanzhu approached her desk. The sky was dim, and after lighting the oil lamp, she sat down, extracting a piece of paper. As she lifted her pen and dipped it in ink, she paused before writing. She had fallen for his deceitful words, putting on a facade of strength. It was clear he was merely posturing. Qin Yuanzhu had intended to write to her brother about Jiang Xian's claims, but after much contemplation, she deemed it unnecessary. If he truly possessed the strength to defeat the three brothers of the Gu family, he could easily best my brother as well. In that case, I might as well marry him. Qin Yuanzhu had long aspired to find a man of greater talent than herself to be her husband. Yet her thoughts of Jiang Xian were tinged with mockery. At 16, it was improbable he could possess such talent and strength. Later that night, at the Wei family's ancestral home in Feishue City, various rumors regarding Jiang Xian had circulated for some time. Within a secret chamber of the Wei family, apart from a few individuals at the robbery realm, all the core members of the Wei family were present, subtly led by Wei Hongqua. Over the past 6 months, his status within the Wei family had soared. The matter of Jiang Xian killing the three brothers of the Gu family was undoubtedly suspicious. Even if Jiang Zhengwu were to return, he could not possibly possess such power. That bastard must have stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck to bring back severed heads for a bounty. Wei Hongque increasingly exhibited the demeanor of a leader, speaking calmly. Indeed, what the fourth master says is reasonable. A chorus of agreement followed, not merely to placate Wei Hongque, but because his sentiments aligned with their own. This situation was undoubtedly illogical. It simply could not be true. However, Wei Hongque's expression darkened again. Jiang Xian had ascended to the later stage of the innate realm in just 6 months. Even with extraordinary means, this attested to his innate talent, likely surpassing any genius of the Wei family. A silence fell over the chamber as all eyes turned to Wei Hongque's countenance. The collaboration between our Wei family and the Dong family cannot be jeopardized by him. We lack not merely one future figure of the robbery realm. And he cannot alter our trajectory, remarked the tall, slender man to Wei Hongque's right. I have heard that the first talent of the Qin family, Qin Yuanzhou, intends to challenge him. That could surely temper his arrogance. Another voice chimed in. Chapter 50. The sensation of Feishua City, even within the esteemed Star Pavilion. Qin Yuanzhou stands as the epitome of excellence, unmatched among his peers, with only Qin Taiping of the Qin family posing any real comparison. An elderly woman with silver hair interjects, emphasizing that, given Qin's 7-year seniority over Jiang Xian, he does not regard Jiang as a genuine rival, merely a tool for acquiring fame. Qin Yuanzhou undoubtedly comprehends the intricacies of Jiang Xian's treachery against the Gu brothers better than any of us. It is only natural that he would extinguish Jiang Xian's burgeoning reputation. The conversation flowed among the attendees, and a smile gradually appeared on Wei Hongque's face. Although he initially felt somewhat discontented upon receiving news of Jiang Xian, the flattering remarks from others were quite gratifying. He chose to remain silent. As his influence grew, Wei Hongque found himself speaking less during family meetings. Speaking of Qin Yuanzhou, we must also mention his sister, Qin Yuanzhou. The silver-haired matron continued, praising the Qin family's fortunate lineage, which has produced generations of prodigies. Particularly among the recent youth, 6 individuals have qualified for the Star Pavilion, with over a dozen making it onto the shortlist. The Qin family's position as the foremost clan is increasingly solidified. While the Qin family's aspirations to challenge them appear futile, the Qin family is not to be underestimated either, aside from Qin Taiping. There are also talents like Qin Ling and Qin Binghe. Nevertheless, compared to the Qin family, they undeniably fall short, as the Qin lineage boasts the most substantial foundation. The tall, slender man interjected, asserting that while the Qin family may have enjoyed good fortune, they have been on a downward trajectory compared to previous years. Qin Yuanzhou, once hailed for her extraordinary talent, suffered a significant injury in her teens, diminishing her innate gifts, and now, even her brother Qin Yuanzhou surpasses her. Furthermore, with the demise of Qin Yinong, the Qin family has lost a top-tier talent cultivated over 2 decades. Currently, the fierce rivalry between the Qin and Qin families is palpable, and it is uncertain what further developments may arise. It is not out of the question that conflict could erupt between the two, potentially costing them several transcendent beings. Now, let us turn our attention to our own Wei family. The tall man cast a glance at Wei Hongque, noting that although we rank at the bottom among the 4 great families, following the passing of the third master, we have had to adopt a more humble stance. Our family's circumstances have worsened, but that was all half a year ago, under the strategic guidance of the fourth master. Our alliance with the Dong family of the Jinhe has reached unprecedented heights. Our family's financial surplus has surged by 30% in just 6 months, representing pure profit. Once this wealth is distributed among our branches for talent cultivation and selection, I foresee that within a few years, a new generation of prodigious individuals will emerge. Embracing humility has its advantages. It allows us to grow unnoticed. I predict that within a decade, a new cadre of transcendent beings will arise. All of this is thanks to the fourth master. Indeed, all credit goes to the fourth master. The revival of our family is entirely reliant on his astute leadership. Encouraged by the tall man's words, several others joined in the praise. Wei Hongque, buoyed by the accolades, felt a rush of excitement, his face flushed with color. He waved his hands in modesty, stating, "Everyone, I am merely contributing my modest efforts for the family. Without your collaborative support, none of this would be possible. Each of you present is a vital contributor to our family's success. Your Excellency, there is no need for modesty. Following your arrangements, we may very well uncover the hidden demonic essence within our clan. Indeed, if the Chun family can boast descendants of such remarkable nature, why can't the Wei family? It is only the possession of this demonic essence that marks true prodigies. If we were to discover just one, it would suffice to ensure the complete revival of our Wei family. not merely revival, but should such an existence be truly found. Our Wei family might ascend to the ranks of the divine and demonic families, enduring through the ages. As the discussions grew increasingly fervent, the atmosphere in the secret chamber was filled with joyous excitement. On the 8th day of the 3rd month, the news of Chen Yuanzhou's return to Feishue City spread rapidly. Alongside the revelation that Jiang Xian demanded a life-and-death agreement before engaging in any sparring, a fact that the Qin family did not conceal. In the rear garden of the Wei family's ancestral home, where flowers bloomed in splendid abundance, Shen Taiping approached the old man clad in black, who was sipping tea in the pavilion, and implored, "Eighth grandfather, accompany me to Haitan Mountain. It would take no more than 2 days for the round trip. What is it that troubles you? If Jiang Xian truly killed the Gu brothers, how could Qin Yuanzhou dare to challenge him? If he does challenge, it merely indicates he knows Jiang Xian is feigning strength. Surely, you do not believe Jiang Xian possesses the capability to harm me?" The old man set down his teacup and shook his head. "Eighth grandfather, I am aware that the family has its own rules. Yet, I am on the verge of comprehending the might of heaven and earth. Jiang Xian is merely at the late stage of the innate realm. We are separated by 3 or 4 levels of cultivation. Furthermore, you have been in the tribulation realm for 40 years. With your watchful presence, do you truly fear that Jiang Xian could inflict harm upon me?" Taiping, the old man finally spoke. "You may proceed to Haitan Mountain. Should you engage Jiang Xian? Even if you were to accidentally kill him, the entire family would support you. However, the family will never consent to your signing a life-and-death agreement. Rules are rules. If we break them for you today, how shall we govern the others? Once this precedent is set, do you have any idea how many clan members would impulsively rush to their deaths over meaningless personal conflicts? Without a life-and-death agreement, regardless of whom you spar with, even those significantly stronger than you, they would still hesitate. They may triumph over you, but they would never dare to kill you. This is the family's protection for you. But there is no but." The old man shook his head and continued, "In fact, you could consider alternative approaches. The life-and-death agreement was proposed by Jiang Xian to Qin Yuanzhou, not to you." Shen Taiping appeared contemplative. Later that afternoon, within a bustling tavern on the lively streets of Feishue City, the clamor was incessant as patrons spoke animatedly of Jiang Xian from Haitan Mountain. Those were the Gu brothers, the 3 great scourges who wreaked havoc for 20 years. To think that they were slain by Jiang Xian alone. Who else in the innate realm could possibly contend with him? I have also heard that the Jiang clan has a legendary figure in its history named Jiang Zhengwu, known as the ancestral blade master of Haitan. What of Jiang Zhengwu? I dare say Jiang Xian is even more formidable, a hero who single-handedly salvaged his clan. Jiang Zhengwu emerged during the peak of the Jiang clan's power, yet times have changed. Jiang Xian is indeed a true hero. I would wager that even the prodigies of the Xingqian Pavilion in Feishue City may not match his prowess. The Wei family truly lacks discernment. People have an inherent admiration for heroes and are captivated by the tales of their valor. The demise of the Gu brothers has caused an unprecedented uproar in the city of Flying Snow. Their nefarious deeds had earned them such a notorious reputation that the standing of Jiang Xian has significantly risen. In a private room on the 2nd floor, a loud crash echoed as Wei Yuanlang slammed his wine cup onto the table, visibly irritated by the cacophony outside. "What nonsense about heroes!" he exclaimed. "A bunch of vulgar individuals." Chow Tai, munching on a fried pastry, remarked casually that most people in this city are utterly oblivious to the intricacies of the innate realm. They fail to comprehend the vast chasm between the perfected innate state and its lesser forms, lacking any clear understanding of the individual or combined strength of the Gu brothers. Thus, they cannot fathom that someone in the later stages of the innate realm could never defeat the Gu brothers. Chow Tai continued, "There is no need for you to be incensed, young master." "Humph," Wei Yuanling scoffed, picking up his chopsticks. "Actually, this is beneficial. The more renowned Jiang Xian becomes, the harder he will fall," Chow Tai added, casting a glance at Wei Yuanling. "I have heard that the prodigies from the Star Pavilion are eager to venture into the Jiang clan's territory to challenge Jiang Xian. They intend to step on Jiang Xian to elevate their own fame. Once they triumph, the tale of his deceit will spread, and he will become a figure of ridicule. No one will then accuse the Wei family of lacking discernment." This notion brought a smile to Wei Yuanlang's face. 2 days later, Qin Yuanzhou, who had been pleading at home, learned of Shen Taiping's departure with a group of disciples from the Star Pavilion, secretly heading to Blackpool Mountain. Having already embarked on their journey for over a day, without waiting for his family's consent, Qin Yuanzhou resolved to return to Blackpool Mountain immediately. Chapter 51. The emotional classroom of the Empress. When Qin Yuanzhou received the news, he was accompanied by a group of disciples from the Starry Pavilion. Initially, they had intended to accompany him on his first visit to Highton Mountain, but were deterred by the sudden appearance of Qin Yuanzhou's sister, which frightened them into retreat. This time, however, with Shen Taiping bringing along a cohort of supporters, they could not afford to falter and were compelled to join him. On the 9th of March, at the earthen city of the Jiang clan on Highton Mountain, there were an additional 200 to 300 spectators present for the 10 life and death battles. All were visitors from Feishuo City, brought by a man named Shen Taiping. However, Shen Taiping himself did not observe the fights. Upon arriving at the earthen city, he immediately retreated into seclusion. That night, at the back mountains of the earthen city, before the communication stone, Senior, today Qin Yuanzhou was quite peculiar. During lunch, she came to dine with me. I remarked on how close we were sitting, and she replied with an air of innocence. Yet she had clearly entered through the window. During our meal, she asked if I had been dreaming lately. I said I had tea, and inquired if she had. She nodded and said she dreams every night. When I pressed her about the contents of her dreams, she refused to share, and when I persisted, she became quite irate and told me to be quiet. I scolded her, pointing out that she had intruded uninvited, calling her insane, and then Jiang Xian suddenly paused, seemingly at a loss for words. And then what? The ethereal voice inquired. She remained silent, eating only the rice and not the vegetables, which is utterly unlike her character. She is usually so tolerant. I remarked that it seemed as if I were mistreating her, as if she were performing for an audience. Eventually, she did eat some vegetables. Afterwards, I felt I had perhaps overstepped, so I apologized, but she appeared ungrateful, coldly remarking on how impressive the Jiang clan leader is. Mocking me. We did not speak again until we finished our meal. What do you feel? The ethereal voice asked. I sense that, in recent days, she has occasionally provoked me deliberately, and when I rebuke her, she refrains from arguing back. How amusing. Senior, are you? Jiang Xian was taken aback. Senior, you laughed? Am I not permitted to laugh? The Qian emperor retorted. Not. It has been 9 years since I have heard you laugh in such a manner. Jiang Xian replied. Indeed, it has been 9 years. How remarkable. The Qian emperor's voice was tinged with nostalgia. I have taught you much. Yet I never anticipated that one day I would find myself instructing you on matters of the heart. Matters of the heart? Jiang Xian was puzzled. What constitutes a matter of the heart here? How could this not be a matter of the heart? The ethereal voice brimmed with unprecedented excitement. Consider this. Had it not been for your encounters at Highton Mountain, how could you have met privately so many times in recent days? This. Jiang Xian was still contemplating the logic behind this revelation. You are her first and, currently, her only man. Thus, within her heart, two conflicting extremes battle for dominance. Either she wishes for your demise, or, in truth, she holds some concern for your well-being, the Qin emperor explained. This is the premise. Regarding the woman Qin Yuanzhou, from what she has conveyed over the past few days, she is an exceedingly proud individual. The impairment of her talents only fuels her desire to prove herself. In truth, such a formidable woman is often destined for solitude. Even if she becomes a deity or a demon, she may remain utterly alone. The Emperor Qian remarked, such a woman craves strength even more than the average woman. She does not seek pity, nor the companionship of shared struggles, and she is likely to despise the flattery of admirers. She desires the favor of those who are more powerful, believing herself to be worthy of it. Originally, there was no possibility for you two. However, due to the night you spent together in the Black Abyss Mountain, you have drawn closer. You must have unintentionally uncovered her unique proclivities hidden deep within her heart. Proclivities? Jiang Xian blinked. What proclivities? Masochism, the Emperor Qian stated. Jiang Xian's expression froze, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. He would not question what masochistic tendencies entailed. He was well aware. Having heard that tribes were places where all manner of individuals existed without shame or concealment. No, it cannot be. Jiang Xian exaggeratedly elongated his words. The more formidable one's exterior, the more likely there exists an extreme within. Qin Yuanzhou grew amidst the admiration and exaltation of the masses, perpetually held in a lofty position, with scarcely anyone daring to reprimand her without regard for her status, beauty, or talents. You are the first. No, senior. Jiang Xian suddenly considered that if she truly harbored such tendencies, the Qin family must have rival factions. Last night, Shen Taiping's family seemed to be among them. Having likely offended Qin Yuanzhou, and public verbal assaults against her must have occurred before, which begs the question of her past. Not the same. I have already stated, What transpired in the mountains is the premise. The ethereal voice interrupted Jiang Xian, continuing, Chen Yuanshu is exceedingly proud, should others dare to offend her. She would take up her sword and slay. But you are different. You have already insulted her in the most extreme manner, for an entire night. There exists a bond between you, thus should you offend her again, she would find it far easier to accept. Her pride is formidable before others. Yet not so in your presence. Therefore, you are both the discoverer of her proclivities and the only one capable of such actions towards her at present. Jiang Xian was truly astonished. Can it truly be so? Are women this extraordinary? Senior, are you a woman? Jiang Xian unexpectedly inquired. A silence ensued for several moments before the ethereal voice resonated. Why do you ask? My mother once said that women understand women better. Jiang Xian replied. Sensing for the first time a hint of the senior's gender, and only a woman would exhibit such interest in emotional matters, right? My gender is inconsequential. Let us speak of you. The Emperor Qian decisively redirected the conversation. Jiang Xian's heart already harbored a vague answer. Then, Senior, if you believe Chen Yuanshu truly embodies what you describe, what should I? Jiang Xian inquired. Do you have feelings for Chen Yuanshu? Do you desire her? The ethereal voice countered. Jiang Xian remained silent for a full 5 breaths before finally speaking. With such remarkable talent and beauty, you are undoubtedly suited to be a wife. Your perspective is quite naive. The Emperor Qin sighed, then added, be more proactive. The specifics of your actions are for you to determine. However, be mindful of her strong sense of pride. Do not embarrass her publicly. Handle matters discreetly. Jiang Xian pondered, ultimately posing a question. Senior, what if you are mistaken? Wouldn't that mean you are unwilling to bear any risk at all? The Emperor Qian replied irritably. You are already 16. Act like a man. Be bold and accountable. Here's the deal. If you can persuade Chen Yuanju to willingly join you in your bed, I shall impart to you the Hengshao Pahart Sutra, a dual cultivation technique originating from the foreign battlefields, immensely beneficial to those of innate realms. Not only will it expedite your entry into the consummate innate realm, but it will also restore her damaged talent. Jiang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the dead of night, a grand procession of hundreds entered the Jiang clan's earthen city. The guards at the city gate permitted their entry without consultation. Recognizing the leader of the group, Chen Yuanshu, the premier talent of the Chen family, he arrived with a host of prodigies from the Flying Snow City, each accompanied by bodyguards, culminating in a formidable entourage. After arranging accommodations for the several hundred with the assistance of familiar Jiang clan members, Chen Yuanju promptly sought out his sister, Chen Yuanshu. The moonlight was thick and rich, casting shadows in the courtyard, where a gentle breeze stirred. So, Shen Taiping, upon his arrival, felt a surge of enlightenment and went into seclusion immediately. He didn't even pay his respects to Lord Lei Hong, Chen Yuanju remarked, exhaling a breath of relief that he had not been outpaced by Shen Taiping. He likely hadn't left the city in quite some time, and the scenery of the clan's territory had stirred something within him. Chen Yuanju's sister responded coolly, he is in the same critical period as you. Fully comprehending the divine might of heaven and earth, every fleeting insight must be seized. Such accumulation is essential for an early breakthrough. To fully comprehend the divine might of the heavenly emperor signifies reaching the same realm as Chen Yuanshu, with only the final breakthrough remaining before surpassing the innate realm. As long as he has yet to challenge Jiang Xian, all is well. Chen Yuanju rose, stating, it is getting late. Sister, you ought to cease your sword practice and... Suddenly, a powerful aura fluctuation erupted from a courtyard 2 streets away, sweeping across a significant portion of the earthen city, creating an instantaneous sense of spatial condensation. This overwhelming sensation rendered Chen Yuanju momentarily immobile. In contrast, Chen Yuanju's sister merely lifted a finger, shattering the oppressive sensation. The two swiftly leapt to the rooftops, gazing in astonishment at the source of the aura. Sister, could it be? Indeed, it is Shen Taiping. He has broken through. He has comprehended the divine might of heaven and earth before you. Chen Yuanju's expression darkened considerably. He had not felt such urgency in a long time. Originally, their strengths were comparable, and they could win against Jiang Xian with equal prowess. It was merely a matter of who faced him first. For the one who fought first would gain the renown. However, now that Shen Taiping has achieved a breakthrough, even if Chen Yuanzhou were to triumph over Jiang Xian, his realm would still not surpass that of Shen Taiping, who is undeniably the foremost innate talent of Feishiwei City. He would find it utterly impossible to convince anyone otherwise. Moreover, Chen Yuanzhou is convinced that he could never hope to defeat the newly ascended Shen Taiping. Conversely, had Shen Taiping faced Jiang Xian first, he would have secured victory with even greater ease, and with his prior breakthrough, the title of the foremost genius would be rightfully his. The rivalry between the two has spanned over a decade, characterized by a relentless pursuit of one another. Yet, at this pivotal moment, the circumstances have become exceedingly dire for Qin Yuanzhou. He closes his eyes, attuning himself to the palpable sensation of space solidifying around him. Chapter 52, The Banner of the Blackpool Palace and the Blade of the Book. After conversing with the esteemed Elder Qi Shi, Jiang Xin dedicated the entire night to his cultivation. On the morning of the 10th day of the 3rd month, Jiang Suiyin ascended to the rear mountain. Xiaoxian, I can identify all these items. Some are highly toxic, while others can be employed for the cultivation of specific techniques. I've noted everything on this list, said Jiang Ziyun, handing a bundle and a handwritten list to Jiang Xian for his perusal. These spoils were acquired from the 3 brothers of the Gu family, comprising a myriad of peculiar and fragmented vials and jars. Jiang Xian entrusted the task of detailed identification to Jiang Suiyin. As he unwrapped the bundle and glanced at the list, Jiang Suiyin remarked, "These 2 items, even my acquaintance from the Black Armored Guard could not identify." She then produced a piece of black beast hide and a dark red compass from her bosom. However, they suggested that this compass might be a type of formation plate and recommended that I consult Lord Lei Hong. I wouldn't want to disturb him unnecessarily for trivial matters. Whether I can approach Lord Lei Hong with such minor inquiries is a decision only the clan leader can make. After examining the 2 items, Jiang Xin replied, I shall ascertain the nature of these 2 myself. Thank you for your assistance, Aunt Suiyin. Do not mention it, Jiang Suiyin said. Her eyes filled with affection for Jiang Xian. By the way, Xiaoxian, last night, Shen Taiping achieved a breakthrough. Claiming to have fully comprehended the divine might of heaven and earth, he is even stronger than Qin Yuanzhou and intends to challenge you. Are you? Jiang Ziyun's voice trailed off with concern. Jiang Xian, despite his formidable prowess, was merely at the late stage of innate cultivation. Should he engage in battle, any unforeseen mishap could prove disastrous. At times, Jiang Ziyun even entertained the thought of wishing for Jiang Xian to leave. The burden upon this child was immense, as he bore the weight of the tribe alone, with no one to share the pressure. I understand, Aunt Suiyun. Rest assured, I am well aware of my capabilities. Jiang Xian reassured her with a smile. Once Jiang Suiyun departed, Jiang Xian meticulously examined the 2 items. The black beast hide was approximately 1.5 feet wide and 4 feet long. One side bore intricate golden threads, while the other displayed an incomplete pattern with an illustration resembling a well at its center. The dark red compass appeared to be a typical formation plate. Yet when Jiang Xian employed the 1,000-thread secret technique to probe into the compass, he sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, momentarily feeling as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Elder, are you there? Jiang Xian called out. I am here, what is it? Came a languid voice. I possess 2 items that I cannot identify. You cannot identify them, yet I cannot see them. Shall I describe them? Please do, the voice replied. Jiang Xian proceeded to describe the 2 items, and the ethereal voice inquired about various details. Soon, the answer was revealed. The piece of beast hide is the banner of the Blackpool Palace. The well-like illustration you mentioned corresponds to the ancient character for Pool. Legend has it that the banner of the Blackpool Palace was divided into 3 parts. The portion you possess is the central fragment, and the golden lines on the reverse side of the hide represent a fragment of the map leading to the Blackpool Palace. The Blackpool Palace. The one from legend? Does it truly exist? Jiang Xian's spirit surged with astonishment. The legend of Highton Mountain has long been passed down, telling of the formidable sect known as Highton Palace from ancient times. The mountain derived its name from this sect, which met its demise during a cataclysmic battle that ravaged the heavens and earth, giving rise to the 10 absolute lands. However, according to the legend, the true Highton Palace still exists. It is said to be hidden deep within the mountain, and whoever discovers it shall inherit the legacy of the Highton Palace. A mystical voice echoed. I, Jiang Xian, have this portion of the map, should I not? He began, rising abruptly. You would be courting death if you ventured there now, interrupted Qian Huang. To seek the Highton Palace, you must at least transcend the innate realm and reach the calamity realm, just enough to possess the ability to protect yourself. Jiang Xian composed himself, contemplating the situation before settling back down. I shall heed the elder's advice, he replied. That beast's skin talisman is also not easily destroyed. You can carry it with you, using it as protective armor, Qian Huang casually suggested. All right. Jiang Xian nodded, tucking the beast's skin away. He then picked up the dark red array disc, examining it closely. Elder, what is this array disc? It should be the Blade Calamity Book, Qian Huang clarified. The so-called Calamity Book is an auxiliary cultivation item created by a Calamity Realm cultivator before their demise, infused with their cultivation essence and will. It is typically prepared for their descendants. The Calamity Book contains the insights gained throughout a Calamity Realm cultivator's life. Sword cultivators forge sword Calamity Books, while knife cultivators create knife Calamity Books. The conditions for crafting a Calamity Book are stringent, requiring considerable financial resources. Most Calamity Realm cultivators lack the means or opportunity to forge one during their lifetimes, making such treasures rare and often unattainable, even causing envy among Calamity Realm practitioners. Qian Huang elaborated on the nature of the Calamity Book. How could such a treasure end up in the possession of the Gu brothers? Jiang Xian mused in surprise, suspecting it was a gift from their master, Lu Kong. Lu Kong had wreaked havoc for 50 or 60 years, with murder and treasure theft being commonplace. Perhaps he had seized it from someone else. As a top-tier Calamity Realm cultivator who had carved his own path, he had no need for a Calamity Book, making it reasonable for him to bestow such a gift upon his disciples. Qian Huang concurred with Jiang Xian's speculation. In this, Jiang Xian glanced at the array disc in his hand. How is it to be used? With both hands clasped around it, he infused it with innate energy, slowly twisting it while sensing the changes within. The mystical voice suddenly quickened. Wait, before you use it, I must remind you of 3 points. First, the Calamity Book has a limited number of uses. Each time it is employed, a portion of the Calamity Realms will contained within is consumed. It can be used no more than 20 times before it is irreparably damaged. Since the Calamity Book was originally in the hands of the Gu brothers, they must have utilized it. Even if each used it only once, you would be left with at most a dozen uses. Understood, Jiang Xian nodded. Secondly, to actually use the Calamity Book, you must have attained perfection in the innate realm and comprehended the divine might of heaven and earth in your techniques. This is fundamental. However, since you have cultivated the Heishuan Gong and fully mastered the Chasing Wind Blade, your foundational blade skills are sufficient, thus you can use it, but exercise extreme caution. Jiang Xian nodded once more. Third, you must understand that one cannot overindulge in pursuits. The Blade Robbery manuscript encompasses the profound insights of a lifetime. Yet you may only utilize it a limited number of times. Should you aspire to comprehend its techniques, footwork, and secret arts, while simultaneously grasping its swordplay and evasion methods, you risk superficial understanding, grasping but the surface of each, ultimately hindering your progress. Therefore, I urge you to immerse yourself wholly in a single discipline, dedicating your entire focus to one art. The extent of your comprehension will depend on your innate abilities. I shall solely delve into the art of swordsmanship, Jiang Xian stated decisively, believing that no matter the prowess of his techniques and secret arts, they could not surpass the teachings imparted by a senior such as yourself. Ah, little rascal, did I ever promise to impart the art of robbery? The ethereal voice chided playfully. Hee, Jiang Xian chuckled. Engage in your contemplation, the Qian Emperor concluded, and then fell silent. This formation. Jiang Xian, following the senior's instructions, clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and as he twisted them, his consciousness expanded. The formation erupted in a dazzling display of light, enveloping and consuming his being. In truth, this was an illusionary array, designed to protect the user of the robbery manuscript from external threats. Jiang Xian seemed to vanish before the peculiar stone, though he remained seated in meditation. His consciousness delved into the manuscript. Suddenly, an immense force enveloped him, darkening his vision as if his very consciousness had been devoured. Immediately, a magnificent vista unfolded before his eyes. Chapter 53. The Blade of Divine Terror. Jiang Xian beheld a vision, seemingly a dream, yet undeniably real. An endless expanse of grassland unfolded before him, the verdant blades undulating like waves in the wind. A tall, imposing elder ambled forth, his demeanor relaxed and casual. Yet he appeared to be the very epicenter of this realm. The blazing sun hung in the sky, white clouds drifted beneath it, and the breeze stirred the grass while insects and butterflies flitted about, all orbiting around him as if he were the core of existence. I am Qin Yuan, he declared. Having practiced the blade for a century and 3 years since the age of 4, I emerged from obscurity, convinced of my prodigious talent. Once aspiring to the realms of gods and demons, alas, fate has played its hand, and after the great heavenly calamity, I have but 70 years remaining. With no further breakthroughs in my cultivation, my transcendent aspirations dashed. Yet, my understanding of the blade has deepened profoundly. Remarkable. Jiang Xian marveled. This elder, who called himself Qin Yuan, had lived for a staggering 107 years and had attained the pinnacle of the tribulation realm by the age of 37. Jiang Xian continued to listen intently. I initially practiced the Reincarnation 7 Lives Blade, later mastering over a dozen formidable techniques, including Flowing Sand Slash, Illusory Divine Convergence Blade, and Thunderstorm Blade. After 70 years of perseverance, I ultimately fused my lifetime's blade techniques into a singular, unparalleled art, which I named Blade of Divine Terror. However, on the day of my achievement, my demise loomed near. The blade is my life. In pursuit of mastery, I severed all desires, leading a solitary existence, traversing countless mountains and rivers, steeped in bloodshed and heavy sins. Yet, I harbor no regrets. My blade is one of slaughter, a blade of malevolence. It embodies the most sinister and ruthless techniques. Those lacking resolute hearts should not attempt to practice it, lest they waver as I did, driven to madness. I have no sect, no disciples. And I dread my life's insights fading into obscurity. Thus, I have inscribed this tome of calamities, hoping that the blade of divine terror will endure through the ages. I shall first demonstrate this technique, followed by my methods of cultivation and agility. Suddenly, Jiang Xian felt the world spin around him. And he found himself standing upon the grass, his body moving autonomously, and energy coursing through him that surpassed even innate power. Tribulation force? Have I become one with this elder? Jiang Xian gasped in astonishment. Indeed, this was the remarkable power of the Calamity Tome. If mere demonstrations were all that were required, then a living Tribulation Realm Master could suffice for guidance, and the Calamity Tome would not hold such value. Its rarity stems from its ability to temporarily merge the user's will with that contained within the tome, thus creating an effect akin to possessing the essence of a Tribulation Realm Master. First form of the Blade of Divine Terror, Phantom Ghost Slash. As the unprecedented and formidable energy surged within him, Jiang Xian felt as if he had grown a millionfold stronger. He became as elusive as a specter, instantly tearing through the fabric of space, manifesting a myriad of 9 afterimages while simultaneously unleashing a single strike. The trajectories of the 9 blade lights converged in an instant, generating an overwhelmingly terrifying force of superimposed power. Boom! The earth trembled, fissures spreading as if the very core of this realm had been rent asunder, bringing forth a sensation of suffocation. As though the spiritual essence of this space had been drained by that single strike. Was the first form truly this terrifying? As the shock enveloped him, Jiang Xian felt as though he had transformed into an omnipotent, unparalleled powerhouse, his consciousness experiencing an unprecedented upheaval. The second form of the divine and devilish blade, known as Bloodstained River of Heaven, unleashed a thunderous roar. In that moment, Jiang Xian beheld a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Suddenly, darkness engulfed his vision. And upon opening his eyes again, he found himself gazing at the communication stone, having returned entirely to reality. Yet, he appeared dazed, slowly lowering his head to stare blankly at the formation plate in his hands. More than an hour later, his clanswoman Jiang Qianhe arrived to bring him a meal. Jiang Xian silently consumed his food, then once again retrieved the formation plate, lost in thought. In the afternoon, he practiced the disassembly of the Phantom Ghost Slash, but throughout the entire process, he remained in a trance, vacant and foolish. As dusk approached, Chen Yuanshu, having been permitted by the guards of the back mountain, ventured into the woods to visit Jiang Xian. She mentioned Shen Taiping's comprehension of heaven and earth as divine might, as well as her brother Chen Yuanzhou's seclusion. Jiang Xian only nodded or shook his head, speaking little. Noticing his indifferent demeanor, Chen Yuanshu departed before nightfall. 3 days later, she returned with news of Chen Yuanzhou's emergence from seclusion, along with his own understanding of the divine might of heaven and earth. On March 17th, Jiang Xian spat a mouthful of blood onto the communication stone and subsequently collapsed, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Yet at that moment, his gaze regained clarity, albeit tinged with fear and disbelief. The Blade Calamity Tome had rendered him in a daze for 7 days, his consciousness nearly shattering under the impact. Fortunately, his practice of the Rui breathing technique allowed his injuries to heal naturally. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have succumbed to madness and death. Reflecting on those 7 days spent like a soulless wanderer, a wave of dread washed over Jiang Xian. He had lost himself in seclusion on the back mountain. Had this occurred during his trials at Blackpool Mountain, he truly would have been unaware of how he perished. He hadn't even completed the second form before he could no longer bear it. There were 5 forms in total. The Gu brothers had failed to grasp the divine might of heaven and earth, and it seemed unlikely they could withstand the entirety of it. However, they supported each other one by one, ensuring their safety even in Blackpool Mountain. Jiang Xian mused. He suspected they had each only managed to use it once at most. When he killed them, he had not witnessed any techniques infused with the essence of the divine and devilish blade. Given their talents, it was improbable they could comprehend such a terrifying swordplay. The divine and devilish blade was a technique of the Calamity Realm. Generally, only those within the Calamity Realm could begin its cultivation. For innate cultivators to grasp even a semblance of understanding, they would have to be prodigies among prodigies, akin to Qin Yuanshu. The Gu brothers merely possessed formidable strength through collaboration, but their innate gifts fell vastly short. If a total of 20 uses were possible, then 16 remained. Each use diminished the total, and with his current state of cultivation, employing the second use immediately would be wasteful. After all, he had fully comprehended the first form, which was sufficient for his practice. In the afternoon, Jiang Xian explained his situation to the elder of the strange stones. The Qian Emperor offered him some guidance. A Calamity Realm powerhouse capable of leaving behind a Calamity Tome was anything but ordinary. They were among the strongest. Yet, the ferocity of the divine and devilish blade surprised the Qian Emperor slightly, for this technique might surpass the inherited swordplay possessed by the four prominent families of Feishua City. However, Emperor Qian also cautioned Jiang Xian. This sword technique is exceedingly sinister. Should this Calamity book be sold, its value would significantly pale in comparison to other Calamity books. After all, those capable of purchasing Calamity books are invariably distinguished clans, and such esteemed lineages would never permit their progeny to practice techniques fraught with such detrimental effects. There are far too many potential repercussions. Nevertheless, for Jiang Xian, who cultivates with the protection of a breathing technique, it poses little problem. He can withstand it. In fact, it even serves to hone his consciousness. Thus, Jiang Xian embarked on an even more arduous retreat for cultivation. By day, he practiced his swordplay, and by night, he honed his martial prowess using top-grade elemental crystals. Resting only for 1 or 2 hours in the latter half of the night, he took breaks during meals, rarely leaving the rear mountain. Except for 2 occasions when he departed to receive bounties from the Qin family and the officials of Feishua City. Half a month later, on the 2nd day of April, in the afternoon, the Jiang clan's earthen city buzzed with excitement, hosting an impressive assembly of talents and protectors from Feishua City, numbering no less than 500 or 600. To accommodate them, the Jiang clan summoned a multitude of servants from various tribes, restoring the once lively atmosphere to the city that had been so desolate after 3 years of deadly battles. The visitors from Feishua City did not enjoy free meals and lodging. They paid generously, often oblivious to the local pricing. The Jiang clan's income over the past 20 days nearly equaled their entire earnings from the previous year, with over 90% being profit. It was indeed a remarkable sight for a humble clan city to attract the finest talents from Feishua City. Accompanying this gathering was a continuous stream of sparring and competition. Under the blazing sun, at the martial arts arena, Qin Yuanzhou leapt down from the stage, narrowly evading a perilous strike from Shen Taiping. Ha ha! Young Master Taiping has triumphed again. It's only 25 to 28. What is there to boast about? The crowd around the arena erupted, as the supporters of the 2 great talents nearly engaged in a heated exchange. While it may seem like a mere squabble among the youth, it was, in truth, a confrontation between 2 families and their subordinate clans. Hop a hop, brother Yuanzhou, I concede. Shen Taiping approached with a beaming smile. Do not get too complacent, Qin Yuanzhou retorted, rolling his eyes. In these 20 days, we've fought over 50 matches, and you've only bested me 3 times. A loss is a loss, Yuanzhou. Do not speak of merely winning 3 times. Even if you were to win just once more, it would still count as a victory. A figure approached Shen Taiping, smirking with an air of sarcasm. This man, around 45 years old, had a sharp face and a scraggly beard. At first glance, one might mistake him for a street thug. Yet, in Feishua City, he bore a formidable reputation. Feng Fu, the Silver Serpent Swordsman. He ranked 4th among the top 10 innate experts of Feishua City, having comprehended the divine might of heaven and earth for over 15 years. Freshly enlightened in the divine might, Shen Taiping and Qin Yuanzhou were utterly incomparable to him. Only Qin Yuanshu could hold her own against him. Even when facing the trio of the Gu family, he stood a 50% chance of victory single-handedly. Though his reputation was tarnished by his avarice and lechery, his strength was indeed formidable, marking him as a peerless innate expert. Feng Fu also held another title, first innate guest of the Shen family. Humph. Qin Yuanzhou let out a cold snort, choosing not to engage in further conversation with Feng Fu, and turned to leave with his companions. It was inevitable to endure a few jibes after a loss, although it left an unpleasant taste in his heart. Reclaiming his honor could only be achieved through victory in battle. We shall fight again tomorrow, Qin Yuanzhou remarked as he cast a glance back at Shen Taiping. Upon returning to the courtyard, Shen Taiping and Feng Fu settled beneath the shade of a tree, sipping tea. Shen Taiping, in high spirits, hummed a cheerful tune, exclaiming, "Qin Yuanzhou is far more impatient than I am. The more he rushes, the more prone he becomes to mistakes. He deserved to lose to me. Coming from the foremost family, if he fails to establish himself as the best among his peers, the criticism he faces will far exceed what you, young Master Taiping, endure." Feng Fu observed with a smile. You have grasped the essence of heavenly might a few days ahead of him. How could he not be anxious? Regrettably, after over 50 contests, you only managed to triumph over him 3 times, making it difficult to boast about. Shen Taiping remarked, sipping his tea with a hint of dissatisfaction. To utterly overshadow him, I must either achieve repeated victories or defeat the one from the back mountain first. Feng Fu replied. That Jiang Xian truly knows how to evade. In my time here in Tu City, I have only encountered him thrice. Shen Taiping shook his head, adding, if he clings to the life and death challenge, I genuinely cannot compete with him. Shen Taiping had previously issued a formal challenge to Jiang Xian. Only to receive the same response, a life and death contest was out of the question. With a smile, Feng Fu said, however, if we speak of creating an opportunity to defeat Jiang Xian in a match, that remains quite feasible. We could do it today. Oh, Shen Taiping perked up, placing his teacup down as he looked at Feng Fu. Old Feng, what do you have in mind? Speak quickly. Chapter 54. Provoking Jiang Xian. Feng Fu stroked his beard and remarked, within the Jiang clan, there exists a severe disparity in strength. Below Jiang Xian, the most formidable warriors are merely at the mid-stage of the innate realm, and among the adult males, there are barely a dozen. The rest, numbering in the dozens or even hundreds, are merely children. The adult women, however, are numerous and are responsible for the operational affairs of the entire clan. And so? Shen Taiping furrowed his brow. The allure of beautiful women often leads to trouble. Inciting discord among these enchanting women is not a daunting task, Feng Fu grinned. At that point, we could provoke the entire Jiang clan, and yet they would find themselves powerless against us, compelled to have Jiang Xian step forward to make decisions. But there are some black armored guards in the Earth City. Shen Taiping's frown deepened. No one dares to act recklessly in the Jiang clan's Earth City. Even if hundreds of outsiders were to arrive, all of whom are innate realm warriors capable of easily flattening the Earth City. There have been no incidents of conflict in the past 20 days, all due to the respect commanded by the black armored guards. The geniuses from Feishuo City have never regarded any clan with reverence, yet no one dares to underestimate the black armored guards. They are, after all, the elite guard of Lord Lei Hong. Originally, these black armored guards were only tasked with safeguarding the Earth City during the 3 days of life and death battles each month. For the rest of the time, they merely resided here. However, they have been stationed in the Earth City for over half a year and have formed considerable connections with the Jiang clan, with several even enjoying a close friendship with Jiang Xian. If we truly provoke an incident, it would likely lead to. Shen Taiping was concerned that the black armored guards might intervene in a personal capacity, which would be unwise to provoke. Moreover, Lord Lei Hong, if we truly were to kill a few members of the Jiang clan, that would be out of the question. The repercussions would be too great, and the black armored guards would undoubtedly intervene. Feng Fu insisted. But if we carefully gauge the situation, even minor provocations could sufficiently infuriate Jiang Xian. As for Lord Lei Hong, he returned to Feishuo City yesterday and has yet to return. By the time he does, we could already have reconciled with the Jiang clan. Minor provocations, Shen Taiping pondered, then inquired, what specifically do you have in mind? Is it not easy to act like a rogue? Feng Fu replied succinctly. That. Shen Taiping hesitated. He was the foremost talent of the second family of Shun in Feishuo City, possessing significant renown throughout the region. He was competing with Qin Yuanzhou for the title of the top talent in Feishuo. To act like a rogue and create trouble? To behave like a frivolous dandy? Such shameless antics were beneath him. It is not truly about acting like a rogue, Feng Fu, noticing his hesitation, clarified. It's all a ruse. But if it spreads, it will become reality. Indeed, Shen Taiping responded, his glance at Feng Fu suggesting that while he may lack shame, he still had aspirations. Perhaps I can devise a plan to incite some minor disturbances. As long as we provoke Jiang Xian, if he dares to confront me, I can corner him and make his position untenable. Shen Taiping mused, considering that the men of the clan are notably eager to display their prowess. Inciting him to engage in combat would not be difficult. Shen Taiping had thus acknowledged Feng Fu's strategy, albeit unwilling to bear the stigma himself. This is rather troublesome. Will there be enough time to arrange things for this afternoon? Feng Fu reminded him, Lord Lei Hong may return as early as tomorrow. Hesitated. His gaze caught by Feng Fu's smiling expression. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Old Feng, do you have a clever plan? Speak quickly. With a jolt of excitement. He eagerly lifted the teapot to pour tea for Feng Fu. I shall play the rogue, and you shall be my protector, Feng Fu chuckled. My reputation is already tarnished. And I've long since become immune to criticism. As your family guest, it is only natural for you to safeguard my interests. If Jiang Xian wishes to challenge me, he must first triumph over you. As a spark of understanding illuminated Shen Taiping's eyes, he exclaimed, Ha ha ha, brilliant. Old Feng, truly brilliant. Then I shall impose upon you the burden of bearing the blame. Once I defeat Jiang Xian and claim the title of the foremost genius of Feishui City, a grand reward shall await you. It is my duty to alleviate the young master's concerns, Feng Fu replied with a smile, lifting his teacup. Shen Taiping mirrored his actions, and the two clinked their cups before savoring their tea. It was a delightful moment. Feng Fu, lacking any prominent background, had managed to cultivate himself to the pinnacle of innate mastery, renowned for his unmatched prowess through sheer cunning and resourcefulness. He often found the offspring of illustrious families to be rather simple-minded. With a little flattery and deceit, one could easily acquire substantial rewards. Take this instance, for example. He was poised to become Shen Taiping's greatest ally in claiming the coveted title of the first genius. Not only would Shen Taiping reward him, but the Shen family would also bestow honors upon him. Yet, what had he truly sacrificed? Merely the burden of a trivial slander. Every few days, Chen Yuanzhu would visit Jiang Xian in the back mountains, undoubtedly advocating for her brother. Feng Fu intentionally reminded Shen Taiping, perhaps one day, she will sway Jiang Xian. If you wish to outpace Chen Yuanzhu, we must act swiftly. Old Feng, brother Feng, your assistance is invaluable. The sooner, the better. Shen Taiping poured another cup of tea for Feng Fu. Ha. For that, I shall gladly oblige. Just watch. Feng Fu laughed heartily, raising his cup. Allow me to preemptively congratulate you. The title of Feishui City's foremost genius shall belong to young master Shen Taiping. Ha. Shen Taiping echoed with laughter, and the two clinked their cups in a toast. As the afternoon sun dipped toward the west, casting a pleasant warmth over the picturesque scenery of the back mountains, where blossoms flourished and birds serenaded, a clearing was adorned with animal skin rugs, laden with an array of delicacies, from exquisite pastries to expertly cooked game. A truly lavish feast. My brother lost to Shen Taiping again this morning, Chen Yuanzhu remarked coldly, a sword cradled in her arms. Their current abilities should rank among the top 30 in Feishui City. Although they had merely begun to comprehend the divine might of the heavenly emperor, they were prodigious talents. With a breakthrough in their cultivation, they would surely rank among the elite of that realm. Come, have a taste, Jiang Xian offered, holding out a piece of beast milk pastry. I have already dined, Chen Yuanzhu replied with indifference. You won't perish from a single bite. It's delicious. I'm certain you've never tasted anything like it, Jiang Xian urged, raising an eyebrow. Allow me to feed you. The atmosphere suddenly turned peculiar. In truth, the atmosphere between the two had begun to grow peculiar a fortnight prior. Jiang Xian had even scolded her for not finishing her meal. This was not the first instance of Jiang Xian feeding her. Chen Yuanzhu, with her slender legs, gradually bent at the waist, one hand sweeping up her cascading hair, and delicately bit into the pastry, her ruby lips brushing against Jiang Xian's fingertips, a fleeting encounter that quickly receded. Indeed, it was quite delightful. Chen Yuanzhu straightened up, consumed the pastry, and continued speaking nonchalantly, as if nothing extraordinary had transpired. There now existed a veil between them, one neither wished to address, a mere interlude. Jiang Xian resumed eating, while Chen Yuanzhu continued her discourse. I shall find an opportunity to persuade my brother to relinquish his obsession with challenging you, Chen Yuanzhu stated. He and Shen Taiping are both genuine prodigies. In 2 years, they will inevitably reach the Calamity Realm. Their desire to challenge you is merely a matter of pride, yearning to make their mark upon the world once more before ascending. The mere act of challenging you will not hinder their progression to the Calamity Realm. However, if you were to lose, the repercussions for you would be considerable. The entire world would come to know that you lack the power to vanquish the Gu family brothers. Therefore, I shall counsel my brother, and as for Shen Taiping, simply disregard him. Have you sold out your brother for this wild man? Jiang Xian teased, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Yuanzhu. Why must your words be so harsh? Chen Yuanzhu retorted with feigned annoyance. Moreover, it is not for you, during this time, I have grown quite fond of your tribe. So many women, united and resilient. They require your protection, thus your current renown must not be compromised. So do not indulge in your own sentiments. Here, this is also delicious. Jiang Xian interjected, offering her another piece of pastry, interrupting her speech. Once more, Qin Yuanshu leaned forward to accept it. Xiao Xian, Chief. Xiao Xian. A frantic voice suddenly pierced the air. Qin Yuanshu abruptly straightened, turning away. Covering her mouth to hastily consume the morsel, pressing her lips together before casually turning back. This is dire. Chief. Jiang Qinha rushed over, breathless, something grave has occurred. You must come quickly. Chapter 55. When Death Strikes. A grave incident. A calamity has occurred. Hurry and see, and Sueyun. Jiang Xian furrowed his brows, transforming into a fleeting shadow that instantly appeared before Jiang Qinha, grasping her shoulders with urgency as he inquired, what has happened to Aunt Sueyun? Someone has been spying on Aunt Sueyun while she was bathing. Jiang Qinha retorted indignantly. Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback. How could this be considered a grave incident? Such occurrences were not uncommon within the tribe. Even though most of the Jiang clan's men had perished, there remained a group of unruly youths around 13 or 14 years of age, precisely the age most prone to mischief. While this matter was undoubtedly inappropriate, it hardly warranted alarming the clan leader. Jiang Sueyun, being the captain of the patrol, could directly administer punishment, whether it be a beating or a fine. At 36 years of age, having lost 3 husbands, Jiang Sueyun was a fiercely spirited woman of the tribe. If she had indeed been spied upon by some miscreant, the question of who preyed upon whom was not entirely clear. And then? Jiang Xin queried, his brow knitted in confusion, as he pulled Jiang Qinha along, urging her to continue. As they made their way towards the back mountain, Jiang Qinha recounted the details. Essentially, Jiang Ziyun had been practicing martial arts in the afternoon and, after breaking a sweat, returned to bathe. Upon dressing, she noticed movement by the window, seized her dagger, and chased after it, only to catch sight of Feng Fu, a guest from the Shin family. Feng Fu swiftly vanished from view, eluding her pursuit, prompting Jiang Sueyun to rally others to confront Shin Taiping about the matter. This incident had escalated. Feng Fu? The first congenital guest of the Shin family. The one with the sharp features? Jiang Xian's brows knit tighter. He recalled meeting Shin Taiping for the first time, with Feng Fu present alongside him. This situation felt amiss. Qin Yuanshu quickened her pace to walk beside Jiang Xian, asserting, Feng Fu is avaricious, lecherous, and cunning. Yet the entirety of Feishua City knows that he has a penchant for young maidens of around 18. He would hardly be interested in a woman in her 30s. Are you suggesting that Aunt Suyin has wronged him? Jiang Xian cast a sharp glance at Qin Yuanshu. No, Qin Yuanshu hastily replied. What I mean is, Feng Fu acted with intent. He ranks 4th among the top 10 congenital experts of Feishua City. After lying low for many years, he made a remarkable comeback, defeating 16 individuals from the congenital rankings with a single technique. Even I, the strongest congenital from the Qin family, cannot confidently claim victory over Feng Fu. The top 3 on the congenital list are all affiliated with the court, while Feng Fu, as the 4th, stands as the foremost civilian congenital expert in Feishua City. With his prowess, if he truly wished to spy on Jiang Sueyun bathing, he would not have been detected. Even if he had been noticed, it is improbable that his face would have been seen. The Shin family seeks to provoke me into action. Jiang Xian suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed. Qin Yuanshu nodded, looking earnestly at Jiang Xian as she cautioned. So you must not fall into their trap. Shin Taiping aims to publicly defeat you. Do not grant him that opportunity. Jiang Xian fell silent, neither affirming nor denying Qin Yuanshu's final words. One could only say that she did not comprehend the intricacies of tribal life, nor did she understand the weight of responsibility borne by a clan leader. A leader who recoils in the face of their kin's humiliation and seeks to preserve their own safety is unworthy of the title. At the entrance of the courtyard, several hundred individuals had gathered, both inside and out. Upon their arrival, Jiang Xian and Qin Yuanshu could still hear the cacophony of insults echoing from within the courtyard. Did I spy on you while bathing? Spare me your nonsense. You think you're so beautiful. I've heard you've caused the demise of 3 husbands. What do you see in me? Am I to fear a mere prick in my eye? Feng Fu's voice dripped with sarcasm. You old fool. Don't think your elevated status intimidates me. You're just a shameless scoundrel. Don't hold me back. I'm ready to confront him. Jiang Zuiyun exclaimed. Oh dear. Look at you, acting like a shrew. Are you not satisfied and pent up? Are you hallucinating that I'm spying on you? If that's the case, why not say so? I would oblige. It's akin to a trip to the privy. You wretched creature. I'll chop you up. Let go of me. Have I struck a nerve? Are you embarrassed and furious? Let me tell you, I have no desire to stoop to your level. A woman without a man for an extended period must have some psychological issues. Now that so many men have arrived in the city, are you overwhelmed? Do you fantasize about someone watching you every time you bathe? And let go of me. I'm ready to fight him. Today, I'll risk it all. Feng Fu truly lacked any semblance of a wise sage and had a particularly sharp tongue. Jiang Suiyin, typically bold and unrestrained, was not one to lose composure over mere voyeurism, yet now she seemed utterly infuriated. It was clear they had quarreled, and she had not bested Feng Fu. In the courtyard, people crowded under the eaves, and the rooftops were filled with onlookers, including the talented individuals from other families in Flying Snow City and their guards, all reveling in the spectacle, while Qin Yuanzhou stood on the rooftop observing. Outside the rear wall of this residence stood a towering tree, where the inspector Xie Hanjie was also watching the situation unfold in the courtyard. He not only grasped the overarching scenario, but also noticed Jiang Xin arriving with Qin Yuanzhou, causing him to frown. Although he knew that Qin Yuanzhou could not possibly have anything with Jiang Xian, her constant association with him was to assist her brother. However, witnessing her paired with another man made him uneasy. Once Jiang Xian is defeated, both Qin Yuanzhou and Qin Yuanzhou would have no reason to remain in the Earth City. They would have to return to Flying Snow City, and my engagement with her should be brought to the forefront, he contemplated. The head of the Jiang family has arrived. Make way. As Jiang Xin entered the courtyard, the crowd parted like the tide, allowing him passage. The members of the Jiang clan gathered together, with Grandma Jinhua expressionless, gripping Jiang Suiyin's wrist tightly. Jiang Suiyin, fearing harm would come to Grandma Jinhua, dared not struggle too forcefully. 30 or so black-armored guards stood firmly with the Jiang clan. However, they could not confront Feng Fu over such trivial matters. Nor could they allow the Jiang clan to act impulsively. Should a brawl ensue, it would be the Jiang clan that suffered losses. Thus, the black-armored guards remained merely as a deterrent against the guards of the Shin family, acting as mediators. Jiang Xian gazed at Jiang Suiyin's face, momentarily taken aback, before his expression darkened. This was the first time he had seen Jiang Xiyun's eyes reddened from grievances. Her fierce nature had always allowed her to rejoice in his victories, yet she had never wept from pressure or calamity, facing death fearlessly. But this time, she was genuinely wronged. Amidst the clamor, unable to win the argument, Jiang Xiyun felt humiliated in front of so many by Feng Fu, an indignity she had never experienced in her life. As she walked, Jiang Xian slowly unsheathed his long blade. Jiang Xian, don't act impulsively. Qin Yuanzhou instinctively grasped his wrist in a public display, only to be violently shaken off by him as he continued forward. This scene caused a flicker of concern in Xie Hanjie's eyes. Jiang Xiyun sensed Jiang Xian's murderous intent and understood the source of his sudden fury. Realizing the gravity of the situation, panic surged through her, and she hastily wiped her reddened eyes, hastening to meet Jiang Xian. "Xian, I'm fine." Really, she reassured him, feeling as though she had caused a catastrophe. Had she remained calmer, this situation could have been avoided. Everyone was aware of Shin Taiping's intentions in the Earth City, and Jiang Ziyun quickly grasped that they were attempting to provoke Jiang Xian into action. With his right hand gripping the sword and his left enveloping his aunt, Jiang Xian, at 16, towered over Jiang Suiyin, who was 36, by half a head. He gently patted her back. "It's all right, Auntie. Leave it to me," he whispered in her ear before moving forward. "According to the customs of our Jiang clan, peeking at women while bathing is not considered a grave offense," he stated as he walked, his voice measured yet clear enough for all to hear. Mildly, it would warrant a few curses, but severely, for habitual offenders, the utmost punishment would be 10 lashes in public as a form of admonition. However, Feng Fu, you show no remorse and publicly insult my kin. It appears you will need to face greater consequences to serve as a warning to others." "How amusing," Feng Fu retorted, a smile plastered on his face. "It seems the Jiang clan leader enjoys rather close relations with the women of your tribe. Yet, I am curious, without evidence, how do you propose to impose greater penalties? What does serving as a warning entail?" Jiang Xian, Shin Taiping, who had remained silent until now, suddenly shouted, stepping forward with an air of righteous indignation. "If you wish to harm our Shin family's guests, you must first contend with me. We shall pit our strengths against one another, defeat me, and you may do as you will with my kin." Shin Taiping's heart swelled with excitement. Feng Fu had spoken well. Jiang Xian was indeed provoked. With a hand resting on the hilt of his sword, he assumed a stance ready for a formal duel. Who do you think you are? Jiang Xian scoffed, dismissing him entirely before turning back to Feng Fu. Greater penalties await you. Death shall serve as a warning. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. The wind surged. The wind chase style. Excellent. Shin Taiping exclaimed in exhilaration, but his elation quickly turned to dread as he felt an overwhelming aura of lethal intent enveloping him. Such a sense of threat was unimaginable. It must be a fade of strength. Shin Taiping internally dismissed the thought, yet dared not be careless. Summoning the might of heaven and earth. The sword light ignited. Yet, the sense of threat suddenly veered past him. The other innate guards of the Shun family swiftly distanced themselves, granting Shin Taiping room to perform, while only Feng Fu remained still, confident that Shin Taiping could intercept Jiang Xian. However, he was gravely mistaken. The wind blew favorably, and the dense blade light surged from all directions towards him. Feng Fu too felt the terrifying sense of peril. How could he be so powerful? Feng Fu, startled, let out a cry, drawing his sword without hesitation to unleash his ultimate technique. 3 C's converge. At that moment, Shin Taiping also turned around. Both of them summoned the might of heaven and earth, creating a palpable sense of stasis in the space that rendered any cultivator below the realm of divine might unavoidably slower in their movements. Even the wind-chasing style was no exception. This allowed them to barely catch a glimpse of Jiang Xian's true form. Returning now, Shin Taiping boldly executed his lethal move capable of repelling Qin Yuanzhou. 2 entities comprehending the might of heaven and earth were now besieging a late-stage innate cultivator. In this instant, Feng Fu's sword light surged like a rampaging wolf, sweeping through like a tempest. Shin Taiping's sword light, ethereal as a dream, blossomed like a flower. Both breathtakingly beautiful and laced with boundless malice. They both deployed their ultimate techniques without holding back. Their swordsmanship was among the pinnacle of Feishuo, and their moves were on par with the 9th form of the wind-chasing blade. Moreover, having mastered the triple realm of skill, their explosive power far surpassed the incomplete form of the wind-chasing style. It was over. The wind-chasing style could not withstand the onslaught. Before the spectators could even voice their astonishment, the dense blade light of the wind-chasing style began to show signs of being shattered, and a blade light, 100 times more terrifying than the wind-chasing style, intertwined within it, instantaneously transformed into a fleeting arc of brilliance. This strike, the first form of the shocking ghost blade, was not something that could be mastered in a mere half-month, even in the realm of calamity. Jiang Xian had only grasped part of its essence and merged it with the wind-chasing style. The wind-chasing style was characterized by speed and elusiveness, while the shocking ghost blade epitomized extreme speed and elusiveness, layered with blade light. It was this commonality that enabled Jiang Xian to swiftly create a new technique. He named this new move, Illusory Wind-Chasing Style. This strike transcended the realm of the wind-chasing blade. It utilized the principles of the Calamity Realm sword techniques, essentially embodying the Calamity Realm sword art, albeit in a significantly weakened form of the shocking ghost blade. Lacking the Calamity power, Jiang Xian could only forcibly activate part of its might using his immense innate strength. Compared to the wind-chasing style, its instantaneous explosive power was magnified several-fold. The blade light appeared and vanished in the blink of an eye, blending seamlessly with the dense blade light of the wind-chasing style, swift enough to seem like an illusion. A sinister smile of impending doom graced Feng Fu's face, as he presumed it to be a mere mirage, leaving him no time to react. The moment his rampaging wolf sword light was obliterated, Feng Fu felt a chilling sensation at his throat. This is bad. In an instant, Xia Hanjie, perched in a tree, materialized in the courtyard, seizing Shin Taiping by the nape and retreating over Tianzhong. The blade light ceased. Jiang Xian turned, coldly regarding Xia Hanjie. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had anticipated Jiang Xian's demise, yet the inspector Xia Hanjie had unexpectedly intervened to pull Shin Taiping away. Oddly enough, with Shin Taiping removed, why did Feng Fu remain motionless? Thud. Feng Fu's head rolled on the ground, eyes wide open, tumbling several feet away, as the headless corpse, still gripping the sword, toppled backward with a resounding crash, blood swiftly pooling into a crimson expanse. Clang! Shin Taiping's sword fell to the ground. With a gasp, a cough, and a gurgle, Shin Taiping's eyes widened, filled with an overwhelming fear of death. His hands desperately attempted to stifle the torrent of blood gushing from his throat, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. One was dead, and the other gravely injured. Chapter 56, Jiang Xian. The form of gods and demons cough, gurgle. Shin Taiping could feel the rapid passage of his life, instilling an unprecedented sense of dread within him. Initially, He had merely intended to defeat Jiang Xian and comprehend the divine might of the heavens, thereby amplifying his strength severfold. He believed he could vanquish Jiang Xian effortlessly, without resorting to any deadly techniques. However, Feng Fu raised his hand and unleashed the formidable move, Three Seas Unite. Shen Taiping was compelled to employ his own lethal technique if he wished to surpass Feng Fu and emerge as the victor over Jiang Xian. At the moment he executed Return to the Origin, Shen Taiping had already contemplated how to justify Jiang Xian's demise to Lei Hong, assuring him that it was Jiang Xian who struck first, thus absolving himself of any blame for disrupting the life and death battle. Would Lei Hong, no matter how fair-minded, be so rigid as to hold a grudge against him for the sake of a mere tribesman? His thoughts ceased abruptly. A breathtakingly brilliant arc of sword light shattered his return to the origin and severed his train of thought. Shen Taiping was oblivious to Feng Fu's feelings in the face of that radiant blade. As for himself, he was devoid of any thoughts. There was no time to ponder. That strike was too swift. It transcended Shen Taiping's comprehension of swordplay. Had it not been for Xie Hanjie's timely intervention, Shen Taiping understood he would have met the same fate as Feng Fu, his head severed. The fleeting blade left an indelible mark of terror in his mind. The blade technique of catastrophe. Xie Hanjie was equally astounded. The unity of man and sword was to facilitate a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. The force of the heavens and humanity utilized a fragment of celestial power to enhance the technique's might. Divine might of heaven and earth represented the ultimate fusion of skill and cultivation realms, permitting the harnessing of greater celestial energy. Yet, swordsmanship formed the foundation. The triple realm of skill merely amplified the power built upon this foundation. The disparity between innate swordsmanship and the blade technique of catastrophe was staggering. No matter how much the innate swordsmanship could be enhanced through skill realms, it could never rival the blade technique of catastrophe. Even the most powerful innate sword technique would pale in comparison to the weakest of the blade technique of catastrophe. With a gap of at least dozens of times in potency, this was a matter of entirely different dimensions. Xie Hanjie recognized that Feng Fu's defeat to Shen Taiping was justified. However, he had not even attained the perfection of innate cultivation. How could one who had yet to cultivate the skill realm transcend levels and comprehend the blade technique of catastrophe? Xie Hanjie pondered in horror. How terrifying was this? It was impossible to gain early insight into the blade technique of catastrophe. Qin Yuanzhu had long been attempting to grasp the blade technique of catastrophe ahead of time. On her first day at the Jiang clan's Earthen City, she had sought Lei Hong's guidance. Qin Yuanzhu was already 26 years old. She had long since comprehended the triple realm of skill. Yet Jiang Xian was merely a 16-year-old youth in the late stage of innate cultivation. His swordsmanship talent far surpassed Qin Yuanzhu's talent for swordplay. Such a gift was likely to occur once in a millennium. Fortunately, he had only entered the innate stage at 15, and his realm talent was significantly inferior to Qin Yuanzhu's, who had entered at 12. Even if he had forcibly advanced to the late stage of innate cultivation through the reckless consumption of vast resources over the past 6 months, the path to the blade technique of catastrophe would still be fraught with challenges. The breakthrough of grand realms relied on comprehension. Mere resources were insufficient. Perhaps his age of achieving the blade technique of catastrophe would not be earlier than mine. Ultimately, he would be hindered by his realm talent. Even with rapid cultivation in skill realms, the probability of becoming a god or demon remained exceedingly slim. Xie Hanjie is privy to the secret behind Jiang Xian's recent advancement in cultivation over the past 6 months. Lei Hong has not concealed this from him. For Xie Hanjie is an insider as an inspector, and the matter regarding Lei Hong's acceptance of 2/10 of Jiang Xian's mining profits has always been handled with utmost transparency. Xie Hanjie harbors malicious speculations about Jiang Xian's future. His disdain for Jiang Xian stems not only from the deep-seated prejudices that the city dwellers hold against the tribespeople, but also from the recent closeness between Qin Yuanzhu and Jiang Xian. Even with such malevolent speculation, Xie Hanjie is compelled to acknowledge 2 undeniable facts. First, Jiang Xian possesses an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship, one that is rarely encountered in a millennium. Second, he embodies an aura reminiscent of divine demons. The probability of becoming a divine demon may be minuscule, yet it conversely implies that he possesses the potential to attain such a status. The mere existence of this potential, however slight, qualifies him to be regarded as one with the essence of a divine demon. This remarkable aptitude for potentially becoming a divine demon is the most coveted accolade among cultivators across the realm, a supreme commendation. The calamity-level swordsmanship. On the rooftop, Qin Yuanzhu gazed in astonishment, his eyes wide with shock. He could scarcely comprehend the swiftness of Jiang Xian's strike, which had effortlessly dismantled 2 formidable techniques in an instant. leaving Feng Fu ranked fourth on the innate list of Fei Shui City, dead, and Xin Taiping, at least among the top 30, gravely injured. Such a sword technique could only be classified as calamity-level swordsmanship. Qin Yuanzhou instinctively touched his own neck. Recalling Jiang Xian's earlier warning that a sparring session could lead to unrestrained lethality, necessitating the signing of a life-and-death agreement, a wave of profound dread surged within him. The family was right. Prohibiting the signing of such agreements was indeed the correct course of action. This rule to protect the family's descendants must be resolutely upheld. Unwavering in its enforcement. By my mother, the family was so undeniably correct. That was calamity-level swordsmanship. An aura of divine demons. He possesses the essence of a divine demon. Qin Yuanzhou gazed in utter shock at Jiang Xian, who stood before the headless corpse. She found it difficult to believe, yet was forced to accept the reality. After years of practicing calamity-level sword techniques, she had only grasped a fraction of the key elements and could never execute a complete move. Among the top 100 of Fei Shui City S&8 rankings, 97 could not master any of the difficult calamity-level techniques, save for the top 3. The top 3 are all officials, cultivated specifically by the court using special guidance and resources, serving as the benchmark of innate strength. As the foremost innate talent of the Qin family, Qin Yuanzhou harbored dreams of becoming the leading innate practitioner of Fei Shui City. Being the top talent signifies innate gift. The potential of the future, while being the foremost innate practitioner, represents absolute strength at the current realm, the strongest among the innate. To challenge the title of the strongest innate practitioner in Fei Shui City, mastering calamity-level swordsmanship in advance is a prerequisite. Qin Yuanzhou has been striving towards this goal. Yet now, someone has surpassed her. Too many witnesses have observed this scene. It will not take long for the news to spread back to Fei Shui City, and within 3 days, the entire territory under Fei Shui City's jurisdiction will be abuzz. Jiang Xian is indeed the first genius of Fei Shui City. Moreover, he already possesses the qualifications to challenge the strongest innate practitioners. Defeating the court's champions and claiming the title of the strongest innate practitioner is not merely an honor. It carries immense practical benefits. That is a reward bestowed by the Lord of the Divine Demon City himself. To encounter the Lord of the Divine Demon City is, in itself, a tremendous advantage. When Jiang Xian seized the opportunity first, the emotions that surged within Qin Yuanzhou were not envy, but rather an unprecedented impulse. Gazing at this 16-year-old youth, Qin Yuanzhou bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance. Although she was aware of the shamelessness of her thoughts, she could not help but wish to be thoroughly ravished by Jiang Xian. His strength is formidable, indeed. Oh, how she yawned surrounding the courtyard. There were people in every direction, on the roof, the walls, even the trees. A dozen prodigies from the starry pavilion of Flying Snow City had arrived. And among them were dozens who could be deemed geniuses. Their retinue included numerous renowned figures ranked within the top 100 of the innate list. Everyone was utterly astonished. Fortunately, I did not challenge Jiang Xian. Lin Bin, a disciple of the starry pavilion, swallowed hard, feeling a wave of relief. At 24 years old, he had grasped the divine might of heaven and earth the previous year, his talent not inferior to that of Qin Yuanzhou or Xin Taiping. However, being a year older exempted him from being compared to the two. Lin Bin had never aspired to claim the title of the foremost genius. His family was merely of moderate standing, far from the prestige of the Chun or Xin clans. He had come as a supporter of Qin Yuanzhou to the Jiang clan's Earth City. Qin Yuanzhou treated him with respect, referring to him as Brother Lin. Yet Lin Bin was acutely aware of the insurmountable disparity in their statuses. Despite recognizing his own limitations, he could not help but harbor a competitive spirit. He had entertained the notion of challenging Jiang Xian, and now he was grateful he had not pursued such folly. Numerous disciples of the Starry Pavilion shared Lin Bin's sentiments. They had all been tempted by the prestige that would accompany defeating Jiang Xian. Previously, they had privately discussed that Jiang Xian could never have killed the Ge brothers, as even the strongest cards an innate late-stage cultivator could wield were insufficient. Lacking mastery in the 3 realms of techniques, no innate swordsmanship could vanquish those 3 fiends. Reflecting now, they realized they had miscalculated. Jiang Xian had not employed innate sword techniques but rather the Calamity Realm swordsmanship. Lin Bin was engulfed in a profound shock. Unable to regain his composure for a long while, he remained unaware that he had erred. Jiang Xian had indeed used innate sword techniques to slay the Ge brothers, while the Calamity Realm technique was a recent innovation. Xiao Xian, how can you be so powerful? Jiang Suiyin and the other members of the Jiang clan found it hard to fathom. Their realms and experiences were insufficient. leaving them entirely bewildered by how Jiang Xian had achieved such astonishing results. With the death of Feng Fu, all eyes turned to Jiang Xian. Then, cough cough. Gurgle gurgle. Help cough. Xin Taiping, kneeling on the ground, clutched his neck and bowed his head, struggling to emit a garbled sound. Young master. Quickly. The guests of the Shin family seemed to finally grasp the situation, rushing towards Xin Taiping in a frenzy. Get back. Xie Hanjie shouted sharply, causing them to halt abruptly. Xie Hanjie glanced down at the kneeling Xin Taiping, unhurriedly retrieving a jade vial from his robe. As he opened the lid, a fragrant aroma wafted through half of the Earth City. A single whiff invigorated the senses, refreshing the spirit immensely. Xin Taiping could not perish. Although a throat cut is a fatal injury to the innate, with a calamity realm present, the means of salvation are abundant. Administration of medicine is but the simplest and most direct remedy. Xie Hanjie remained unperturbed, extracting a viscous green ointment from a small jade vial. Lifting Xin Taiping and applying the salve to his neck, gently massaging it in. The wound on Xin Taiping's neck began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Within a mere 5 or 6 breaths, the injury was fully mended, leaving not a trace of a scar. Ha-hu! Xin Taiping gasped violently. His throat reconnected, allowing him to draw breath once more, yet from excessive blood loss, his complexion turned pale as death. He promptly trembled as he searched his person, retrieving a restorative elixir from within his robes and swallowing it swiftly. Casting a glance at Jiang Xian, he refrained from uttering a single harsh word, as if he had yet to emerge from the shadow of death. In contrast, Xie Hanjie's expression darkened as he regarded Jiang Xian, his gaze sharp. He strode directly towards Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian, you possess great audacity. Do you comprehend whom you sought to slay? You, a mere tribesman, dare to kill the scion of one of the 4 great families? Were it not for my intervention today? Do you realize the magnitude of the error you would have committed? Xie Hanjie spoke as he approached, clearly eager to exploit the situation. Suddenly, a series of figures flickered into existence beside Jiang Xian, all frowning at Xie Hanjie. It was the Black Armor Guard. Among them were Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiu, whom Jiang Xian knew well. Sir Inspector, what do you imply? Do you wish to meddle in tribal governance? Lu Feihu's words dripped with malice. Accusations of overstepping authority against an inspector are grave indeed. As far as I know, tribes possess the right of self-governance, and the power of a tribal chieftain within the Earthen City is absolute. Zhang Xiu regarded Xie Hanjie with an impassive expression, asserting that a tribal chief can execute any individual within the city without justification. The only authority capable of intervening in tribal matters is the inspector. The sole entity entitled to adjudicate whether tribal actions are excessive is also the inspector. You, an inspector, have no chance of obtaining the right to govern the tribe. Lord Xie, what do you intend to do? Zhang Xiu punctuated each word with emphasis, his tone growing more severe. The Black Armor Guard showed no deference to Xie Hanjie. They were truly unafraid of this inspector, although the gap in strength between the innate and calamity realms is vast. The comparison between the Black Armor Guard and inspectors lies not in individual combat prowess but in their positions, within the jurisdiction of Inspector Lei Hong. These loyal guards of Lei Hong need not show respect to other inspectors. Furthermore, other inspectors dare not overstep their bounds on Lei Hong's territory. What is an inspector worth? This is the logic of the officialdom. Xie Hanjie halted, his countenance growing darker, yet he refrained from uttering another word and vanished from sight. He could not afford to clash with the Black Armor Guard, for that would incur the wrath of Lei Hong. His initial intent was to teach Jiang Xian a lesson, to repay the debt of life while also doing a favor for the Shin family, yet he ended up losing face. Xie Hanjie would harbor no resentment towards the Black Armor Guard. Instead, he would lay all blame at Jiang Xian's feet. With Xie Hanjie's departure, the scene shifted. Jiang Xian cast a glance at Xin Taiping, then raised the blade in his hand and proclaimed loudly, all members of the Shin family, you have but the time of a joss stick to vacate Tu City, and a span of 12 hours to depart from the territory of the Jiang clan. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Thus, he issued the order to evict. Xin Taiping turned to leave, even neglecting to instruct someone to retrieve Feng Fu's body. It was 2 of Shin's retainers, closely associated with Feng, who took the initiative to do so. A multitude began to withdraw. Brother Lu, Brother Zhang, my heartfelt thanks. And to all the other esteemed brothers. Jiang Xian expressed his gratitude to the members of the Black Armor Guard. Jiang, my dear, you have hidden your talents well. Haha, that was the blade technique of the robbery realm, wasn't it? Such a gift must surely rival that of the legendary divine demons. Goodness, if my boy could possess even a fraction of the talent of clan leader Jiang, I would consider it worth my life. The black armor guards chuckled heartily with Jiang Xian. Xiao Xian, are you unhurt? The members of the Jiang clan gathered around, with Jiang Zuiyun expressing both excitement and concern. I am fine, Jiang Xian reassured them. After a brief commotion, he continued, esteemed ones. I have just faced a life-threatening ordeal and gained profound insights. I must retreat to the back mountain for seclusion. I shall take my leave now. With that, Jiang Xian departed. Chen Yuanshu had been observing the crowd encircling Jiang Xian, intending to wait before approaching, but was taken aback when he decided to head directly to the back mountain. After some contemplation, she chose to follow behind. Chapter 57. Taking action against Chen Yuanshu in the rear mountains of the Earth City, before the sound transmission stone. Feng Fu and Shen Tianping simultaneously unleashed their formidable celestial might, employing their most potent techniques. The infinite wind chase could no longer withstand their onslaught. While I might endure a single strike, their relentless assaults would inevitably wear me down. Even though they could repeatedly breach the wind chase, it was a battle of attrition. When I was confident I could win against either of them, Jiang Xian sat cross-legged, yet faced with the dual assault. I was compelled to resort to the illusory wind chase. Initially, I had intended to keep this technique as my ultimate trump card. But the imminent danger left me with no choice. To refrain from using it would mean courting death. Jiang Xian felt a pang of regret, having just perfected this technique only to expose it before so many witnesses. I must hasten the mastery of the true illusory Ghost Slash. Despite having devised a technique that draws upon aspects of illusory Ghost Slash, which already qualifies as a tribulation-level swordsmanship capable of overwhelming any innate sword technique, it remains inferior when compared to other tribulation-level arts, falling into the lower tier. The renowned families of Feishiwe City practice tribulation-level sword techniques that range from intermediate to advanced. For instance, the Qin family's secret art, the Cloud Soaring Sword, is of the highest caliber, while the Divine Ghost Astonishing Blade surpasses it. Relying solely on the illusory wind chase, I could not hope to contend with any tribulation-level opponent. However, if I could cultivate the illusory Ghost Slash, even if merely forced through innate power, I might stand a chance against tribulation experts wielding advanced techniques. Were anyone to learn of Jiang Xian's current thoughts, they would surely deem him insane. Jiang Xian actually contemplated challenging genuine tribulation fighters while still in the innate realm. This was an utterly impossible feat. Even consulting the erudite Lei Hong would yield but a single remark. Perhaps someone from ancient times could achieve such a thing. But it is utterly unattainable in the present, nothing more than a delusion. If the disparity between the acquired and innate realms is likened to that between a child and an adult, then the gap between the innate and tribulation realms resembles that between a human and an ancient giant. They are no longer of the same species. Since the establishment of Feishiwe City over 11,000 years ago, there has never been a recorded instance of an innate practitioner triumphing over a tribulation master. No documentation exists. Yet Jiang Xian, he had consulted the esteemed Elder Qi Shi. Elder Qi Shi had informed me that the northern Hangzhou, where Feishiwe City is situated, lies on the periphery of the empire's vast territory. The Blackpool Mountain area is considered backward, and Feishiwe City itself is similarly underdeveloped. Both the locals' understanding of cultivation and the techniques transmitted in this region are relatively lacking. Without superior methods, one's innate talents are inevitably squandered. Thus, for the people here, the hope of an innate triumphing over tribulation is a futile dream. But I am different. I cultivate the Black Xian art imparted by the Elder. And once I attain innate perfection and embark upon the realm of techniques, the forces of heaven and earth that I can harness will far exceed those of my peers in the same realm. Upon comprehending the formidable power of heaven and earth, I shall wield the forces of the cosmos with such mastery that I will utterly dominate fellow practitioners of the same realm. Even when compared to those newly entering the tribulation realm, the disparity shall not be as pronounced. Should I further cultivate the authentic Phantom Void Ghost Slash and subsequent techniques? In due time, Emperor Qian has explicitly informed Jiang Xian that innate talent can indeed surpass the tribulation realm, provided one possesses sufficient genius and practices sufficiently potent methods. Jiang Xian is acutely aware that his ascension to the tribulation realm is a foregone conclusion, potentially achievable before the age of 20. Yet, if he allows the situation to linger until that juncture, he may find it too late. In a mere year and a half, his sister Jiang Yao will be compelled to marry. Jiang Xian cannot ascertain whether his mother, Wei Baiyun, will resist with her life. The future remains uncertain. He must accelerate his path to strength, be it in blade techniques or cultivation levels. He must hasten as swiftly as possible. The esteemed Elder Qishir once stated that if I can persuade Qin Yuanshu she would impart the dual cultivation heart method, enabling a more rapid elevation of my realm. As Jiang Xian pondered, he retracted his thoughts, immersing himself entirely in the insights born from the looming thread of life and death. The area surrounding the communication stone had transformed into a vast clearing due to Jiang Xian's prolonged practice. At the edge of the clearing, beneath the shade of trees, Qin Yuanshu gazed intently at Jiang Xian, refraining from approaching too closely so as not to disturb his cultivation. I initially presumed he was merely feigning enlightenment to evade questioning. Yet it appears to be genuine. Is he truly so gifted? Even from an exceedingly brief skirmish, he could derive such profound insights? At the entrance to the back mountain, a young woman exclaimed, "Hey, you should know me. We've been living here for so long, and that person who just entered is my sister. Please, allow us to pass. We wish to pay a visit to clan leader Jiang." Qin Yuanzhou, accompanied by two of his closest disciples from the Starry Pavilion, was earnestly pleading with the two female warriors of the Jiang clan guarding the entrance. Jiang Xidi and Jiang Huanju remained impassive. "No. It is the clan leader's decree that no one may enter the back mountain without permission," Jiang Xidi asserted firmly. "But why is my sister allowed in?" Qin Yuanzhou protested anxiously. "Do not deceive me. I witnessed her enter the back mountain from afar, and you did not stop her. Your sister frequently visits our clan leader, thus a prior decree permits her unrestricted access to the back mountain, but only for her," Jiang Huanju clarified. "Hiss. Could it be that clan leader Jiang has taken a fancy to Miss Yuanshu?" Lin Bin gasped in astonishment. "Miss Yuanshu visits often. Could there be something more?" A plump young man chimed in. "What nonsense are you spouting? If this were to reach our family or fall upon the ears of Lord Xie, there would be chaos." Qin Yuanzhou swiftly interjected. "Cease your idle chatter. My sister is a decade older than the clan leader. In her eyes, he is akin to a mere child. Furthermore, the clan leader is a member of the tribe." Even if Qin Yuanzhou hastily fell silent, he refrained from expressing the disdainful sentiments of the tribesmen in front of Jiang Kaidai and Jiang Huanju. Qin Yuanzhou held no personal contempt for Jiang Xian. However, the prevalent prejudice that townsfolk harbored against tribespeople was beyond his influence. "My sister could never be with Jiang Xian," Qin Yuanzhou interjected. "To be frank with you, and please keep this confidential, my sister prefers those older than her, significantly so, but they must never be younger. Moreover, they must not only possess exceptional talent, but also belong to a noble lineage. Honestly, I feel that Lord Xie is not truly worthy of my sister. But there are no better alternatives." Qin Yuanzhou's tone was exceedingly grave as he cautioned, "In any case, do not speak of this indiscriminately. Such remarks should never be uttered again." "Come now, Yuanzhou, you're being overly serious," Lin Bin remarked. "Indeed, we merely spoke offhandedly," another chimed in. "Even casual remarks are inappropriate." Qin Yuanzhou insisted. "You cannot blame me for my strong reaction. This is a delicate time, and our family is currently seeking suitors for my sister. If word were to spread about any supposed connection between her and Jiang Xian, even if we all know it to be false, it would still reflect poorly. Not only would it tarnish my sister's reputation, but should someone take it seriously, imagine the uproar it would cause." "True enough. Yuanzhou, we were mistaken and will certainly refrain from such talk in the future," Lin Bin responded, adding, "I admit, I spoke without thinking. We all understand the implications. I suspect that even if Miss Yuanshu were to befriend the clan leader Jiang, she would regard him as a younger brother." "That is indeed correct." Qin Yuanzhou nodded. "My sister has always been unpretentious. If the clan leader were to take the initiative, she would undoubtedly be willing to foster a friendship with him. The clan leader, with his remarkable prowess and heroic feats on Heighten Mountain, is indeed a legendary figure. I surmise that Miss Yuanshu's eagerness to accompany the clan leader to the back mountains must be to seek his counsel on techniques of survival." A stout young man interjected. "The clan leader's swordsmanship is unparalleled throughout the ages. True masters take precedence. Indeed, they must already be discussing martial arts. Could you perhaps relocate your conversation to another area?" Jiang Kaidai nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Ah, dear sister, I implore you, allow us to enter." Qin Yuanzhou began to plead, knowing they had the strength to force their way in, yet it would be utterly unthinkable to intrude upon the clan leader's secluded space. "Absolutely not. Enough." Jiang Kaidai and Jiang Huanju repeatedly rejected their pleas. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian's meditation this time concluded after only a brief moment. yielding insights from the brink of life and death that would ultimately refine his understanding of combat techniques, beneficial for his future cultivation. Yet, to claim that it would enable him to discern any formidable new moves was far from the truth. With a sigh, Jiang Xian opened his eyes and rose. "Do you truly intend to harm my brother?" Qin Yuanshu's icy inquiry cut through the air. She stood beneath the shade of a tree, sword in hand. Exuding an aura as frigid as an iceberg, her gaze devoid of warmth, radiating an air of haughtiness. "You approached merely to ask this." Jiang Xian stepped toward Qin Yuanshu. "What other reason could there be?" Qin Yuanshu raised her eyebrows slightly. "It has been over half a month. How many times have I sought you out? You have had countless opportunities to demonstrate that you are capable of more than merely slaying the good brothers. You should be exponentially more formidable, having mastered the robbery realm blade technique. Yet, you..." In that fleeting moment, Jiang Xian, who had not ventured far, suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before Qin Yuanshu in an instant. He advanced, and with a resounding slap, struck the tree behind her. It was a powerful thud against the trunk, causing leaves to cascade down. Qin Yuanshu instinctively leaned back, her spine pressed against the tree. Not only did the noise cease, but even her breath was involuntarily held as Jiang Xian stood face to face with her, nearly nose to nose. "Who are you? Why should I divulge my ultimate techniques to you?" Jiang Xian inquired. "Are you trying to frighten me?" Qin Yuanshu's expression remained icy, and she derided Jiang Xian. "Do you really think such juvenile antics could intimidate me? You provoke me. Do you particularly enjoy my scorn?" Jiang Xian replied, a smirk playing on his lips. "Should I be more menacing?" Qin Yuanshu's pupils constricted sharply. His words struck a direct nerve. "Get away. Stay far from me. Who do you think you are to speak so recklessly?" She began, but before she could finish, Qin Yuanshu pushed Jiang Xian away, only to be shoved back against the tree by him. With greater force, he pinned her there and then kissed her forcefully. It was imperative to take decisive action with Qin Yuanshu, an all-in approach. If he hesitated any longer, she would surely leave the Earth City. Chapter 58 That night. Qin Yuanshu struggled with all her might, attempting to push Jiang Xian away, only for her hands to be pinned against the tree by him. With her innate peak realm and strength, she could have easily dispatched Jiang Xian without weapons in hand. Should she have wished to do so? Yet, in her struggle, she seemed to forget her own capabilities, expending her efforts in sheer physical force rather than tapping into her true prowess. Reluctantly, after a futile resistance, she finally succumbed and responded to Jiang Xian. Her arms encircled his neck. The intensity of her resistance was mirrored by the fervor of her kiss. It became nearly impossible to discern who had torn the other's clothing first amidst their fervent exchange. During this encounter, Jiang Xian began to ponder that Qin Yuanshu's overt assertiveness that night at Heightened Mountain was not solely a result of poison. It was also indicative of her wild nature. The two soon found themselves lost in the moment, again and again. That night, in the martial arts training grounds of the Jiang clan's Earth City, a bonfire blazed brightly as people sang and danced. This lively gathering was ostensibly held in celebration of Jiang Xian's comprehension of the Tribulation Blade technique. Yet he had not been informed of the festivities, as there seemed no necessity to disturb his meditative retreat. The celebration was genuine, and the intent to profit from it was equally authentic. Led by Qin Yuanzhou, a multitude of talented individuals from Feishua City, along with their guards, remained in the Earth City. They were informed of the bonfire party, and to make it grander, they would need to contribute financially. Naturally, the young masters from the larger cities were eager to partake in this cultural experience, readily offering their funds without a second thought. Thus, the bonfire gathering unfolded on a grand scale, with servants dispatched from the lower tribes bustling through the crowd, serving drinks and food. Some members of the Black Armored Guards also participated, yet the tribe did not demand payment from them. Jiang Xian was unconcerned with the tribe's operations. Matters such as tribal commerce, patrols, the apprehension of spies, festival activities, and investigations into tribal crimes were all delegated to the women. Those men who had fled the tribe and returned, having learned from Jiang Bao's fate, were barred from managing any tribal affairs until the life and death battle had concluded. This was Jiang Xian's decree. As night deepened, the area around the bonfire remained lively. "Young Master Yuanzhou, why do you appear so flushed? Have you perhaps had too much to drink? You've only had a few jars." Jiang Xian teased, her arm draped around Qin Yuanzhou's neck, her demeanor tipsy and playful. "Yes, I may have indeed indulged a bit too much," Qin Yuanzhou admitted, feeling overwhelmed. He shared a deep bond with his childhood sweetheart. Jiang Xian had been teasing him all evening, He understood her playful intentions and knew she did not genuinely wish to pursue anything with him. He would never betray his wife, yet he found himself at a loss, for Jiang Suiyun was significantly older than him, her strength, though inferior, matched by her carefree spirit. More importantly, she was Jiang Xian's respected aunt, a figure of great esteem in his eyes. In the afternoon, Jiang Xian killed the foremost innate guest of the Shen family for the sake of Jiang Suiyun. He even contemplated eliminating Shen Taiping. If one were to compile a list of the most formidable individuals within the Jiang clan, Jiang Xian would undoubtedly be first, followed by grandmother Jinhua. And perhaps Jiang Suiyun would find herself in third place. That said, Chen Yuanzhou did not find himself at a loss in this affair. The Jiang clan is replete with beauties, and the 36-year-old Jiang Ziyun is no exception. Are you afraid I will pour you more wine? He chided. How many men ever admit to having drunk too much? Suiyun, please spare me. What did you call me? Jiang Suiyun shot back, her eyes narrowing. I am 13 years your senior. You cannot call me that. Given that I share the same generation as the clan leader, it would be inappropriate to call you elder sister, lest it put the clan leader at a disadvantage, Chen Yuanzhou replied helplessly. That is a fair point, Jiang Suiyun conceded. Lifting a wine jar with one hand and drinking heartily, her demeanor as bold as a maness, Chen Yuanzhou, holding his fan, appeared like an aggrieved scholar. In the distance, Lin Bin and others, witnessing Chen Yuanzhou's pleading gaze, could only shrug in helplessness. Suiyun Jie, a man's voice suddenly called from behind. The inebriated Jiang Suiyun turned her head slightly to glance. It was a tall, handsome black-armored guard named Di Kaixing, 35 years of age. A consummate innate practitioner who had achieved the unity of man and sword. You've returned, Jiang Suiyun said, her tone indicating a lack of enthusiasm. Yes, just back from the mountains, Di Kaixing nodded, continuing, I heard this afternoon. Nothing happened, Jiang Ziyun interrupted, turning away, signaling the conversation was over. Chen Yuanzhou sensed the tension. Clearly, there was something amiss between them. Suiyun, I shall take my leave. You two have your discussion, he said. Extricating himself from Jiang Suiyun's embrace and quickening his pace away from the scene. I wish to. Di Kaixing approached Jiang Suiyun. There is nothing more to say. She replied coldly, as if her intoxication had vanished. I warned you. Do not bring that matter up again. I cannot leave the Jiang clan. Not now, nor ever. Even after the battle of life and death. I have buried 3 husbands. A 4th means nothing to me. Leave me be. If you continue to trouble me, I shall inform Lord Lei Hong of your harassment of the clan's people. With that, Jiang Suiyun turned on her heel and departed. I can join the Jiang clan. The man's voice called after her. Jiang Ziyun abruptly halted, disbelief washing over her as she spun around to face Di Kaixing, hastening towards him. Her eyes wide with incredulity. What did you say? Repeat that. I can change my allegiance and join the Jiang clan. Di Kaixing met her gaze, declaring, I have come to a realization.